are you?
What?
Oh no, I was trying to. My dogs were bouncing around, but then I just realized it's storming outside, so they're not going to go outside.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Doofus.
So, what part of celestial nav can a flat earther not do? I don't understand.
They refuse to go past just asserting that you can only get angles on a flat Earth. So they can't do 60 nautical miles per degree. They can't do dip correction. They can't do refraction correction. They can't draw
Isn't dip
circles over
correction
altitude.
just strictly for eye height?
It is
Like
a
if you're on a
function of
tall
eye
bridge
height.
of a ship?
It's a
Right,
function
so
of
what does that
eye
have to do with
height.
anything?
Yeah, it's derived from the Earth being a globe. Right? So if I'm at 20 meters above sea level, what should my dip correction be?
Don't go into detail.
I don't know, but
it's very basic.
Okay. Find
But
out.
isn't that all to do with like how high your ship is or how high you are on a ship?
Yes,
On a
it
dip
is a
angle would
function
change.
of your eye height.
Ruhif, you
Oh,
don't need to
shit.
go into the detail
Yeah.
until it basically
And curvature. Both. You got curvature and
the
you got eye height.
radius. The radius is included in the calculation, yes, but it is a function of eye height.
Ruhif, you don't
people
need to
don't
go into
understand.
detail. The basic thing is that flat earthers cannot do a simple star fix. They cannot compute the position given through the sights to 3 stars.
Yeah.
How so?
Then do it.
Doesn't work on a
Do
flat
it,
Earth.
Baxi.
If you
Because
can
a
do it,
60
there's
nautical mile per degree blows it up.
Bendy, I'm only say it once, so you don't have to mute.
We've already been over 60 nautical miles per degree with this guy.
Okay, what is the geometry that justifies it?
If you always have a linear relationship between degrees, hold on. If you always have a linear relationship, this linear, a one-to-one relationship, 60 nautical miles per degree. Hold on.
He already conceded it wasn't possible until
doing it again.
came
You're
out
doing it
in
again.
1991.
Listen. You always have, anytime you leave an object in the sky, you measure
yes,
the angle to
Danik,
it.
I understand
Let me
what the
finish.
argument is.
When you make a movement, over the surface, whatever the shape of the surface is, you always have a 60 nautical mile per degree relationship. That defines a sphere. It's a definition of a sphere mathematically. So get
60 nautical miles. So where would the star be to get 60 nautical miles per degree?
What is the geometry that justifies it, Baxi? What is the geometry that justifies 60 nautical miles per degree?
We've already went over this. For one, you're assuming that Polaris is directly 90 degrees. You're assuming boats can travel
from some spot on the Earth.
It has nothing to do with. So you're using stars that are moving?
No, you can use the sun. Use the moon,
stars are moving.
Whatever
So
star or
in
moon or sun
history
you
was
like.
able to do celestial nav until they discovered the Earth was a globe. It was never used before then.
Not this way.
What do you mean not this way? What do you mean not this way?
They could use
the method of
Polaris.
taking 3 sites.
They could use Polaris as north, and that's about it.
But see, this is the whole other side of the coin too, right?
No, because Polaris never changed.
I was in the middle of saying something. Yeah, no, well, that's part of my point right there. Yes, Polaris never changes.
So if you see,
and the Vikings use Polaris. Just all the crap I was able to read, they always talk about how they use Polaris.
But that's not celestial navigation.
No, you're missing the point.
Polaris is north. That's different.
You're kind of missing the point.
Stop it.
No,
stop.
You're missing the point.
Would you let me finish my point?
If you see Polaris, let me finish.
Let him finish.
No, he already said it. Let me just finish it.
No, I didn't.
Zanik.
Danik, would you please? I'm trying not to yell because people in my house are sleeping now. Let me finish.
Okay. Let me go after you.
Well,
like Kosho says, we need a queue.
When did the Vikings, like, when were they sailing around? What year was that? Like, that was well, no, it's a point to what I'm saying. Hold on.
Yeah.
Using Polaris as a north star is not celestial navigation.
Knucklehead, listen. If Polaris is Polaris, you agree. Now it's my turn. Just try to shut up for a second.
I wasn't
just
finished.
let me say a sentence.
It was 800 AD.
Polaris,
right? The Vikings used Polaris in 800 AD.
He was finished.
The Vikings used Polaris in 800 AD. Because I wanted to look up a date real quick. So yeah, 800 AD, which I was correct. I just wanted to double check. Because God forbid if I get a date wrong, you guys are gonna freak. So
no, it's a non-point. Here's the point.
The Vikings.
Here's the point.
No, you're not letting me finish, dude.
Go, Vaxi.
The Vikings used Polaris in 800 AD, correct?
Not celestial navigation as we're talking about it.
That's not what I asked. They used Polaris in 800 AD.
So what?
Polaris was North Star in 800 AD. Well,
that
then bye-bye
with
procession of equinoxes.
All right, can I make that one statement now?
It just kind of kills your procession of equinoxes then, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Bandsaw, can you give me the floor for a second?
And they also did use celestial nav with the sun compass.
Okay, Bandsaw, shut him down for a second because I don't want to talk it twice.
You guys just missed what I said.
North Star, you agreed does not move.
No procession of equinoxes.
Why can't you just shut him up? Seriously, I can't even get one sentence out. You already agreed that the North Star does not move.
Right, that's
sake,
a very
Bandsaw.
point.
Okay.
For fuck's sake, sir.
Let him.
All right, hold on. Go ahead. I think Vaxi, you made your point, so go ahead, Zanuck.
Thank you. So we all agree that the North Star doesn't move. It's always pointing north. If we ever see a change in the angle, the elevation angle or the altitude angle of 1 degree, it means we have traveled 60 miles, 60 nautical miles. Always. And that relationship, every degree you see change will be 60 nautical miles. Okay? So that means the Earth is round because that relationship, one-to-one linear relationship, defines a sphere. It's a definition of a sphere mathematically. Thank you.
Yeah, no, okay, that's not the point. First off, you got to assume Polaris is dead 90, right? Which it's not. And then you got to assume that, John Smith or Columbus was able to travel 60 nautical miles in a perfectly straight line on a boat, which that's not how boats function on water anyway.
No, then we use
that's another issue right there.
Multiple celestial bodies.
Ruhiff already conceded a couple weeks ago that to actually demonstrate that on water wasn't possible until supposed GPS came out in 1991.
No, you didn't show that.
You could travel exactly 60 nautical miles without GPS. Yeah, I think that's pretty difficult on water.
Yeah, you could travel 60 nautical miles, but the thing is, if you travel 60 nautical miles in an S path versus a straight line, which one's going to be farther?
No, my God.
To travel 60 nautical miles?
Yeah,
no, it's a what? Oh, so you can travel 60 nautical miles going in a curved path and make Polaris go 1 degree?
No, it won't go 1 degree.
Okay. Well, how does a boat travel in a straight line?
If you did an S path, hold on.
Without deviating.
Quiet, I'll answer you. I'll answer you. Quiet.
Okay, tell me.
Go ahead. S path. If the change is 1 degree, you will have traveled 60 nautical miles. Now the boat might have traveled with using gas and fuel a longer distance, but that's not the point we're making. Any deviation of 1 mile from the previous position, 1 degree from the previous position would be 60 nautical miles. Stop being.
Is it exactly 60 nautical miles? What's the exact number?
60 nautical miles south. It doesn't mean that you haven't traveled 60 nautical miles. It means that you have traveled 60 nautical miles south.
Right.
You might have traveled 80 miles. You might have traveled, but in order to travel 80 miles, you still have traveled. Your distance southward has changed by 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, I don't know why we have to explain this to him.
Because he's purposely being dumb about it.
No,
are you purposely being dumb? Vaxi, are you purposely being dumb?
I've already went over this with Ruhiff.
Are you purposely being dumb?
To physically demonstrate it.
Okay, you're not going to answer.
You need to have GPS.
You got it. You got us. We were punked.
Right.
You got us. I took the bait. I think we all did.
There's your problem.
Does your wife cheat on you a lot, bro? Like, I can't see her, like, if you even are married. I mean, but
if you saw my wife, you'd forget your jaw.
But you guys realize that still, like, Polaris was referenced as the pole star in 800 AD, and you guys don't see any issues with that.
Not celestial navigation, as we are talking about it.
That's okay, but it's still a valid point to be made. Whatever happened to your procession?
It's irrelevant, Vaxi. It's not relevant.
Well, it's just the fact that Polaris never moved off its point since at least 800 AD when the Vikings mapped it out and used it. That's kind of a big deal for the globe, isn't it?
How is it relevant? Please make your point more specific.
It's not a big deal.
It has nothing to do with the subject, Vaxi. Celestial navigation does not require the stars to drift.
It's all bullshit.
Actually, the North Star is not one of the stars.
The North Star is the subject.
The North Star Polaris is not one of the stars used for celestial navigation because it's too dim.
Actually was. Oh, list of navigation stars.
It's on the list of navigational stars, but it's not really widely used because it's too dim. You have to use brighter stars so you can do them at twilight to pull it down.
Dude, it's extremely visible. If it's a clear sky, it's so easy to find Polaris.
Yeah, 19 stars of the first magnitude, 38 stars of the second magnitude, and Polaris. So,
and Polaris, because Polaris is like third magnitude, isn't it? I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
The only reason they can include Polaris is because the only reason they include Polaris on this chart is because it's widely known and just happens to sit at the North Pole. It's not generally used.
Yeah, it also happened to sit at the North Pole in 800 AD.
Well,
is there a problem with
general
that?
position for about 1,000 years or so, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you believe in precession of the equinoxes, then it's a problem for you.
It's not exactly overhead, and the North Star changes over time.
Well, apparently it doesn't. If the Vikings
actually, it was during when the Egyptians built the pyramids. We know that, but okay.
Oh, what was it? What was it? Thuban?
Then why is it called? Why is it called the Pole Star then?
Because it's the Pole Star in modern era.
That's the one nearest the pole right now.
And the Vikings used it in 800 AD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how far does this thing move off its north celestial point to make way for another star?
It moves every year, though.
It's not that much. It doesn't seem like it moves at all.
It does, though. Every year they update the charts.
How much? How much?
You can look it up yourself.
So you don't know.
You're
just saying it does, but you literally don't know. I'm not making claims that it does.
Why would you have to know?
How much?
Why would I have to know how much? No, it moves.
That makes no sense.
Well, considering that the Vikings
you don't have to know every little detail to know that it's a fact.
Well, considering the Vikings were using it in 800 AD as the pole star.
So it doesn't move much, is your answer then.
And the Incas used it 5,000 years ago.
No.
Yeah, who cares? Like, who cares? There's nothing to do with taking three sites.
The Incas did not use there was a different star there 5,000 years ago. We know that.
No, it wasn't, because they used Ursa Minor, which is the little cut part of Polaris.
Which again is not Polaris, right?
No, but they should have been looking at Draco and not Ursa Minor for navigation, because they're so far north, they can't really use Polaris, because they'd have to be looking up, almost like their head would have to be all the way up looking up. So for Polaris being so high in the sky, they would use the little tail part of it, the cup part, to get around 5,000 years ago, which is what mainstream science says the pyramids were built. So how come Thuban was the North Star for the Egyptians, but it wasn't for the Incas? I mean, I said Incas. I meant to say Inuits. I apologize.
Meant to say who?
Inuits, not Incas. I was saying Incas. I meant to say
Inuits are much more modern. Incas are ancient.
Inuits have been around for 5,000 years as a culture. They're just as old as the Jews and the Egyptians.
They have a written culture?
I don't know what their language was. The Inuits, I'm sure.
They don't have a written culture.
Inuits don't have a written culture.
As far as I know.
Are you saying that as a fact, or are you just like throwing shit against the wall? Are you being a liar and just saying that? Just assuming that Inuits don't have like a written language?
Well, Inuits have a language.
But they didn't write?
Hold on a second.
I mean, I don't know. They may not have. I don't really see how that's relevant.
Well, because their stories were still passed down. They were nomadic people until very recently. Generally, nomadic people don't have a big written culture behind them.
They've lived in the same region for 5,000 years.
Yeah, it doesn't mean.
And they've always revered Ursa Minor as a gateway to like where lost souls go. They believe children that were murdered and people that were murdered, children that died at birth, they would go up into the Northern Lights. That's kind of like a purgatory.
They always did that.
So how much has Polaris moved in the last 1,000 years?
It moves about 1 degree every 72 years, but
if that's true, then that means the Georgia Guidestones were erected in.
Hold on, man, you got.
I just addressed that.
Yes, Coach, you got interrupted. Vaxie, go ahead, Coach. You were interrupted.
Oh no, but yeah, it just mean precisely what he was just bringing up. I was addressing when he was interrupting me, which is the past 40 years since the Georgia Guidestone had been, when it was put up, Polaris had moved 0.2 of a degree closer to being at the 90 degrees.
Well, if it moves 1 degree every 73 years, 40 is more than halfway to 73, so it should have moved over half of a degree, not 2/10 of a degree.
Yeah.
So how's that even make sense?
You have to understand that so when I say 2/10 of a degree closer to 9 degrees, I'm talking about strictly in that direction, right? But the 1 degree every 72 years is not directly north.
No, but it should be one degree every 73 years off the NCP. Because I believe you guys think Cephagami, I think that's how you say it, Cephagami or something, is supposed to be the next pole star in like 2,400 years. And it's, going to be in closer proximity to the NCP than Polaris is. But also, like I said, the Inuits have written, or, maybe it's not written, but they've mentioned Ursa Minor 5,000 years ago. And you claim the pyramids were built like 4,500 years ago. So why were the supposed Egyptians and supposed Inuits looking at two different North Stars simultaneously? If Thuban was the North Star 5,000 years ago, the Inuits never should have mentioned how Ursa Minor rotates. They should have been looking in the middle of Thuban.
Where are you saying that you saw this, that it was written 5,000 years ago? I missed that.
Yeah, they have a 5,000-year-old culture, which I honestly didn't realize the Inuits were that old either.
Right, but I mean, how do you know that this thing that you're saying is something that they've been saying for 5,000 years?
They've had the same story for like 5,000 years.
Why would that be the case? Who keeps the same
What do you
story?
mean, why would that be the case?
Don't they? I mean, doesn't their story update, change?
Well, the Jews, for one, they kept the same story for 5,000 years. I mean,
no, they didn't.
come on.
At all.
Oh, they got a different. They have different beliefs now than they did when Abraham and shit was alive.
No, but like Isaiah, for example, Jeremiah, these are prophets that were in. So there was scripture that was written before that was added, right? So it wasn't like it was all written at once, and everything that happened after that was not referenced ever.
Yeah, but even by your math of 1 degree every 73 years, it shouldn't have been the North Star when Columbus was sailing.
What? No. Okay, so when it's moving,
if it's 1 degree every 73 years off of NCP, it should be doing a big circle in 1492. It shouldn't be a stationary point like it is now.
That degree, that 1 degree, is not directly north or south. I'm not sure which direction.
But it's off the North Celestial Point. And if it's moving off the North Celestial Point, it's going to start doing a big circle. It's not going to be a pin.
Instance, I told you, the last 40 years, that movement, that direction, has barely moved it. It's only moved it 0.2 of a degree closer to the pole. So the direction is not directly north. See what I'm saying? It could be moving.
Well, 1 degree every 73 years is 1 degree every 73 years.
Yeah, but if it's not in the direction of north, then it can move. It can be moving, like, let's say, diagonally, right? Diagonally, like so northwestern or whatever.
It could be half a degree,
partially west,
half a degree south, and then cross straight over to be half a degree the other south. It could cross the celestial pole. Yeah, well, it could cross the celestial pole, right? Half a degree one side and then go over half a degree the other side. I think that's what Kosher is trying to say.
No, see, the thing is, it's 1 degree off its North Celestial Point. So once it starts moving off its North Celestial Point, it no longer looks stationary. It's going to start making little circles, and it's going to make bigger circles a bit over time. And I mean, if it's 1 degree every 73 years, and you subtract 1 degree every 73 years, and then however long it was from Columbus till now, Columbus shouldn't have really wanted to use it as a North Star because it's not stationary.
It was in that general direction. Moving. Oh, for fuck's sake! This is one of the stupidest.
Oh, shut up, now.
Let me ask you a question.
How was this a stupid argument? I mean,
because it was still in the general direction of north. It wasn't perfectly north, but it was still in that general direction.
So why was it named Polaris if it was not designated to stay in the north? I mean, names have meanings.
Well, yeah, but in the meantime, I think one of those names like Thuban, Thuban means North Star in Arabic or something.
Really?
Actually,
yes.
Actually, if it moves,
can you prove that? Because you seem like you like to just make up bullshit.
Google it yourself.
No, you throw lies out and then tell me to Google what you're saying. No,
Google it yourself. I'm tired of giving you guys information.
Well, you know what, NASA? You know what? You keep on coming in and saying this is the stupidest argument, this, that, and the third. Don't participate. You know, if someone asks you a question, don't come back with the answer. Just Google it yourself all the time.
Well, what do you want me to do? Post it? I mean, you guys are fact adverse.
Hold on. You either want to participate genuinely, or you just want to come in and just throw out just random kind of
all these guys coming out here saying, "Well, this is this. They never. He's not. How much information?
NASA,
how much?
If you don't like it, don't participate.
How much information has he posted? None.
Doesn't matter.
None.
He's not posted shit, and he's saying all sorts of facts. Yet I have to post facts. When he comes out and says all this bullshit and hasn't posted a single fucking fact.
Okay.
Yeah, but everything I've said, I've
double fucking standard. This is a double fucking standard.
Vaxie, Manafort said it in the chat as well too, but right. So on a, you know how I was talking about, it's moving 72 degrees or 1 degree every 72 years,
1 degree
right?
Every
in a given night,
73 years.
Okay, Vaxie, hold on. In a given night, it moves 360 degrees, right? But it gets no closer to the North Pole. You see what I'm saying? So you can move in a direction. You can move in a direction that's not directly north, and the distance that you're moving closer can change by. So in 72 years, it could be moving, less than half a degree or something like that, closer to the North Pole, even though it's moving 1 degree from its original position, because it's not moving directly north.
What's that now? Like 80s? Because it's not dead 90. It's like 80.
Just look at the almanac.
87.4.
Yeah, I have it in the chat. In 2025, it's going to be 89.22.
In 2025, it's going to be 89.22.
Yeah, so it's a little bit less than that now. It's probably like 89.21 something.
I thought it was like 87.
No.
0.4 or something like that.
And it's not 0.2 of a degree. It's moved 0.1 of a degree north in 40 years.
Right. So it's not 1 degree every 73 years then. Because why would it move 1/10 of a degree off its spot if you're claiming it's moving?
Does your girlfriend
73 years?
know you're this stupid? Does your girlfriend know you're this stupid?
Really? That's
seriously.
Danik, you guys are claiming 1 degree every 73 years, and then tell me how it's moved 1/10 of a degree in 40.
Okay, we actually change topic because this topic is actually not relevant to celestial navigation at all.
No, it's just you guys are really having trouble with this one. So I mean, you can change it if you want.
This is the last thing I'll say about this, because you should be able to grasp it at this point. If I live at 30 degrees north, okay, in Texas, I live 30 degrees north. If I travel fucking to Missouri, right? The number of degrees along a great circle or something that I'll travel might be, I don't know, 4 degrees or something, even though my northward, my latitude is only going to change by like 1 degree, because I'm not moving directly northward, but ultimately I'm moving 4 degrees, just not directly northward. You see what I'm saying? My northward distance is 1 degree, but
doesn't seem like that really translate well to Polaris moving 1 degree every 73 years off its NCP. Because I mean, that means from World War II, it's had to have moved 2 degrees.
Why?
Well, World War II was what, 80 years ago? Has it been 80 years? Or pretty right on it, right? 78? How long ago was World War II? 1945? I don't know.
Are you this stupid, really? This is how stupid you are. Can't even do basic addition.
Well, you guys claim that Polaris moves. I didn't make the positive claim that it moves 1 degree every 73 years. You guys did. And then, like, in 40 years, it's only moved 1/10 of a degree. So why are you calling me stupid?
It hasn't only moved that distance. It's moved that distance closer to the North Pole. But Ruhif is right. This doesn't. If he wants to bring it back to celestial navigation, this will go on forever.
Yeah, it's just a pointless conversation.
Yeah, I mean, precession of equinoxes is stupid. It doesn't prove anything. Sure. The fact that it doesn't happen isn't a big deal for the globe. I mean, that's fine.
Osho posted Kosho posted the declination of Polaris moving from 1981 to 2025. All right, it moves.
Oh, so he's predicting the future too.
Well, he did post 2021 as well. Oh, 2012, sorry, 2012.
And 1981 as well.
Very deep.
You're really quiet, Bandy.
I was saying it's very, very interesting. The Inuit people have a very deep culture in cosmology.
Isn't it weird? Because you never even would have thought they were that old. Like dude, I thought Inuits were like maybe 1,000 years or something. Maybe as old as the Vikings. I didn't realize they were 5,000 years old. That blew me away when I saw that.
Well, according to our history, or at least the way that we understand it, or whatever, the land bridge that was there, connected Asia to North America. So it makes sense there's people up there too.
Yeah, there's already Indians here before the land bridge people crossed it.
What? Oh. It doesn't matter.
So they call...
I mean, like the Hopi are super old.
Yeah, the Inuit people call Polaris Natatuia Tuk.
Yeah.
NWTUITTUQ, which means never moves.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
they've
got a deep culture that goes back about for eons.
Yeah, but we have a deep culture, well, not really, but we adapt our understanding all the time. Everybody, nobody keeps like some old understanding and then doesn't adapt it to new. They'd be retarded if they were calling something else the North Star before and then didn't change that as the North Star changed. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're saying that?
Well, if it never moves and it moves, dude. We're gonna say it's never
moved
in
a given night. They're referencing the other stars when they say that. They're saying it never moves in a given night. They're not saying never moves ever in the history of all time.
Ruth, have you ever done celestial? Oh, he's deafened. I was going to ask if he's ever actually done celestial navigation.
Well, that's what he did on Toon's challenge.
But see, the thing is with the Inuits,
he went out.
I didn't say Inca this time. See, the thing is, like when you dig into it, like I said, they never use Polaris itself for navigation because I mean you would have to be looking pretty much at a 90-degree angle. So they would use the little cup part of Ursa Minor, and that just adds more validity to they were actually looking at Polaris. Otherwise, they should have been looking at Draco if Thuban was really the North Star, because that's the same time the pyramids were built, where people claim Thuban was the North Star. So why are people in the same hemisphere looking at the same star but claiming different constellations for the same thing that doesn't move? That doesn't make any sense. It just kind of seems like a lie that wasn't kept straight.
Yeah, but it clearly moves.
No, what do you mean it clearly moves? No, it doesn't.
Did you not see the almanac I posted? From 1981, 2012, 2025. It's moved a 1/10 of a degree northward.
How much? And how much can be chalked up to any kind of error?
Well, it's moving between this year, last year. So I mean, it's consistently moving at the same direction.
Like it makes a little circle in the sky, which kind of looks like an eye. It kind of looks like an eye. The shape
that's not
which kind of makes.
Which, to be fair, you can't really discern that. Like if you're stargazing or using the telescope for like 6 hours in a night, it's not something you're going to actually really see.
Oh no!
I suppose if you time-lapse it.
Polaris? You'll definitely see Polaris make a circle. Of course you can.
No, you won't. Not with your naked eye with a telescope. No,
with your naked eye, you can't. With your naked eye, you can't see shit.
No, you cannot discern that.
With a telescope, you can easily see. You can easily see Polaris move.
Using a telescope isn't the naked eye.
Yeah, but he did say using a telescope as well.
Well, plus, dude, no, because I have my telescope on it constantly.
Yeah, and it moves. Have you never done a time lapse on it?
If you look close enough, you will see that it does move.
Oh, so now you're saying time lapse?
Yeah, time lapse. Like you're not going to
It's hardly
see. You're
even
not going to
visible in a
discern.
time lapse.
Why is time lapse not good?
Why is it invalid? Yeah.
Authentic.
No.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not saying that it doesn't have its own little rotation.
Okay.
But the further
said.
away it gets from an NCP, that rotation is going to get wider and wider and wider.
Say that again?
Like I said, the further away Polaris moves off its NCP 1 degree every 73 years, which is a stupid claim anyway, because it's not demonstratable. That little rotation that it makes, it will get wider and wider and wider. Meaning, like when Columbus was looking at it, it would have looked like a big circle in the sky. You know, it wouldn't look like a stationary star, which is weird that they would give it the name Polaris. Well, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years before him, anyway. I mean, that means like when George Washington was looking at it, it would have a big arcing, it would make a circle. I mean, shit, 1776, 250. So yeah, let's just call it, 300 years ago, right? 1 degree every 73 years. I mean, how many degrees is that for 300 years?
4.
Like 4.5, 4. I mean, if Polaris moves 4 degrees off its NCP, that little tiny pinpoint rotation that you can only capture in time lapse would look huge. Instead of it looking like the size of a dot, it would be like the size of a nickel.
I don't know. I got pretty big nipples.
I didn't say nipple. I said nickel.
Oh, okay. You want to see my nipples anyway?
No, I'm not a fucking satanic homosexual, so I'm good. You can probably show
I'm not satanic. I'm not satanic.
Yes, you are. You may not realize.
That was a good joke. Come on, that was a good joke. I'm not satanic.
He just likes man nipples. That's all.
I want to see Rui's third nipple.
Yeah.
I bet you do.
You've got 3?
Yeah, it's on my forehead. If I shave my head, you'll
cousin's
see
got
it.
one on her neck.
Roof, I think you were deafened when I asked you, but I was asking, have you done celestial navigation, like gone out with a sextant and tried doing it?
No, not a sextant. I've got a theodolite, which is, I would say, better.
So
it's way better.
In fact, bacon.
Did you, Rui?
Did I what?
Did you jump on a canoe and make your way from Sydney to Tasmania?
No, I took some angles in my front driveway and gave them to Bacon, and Bacon got pretty close.
Yeah, I know where Roof lives now.
Yes, yes, he does.
he doxed himself, just giving me some star sites.
Yeah.
No joke, because he told me how much off he was, and I used that to pinpoint his house.
Yeah, I was up by a couple of arc seconds from Stellarium.
Isn't saying doxing yourself kind of a double negative? You can't really dox yourself. Doxing is when someone else releases information about you.
Yeah, but Bacon does
I
indeed
know
about
it. Wanted me to do Celestial Nav, I'd have to go buy that $30 sextant I saw. Like, because I noticed, dude, sextants aren't even that expensive. I was surprised how cheap they were. I mean, granted, if you buy something for well, then again, a sextant's not really a lot to it, is there? I saw a big brass one for like $30.
It's cheap if you're American.
In ancient times, when they were doing celestial navigation based on a planar Earth with a sky field above, don't you think if the Earth was a sphere back then, they would have seen all kinds of inconsistencies and not had a cosmology of a planar stationary Earth if they ran into those?
My understanding of ancient celestial navigation is they basically sailed along latitude lines for a set time, basically.
And would that prove that the Earth's a ball to them?
To them, I don't know.
None of them.
Were they smart enough to figure it out? I don't know.
Well, the most basic way,
they were smart enough to build shit we can't build.
You wouldn't have to deal with any preconceived latitude lines. You would just use stars, circle of equal altitudes, build those out, link them together, the radius, the distance between the GP and the circle of equal altitude. You keep building those out, and you can. I mean, that's how a lot of mapping is done. So I'm just saying,
that way.
Well, that's the basic way of doing it.
But they didn't do it that way.
How do you know that they didn't do it that way? If that's the basic, if that's
my
how
understanding is they didn't. They sailed along
They used to
latitude
chop off a
lines.
chicken's head and call their shaman first.
4 of a kind. Yeah. My understanding was that it was pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean, I've never done celestial nav, but I mean, it doesn't seem complicated.
You're welcome to try. You're welcome to try.
You'll be the first. You'll be the first flat earther to do it if you do it.
Do it.
No flat
Do it,
earthers ever
please.
done celestial nav.
Now that we've seen.
Do it.
I mean,
I've been asking you for 18 months to do
flat
it.
side did it with
the ancient Japanese, the ancient China. They all use celestial nav, but all of a sudden in 2022 now it's not possible without conceiving a globe
three
first.
star sites. Take angles to 3 stars. Tell me where you are. We've been asking for 18 months. 18 months. No one will do it.
What is that?
Speaking of Captain Crunch, I want to go on some Nutri-Grains before. Oh, no, I'm going to have a steak, actually. I'll have a steak shortly.
Well, what you just said, in terms of knowing, quote unquote, where you are, that where you are that you're referring to is already based upon a globe model. Meaning if you say Chicago, Illinois versus Florida, etc., that's based off a preconceived set of coordinates that you're already being given.
So latitude and longitude, I mean? Like I agree, latitude and longitude gives you a unique position on the Earth. But are you saying
it
that
wouldn't work at all if it was a flat Earth? That's the problem.
Yeah. We've been asking you guys for 18 months. Any flat earther, show us how to do celestial navigation without using the fact that the Earth is a globe. No one has done it. No one is even trying. Why is that?
But see, I feel like lots of people have done it in antiquity, but now all of a sudden it's impossible.
Then show us. Take 3 angles to stars. Tell me where you are.
Phoenician. Oh shit! Don't get me! Damn it! Sorry, I'm playing Battlefield. I jumped right in front of a tank and didn't even realize it was an enemy tank. I thought it was my buddy. So I can sit in my underwear on Stellarium and do this, and that's going to count? Or do I have to go buy a sex and shit?
No, you don't have to. This is the sort of catch-22, right? So the flat Earth debate guys go, oh, it's the angles that prove the Earth's flat, right? And, I'm happy to give you some angles from Stellarium, but I'm not going to give you angles from my house, right?
Well, no, I mean, I understand that because that's like soft doctrine. I get that.
Yeah. So you can accept that we're going to give you angles and we can chat about whether an angle requires a flat Earth. It doesn't. But if you're happy to accept some angles, I will happily give them to you.
In other words, he's going to give you the angles of these stars in the sky, and you're going to, hey, you heard me talking. He's going to give you some angles from stars in the sky.
Dude,
you're seriously, it's like every time it's like I get so upset with you because you're always interrupting people. Just stop. So when he gives you these angles for 3 different stars,
hey, Xanax.
Again, this is what I'm talking about. Seriously, he just does it every single time. So he's going to give you three stars, 3 sightings, and 3 angles, and you're going to do what? What's your first step to find out where you are on the Earth, whether it be flat or round? How would you do this if the Earth isn't round? I'm just curious.
I mean, the Phoenicians did it, the Vikings did it, and ancient Chinese did it.
How would you do it? You do it.
How would you do it?
Okay, I gotta go learn how to do it.
Okay, we're here to help.
The way they would do it, right?
We're here to help.
What would be your first step?
My first step, I have to find a star at zenith, right?
I've given you the angles. They're in the chat.
We're giving you the angles.
Check the chat.
We're giving you the angles.
Oh,
angles
shit.
are in the chat.
I'm not doing it right this second.
No, that's fine. We will help you as much as you like.
No, I have Google. I can figure out how to do it on my own.
Okay.
So is the idea of this celestial navigation, is it to navigate, or is it
find out where you are,
or is it just so it's actually not a challenge to navigate? It's just a challenge to pinpoint a location.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, then Well, then it's not a celestial navigation challenge.
It is. You've got to know where you are.
No, it's
That's
not.
the point.
No,
Well, it is.
You're not going from point A to point B using this method. You're not navigating.
Okay, well, where is point A? Where is point A?
Well, once upon a time, they used to use celestial navigation and not even worry about longitude and latitudes at all.
Where is point A?
Or,
Tell me where point A is.
Globe.
So all they used was basically a compass rod.
Okay, so you got to get from point A to point B. Where is point A?
Wherever you start.
Yeah, but where is it?
Here's the problem. Ben saw. Let's say we have an angle. What was the angle? You have one of those points there, Sammy.
Fuck.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. 27 degrees.
Come on, dude, get me.
Well, if you have an angle,
thank you.
You know how far you are away from the GP, and that can't happen on a flat surface. That alone should help you understand what's going on here.
Actually, Vaxi, I have something for you. I'm
not looking
ready?
at my phone at the moment. I'm busy. If you're going to tell it to me, sure, but I'm not reading anything at the moment.
Can I have a second before you start in Ruhiv?
I posted it, so there you go. There's your tutorial, Vaxi. Go penis. Sure. Yeah.
You're right. It isn't Thuban that means pole star in Arabic. It's Kolcheb, which was the pole star about 1,000 years ago. Here, let me post you in the link. I apologize for being incorrect.
So Kolcheb was the pole star 200 years before the Vikings. Yet the Vikings used Polaris.
Ruhiv was trying to share something. He said he's about to go, so
I'll go soon. Yeah, but I've posted a link to my tutorial that I presented during the debate, Vaxi.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to politely decline. As far as learning how to do celestial nav, I feel like I can figure that out in like 10 minutes with YouTube and Google. So I appreciate it, but I'm good.
Well, go ahead. Tell us how far you're away from Regulus.
Probably.
No, let him go and figure it out. Yeah, let him figure it out.
Yeah, I have one. Wait, let's take it in small bites. Tell me how far Regulus is away. What's the GP of Regulus? How far is it away when it's 70 degrees, 48 minutes, 7 seconds?
Of who?
Regulus, the star.
What'd you say?
Regulus, the star.
Oh.
How far away are you to that star?
I know.
GP.
How far away am I then? Like, do you know where I am? Like, do you have to know my exact location?
All I know is how far you are. I know how far away you are to the GP.
Yeah.
How far am I away from the GP?
Just take that value and multiply times 60.
Yeah, you're about 1900.
Sorry, minus 90 to 20. Yeah.
1950 or so, yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah.
Nautical
take the 90 minus that number.
Yeah, this one's more.
Those are your elevation angles.
Orion, I think.
Anyway, let him take it away, and you know he'll come back.
Yeah, come back at your leisure.
He'll do a worked example. Yeah.
The thing about it is that you guys are using a coordinate system that you were given in terms of the Earth being a globe, and then you're relating these angles to that. So what I've said many times,
it works.
You've heard me say this, Ruhiv. The way to verify this one way or the other, if you were to go out and take many, many angles, build circles of equal altitude yourself, and actually build it based on the soil, like the Earth itself, not calling it Chicago or not based on any other coordinate system that you're given, preemptively, but actually go like just, do it raw, meaning take the angles, build the circle of equal altitudes, and start building those out. That will then become apparent whether those circles of equal altitude are on a planar surface or whether they're on a spherical surface, meaning the distances between them and all those factors. That's what you'd have to do to actually nail it down. To just take these angles and use this pre-assumed globe coordinates and then just say, hey, I can find mine, therefore Earth is a globe, is not a complete...
Well, that's why I gave you the little...
Why would we need to redo this all, Gio? It's all been done. It's been done over hundreds of years. Who do you think invented this system?
You're using the assumption of that, and it just isn't a very solid position.
No, you can call your buddy in Chicago, and you're wherever you are, and you find some star, like maybe the handle of the Big Dipper, for example, and see the difference in angle. Measure the altitude angle of that star, that elevation angle. Subtract it from 90, and you can tell how far you are away from that GP. both, and then you can tell how far you are from each other, at least north latitudinally.
To
north to south.
If we rebuilt the whole system, we would end up where we were back. I mean, why would we? I mean, man invented this system. Do you think that it was just like handed to us or something?
Yeah, the aliens gave it to us.
Well, invented recently.
No, I think there was an original understanding of what the Earth is, and then there's this sort of modern day insertion of this globe idea, this new kind of globe idea, and now celestial navigation, the original form of it, has sort of been lost in history or whatever. Now it's just all done through GPS. So what I'm saying is to go back and actually validate it or verify it. It doesn't matter what you think the Earth is, that needs to be done to have it verified. And if you verify it and do it that it's a globe, then great, present that information, and then you'll actually have something, rather than just saying, hey, it's been done, this authority tells me it's so.
So you want us to waste thousands of dollars and thousands of man hours to rebuild a system that already has been working for a few hundred years, and the fact that the Earth has been known to be a globe for at least 2,000 years, we have to throw all that out because you say so?
Yeah, words are cheap. Words are very cheap.
I didn't ask you to do any of that. You're here
in the almanac where it is at any time.
I'm sorry.
You go to the almanac, you can find any time.
Around 2,000 years ago?
Excuse me?
Was 800 AD 2,000 years ago? I said, was 800 AD 2,000 years ago?
Again, what the Vikings did is not celestial navigation as we are speaking of it today. They were using the north, the stars in the north as a north. They also had lodestone or magnetic compasses, but you're not. So what? They didn't know anything about latitude. They could not do a 3-star fix 800 years ago.
They're not playing on your game board. They're not playing on your game board. So what? No. They still were able to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, well, not very precisely.
Not very precisely, yet they dominated the seas from Canada all the way to Russia.
Hey, that's why I'm talking about doing it in reality today. Like, somebody could appeal to ancient peoples, somebody could appeal to government coordinate systems. You can do all of that all day. And if you feel satisfied with one or the other, that's cool. What I'm saying is that to verify it, validate it today, the way to do it in terms of what I described, taking your angles, building your circles of equal altitude, doing it very rigorously and carefully, and then do that over large, as large of a distance as you can, the surface will be revealed in that. So I'm just saying, doing it, and once validate it.
And once we did that, you would have another hoop to jump through.
Problem. The 60 nautical mile problem.
What's that, Chad?
You can't have 60 nautical mile for each degree.
Actually, you do.
You can't even measure.
It works very well. Thank you.
On the water, dude.
60 nautical miles works. 60 nautical miles works very well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it works, and it can't be done on a flat surface. Trigonometry doesn't allow it to happen.
Yeah, Gio. I mean, we can talk about it all day.
Trigonometry doesn't work.
It's an action thing. Like Vaxi, I trust Vaxi 100%. He's going to go away and learn how to do it, and he'll come back and show us how it's done on a flat Earth. 100%.
Yep. We're counting on you, Vaxi.
I just find it odd how you guys just. Because I guess it is kind of just appealing to other cultures, which is just as bad as what you're doing. I get that, but to say that it's impossible to do it unless you're got a globe in your mind is wrong.
For fuck's sake,
there's been
what part of using the North
and never even considered
what part of using the North Star? Hold on a second. Will you please let me talk for just a moment? How come I get yelled at for interrupting, but other people don't? I mean, is this a double standard?
That's why he was muted. Do I need to mute you now, or are you going to move on?
I don't know. I don't have you muted. In the meantime, though, I mean, using the North Star, using a North Star in the north as a north is much different than calculating your position down to a few kilometers based on an almanac and a sextant. This is a leap in technology that the Vikings did not have. The Vikings sailed across and using shorelines and rarely sailed out into the deep anyway.
Okay, well, that's just about what the ancients were. I mean, that doesn't really bring anything of value.
What?
Like if we were in a court right now, right? And you had, I
don't care about a court.
It was all about proof, like absolute proof, like certifiable proof.
Courts are not about absolute proof, Gio.
And I'm saying if it was, and we're in a court type situation, and you're trying to get to the actual fact of something, then both sides could present their information. If you're presenting a pre-given set of coordinates from the WGS 84 and how the sky maps onto that, that's not definitive. If someone else is going to say,
it will be in court, Geo.
If someone else said these ancient people did whatever, that's also not definitive. So what I'm saying is that to have it be definitive, it would need to be carried out in some fashion today in a way that would verify it. And I haven't seen anyone do that.
Yeah. What, you don't think that people could take in...
Courts will rule in favor of the globe 100% of the time.
You don't think...
Except the standard in court.
Except in the Zen Garcia case, except in the Zen Garcia case where they went against the flat earth.
You don't think that taking...
being an idiot.
You don't think that taking sextant sightings from given positions and verifying those positions is verification?
No.
You want to rebuild the entire system that's been built up.
It's not verification of the shape of the Earth. It's verification that
the sky is.
Hang on.
It is actually. The only way.
That's only verification that the sky matches to that position at those angles. That doesn't mean that the circle of equal altitude and all of the distances, if they're actually mapped out, would be correct.
Geo, you're
Geo, if you had the North Star, in sight and you went 1 degree, you just traveled north until you saw a 1 degree change, you would have gone 60 nautical miles. You did another degree change, another 60 miles. You do another 60 miles, you see another degree change. No matter how you did it, you'd always see a 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship. That means the Earth is round, Geo. There's no other way around it. Just that alone. Forget about celestial navigation.
Coming in parallel, and that the stars are light years and light years away as well with that too.
No, all you need to do is assume that they come in parallel, which can also be proven by other means.
Okay, so light comes in parallel from outer space could be proved, really?
Yes.
What, sun rays?
Yeah, sun rays can be proven to be parallel.
The problem is this 3,000 or 4,000 mile distance that we're talking about would be how high the star would be in above the GP, and that we can also prove is not the case. Stars are not 3,000, 4,000 miles high.
Vaxi, do you want proof of parallel light?
Do you have proof of parallel light?
Yeah.
Well, I've got a flat earther attesting to it.
Very parallel,
right? So
you can demonstrate that yourself. It's not difficult.
Flat earthers accept that flat earthers accept that if you're in a plane with a sextant, you will measure the same angle to the star as you would from the ground. Therefore, parallel light.
Correct.
What are you talking about?
Using a sextant in a plane. Yeah, using a sextant from a plane from 40,000 feet.
Okay.
Right. Flat earthers accept that you will get the same angle to a star as you would from the ground. Therefore, the light is parallel.
Why would that make the light parallel?
It's fucking seriously 5th grade geometry, Baxi. Work it out.
I know. Come on, Baxi.
Do you want me to post
how would that make the light come in parallel?
Because if it wasn't parallel, then that 30,000, 40,000 feet would affect the angle. It doesn't.
Yes. I'll post 2 versions of it. Hold on. There's one, and there's the other.
Yeah, but that's still also assuming light years worth of distance and light minutes worth of distance from the sun as well.
Don't have to assume shit. You just have to observe it.
Yeah, so flat earthers accept that if you're at 40,000 feet using a bubble sextant, you'll measure the same angle as you would if you're on the ground.
And that means that all light comes in parallel.
Correct.
And they're not local and they're really far away then.
That's correct.
So again, we have to. So you're still assuming that everything's light years and light years away.
Nope. No, we just demonstrated it.
Yeah, flat Earth debate.
We don't care how far away it is. All we care about is it comes in parallel, and he's just showed you 2 ways to demonstrate it.
Go and ask 10th man if you need to make if you need to make any sort of correction with a bubble sextant if you're at 40,000 feet compared to being on the ground. He will say no.
Okay, and I still don't get where that proves that they're trillions of light years away.
It doesn't. It proves the light rays come in parallel. That's all we care about. We don't care how far away the stars is for celestial navigation. Totally different subject. Please don't conflate the two.
We're not seeing light rays off the star.
In fact, do you know the only celestial object that you make any sort of correction because it's close? Guess what it is?
Oh, I know.
The sun?
Wait, say that again. What did you say?
You have to make a correction. Well, technically there are 3, but we'll say 1. What celestial object do you think you would need to make a correction for because it is close?
What type of correction?
Declination.
An angle correction, like an elevation angle correction.
Talking declination, Rui.
Elevation. Yeah.
I'm gonna say the moon.
Yay!
I don't know.
That's a correct answer. Ding, 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 ding.
First, you don't have to talk to me condescending like that.
No, you're right. We would love for you to go away and show us how it's done on a flat Earth. Seriously.
Yeah, the thing is, the way that we know, or that we can determine that either our process or technique or a model is true, quote unquote true in the colloquial sense, is by its practical results when we use it. So like when we use it, if it works, then it's right. And that's what happens with GPS. That's what happens.
And other people had a different model and they used it and it worked for them as well. So
no,
I mean, you kind of say the same thing about that too.
You can't have high precision positioning the way we do today unless.
Listen, and again, and I fully understand. I'm pretty much doing the same thing you guys are doing. So I mean, I'm not really liking to do this, but I mean, other people have been claiming to do it with no thought of a globe whatsoever.
Show us.
No, nobody does celestial nobody does modern celestial navigation on a flat Earth. The fact that the Vikings used the star, used the North Star for north, is a totally different point. For fuck's sake, how many times do you have to say this?
Didn't
Flatsway do it?
Can I finish my point here?
Flatsway attempted it. Actually, Brian.
Yeah, go ahead, Soundly. Yeah, he got interrupted. Go ahead.
So you can't. Nobody can take a flat model, take off from Australia, fly through heavy cloud cover all the way to Hawaii, and come down within 2 inches of the runway through the cloud cover using a flat model. It won't happen. You have to have a globe model to do that.
Are there flights from Australia to Hawaii?
Yes.
Any?
Yes, there are.
Qantas flies around daily.
Well, there's definitely a system in place, Only, but I mean, have you verified that indeed that system correlates with a physical globe?
Yes, the fact that it works.
Well, the models that they use are actually physical globes on those planes. Yes.
I'm just saying, like, to make that a claim like that long of a distance, there's definitely a system in place. I'm not doubting that, but systems can be spoofed and coordinate systems can be altered to fit on different geometries. So I'm just saying, like, I know that I hear the idea that you trust that system and it works, and I see how that could feel like a strong thing. But I'm just saying, like, in your mind, is that actually definitive that that's 100% what it is, just based on that?
Yeah, I think it's definitive because the people that build those models are like open source geeks. You know, like these are open source models that you can download off the internet. Like these are open source. These are open source maps essentially that you can download off the internet and build your own software around, and it works.
Gio, do you have any inkling of doubt at this point? I mean, after all we've talked about, do you ever start like a little bit of crack starts happening in the armor? A little kink, maybe.
No, you guys completely hand wave Polaris being the North Star and 800
I was talking to George.
So,
Gio.
I mean,
hey, you got
you guys literally sticking your fingers in your ears.
You got that.
I was talking to Gio. After all this we've talked about, is there ever like a point where you go, you know what? It's a good point. I don't think this would work on a flat surface. Because it doesn't. We know it doesn't. But we're looking at it with a few more detailed points than you guys are.
Well, we think about that all the time with you. There's not a single. I mean, we've been asking for how the radius was found to be correct for years now.
Easy.
Yeah.
I've told you at least two different ways. There are at least two different ways.
Altitude gives me 35. Gives me the 25,000 miles circumference. I can easily find the radius with the circumference, as you know. So there you go.
There's at least two ways. There's at least two ways you can do it at home for very cheap. And I've told you this, and you know them, but you refuse to do it. So stop saying
which
there's
is
no.
What?
The Eratosthenes method and the Alberuni method, both of which.
Alberuni, I'm dirty on Alberuni, by the way.
Alberuni can be done from an air. If next time you're on an airplane, look outside and use your cell phone because your cell phone's got a pretty good level in it, and determine the dip to the horizon and do the math from that one.
I'm going to call Alberuni a fraud. I'm putting it out there.
So now we're claiming geometric Earth curve that blocks things bottom up again. So back to Bill 9 boats going over the horizon.
There's a chink in
okay, dude.
Because now he's calling
Don't say
Alberoni
chink, racist.
Yeah, I'm putting it out there. Alberoni's a fraud, and I'm not the only person to think so. Historically, he's been called a fraud.
Well, I mean, what
part of the complication of this whole?
I mean, he was pretty renowned. Like, other than the whole getting the radius of the Earth, why else would he be a fraud?
No, but he got the radius of the Earth too perfectly, right? His measurements matched too perfectly, and he didn't know about refraction.
Right, it's too crude, and he didn't have the errors built in.
Yeah, I've read enough to call him a fraud. Like Yeah.
His method lives, and his method can be used accurately. I mean, maybe
with refraction, though. Yes, with refraction.
It gives you the optical.
So we were just in a span of like 2 minutes, we were told to use Alberoni, and then claiming that you can see Earth from an airplane.
Well, well, he got the right concepts down, but his results were suspect. That's why we just look at things like I showed the picture of here. We have Mount Rainier and Mount St. Helens, and the fact that this twice as tall mountain is twice as far away and is below the level with your eye of those two mountains says that that surface has to be round. It can't. The snow line for the further taller mountain is below the snow line of the closer, shorter mountain. That can't happen on a flat surface.
My favorite one's in the chat now. Can't agree.
Ruhin, you're from Australia, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of practical experiments.
Geo, there's a problem with that one too. Do you know what the problem is in that one?
Is
for the time of GPS, like the Great Trigonometrical Survey in India, for example, where they took all sorts of things into account, like actually the gravitational pull of mountains and the curvature of the Earth. I mean, there's all sorts of things they took into account. That's back in the 1800s, way before GPS.
Geo, do you see the problem with your picture?
That survey,
Geo, do you see the problem with your picture?
They use.
There's no way you posted that, Geo. Come on.
Geo, do you see the problem with that picture?
You guys were all interrupting Bandsaw. Bandsaw was.
No, Geo, you post a picture. I'm here to talk about it.
Oh, we can do it second. You interrupted Bandsaw. Go ahead, Bandsaw.
Yeah,
you're quiet, Andy.
Oh, am I? Is that better?
That's better, yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
that survey that you just mentioned, the one of India, it's actually an interesting read because, they did survey it, but they also too used a technique that they called the gridiron method, which was they kind of just guesstimated a lot of areas as well. So a lot of areas, which were a lot of areas that they couldn't physically get to, they just guesstimated. So it's not really thorough.
Okay, Gio, do you want to talk about that picture real quick?
Yeah, I would love to. How in your diagram where you made the angle and stuff? What math did you use to account for the distance or the perspective?
In what? Which one? The mountains?
Yeah.
Or the Geo picture?
And the mountains.
Yeah, all we're doing is looking at them. With respect to you, if there is a twice as tall mountain that's below the shorter, closer mountain, and they all have factors of 2, which makes it really easy.
I know. I heard you the first time.
Okay, we cannot. It's impossible. It's impossible to have the taller mountain, the 14,000 foot mountain, be lower in your field of view, no matter where you are, than the Mount St. Helens mountain, which is half the height.
I know.
So you're going to talk over me the whole time. Okay, good. I'm glad I got that word out before you talked over me, which I did. Thanks.
3 times now. You've already said the claim. I heard you the first time. My question specifically was, what math do you use to take perspective into account for your drawing?
Right. Perspective just makes things smaller with distance proportionally.
If you had a theodolite,
how did you take that into account in your
that's why I have the drawing on at the bottom of it.
Yeah. Where is perspective accounted for?
If you had a theodolite,
the bottom drawing. That shows perspective.
In that drawing, where does it show perspective?
That's how you do it.
Shows where you're looking. Oh my God,
Fuzzy. If I gave you a theodolite, right, calculate for me the angle at which you should measure those 2 points.
You're talking about. You drew with the angle of one degree angle? What was that? That picture.
If I had a theodolite set up at this location, right, and I pointed the theodolite.
I'm asking him a question. I don't know why you're talking. Okay,
And I gave you.
How would you suggest?
The answer.
How would you suggest they take perspective into account? What do you think they should do?
We've done that. We've got the height of the observer. We have the height of the first mountain, 50 miles away. Can I finish? And we got height of the second mountain, also 50 more miles away. And that allows you to have a straight line from the observer to the further taller mountain. It should be right in line. That takes in perspective, takes everything into account. Yet we don't see that in reality. The reality is the Earth has to be curved for this to happen, or Mount Rainier is just shrunk into a hole.
How did you take perspective into account? Because
how would you suggest?
I feel like I'm talking to a wall.
The mountain goes further away from the further mountain goes away from you, the smaller that is going to be in your view, correct?
Yes, the mountain. Yes, the twice as tall mountain, twice as big mountain is half the size angularly in your field of view. But that doesn't account for the position of it. The position of it changed. Now, if you want the angles, I could calculate the. Hold on, Fuzzy, you're being incorrigible. Stop it. You can have these mountains. We have heights. We have distances. It'd be very easy. Oh, there actually. Oh, sorry. There is an angle there. 1.09 degrees. So we have the angle there.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking how does you take perspective into account?
It's the fucking diagram at the bottom, Fuzzy.
No, but the diagram doesn't say how much does Mount the further one is Mount Rainier? How much does that shrink?
Jesus, that diagram shows you the situation. That is the geometry on the bottom half of the diagram.
You're drawing it not proportional to what the picture shows.
It is.
Oh my god!
No, seriously, Fuzzy, show us how it's done. Show us how it's done, Fuzzy. Do it.
He's
asked. Show us how to take perspective into account.
The mountain in the back of the diagram, which is not how orthographic views work.
No, Fuzzy's got to do it properly. Show us how it's done, Fuzzy. We're telling you this is how it's done. You show us how it should be done. Okay.
Well, I'm asking how you got it done because
if we're at 30, if we're at 327 meters.
If I was standing right next to Mount Rainier, it would not be as big in the picture, correct? It'd still be the same height, right?
Right.
No.
No, it'd be the same actual height. Same.
The diagram shows it perfectly. Your angular size of you being 6 foot tall.
If I was standing right next to Mount Rainier, in my angle of view, it would take up a much bigger. Right?
If you
just show us how it's done, Fuzzy, please. We've shown you this is correct. We're telling you this is correct. Correct us. Show us how it's done. Stop fucking around.
I mean, I'm not. Where are you taking perspective into account in your orthographic?
Oh my god!
This is how it's done. Okay, this is how it's done. Right? You start at point X.
That's how you're taking perspective.
How about I post?
Yes. If that mountain was the same height as Mount St. Helens, that would be taking perspective into account. Why? Because it's twice as far away, and it would line up directly, well, maybe a little higher than the top of Mount St. Helens. But yet we don't see that. So even with perspective taken into account, we see Mount Rainier well below the snow line of Mount St. Helens, and it's a 1.09 degree angle based on the 327 meter height of the observer and the 6,400 foot height of Mount St. Helens and the 14,000 foot height of Mount Rainier. This is how perspective is done. This is how you understand.
And there's no compression taken into account either?
No. It's a cold day. There's snow on the mountains.
Can anybody hear me?
Click on the link in the chat.
Is anybody able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can now, Doofus. Yes.
Danik, you're getting the diagram a little bit wrong here. That green text that's on the top, that's pointing to the, quote, side peak. Okay? That little portion that juts out that is physically closer to the camera than the distant Mount Rainier. What the bottom diagram is showing is that the red text should be pointing to something that is physically taller than the thing the green text is pointing to, which is not the top of Mount St. Helens. It's the, quote, side peak.
Well, it's very close. It's not really, that's kind of a side point. Going to be really accurate. I guess you could look at it that way.
Click on the GeoGebra link in the chat for Blackpool Swan.
In no way, shape, or form should Mount St. Helens be taller above the snow line of Mount Rainier, based on roughly twice as far away.
Fuzzy, have you clicked on the link? Click on the link in the chat.
A minute ago, Zanik, you said that the height. So if you were to draw your same diagram underneath So say you're standing right next to, let's draw an orthographic view only, and you're right next to Mount Rainier, right? And you would, that angle would change, right? It wouldn't be 1.0, whatever it was.
If you were down at the bottom of the base of that 327 meter height on the mountain, say you found 327 on the bottom of Mount Rainier, and you stood there, not only would you be hidden by the mountains and mountain ranges in front of you, you would be an angular size of whatever that 200 miles or 100 miles would be.
Next to Mount Rainier, you're next to Mount Rainier.
Yeah, 6 foot tall. I could give you your angular size for someone 6 feet, 100 miles away.
Yeah,
what's your point?
Zach, I've got a GeoGebra
100
link.
miles away. Why do you keep saying 100 miles away?
Because that's how far Mount Rainier is.
No,
yeah, let's model it right now.
Okay, no, we're standing next to. No, we're changing the perspective slightly. We're moving slightly a lot. We're moving closer to Mount Rainier. We're standing right in front of it, so it's filling up our entire view. Right? It's huge.
Okay, so you're closer than Mount St. Helens to Mount Rainier.
Yeah.
Fuzzy, okay. I've got a GeoGebra link in the chat. Let's actually do it live.
Yeah, why don't you go through the exercise? Right, it sounds like you need to be.
How about I finish poker? Let's finish poker.
So Mount Rainier is huge, right? And so the further I get away from it, the smaller it gets, right?
Yes.
But see,
and everything above your eye line would go down, and everything below your eye line would come up. That's perspective.
But see, in your orthographic view, in your orthographic view, you don't draw Mount Rainier to be smaller. You keep it the same.
It's not drawn smaller. It's actually drawn higher. It's taller. Mount Rainier is taller, and it shows it on the orthographic view. It can't be on a triangle. It can't be on a flat surface. It can't.
Let's go to GeoGebra.
Because the snow line is below the snow line of Mount St. Helens. It can't happen that way. Not possible.
But okay.
Let's do it in GeoGebra. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Just go through the cycles.
Yeah. Right. Can you see my screen, Fuzzy?
So how come things that move towards us can sometimes go below the horizon? It seems weird based on your explanation of perspective there.
So may I ask you guys a question, Ruhef and Zanuck?
No.
For fuck's sake. When you're looking at trigonometry and you're using straight lines on paper, is those ratios 100% the same as perspective if we're going to, let's say, understand how the convergence of light happens based on the size of objects? And we can
my answer to your original question.
Let me finish. I'm almost done.
Right.
So, does lines on the paper, when we use trigonometry lines on a paper, equate 100% to the way angles of light hit our eye? In other words, angular resolution and the Rayleigh criterion, does it work out to be the exact same as trigonometry on paper, or is there a difference between two of them? And can we apply a significant a calculation that implies we understand the difference between trigonometry calculations on paper and how we perceive things with optics?
Okay. Well, let's go to Geo.
Hang on. He did ask me the question, right? Your original question was, can I ask you a question? And the answer to that is no.
Did he just say something that made sense? Can you translate that into something that makes sense?
I tuned out till
it doesn't make any sense. That's why I was going to use Geo's picture real quick. So, real fast. Real fast.
No, they just had real the shit out of
So Geo has. I started out with Geo's picture. The shit shrinks picture. This addresses right to hand as well. You know what, Geo? You know why that picture is so wrong? Geo, do you know why that picture is so wrong? It's so wrong because in order to have that 6 foot guy in the distance there, and you're looking at a red line, you would have to be the observer would have to be 6 feet. Does that make sense? So suddenly these little objects, which are dolls and toys, would be well below your eye level, and then everything would line up. In fact, that red line would be at the base of the mountain, 6 feet from the base of the mountain, if it was a flat surface. But in actuality, even at the Bonneville Soft Flats, there'll be a little bit of a dip, especially 15, 20 miles away.
All right, Fuzzy, are we going to do this in GeoGebra with the Rainier and St. Helens?
Wait, yeah, so wait, Zanuck, so in your orthographic diagram, if I were to be, if you were to draw, pretend I'm standing right next to Mount Rainier. Okay, you would draw Mount Rainier at the same exact height as it is on your diagram right there, and then if you pull me back in, where you have the example in diagrammed right now, you still have Mount Rainier at the same height, correct? That value or that height, it doesn't change on your orthographic view at all, correct?
I have no idea what you're actually saying.
It's best explained visually. Let's do it.
So you've drawn it.
Why don't you go with Ruhif?
Hold on.
Why don't you go with Ruhif?
I'm not.
Why don't you go through Ruhif? It'll all make sense.
I'm obviously not. I'm asking this question right now. Okay. So you've drawn it the way you have, right? You've drawn Mount Rainier the height that it is, correct? I get it. It's fine.
Where would you be on the? Now, if you're standing at the base of,
hold on. If you were to now all of a sudden teleport me right next to Mount Rainier at the visitor center at the base of the mountain, and draw an orthographic view, the height is going to be the same exact height as the one that you have drawn from me, from the one you have there already.
Angular or actual?
Oh my God.
The way you draw it in an orthographic view, it's going to stay the exact same height, correct?
Right. Yes.
No, you're 6 foot standing on that baseline.
In both,
you would have a 6 foot object on that baseline. No matter what, can I get a word? You've asked me the question 15 times. I still don't know what you really mean. But let me just say this: if you were a 6 foot object and you're on that flat baseline, which starts at a 327 meter height and we're assuming it's a flat straight line. If it's a flat straight surface, then that 6 foot object could be anywhere on that line. It would be a 6 foot object, and the angular size of it would be very small with respect to the original observer in Portland.
Right.
Because this is looking at things from Portland.
Right. So orthographic views don't take perspective into account.
Of course they do.
Please watch my screen, Fuzzy. Let's do it.
Just watch the screen.
This is what gives you perspective, Fuzzy. That's where perspective comes from.
I know, but it doesn't from orthographic views, because orthographic views is dealing with the actual height of something.
Dude, you're just making yourself sound stupid. Just stop talking and watch the video.
You're right, Fuzzy.
Real quick,
you're
correct.
And then
I'll
Fuzzy, you're correct, because they don't take in angular resolution, and they don't take in the really criterion, they don't take in reality.
I've already responded.
The criterion only discerns between two objects. Come on.
The ad hoc explanation.
I think I am a mod, right? I think I am.
The ad hoc explanation.
Okay. Really quick. It's a really quick question.
Response at 32 past the hour.
Right. If the orthographic view takes angular, the actual size of something always into account, correct? Not perspective, is what you guys just said, right?
Fuzzy, we can do this visually, hopefully. It will be much easier explained to you visually.
So let him finish, dude. Stop interrupting him.
But it's okay, because I said it before, right? So you guys just said if the angle or the size of Mount Rainier in your diagram of an orthographic view, doesn't matter what 6 foot person, doesn't matter where you put that person along anywhere in that orthographic view, the size of Mount Rainier is going to stay the same, correct? Yes or no?
Right. And I will show you how perspective works with orthographic views.
Okay.
We get perspective from orthographic views. We get an angular size from orthographic views.
No, you don't have a 90 degree. They don't have a 90 degree angle.
God damn you!
They don't have a 90 degree angle, right? So they have a curved surface. They're trying to get a ratio from.
FED, yes.
See, they have. If they're going to calculate any kind of
data, seriously.
If they're going to calculate any kind of angular resolution, they have to have a ratio of at least a 90 degree base, and you can't have that. You can't deduce that from a curved surface. So they have to. And see, these guys, what they do is they don't even admit. But in class, they just use
it from a curved surface.
In class, they just use a right angle triangle, right? But these guys will actually be so. These guys will be so arrogant that they'll show you a curved surface and tell you they can get a 90 degrees from it. It's just that terrible, right? It's really bad for you guys.
Thanks for changing the subject.
So right.
Yeah.
So I guess.
All right. So Ruif, what was your response then? Fuzzy, do you feel like you completed your point? Ruif, you were going to respond to it?
Yeah. Well, I guess I don't know if it's been. So you guys said that the absolute or the actual height in an orthographic view doesn't change.
Correct.
But based on but reality, the size of something appears to change no matter where you are differently, whatever the sky is doing, whatever the weather and all that.
We're just talking about perspective, right? Don't worry about refraction now. Just perspective, okay?
But an orthographic view doesn't take that into account because the size of
Fuzzy, if you watch my fucking screen, you will see it, okay?
I'm about to. So it's
Why are
going
you
to
trying not to
fact.
understand it, Fuzzy?
I'm trying to get specific, right? If the size of Mount Rainier, if the actual size of Mount Rainier does not ever change in an orthographic view, yet in reality it always does, depending on wherever we are due to perspective. That's what we're talking about. So please, this video, what are we watching? Where do I see it?
It's GeoGebra. I'll post a link again.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand
before you.
Oh,
I think you know what he meant. Hey, I think you know what he meant.
Fuzzy,
So if you're closer to Mount Rainier, the angular size would be
before you
larger.
continue on, you need to ask them, Fuzzy, before you continue on, you need to ask them what causes the ground to appear to rise up in their model. They have to make an assumption.
I think if Flat Earth Data is going to talk, I'm not going to do this.
Yeah, these are hold on, those are a different topic. Ruhif, were you going to?
No, it's about his model, right? So it's about Ruhif's
I've got
model.
data turned down a fair bit.
So Ruhif's model has to make an assumption, and he has to make an assumption of what the surface of the Earth is doing, right?
I'll go and have some lunch. Bacon.
Right.
Do you want
the surface of his Earth? So his surface of Earth is begging the question. His model is false already. He has to prove the surface of the Earth is doing that first before he can show you a model doing it.
Oh, we've already proved it. So.
All right, Ruhif, go ahead.
Is Fuzzy watching my thing?
Yeah, we've all been waiting.
Get on that live stream.
Yes, all right.
Been waiting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuzzy, get on that live stream.
Anyone who wants to watch, join Ruhif's stream to look at his stream.
Fuzzy's here. Fuzzy's here.
Okay.
All right, you got the floor, Ruhif. If anyone interrupts you, I'll temporarily mute.
Thank you. All right. So what I've done here, Fuzzy, is I've put an observer. So you know XY coordinates. I've put him x equals 0, and I've given him an observer height of 7 meters. This is the Blackpool swan photo from Ranty, right? Then I've put the distance 19.64 kilometers away, and Blackpool Tower is 160 meters high. Okay? Then I have drawn lines from the observer. One line goes to the top of the tower, one line goes to the bottom of the tower. Then I measure the angle between those two lines, and that is the angular size of the tower. That is perspective. Okay, if I move the observer closer, you will see that the angular size will change. Whoops. As I move him closer, it gets bigger. Okay, this is an orthographic diagram. It gives you perspective. Look, I'm getting closer to it, and the angular size of Blackpool Tower is getting bigger. Very simple. I'm getting super close to it now, and it's getting really big. But I have not changed the actual size of Blackpool Tower. Does that make sense? Yes?
Yeah, is there a second part to it? I mean, I think that's pretty sort of obvious that, I mean, if you're right in front of a mountain, it's huge. If you're far away, it's small. So, yeah, so was there a second part?
I'm not changing the actual size of the tower. Its angular size is a function of how its actual size and your distance.
Right.
Yeah. So he's wanting to know, he's wanting to say that this is an orthographic diagram. I'm showing you how perspective matches that. We get perspective from an orthographic diagram.
Right, but with that angular size though, Rui, like the further away that you are, so if you go all the way back, right, all the way back to the very, very start, your viewing distance between yourself and Blackpool Tower, you are looking through a thicker medium for a longer period of distance as well. So what you are looking at is going to be affected more through that that denser layer of stuff that you're looking through.
Yeah, I haven't put refraction in this. No, right.
No. But what I'm saying is, what you are looking through is going to be affected more. Now, the closer you get to it, obviously, the less of it that you're looking through. Okay. So all these things come into consideration as well when you're viewing things. There are many different things that come into it. It's just not pure basic mathematics at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, a lot of it is. A lot of it is. Like we can model refraction as well.
No. All it is a model, right?
Yeah.
And your model of refraction and all that sort of stuff that you do really hasn't been tested at all.
Yeah, it has.
Oh no, no. You have yet to demonstrate how light behaves, right, in a spherical or curved density gradient at all. I've never seen. I've never seen it. You do it in sugar water and all this sort of stuff because you are presuming that this is how light works. It travels in rays and all that sort of stuff. Blah blah blah, and it gets bent down and stuff. But it hasn't been done through a curved or spherical density gradients or multiple.
When you say it hasn't been done, are you saying it hasn't been modeled, or actual observations haven't matched modeling?
Demonstrated scientifically.
Can we go back for a second? I just want to know if Fuzzy understood why even though the size of things is not changing in the perspective, the orthographic view, that's how you get perspective. Do you understand that, Fuzzy? I really wanted to know if you got that.
The angular size of something is perspective, yes. Do you get it, Fuzzy?
Yeah, and I think I got it also that he was picturing if you got real close and he looked at the angular size. I hear myself talking. He got really close to that Mount Rainier, and yes, it would take up the entire field. Because I remember him saying that. And yes, the angular size would be huge in your field of view because you're closer. That is perspective to find.
Yep.
But see, I guess I don't understand why you didn't draw the side view to match what we're actually seeing in reality. Because
sorry, this Blackpool Swan. Do you want me to model Rainier and St. Helens?
Well, so
actually, that'd be cool if you did that.
Yeah, who can give me all the measurements and stuff?
And then show how the curve of the Earth fits it, and it doesn't, because you have a straight line there. You have kind of a
I keep
line.
Yeah, there's no refraction.
Talked about why you don't have it on a curve, but whatever.
Yeah, this is modeling for a flat Earth that shows it doesn't work, right? This is the Blackpool Swan photo where the mountain in the background should appear higher, right? If I draw that line between, where is it, that one? Hang on. There we go. So that line there is a line from the observer to the top of the mountain, and that line of sight goes over the tower, modeling this on a flat Earth. But in reality, the line of sight hits, somewhere 2/3 of the way up the tower. That's what this is demonstrating, and I'll do the same for Rainier and St. Helens if you like. So someone want to give me all
call out the distances?
Yeah, so observer height.
Oops. 327 meters.
327. Distance to the closer thing in meters.
86,904 meters.
Yep, and the height of the close thing?
1,655 meters.
5, yep. All right, so the background, how far is it?
The total distance would be, so I have to subtract it, I guess, it's 167,371. That's the total distance to the background mountain.
100 miles. And the height of the background?
4,064 meters.
4064.
4064, yes.
Cool. All right. So let's have a look where it is. So the line to the top of, what's the background one? To the back of
Mount Rainier.
Rainier, yep, should be way over the whatever the thing is in the front, in the foreground. That's the line to the top. St. Helens, yeah.
Well, the side peak of Mount St. Helens. The reason I use the side peak is it's close enough to where there might be a back peak that could actually be higher, but you can't see it because we're so close to it.
Yeah. mean, we could even probably put St. Helens in there. It'd be pretty close, wouldn't it? Like the top of St. Helens would be close. Maybe.
It's pretty close to that same number.
Yeah. Anyway, so the line of sight to Mount Rainier in the background should go way over the top of whatever that side peak is. It doesn't. It's at the same height. The end.
It's actually below.
You put those numbers in, but where? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The snow line, the peak of Mount Rainier is below the snow line of Mount St. Helens. That should tell you something, especially since we're working in numbers that are about twice, factors of 2 with each other, which makes it convenient for this observation and comparison.
Yeah. Zanuck, not to challenge your authority on any of these numbers, but maybe somebody from the Flat Earth side could give Ruhif the numbers to put in, because otherwise it's just like Glovers talking to Glovers.
No, we're just trying to show you how the orthographic view works and how it takes into account perspective very easily. You have right to hand talking about angular resolution, which we all understand, or the Rayleigh criterion, which he doesn't understand, and just convolutes and obfuscates the point here. The point is that we can't have something that is twice as high, twice as far away, be lower in your field of view. Doesn't work on a flat surface.
That's fine. I'm just saying maybe a flat Earth person could offer up some numbers for Ruhif to punch in.
So here's what I'll offer up to you.
Where a photo was taken. That's what.
Yeah, here's what I'll offer up to you: is anybody hop in an airplane, anybody hop in an aircraft, and just fly over that distance in a circle. You'll fly a horizontal path, noticing there's no dip, no elevation drop between the distance. These guys are trying to measure optics and hijack perspective with a program that you can't fall. It's unfalsifiable bullshit.
Okay, Nathan.
You're entering in. That's your argument.
It's quite nice
entering
having
numbers, entering arbitrary numbers because they're just guesses. I'm going to present a video. Here's my proof. I'm going to present a video in the chat that's going to show you and teach you how optics, when you use a camera, especially in this case for the Blackpool image, it's with a 300 millimeter. Whatever, fuck Panasonic, I don't give a fuck, or Nikon. And the point of the matter is when you use telephoto zoom lenses, the pixel ratio changes over the distance. In other words, any objects that in the distance in the frame, well, first of all, will exasperate any kind of optical illusion due to weather conditions. Number one. Number two, when you go to measure the height of something in camera optics, due to the fact that there is barrel distortion and effective optics that are actually exaggerated the farther you zoom in, the size that you pretend to measure in the pixelation are actually wrong in reality. So if you're trying to use optics and a camera that's zoomed in and measure something, you're not going to get real numbers. And I'm going to present a video to back my claim to give anybody a practical demonstration to show you that if you're trying to measure the object height of something, its linear size.
Are you just going to gish gallop, or are you going to let other people talk?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you that the linear size of objects, that are captured in a telephoto zoom lens, you're trying to measure the pixel ratio to something else in the foreground to it.
Simply false.
You have foreshortening effects in camera telephoto zoom lenses. You have optical effects that do not give accurate sizes. Now I'm going to present a video. I'm going to present a video.
Of course.
I'm going to present a video that shows you the mathematics and shows you that even if you took a DVD,
prove that the barrel distortion.
Let me finish, man. Let me finish, man.
People respond to him.
No. All right, hold on. I'm going to step in. I'm going to mute Data because that was a bit of a run-on, even though you made so go ahead, Soundly, and then you can respond, Data.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is take the camera you want to use, zoom in on a grid, and prove that the barrel distortion is completely negligible, which is the case for the P900, the P1000. I mean, there's barely any barrel distortion in those cameras.
So, can I ask a real quick question of Ruhif real quick?
Hold on, let me finish. I never got to complete. You heard me say I'm going to present a video, okay? In this video I'm going to present, it's going to show you a practical demonstration of zooming in on a DVD. Now, we know the actual linear size of this DVD. We can measure it physically, so we know its size. But if we take the ratio of the sensor of the camera and the focal length and we do some math, we get a pixel ratio and we get a size that we can calculate in centimeters. To actually break that down, if what it would be in distance to the object. Let me finish. The distance to that object and the size of it. But here's the thing: when you do the mathematical calculations, it's going to result in error due to the nature that cameras have these particular errors. So I'm going to present evidence. Okay?
So like I said, a normal human being can take a picture of a grid. You can zoom in on the grid and then just overlay that on top of the picture you took at the same focal length, and you can tell exactly how much distortion there is. You don't need the math. You don't need all that, whatever you're trying to show us. You can just simply
we can take a photograph of a grid.
Look at two pictures. Yeah, just print up a grid, zoom in on it, and take a picture of it.
Easy enough.
Yeah, Ruhif, really quick.
Total science, eh? This guy's total science, isn't he?
Oh,
yeah, it don't sound impressive enough, does it?
That's the whole thing. You know, you guys want to jump into all these numbers and math and all that stuff. You don't have to do that. You don't even have to go that far.
Look how weak this guy is, man. Do you realize what he just did? Dude, you're gaslighting yourself.
No, what I'm doing is telling you that you can use your intuition and trust your intuition just like flat Earth is.
You're gaslighting yourself, buddy. Holy shit, I've never heard anybody gaslight themselves before. That's crazy.
You want to jump into all that because you want to get into some pedantic weeds where you can cause confusion, and that's the only reason you want to do it. That is the only reason you want to do it.
You're gaslighting yourself, dude, even
very
further.
simple.
Yeah.
Very simple.
Yeah, that's a good rebuttal there, Data. Gaslight. That's a good rebuttal.
Just zoom in on a grid, take a picture of it, overlay that on a zoomed-in picture at the same focal length, and you'll see that what you're saying is complete nonsense.
It is.
Oh,
it is.
my Lord.
You're full of shit.
Hold on, everyone, please. Okay, I'm almost done walking the dog, and I have a quick question for Ruhif on the picture that's on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Okay, the red line that's going up where it says black, it says Blackpill Tower, but that's supposed to be
St. Helens,
Mount Rainier. That's the farther away
St.
mountain.
Helens. No, St. Helens. This one's the St. Helens in the front. That's St. Helens in the foreground.
Yeah, Data. I don't know how you don't get this. Seriously.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go to some lunch. Does anyone? I'll post the link in the chat.
No dip, no drop, no curvature. Fucking over 110 miles.
One thing before you live.
Yeah, that's why
I'm sorry.
That's exactly why Mount Rainier is below Mount St. Helens. That is why we have curvature. Because without curvature, it means Mount Rainier has sunk into a hole by over 10,000 feet.
Dip and drop.
So there's 10,000 feet of
somebody
curvature.
hasn't flown a plane.
So there's a 10,000 feet of curvature that's claimed compared to the globe model that should be?
Yes. This photo matches our modeling, yes.
Ruhif, I was going to ask, have you done that model with a curve?
Yes. Oh, not in GeoGebra. I do it in Excel. Remind me when I get back from lunch, and I'll do that as well. All right.
I'm just saying, if you've gone far enough to do it this way, you might as well put the curve in and then try to say what you think it is with the curve.
Like it'll match. That snow line will match with the Mount St. Helens snow line.
Yeah, I'll do that when I get back. If you guys are still around, I'll probably be like an hour and a half, maybe. All right.
Yeah, I just had a quick question for you. No, you might not even know, but okay, is Australia more than 180 degrees away from North America? It was just something I was curious.
What can be more than 180 degrees? Can anything be more than 180 degrees?
Well, on a ball, right?
No.
See, I said it was. Well, what's do you know how many degrees they are apart?
Just picture what you're saying for a couple seconds.
He wants to know if the latitudes are
80 degrees away.
Oh, really?
Well, no, like I said, I was just asking. So things on a globe can't be more than 180. Like, a circle is 360 degrees.
Yes, but once you get past 180, now you start to get closer again, right? The closer 2 points can be on a circle is the opposite side of each other, right? That's 180 degrees.
Okay.
Right,
it was just all something based on something we were talking about the other day.
Less than 180 degrees.
Oh, you cut out. What'd you say? Doofies?
I was saying, as soon as there's an angle greater than 180 degrees, there's another angle that's less than 180 degrees. So yeah, if you make one of those angles larger than 180 degrees, it's not more than 180 degrees away because there's another angle.
Right. Whatever.
You're about to try that sun thing again, were you? The sunlight.
Oh no, that's not relative. That question has nothing to do with anything that was even discussed today. It was just something I was thinking about. It was based off that picture that was, well, no, that video the other day where the moon was seen from Arizona. But I mean, that's neither here nor there.
You're talking about Go Fast?
Mm-hmm. He wants to know why you see the moon in Arizona as well as in Australia.
Do you guys have a height for the observation that has 10,000 feet of curvature?
Talking about the height of the observer?
Yes.
All right, hold on.
Well, the observer was 73 miles, right?
No, these are two separate threads of conversation. The observer in that
never mind.
is 327 meters in elevation.
How'd they get that high in the air? Just wondering.
You know, it's above sea level. It's in Portland. It's at a park near Portland, above the rivers.
Are they on a mountain?
Well, they're on.
It's on a park. It's in the hills. It's in the hills.
They're in the hills.
Yeah.
Okay, now what's the distance to Mount Rainier that has 10,000 feet of curvature?
About 50, Mount Rainier, about 100 miles.
100 miles?
About 100 miles, yes.
You can see 100 miles?
Yeah, when it's 14,000 foot coming from the water, the river is just below you here. If you look out of the park, you can see the river.
Right, you're already full aware the long distance photographic record is over 270 miles, correct?
Yeah, but that's like a shadow. It's like
I can look at my window right now and see my
shadow. It's not clear.
I can see 75 miles out my window right now today.
Somebody said 100. Somebody said about
any problem whatsoever.
Somebody said
any
about
problem whatsoever.
100 miles, which is so you didn't measure it.
100 miles is nothing.
Right, it said,
I'm trying to check this observation to see if it comports to the globe model, and you don't know how far it is.
It says on the bottom of the picture about 160 kilometers, which is
160 km. Okay, that's fine. So it's around 100 miles. Well, I'll just double check it. Okay, thank you.
Do you want a quick debunk?
Same person.
Here's a quick debunk. Go Google the panoramic picture from the Mount St. Helens mountaintop. It's literally called Mount St. Helens Panoramic. And if you zoom in, there's Little Jack Mountain. If you go take a look at it, and if you apply at the rate of curvature that they claim, the distance, I think it's called Little Jack. I could be wrong, but you have Mount Jefferson or whatever. But you can see past Mount Jefferson from Mount St. Helens. And here's the thing: I have math for Ruhif or Zanuck if they're interested.
You can't do math. You've already shown us you have no ability to do math.
So you have no argument. It's okay. We understand. We understand you have no argument. That's your rebuttal. So if you don't want to do the math, I understand, Zanuck. That's just an excuse. Ruhif, I can give him a 1/100,000 scale. Now, because it's a model, it's really arbitrary, the numbers. But, I still have numbers that people can do for small scale. For instance, if the model is 3959, you can do 1/100,000 scale of it, right? And if you can do that, well, you have about 209 feet, and then you can break it down over a distance of that 110 miles, I think like 8 feet or something like that, broken down 1/100th scale. You have about 2.4 centimeters of curvature. Now, if you scale that down and model that for a model you would present to represent the curvature of the Earth, because you don't want to represent non-curvature, and you put your observer at Mount St. Helens, there's no way he would see Little Jack or whatever this past Mount Jefferson's. So it's all there. This is in my book, actually, a practical demonstration from Mount St. Helens. I actually use the panoramic Mount St. Helens image as an example, as a small-scale model that anybody can do. And there's a nice cookie, what do you call it? In film or in editing, it's called a cookie. In the panoramic image, there's a nice cookie in there for everybody, and nobody sees it. So if you go look at that Mount St. Helens panoramic, and if you look far enough into the image, you will see a mountain that doesn't fit the globe model mathematics, no matter what they do. And I presented this to Ruhif years ago, I think, maybe 2 years ago, I said this to him already, and he just squawked refraction and left. So that's why he doesn't talk to me.
Right. Why does doing it wrong invalidate the model you're arguing against?
That's your argument. Again, anybody listening, that's his rebuke. He has nothing to say, nothing to engage. It's just another ad hom. You have no argument. Clearly noted. Thank you.
Right. So 8 inches per mile squared does not apply to the hidden height of something in the distance, especially if your observer is at a non-zero altitude. If your observer is at a non-zero altitude,
are you saying that your Earth curvature changes? Are you saying that your Earth curvature?
Instead,
are you saying your Earth curvature changes shape?
The actual visibility calculation.
Are your Earth curvature changes shape?
Hold on, Data. You have to understand when interruptions
Data,
happen,
man.
Yeah, we can't follow what's being said when interruptions happen. So just let him finish. Go ahead, Doofus.
Right. Instead, what you should use is the actual visibility calculations that are available on curvature calculators that do include refraction because, you know, optics is a thing. And then you find out it's not really a problem.
So again, does your Earth curvature change its rate of curvature based on the observer, or is the shape of the Earth independent of the observer? So in other words, if I'm going to model dimensions, do I have to calculate the observer's effect of those dimensions or the physical nature of Earth? What do I do?
You need the observer's altitude. You cannot exclude the observer's altitude in your calculations.
Okay, so I'm looking at modeling
data.
I'm looking at
Why don't you tell me
modeling
what to
the
do?
Earth.
I'll go pull up your little thing.
I'm looking at modeling the Earth.
Seriously.
I'm looking at modeling the Earth. So I don't care what the observer thinks or sees. I'm going off of the mathematical model representation of your reality. And that has apparently nothing to do with the observer's height above the Earth. However, you're trying to indicate that it is, and I'm wondering why you're trying to indicate it is. Here's the thing: if I'm going to take the characteristics of the physical nature of the body of the Earth that you claim it stands on, that it has curve, then it has to have physical mathematical boundaries and parameters that I can model, regardless of my optics. So if that's the case, and it's not 8 inches, it's not the case, and it's not 8 inches. What mathematical? If it's not 8 inches, what mathematical model what I would do at 1/100,000 scale, so a distance of 8 feet, right? Roughly scaled 1/100,000. What would I add for curvature? Because there is curvature, and in fact, as I scale it down, it should actually be more noticeable, right? The smaller the model gets, henceforth. So please tell me, if it's not 8 inches, what should I do over 8 feet? How would I calculate it? Because I got 2.4 centimeters according to your models.
Use a curve calculator. Use
why would I want to do that when my observer is 0 feet off the ground?
The actual model.
Because
why would I want to use the actual model data? Why would you ask that?
Well, it's at zero. It's at zero elevation. It's not about the observer. It's just the Earth. I'm making the boundaries.
The observer sees.
I'm making the boundaries of Earth.
Bullshit and say it doesn't matter what the observer sees.
It doesn't matter what the observer sees if I'm modeling the Earth based on its mathematical boundaries.
Data. I'm going to look at your video.
So, for instance,
you tell me. Can I ask you a quick question? I've been waiting in line, but you're monologuing.
For instance, Rory.
Yeah, Data, bro. You got to pass the mic at some point. Xanix's been trying to get in. Go ahead, Xanix.
Yeah. So, Data, just let me know. I'm going to watch that panorama thing of Mount St. Helens, and I want to see why you can't see Mount Jack or whatever mountain you were saying I can't or shouldn't be able to see. Tell me what I shouldn't be able to see and why, and I'll go look at it and give you the feedback. How about that? Based on the curvature model.
Here's even better. See, now I challenged Rory a long time ago, and I've already challenged.
I'm not Rory. I'm me.
You're right. You're not. Right, so I'm going to challenge you. Okay. So the image is there for you. In fact, if you look at that image, just go online. It's called the Helens Panoramic. It's a free image on Google.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Go look it up. It's right there for you. And what I urge you to do is take all of the well-known mountains there. I think Mount Rainier's there. You can see Mount Rainier. You can see Mount Jefferson.
5 sisters. Yeah, I got all
of them. I think you can see Jack. In fact, if you look really far, you can actually see this one little mountain. And you're like, holy cow, that's over 112 miles. And I can see that. Well, I'm at this elevation, and I can see 112 miles, and I can still see past that one.
It's like flying in a plane. You're at altitude. You're not understanding what you're seeing.
Yeah, again, it's not an argument. What you just said there, again, that's not an argument. It's an ad hoc.
It is an argument. It is an argument. If you're on top of a mountain and you're seeing mountains,
you're trying to define what I see with my own eyes.
Yeah, Carnivore, thank you for Carnivore. Thank you for posting that mountain. I just thought we were going to grab it. I have the same one.
What it is.
Oh my
so
God, dude,
the image.
Obnoxious.
The image is of the observer. It has nothing to do with airplane flight. Again, it's just the observer standing in Mount St. Helens taking a panoramic.
The reason I brought that up is because it's like being at altitude.
There's
so is that picture sufficient? Is that the picture you want me to look at? Carnivor's picture? Is that the one without the markings?
I don't care. It's called. There's only one in existing. Now, here's the thing. The ironic part is if you go to USGS website and there's the same picture there, but it's done differently. You go look at it. It's got a huge ass curve around it. So the panoramic one, we know when you take a panoramic image, you must maintain a horizontal pathway to get a consistent panoramic image. Well, when you do that and you scale it to 1/100,000,
how do you know? When you plus or minus 5 degrees, how do you know?
Right,
when
that's
you do
not.
that,
How do you know? Swing around. If someone has it in their hand,
when you do that,
or even on a tripod, how do you know you're not doing
that,
the Oh my God, you are
that,
so obnoxious.
Yeah, no requires you to follow a specific path.
When you do that, when you scale it down, 1/100,000 scale, and you put little mountains on your floor, you can take the same panoramic. And it's kind of interesting how it correlates. The observers on Mount St. Helens, X amount of feet, I think 8,000 meters or something, and he's there taking a panoramic, which means you have to do the same thing at that vertical as you would down, or that horizontal height, or vertical height, pardon me, as you would down the ground at 0. You would do the same effect. So if you're doing the same effect, it means it has to be correlated. It means that they're all perpendicular to each other, and they're all parallel to each other at those 2 points. Dude, because that's how you get the
your mouth never stops, nothing comes out. Okay, I'm at the site now. 360 view from Mount St. Helens.
Again, you don't have an argument.
Is that the one? Hey,
it's just another,
you got to take a breath, dude.
You got to take a breath, buddy.
You got to take a breath. Just take a breath.
Quickly, guys.
360 degree view from Mount St. Helens crater rim. Is that the video you're talking about?
It's not a video. It's an image. It's a panoramic image from Mount St. Helens.
So you click on a link that says activate 360 view. You can't ever stop talking. It's impossible to have a conversation with you. It's unbelievable.
Come on.
You asked.
Would you post the link? I have mountsthelens.com 360 degree view. Is that the right site?
So it's not a site. Again, you're hard of hearing. Zanuck, you're hard of hearing. You can't bully me. And you will never control the conversation with me.
I'm not bullying you. You're just being an idiot.
Here's the best part about it. Again, you have ad homs. This whole thing, I haven't insulted you once. I haven't insulted you once.
He's not listening to me.
I haven't done any ad hom to you once. You've just shown your weakness. Everybody here in this channel just shown their weakness towards me.
Again, I just want to know what you're talking about. I'm desperately trying to ask you for help.
Mount St. Helens panoramic image. There's only one. It's called Google Image. I've already said this now like 4 times to you.
There's clearly not only one if several have been posted. There's clearly not only one if several have been posted.
Okay, so there's a secondary one that's close, but it's not the one I'm discussing.
Data?
Guys,
just post the link, Data. Is that hard?
Guys, Zanuck, can you hear me talking? Guys, put yourselves on mute. Only open up your mic when you're going to talk. It's turning into a bit of audio chaos, right?
Well, he's got to post what he's talking about.
Yeah, to be off, please just post it for him and save everyone time. I have to go.
No, I'm not doing your baby work for you. There's only one that exists. It's a panoramic Mount St. Helens. It's the only one that exists. It's not a channel. It's not a site. Just go to Google Image. There's only one. So if you want to be lazy, you can go to USGS website.
There's not only one. I have it right here. I posted in the chat. I'll post it. Tell me if this is right. I just posted it.
He's trying to find.
Is
this
actively
trying to find the right one, and you're giving him shit.
He's not actively doing anything. He says only one.
No.
I just posted.
Zanuck,
I went through the effort. I went through the effort and found the panoramic of summit of Mount St. Helens, 2016. I think this is the one he's talking about. So I posted it. I went through the effort. All you have to do is validate. Yes or no. Is that it? And then once it is it, please give me the details of what you think you're seeing. Because I know you're in error and I'll be able to show it to you very easily.
Is that the one data? The one that Zanuck posted? Is that the one?
Full screen 360. Panorama of summit Mount St. Helens. If it's not the one, then I guess there isn't only one. So you're wrong there too.
So again, it's not a video. Okay. The third time I'm telling you.
This is not a video. This is just a panoramic view.
It's not a 360. It's not a 360. It's just a panoramic image. Okay? It's not a 360.
Okay,
it's
then you better find the link because we can't find it.
There is such a thing as a 360 panorama.
Yeah, if you're going to refer to something, it's good to post what it is.
It's not a 360 panorama.
Hold on, let's just try to let's just try to figure out what it is. Katsura posted it. I just posted from the USGS.gov. Is this the one you're talking about? He just wants to know which one, so we can at least have a starting point.
So the USGS one, I sent an email to the guy who took the photograph, and I asked him, that's quite wonderful. How did he get such curve in it? Because I have another one that I sent the link to, which is the one that doesn't have all that curve in it. That's the one that is the opposite of the one that you have there. So if there's a secondary one that's an image, which I'll try to find for you, but it should be Google Images, Mount St. Helens panoramic. That's it, simple, dry, and it's a beautiful, wide, massive wide where it's got Mount Rainier, all of them looking out from Mount St. Helens. So you can model it all down. You can model it all down, all the mountains out through. I'll double check.
The one he just posted. He's just asking. Is it the one he just posted? Jesus, yes or no?
So there's a bunch of them.
So it's not a 360 panoramic. It's not a 360 panoramic. It's just a simple panoramic. There's no curve to it.
Is that the one in chat? Is that it?
Yeah, that's not it. Yeah, it's not from Mount St. Helens.
I just posted another one that was from the USGS, and this one does show quite a curve. It's getting a little bit silly for us to keep asking, is this the one? Is this the one? So Data, you got to post whichever one you're talking
about. I don't have it on hand, but it's in my book. The thing is,
how are we going to talk about it?
Help us find it, you moron. Just help us find it.
Yeah.
Let me do this. I'll do the search. I'm here for you. I'm here to do it for you. Just tell me what I searched for. Whatever you said is so easy to do. Just tell me what I need to search for. I got Google open. I'll find it. But you have to help us and stop talking.
At this point, I just want Data to finish the point. I don't even give a fuck about the image anymore. Just finish what you was going to say about it.
His point is something is seen where he thinks the globe model says it shouldn't be seen.
Right.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's not only true, but you can actually model it down to small scale.
Help me find it. What do I search for?
Because
USGS,
what it will do, it will show you that the
USGS.
Can I finish,
Mount
please?
St. Helens.
It's just panoramic Mount St. Helens, and it's an image. Now, I believe if you go to maps, even you might be able to type in Mount St. Helens, and there might be those little images that pop up if you have your maps highlighted.
There's millions of them. There's millions of them, literally.
There's only one. There's not a lot of people that go to that spot, top of Mount Helens, take a panoramic.
Help me help you. USGS, Mount St. Helens panorama. Can I narrow my search down a little bit so I can maybe stumble upon it?
USGS is the pasted and copied together one that shows major curve in it. That's not the one. There's another one that's
what it is.
Okay.
What is it? Let me find it.
Hold on. Data. If you can't narrow it down and supply the image, this is just going to go round and round in circles. So you either take 30 seconds and try and get it, or we've got to move on because it ain't getting anywhere.
Yeah, it's so painful.
Story.
Because even if you make your point on it, we don't even have a reference to go off of to even look at it.
Yeah, he's seeing things he shouldn't see, yet we can't see these things that he shouldn't be seeing, which is just ludicrous and silly and dumb.
But that would be in
Mount St. Helens panorama.
A massive pile of things that we shouldn't be able to see. It would just be in line with that. So that's already been established.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this is just one more example.
Well, that's the thing. Is it probably isn't even. That's the thing. Is it probably isn't even one example of something we shouldn't see, because when the globe model is applied correctly, right? When the globe model is applied correctly, we do find that all these things that people say we shouldn't be able to see, we should be able to see them, given the actual globe model.
Well, just you like to pick and choose when refraction happens and doesn't happen.
Yeah, you just add.
It happens all the time. Nobody's picking and choosing.
You just add a radius refraction value, and then voila.
I've always said this. They have an infinite refraction card. They could pull it whenever, and it's an excuse that works for everything.
Negative. The refraction card, when it is pulled, we're talking about standard refraction in the most common case. That's not infinite refraction by any standard. Yeah.
It seems to be no margin of error with the refraction. It seems to be all encompassing, which means that in every
happens all of the time, of course.
It's not infinite refraction, it's infinite radius. Okay?
If the person was intelligent that took the observation, they would have done it with optimal conditions when refraction is negligible. So, no.
Refraction is never negligible. There is a standard refraction for a reason.
Take an observation
The atmosphere has a certain. Thank you, dude. The atmosphere has a certain organization to it, and that organization allows for light to take a path that's not straight. It's usually bending downward ever so slightly.
Okay, Brenda.
Not if you control the refraction to a minimum. Taking optimal conditions like early in the morning when it's nice and cool, when the temperature is the same, your refraction won't happen.
Yes, it will.
Under optimal conditions, the atmosphere has a pressure gradient all of the time. There is no optimal conditions in which refraction does not happen.
What is? Oh, hold on. I keep hearing every time you guys have like talk about like condition. You guys always add an extra word in front of it. Optimal, extreme, right? What is up with these words, man? Why does it always have to be this certain condition for it to meet your requirements?
It doesn't have to meet our requirements. We're just describing the conditions themselves. For instance, in typical observations, we say that's standard refraction. In atypical scenarios, like the black swan, we note that the surface is of a completely different temperature than the air above it, which is an extreme condition. Saying extreme or standard is not just arbitrary.
But this is the thing, though. This is what I'm saying, that it doesn't seem to be a point where you guys are confused, right? You guys just seem to have some sort of refraction card to pull, and you just put a name in front of whatever you're gonna say, right? And it excuses away. It just seems to be the perfect catch-all, get out of jail free card with you guys. Just refraction away, and that's it.
That's right.
You said something very specific there. You said something very specific there, which I will agree with. You said we're not confused. No, we aren't confused, because, for example, that day that the black swan was observed, we have measurements of the surface of the.
Which one?
The day that the black swan was observed.
Which observation of
Jesus Christ, dude! Christ. Just stop talking for a second. Maybe I'll finish my thought. Maybe I'll be able to finish my thought if I continue. All right. So on that day that the black swan is been observed, the surface of the water on that day was shown to have a much colder temperature than the air above it. Those measurements do exist, and it's not just made up.
Day on which video? Because there's like 17 different videos of it, all taken on different days and taken in different years. You do realize it's not just one photograph, right? It's like 17 different videos all on one dude's channel.
And every time they catch something remotely close to verifying the flat Earth, it's some sort of extreme kind of thing. Like this, I don't understand. Why does it seem to be always extreme? Because it goes against your guys' belief.
Matrix, why you got to do that? We already finished that topic. If it's an observation that we do have figures for, the surface of the water being a certain temperature and the air being a certain temperature, it's not something that was made up on the fly. Stop doing that.
Can you acknowledge that the black swan is like 17 different videos that can vary from 5 minutes in length to 40 minutes in length? It's not just a still image that was taken once. It's a good bit of. It's probably like 4 hours of footage.
Yeah, he went there almost every day for 3 months, and 89 out of 90 times there was 3 months.
There's some that are like 5 years apart.
And this temperature was extreme. This is what I'm saying. You guys, what he just said.
3 years worth of footage, including 10-hour live streams. Have you ever watched any of those?
So what you guys are saying
that exactly
during his recording, you guys are saying that it was extreme, the temperature the entire time of the recording.
Yeah, usually on a day in a time span of say half an hour, like the amount of time that he was out there recording. The conditions don't usually change within that half an hour so much that the observation is completely different.
Actually, most of the time, those conditions are like you've had a very long cold snap that's being run over by a heat wave, and you end up in these weird conditions, and that lasts for a very long time, like days, maybe weeks.
In cold snap, there were people that were surfing in one of the videos.
Doofus, how do you prove that your standard refraction is happening under optimal conditions? How do you prove that?
Measuring the atmosphere.
Correct.
Measuring atmosphere doesn't tell you what's happening.
It does.
Got all the measurements, Godric.
Right. If the atmosphere is organized in such a way that the highest density is below, and no matter how we induce a gradient to fit that same organization, we find that those conditions cause light to bend downward.
That's circular reasoning. To fit your conditions, it has to bend downward.
Hey, Godric, didn't we do this
circular reasoning? No, it's not circular reasoning to do experimentation to find out that what we presume to be true is actually true. That's never circular reasoning.
Hang on. Godric and I went through this 2 days ago. We did this 2 days ago, Godric.
I think he's disagreeing with your results. I think he's disagreeing with your conclusions.
Yeah, Godric resets with the best.
If you look at observation at 10 miles, even under optimal conditions, what you find is a difference in temperature, a difference in pressure, a difference in the overall atmosphere every few miles. So I don't see how you can factor in numbers. You're just making up stuff.
Right, and how many graphs did I give you showing the same shape?
If you were to say the light bends, right, then the light would do something like a stock market chart. It would go up and down, up and down. It wouldn't go nicely to your curve because you wanted to. You'd have to use logic and common sense to tell you that because the atmosphere is changing every few miles, it would send your light up and down, left and right, not a nice, perfect curve like you like it, which is going to prove your flow.
Right. You're just making shit up now.
We went through this 2 days ago, Godric.
Yeah, and you never give me a satisfied answer. You think that the atmosphere is perfect. You can put in a 6 or a 7, and that way you can get your globe. But guess what? The atmosphere doesn't do that. And
yes, it does.
The pressure changes
yes, it does. You can measure it.
The wind will change the pressure every moment to moment. So you can't assume it's exactly perfectly to make your globe, which is what you're doing.
I can take my $280 cell phone right now and measure that to be the case. The organization, the atmosphere here in my house has that organization. That's easy to do.
That's why I ask you, how
it's a super cheap $280 phone, for God's sakes.
How can you prove your refraction's happening in real life?
Establishing a gradient yourself and observing what the light does through that gradient.
You wouldn't know what the light does through a gradient if you already had figured out what it's supposed to do. How do you know what it's supposed to do?
That's what the experimentation is for, to figure out what it does, Godric.
Okay, wait,
Jeez.
back up. Okay, so let's say I'm a layperson. Explain how your experiment is going to tell you how much refraction, how the light's going to bend down over a distance, and how you're going to calculate refraction. Go.
You can empirically.
So you can explain it.
I stepped in a time machine. I think I stepped in a time machine. We're at 2015.
Right. You can, at any gradient that you induce, you measure the specifics of it, then you can measure the deflection of any light that passes through it. You can empirically verify all of those things.
How do you confirm the deflection that you claim? What if it deflects upwards? Then what? Do you get debunked?
You're measuring what deflection occurred. Godric, come the fuck on.
What if it deflects upward? Were you debunked?
No, because it doesn't happen. Because I've experimented on it. Godric, listen very carefully. I've personally experimented on this. I've induced gradients. I know which way light will bend through such a gradient. I know firsthand exactly how that works.
I'm trying to hear where you explain how you know that light's going to bend in a certain way through a medium. I'm trying to hear how you confirm that, and you're just giving me like the same rhetoric.
No, it's not rhetoric. Experimentation is not rhetoric. You can go falsify what I said if you don't like it.
What was the independent variable in your experiment?
If you don't think light can bend up through a medium, then there's something wrong with your
Right. I say that it can't bend up in a medium where the organization is such that the highest density is below. I say that under such an organization, it won't bend upward because it never has.
That would only be true if the distance between mile 1 and mile 10, for example, let's say on the Black Swan, was consistent. And we know it's never consistent because the temperature changes, there's wind, there's pressure changes over 10 miles. And you can't include that. You're just making stuff up.
That's a good point.
It's not a good point.
I mean, you get cold spots and warm spots.
He could demonstrate that.
Water.
Exactly. There'd be difference in temperatures, and it would.
Can you demonstrate that?
It would look like a stock.
The temperature of a body of water isn't going to be, 20 degrees Celsius different in one spot than in another spot. the air was considerably warmer than that
water.
water.
Don't switch. Don't go to water. We're doing air over the sea right now. Okay.
Yeah, that is water. The water's involved, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so if we're talking about the black swan example, water is definitely involved. If that water has a certain temperature, the nearby water next to that water is going to have a pretty close temperature to that. I've never seen a body of water make up that, what is it, on that day in particular, 30 degrees Celsius difference between the water and the air, just in a different spot of the water. Oh, it's not 30 degrees Celsius difference. No, that's 21, 22 degrees Celsius.
If the atmosphere was even 5 degrees different, which it could be over 10 miles, that would send the light a different direction. And you're not accounting for that.
No,
Godric, can you ask him where is the light bending from?
Where's the light bending from? All light is affected in that.
Which light is bending? Is it the sunlight that's bending? Which direction is that sunlight coming from? Is
the light that's coming to your eye from the object.
Yeah, any light present through the gradient, doesn't matter what its source is, that light will have been deflected downward.
It doesn't matter where it's coming from, so it's the reflection of the light that's bending, not the light, yeah?
If you want to go ahead and announce to the world that you don't know optics, that was a good way to do it.
No, Doofus, I think he's asking, like, if you have a light source, like a laser beam, that's a light source. And if you could talk about, you know, that bending or whatever, I think what he's asking is that if you're saying that it's light that's reflecting off of the object, and that reflected light is now bending. So it's going from the sun, you would say a straight parallel ray from the sun, hitting the object in the distance, and then you're then saying it travels to your eye like a laser beam, and then that's what's bending.
I don't say it travels to your eye like a laser beam. I don't say the light is going straight from the sun either. All light, I think
he's just asking,
that is passing through, all light that is passing through such a gradient is being deflected downward. It doesn't matter where it's coming from or going to or what it came from. The light is deflected downward.
Due to gravity, right?
No, although that's a ancillary cause to why it's bending downward.
And it just happens to do this at the radius of the Earth that you need to make a planar Earth observation.
Oh my God!
As to be a sphere.
What does that
Gio,
mean?
I've already corrected you on this several times. I don't say standard refraction is that the light is matching the radius of the Earth. I've corrected you on this so many times. Why do you have to come in with it again? It's fucking bullshit. Every single time I correct you on it, and then you say nothing.
Say that. I don't see how you think that.
You didn't correct anyone. You're just in some kind of narcissistic loop, it seems like.
Well, every single time you say refraction conveniently matches the curvature of the Earth, but I don't hold that position. I've never held that position.
Well, that's what we're talking about, is how things that are hidden behind a radius of an Earth can be visible. So, of course, the light would have to be bending to a radius value, or close to, depending on, in order for it to
What do you mean to a radius value? Are you talking about 7/6R?
You need something to bend around a curve that isn't there.
No, the curve is there, but the light bends, right? Which means we can see around things.
Right. So you're using a radius value in a refractive value.
You got it backward. Gio, you got it backward. If the light bends, we don't see the curvature. That's the point.
No. Incorrect.
If we have looming, which is downward refraction, it flattens the Earth out. It makes the radius larger.
Understand?
Well, in a very basic level, if you have a basketball and you have two ants on it, and one ant can't see the other ant because of the curve, if somehow that ant is able to be seen, I'm just going with the way you guys are describing it, something needs to be happening roughly around the radius of that ball to make the other ant be seen around the corner.
Do you understand where 7/6R comes from? Like, if I asked you what does 7/6R mean, what would you say?
Back in this observation, how often did you measure
your standard refraction with your radius?
Yeah, but why 7/6R? Where does that? Did someone just pull it out of their ass?
I stepped away for a second. Is somebody
I
waiting for me
believe
to
the
talk?
globe use 7/6R as the radius of the Earth. Is that not right?
Or maybe he's saying that mass attracts light now. So mass not only attracts mass, but it also attracts light. And photons apparently don't have any mass.
Is there a flat earther in here that knows where 7/6R comes from?
Do you know, Rufus? Do you know, Rufus? Okay, what is it then?
Okay.
What is it?
Do I know where 7/6R came from? I mean, his question was directed at flat earthers, whether or not they know where it came from. Of course, I know where it came from, and I could explain the whole thing again. And I know that, Ruhif can also explain it. We both have a full working knowledge of why 7/6R is what it is. What we're asking is, has anybody in this room done the research necessary to figure that out for themselves, or are they just trusting what other people tell them?
Well, it depends on what he's asking about. The R is obviously the assumed radius of an Earth. The 7 has to do with the ratio of the way that you guys claim light works, and the way that light's curving, and then that interacting with the radius.
Where does it come from?
So it's like multiplying. It's like multiplying 7 divided by 6, right? And you get your 4,000-mile radius. It's ridiculous, dude.
Okay, thanks, Dad.
It's the claimed ratio between the ray of light that's curving and the radius.
No,
well, it's getting closer, but not quite.
Here's a question: do you think we just back-engineered observations and go, "Oh, they fit 7/6R"? Do you think that's
100%?
Of course,
you are incorrect, Godric.
That's why you've been here for 7 years.
That's not where it came from.
It's a way of explaining the observations that are of a plane.
You're also incorrect. You are incorrect.
And if you didn't back engineer it, we would have learned it in school, and we wouldn't be here talking about it. There's just this nebulous, ridiculous.
It's not nebulous. There's plenty of documentation for it.
To find out that the Earth is flat around.
It's not nebulous. There's plenty of documentation available online for exactly how 7/6R was determined. Notice I said determined.
Yeah, it's just a calculation function.
Incorrect.
From what?
That's just asserted.
You have to calculate it from something. There has to be some information that goes into the calculation in order to know what to calculate.
Here's the question for you guys.
Tell us what the actual calculation
When you calculate refraction, do you use a square root application to it? You do, right? Which is the right angle triangle, right? So when you use square root multiplied by 1.22,
are not right angle triangles.
That's
why is he talking about
you need a 90 degree to get a triangle, right? So if you're gonna have a calculation over linear distances and you're gonna square root it, you still need a 90. So there's still triangles at the end of the day. So you're square rooting a triangle.
Are you changing the subject? Are you changing the subject?
Because in navigation you have to square root for refraction. So you use square root multiplied by 0.96, which is another constant devised from the 160 rule. So who knows the 160 rule here? And in navigation, who knows the 160 rule in navigation here? Anybody? No, probably not. What's the relation to What's the relation to 1 nautical mile air over 60 nautical miles? Why is that? What's the ratio to that? 60 to 1 rule. Anyway, the point is 7/6R is just a 1.16 constant again that you add multiplied by 3.3959. You can flex that if you want, right? To get not 4,000, but 5,000 radius. Like it's ridiculous, dude. Your K constant, right? That's added into it it's presuppositional, dude. How do you know the weather's going to be what it is? What you do, you have these constants that you use in your calculation That's why you can flex it, because it's relative to the situation. But that 1.16 that you multiply by 3959 is just arbitrary calculations.
It's an average.
I have a practical.
You're wrong.
I have. It's all arbitrary. It's all arbitrary because it's based on what readings you're going to take, and they fluctuate. So you have to create constants because there's too many variables. That's why you have
saying
error
the same
after
thing over and over again, Data.
No, bullshit.
Yes, you keep saying it's arbitrary. You've said it 17 times
I'll give you a
by
challenge
now.
right now. I just put the. I'll give you a challenge right now, and I give Rupif a challenge. I'm going to challenge him again, just like I challenged Zanuck, and just like I challenged
you. You're going to ask
I'm challenging
the question we asked you.
I'm going to challenge you. No, I just told you the 7 out of 6 is bullshit. It's arbitrary because the constants change, or the variables change, so you need constants. That's why you got fucking hairs.
Where did it come from?
The point is, I have a challenge for you based on your fucking model mathematics. And stop being little cunts, and for once, do it for me, okay? So again, I put in the chat. I just want to see somebody fucking do it. You're so confident, little cunts, but you never do it, right? Rory tried and he got destroyed. So please, somebody try it.
Gio, are you allowing him to speak like that? Seriously, you're muting us for that kind of crap. Calling us cunts?
No. Well, hold on. All right, enough of that, Data. I'll pull your head in a little bit, please.
Sorry. Anyway, go do the model, Mount St. Helens. I just posted the image in there. If you bumped up the contrast, you're going to see a little more detail. I'm sorry, the image isn't as the high quality of the one that I have, because I'm saving what I've calculated. Now, the idea behind it is if you're going to look at this image, look at the farthest mountain you can see, which is 3-finger jack in the image. I ask Ruhif to model it for me. Do something. Stop being little bitches and show me how that works. Show me at the height I'm at. Show me at the height I'm at. I can see
gonna call you bitches.
Data, enough. All right. I've warned you once. Don't make me mute you, mate. Just have the conversation, please.
Yeah, I mean, just make your point. Like, it's more interesting to hear your point than just.
So from Mount St. Helens, you can see 3-finger jack. Now, the image I sent you, you have to bump up the contrast. It's poor quality, mind you. For whatever reason, I can't find the higher quality one that was up at one day, but I do have mine. In my book, I have the image where you can see 3-finger jack clear as day, okay? Which is past 110 miles, okay? The whole point is...
So why shouldn't you see it? Why shouldn't you see it?
Okay, so again... Listen, before you interrupt and go have before you have a Zanuck attack, just listen to me, okay? The point is you have parameters and boundaries in your mathematical model. Now, if I have no bias and I just want to model your math and I want to scale it down to the 1/100 scale, because I actually want to model, like in Blender, I did the same thing with Blender. I brought Blender into this argument and I showed you the exact same model in Blender, which is a plane surface with distance and elevation profile information. Then I challenged Ruhif to model this image with linear and distance profile information and show me when you apply the curve. Model it with distance and horizontal and linear information. That's it. Horizontal, vertical stuff like I did in the image, and then show me where a little 3-finger jack fits into your model. You won't be able to see it if you apply your model with curvature. Now you can add in refraction. Now apparently over 10 miles, there's 5 arc minutes, minimum 5 arc minutes. So I imagine over.
We don't need any. There's no refraction needed in this particular picture to see.
Let me finish.
There's no refraction needed for this picture to see what you see.
Anyway, the point of the matter is, the point of the matter is,
just keep on talking.
The point of the matter is, I scaled down the mathematics. I give you a practical demonstration to show you there's no way that a person at that height elevation, based on the globe mathematics, that I'd be able to see that image. Because not only how I proved it is that I've already had people model the first mountain before they did 3-finger jack, and that's how I got Ruhif the first time. Point is, you try to model that mountain before 3-finger jack. You have to fudge it then. So imagine having to fudge it even more when you see even farther. And that was the point of the example. Is that I made Ruhif stream refraction because of that one mountain. And then
Data.
was he going to say when he sees
Bandstock, can you please shut him up?
Yeah, no, hold on. I just want to ask a quick question, Data. Is 3-finger jack that little dark bump on the horizon? In that picture.
So if you bump up the contrast, you see that image is kind of blurry, right? What I'll do is I'll take a snapshot of the one. The one I'll do is I'll take a snapshot of the one that's in my book, and you get to see it's clear as day. Little jack, right? 3-finger jack. Pardon me.
Why can't you see? 3-finger jack. What should be hold on.
No.
What should be blocking
where
it?
it is, Sandy? I'm just clarifying where it is. Is it
Yeah,
that little
good question.
on the horizon that I can see in that picture? Is that the three-fingered jack?
So it's
To the
very
right?
poor
I think
quality.
it's to the right.
It's very poor quality. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you the one that's in my book because for whatever reason.
So you can answer Bandy's. Can you answer Bandy's question?
So I'm going to give you a better image, and so you can see what you're looking at as compared to the one I'm sending you, and then you'll clarify.
You are a nightmare. You are an absolute nightmare.
Does anyone know if that is three-fingered jack? I know it's poor quality, but you can still see it. I'm presuming that's it. I don't know. Can you see it, Zanik?
Yeah, I think it might be. I can't really see that far in this picture. It's going to be a big distance away.
Where's the picture at? I didn't see it in the chat.
So what I did is so I sent it to you in the chat there. You go look at it. So you'll see Jefferson's and then I think three-finger jack. Anyway, this is what's in the book. So I challenged Ruhif to model this, Zanik to model this. And the idea behind you modeling it is you have to make an assessment, not based on optics, but you have to make an assessment on physical Earth curvature and then adjust your optics, right? Let me finish.
We see the picture. Three-finger jack is not in anything. There's nothing obstructing three-finger jack between Mount St. Helens and the mountain itself. You're full of shit. I'll pull you another picture that shows.
So again, the math is there. The math is there. It's over 110
I can do the math
miles
for you.
away.
You can't do math. I'll do the math for you.
Again, you have no argument. It's okay, Zanik.
I have an argument. I'll figure it out. I'll give you the exact numbers you want.
Zanik, I'd love for you
to just put it in the chat.
Listen, bro. I'd love for you to just scale it down.
Relax.
Make it distance
just try to figure out.
Make it distance in linear size.
I put it inside. Oh my God, you are a nightmare, an utter nightmare.
Make it, and then show me an image of it.
Hold on 2 seconds, Dana. That first picture that you posted, and then the second picture you posted, they're two totally different pictures. They're not the same picture.
Yeah, because I zoomed in on that main one. So if you take that big panoramic one that I sent you and you zoom in with your fingers, you pinch in to make it, go to zoom in. That's essentially what that next photograph is. So what I've done is taken that panoramic and I've just zoomed in, taken a section of those two farthest mountains and then bumped up the contrast to show you and highlight. You could see that extra mountain. Do you understand?
Okay. Yep.
And why do you think it shouldn't be seen? That's the question.
Okay, again, if I'm going to repeat myself, you are daft today. You're having a Zanik attack. So listen,
I'm not daft.
The Earth doesn't care.
No reason.
The Earth
so you don't have any level
measurement. The Earth doesn't care.
You have nothing reference.
That's what happens when the shit show stuff happens. One person insults someone and it just goes tail spinning. Yeah. So can we just start over? Data, or who was talking? I guess Data.
Data was.
Yeah.
He was answering.
Just leave out the insults. Then the other guy wants to respond, and we're not going to keep him muted while you just insult him. So you know what I mean? Like we're not just going to mute him while someone insults him. So if you want him to be temporarily muted so you can speak and not be interrupted, then just stick to the information so that, yeah. So go ahead.
So when you model something, you're not modeling the observers. You have to have parameters based on actual physical dimensions. Those are independent of how an observer sees something. In other words, the height of a mountain is irrelevant to how an observer sees it, because at the height of it's measured at its height. What I'm trying to say is that there's actual linear measurements that are relevant of our optics. In other words, we have things we know the size of. Doesn't matter how we see them, what size we see them. We know the size of them. In the example of modeling, you're not modeling something based on optics. You're modeling something based on those sizes of things. In this case, when you take a 3,959 model, you reduce the scale to 1/100,000 scale, you would end up having, I think, a 209 foot radius. Something like that.
Damn, man.
I have to look at it. So the point is that's the scale model that you're working at. And then you want to take a section of that, which is 110 miles, 120 miles, 130 miles, which ends up to be around 8 feet. You're working with actual distance, known distances, which are irrelevant to the observer's eyes. Don't you agree?
No, what the observers should be able to see definitely requires you to know where the observer is.
Yeah, I understand. But when you're modeling something, you're not working with the observer's optics. You're working with the dimensions of the model itself, which means if there is a radius.
There's no reason why we shouldn't see.
Let me finish. If there's a radius size, a circumference size, it's irrelevant of my optics, correct? So if I take a known circumference and I reduce it to 1/1,
If I take a known circumference,
you are such a nightmare. Let me respond. I see the mountain.
If I take a known circumference that is not my model, but it is.
You don't want to know? Okay. You don't want to know.
Are you telling me that if I take your model and I scale it down to 1/100,000 scale, that's immediately wrong?
No, nobody's telling you that.
Incorrect.
Okay, so that's what I've done.
To know
not wrong.
You have to know for a geometric. You have to know for a geometric claim like that what the geometry is, which includes what your observer's altitude is. If you neglect the observer's altitude,
I'm modeling
you are
your
not.
Earth.
You are not.
You're not listening.
If you neglect the observer's,
if
you neglect the observer's altitude, if you neglect the observer's, if you neglect the observer's,
Hold on, Doofus, chill, bro. I muted him for a second because he's interrupting, but don't go into his
screen,
please.
If you neglect the observer's altitude, you are not taking into consideration what should be in the way so that he can't see the thing. If he's higher up off of the surface that you say is curved, that we're presuming is curved for the model's purposes, then they should be able to see farther than if he's right at the surface.
But not only that, it's an 8,000 foot tall
separation from the surface that you're modeling. You are doing it wrong.
Doofus, it's an 8,000 foot. Doofus,
here's the thing.
It's a
not my numbers, right?
It's a 7,800 foot mountain.
Yeah, you're just
it's
not
a
using
7,800 foot mountain.
It's not my numbers.
It's a 7,800 foot. Fucking A.
Right. So if I'm taking your numbers, I'm taking your numbers and I'm scaling down your numbers.
Hold on.
God damn it.
Please.
Hold on. Yeah, 2 seconds. Zanik, have either you or Doofus or Ruhif or anyone else have you taken up?
Yes, I'm going to tell him right now what it is. You have an 8,000 foot mountain. You have an 8,000 foot mountain.
He's asking, have you modeled it?
Have you
it's 150 miles. Okay, so no one's going to let me speak. Forget it. You guys are on your own. Dude, here's the bottom line.
Well, you got to wait just a second, Zanik.
It's high enough
wait
where
just
you can
a second,
see it.
Zanik.
You've got to calm down. Calm down. My question was, have you modeled it out like Data has asked, taken up the challenge? That's all I've asked. It's either yes or no.
Yes, we've modeled it. I've modeled it. 8,000 foot mountain seen from over 100 miles away is 150 miles away is not a problem.
I can show you an example of the model. Can you show me an example of your model?
Oh my God! Pardon me?
God damn it!
I can show you an example of my model.
He's not able to control himself.
For a while.
I'm done with him.
Oh,
Jesus.
No. Go, Zanik. You finish your point, and then Data can respond. So go, Zanik. Finish your point, please.
You have 125, 130 mile distance to a mountain 8,000 foot away. Excuse me, high. You also have Mount St. Helens, which is 6,500 feet. There is no problem with the model. I can put you the math in the chat if you'd like to see that mountain as we do see it. No problem whatsoever. Now, I would like you to post with the round Earth model why you think we can't see it. So once you show me what you've done there, you put it in the chat, and then we'll talk about it. Because until that happens, you're basically grasping at straws.
He did.
All right.
He did 8 inches per mile squared.
So
of course.
So again, this is what I want to clarify. Now you're adding in optic viewer height. See, I'm not modeling a model off of observer height. Again, I'm trying to clarify. So let me finish.
You need it.
Let me finish. The shape of the Earth doesn't care about my optics. The curvature, according to your model, doesn't care about my optics. Would you agree?
The optic. It's a viewer.
Let me finish.
God damn. It's the observer.
Yeah, he asked, would you agree? And Zanik responded.
Okay, so nobody here agrees that the Earth has independent shape of the observers seeing it. In other words, if the Earth is truly, let me finish. If the Earth is truly,
thank you for lying again.
If the Earth is truly curving, it doesn't curve at the rate that I see it. It curves at the rate that it has curvature. Correct?
Data. The position of the people in this conversation is that
is irrelevant of my optics, correct?
Okay, right as he starts answering, you start talking. Shut up for a second. Please go do this.
The observation, in order to be modeled correctly, you need to know your observer's location in order to know what that observer can see. You can't just neglect the observation height and say, we don't care about the observers, or we shouldn't care about the observer's optics. No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying if you're going to model a surface, You need to know where you are relative to that surface.
Okay, so I have modeled it. I've modeled it two ways. I've modeled it on a curved surface, and I've modeled it over a plane. Which one do you
Neglecting the
think?
observer's altitude.
Which one? No, because I can have the camera above the surface of the mountains, whether it's 100,000 scale or not. I can scale the height, so I can still put my camera height at 7 centimeters.
I don't even.
Right?
Are you saying that Mount? Are you saying that Mount St. Helens?
The point is.
Are you saying that Three Finger Jack is being blocked by Mount Jefferson? Are you saying that Mount Jefferson is blocking Three Finger Jack?
Yeah.
Because if it's not, then you have no point.
You're having a Xanac attack every day. You talk
There's
to
no
me,
attack.
dude.
There's Mount Jefferson is the only thing that could block. Mount Jefferson is the only thing that could block Three Finger Jack, but it's not in line, so it's not going to block. Dude, you're a fucking idiot. You're such a moron.
There you go. That's the proof right there.
No, because you keep on interrupting. You don't listen.
I think that's the problem with photographers. They just don't listen.
And you're being a moron.
All right, well, Xanac, I was going to let you finish if you're just stuck in an insult loop. Ruhif, what do you got?
Oh, I'm driving, so I thought I'd talk rather than try and type. About the refraction stuff, those graphs are actually measurements. They're graphs of the measurements that you're looking for.
So, Ruhef, when you model, are you modeling your Earth curvature based on the visions that you see or the dimensions of the Earth?
I don't talk to your data.
Yeah, of course you don't. Because I've already proven you won't do the model. You won't do this example of Mount St. Helens. You will not be able to model Three Finger Jack, regardless of you using your visual calculator. It will not work. You'll have to make too many assumptions and too many errors. The most important of it is I can fly my aircraft. I can fly my aircraft 110 miles over those mountains.
Stop it.
And I can copy that exact image, and not only that, I can use it in Blender and scale it in Blender the same way. Interesting how I can do that, eh?
If you're saying Mount Jefferson is blocking Three Finger Jack, that's a good, valid point.
So again, you're saying that. I'm still talking.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
You guys have got to find a way to let each other talk. It's like
he won't let me. He won't let anyone talk.
I know, but you interrupt him too. It's like ridiculous. I don't know why.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to make a point. Mount Jefferson can block Three Finger Jack if they were in line, and they're not. That's your only argument. If they were in line, you'd have a point, but they're not, so it isn't.
Again, you can conjure whatever argument you're trying to make up. Model it and show me.
It's not conjured. Why wouldn't you see it?
So what you can do?
Why wouldn't you see it?
You can take a board,
What's the
flexible
angle of something that? Oh my God,
you can take a flexible masonite board and draw it over 7-8 feet, and you make a linear distance, and then you can actually make an arc, and then take your mountain and scale it down to 7 centimeters, 10 centimeters, and lay it out. And then put your camera up there and tell me if you see Three Finger Jack. Because when I model it on a flat floor, it's perfect. The only thing that is not equated for is the angular limitation.
No, yeah, there's your problem. You can't model it on a flat surface. You're modeling mountains.
Model it,
you can't use it.
I can't add in the convergence. I can't add in the convergence of the sky and ground at such a short distance to model reality that way. But what I can do is show you that what I can show you is that it is scaling it down. Here's 4 models that it matches. It matches a flat map. It matches my Blender model. It matches my empirical reality. So if I scale it down to 100,000 scale later to my floor and I put water in the frame, just like that image has, ironically, it matches Blender, matches a map, matches my empirical reality. What it doesn't match, though, is when I scale it to 100,000 scale and add curvature to it. The water doesn't balance right, and I can't see Three Finger Jack. So if you want to add all these suppositions of refraction, sure, here's another 4th proof. I can fly 110 miles straight over that, no problem. And it matches all 4 observations. So you guys already know that. It's too bad that you're doing this, but, that's your game.
Keep in mind that although data says it doesn't match the globe model, it does actually.
Yeah, Arbiter. Thanks for everything.
Yeah, perfectly.
It sounds like you're really putting in work, bro. Thanks for all that, man.
What did you
He's
say,
putting
Howard?
in the worst work possible.
So here's the thing: is that it's in a book format because the fact that you got grown adults fighting against flat Earth is really intriguing. That's why it keeps coming back. I don't really care if it's a ball or a flat. I care about what the argument states and what history you'll read about it in the future.
Howard, what did you say? You got chopped off, mate.
He just says moronic things.
No, I didn't. Yeah. Nothing important.
Hey, when you scaled this thing for your own modeling, did you do a left to right scaling too?
Just distance and vertical, bro. That's all you're scaling.
No, but there's perspective also works left to right. You not agree?
So again, if you're going to scale physical objects, perspective is irrelevant. Linear sizes are physical measurements, regardless of optical measurements.
If you scaled it only vertically and not horizontally, there's a serious problem there.
Yeah. So again, Zenik, you're trying to create your own arguments. Stop doing that to yourself.
You've already made the argument.
Yourself. So again, it's just distance and vertical. So horizontal and vertical.
All those mountains between 8 and 10,000 feet, they all should be seen by Mount St. Helens with the globe model. Period. You are wrong.
Model it. Show me.
I just got to
model it.
Show you what?
Show me. Show me and use the 1/100. Well, you don't have to because it's arbitrary in a model. In a model in a computer program,
go left to right. You're going to have mountains. If you're going to have mountains
in real life, though, what you can do in real life is scale your mountains.
Shut the fuck up.
Scale your mountains. Scale your mountains down to 1/100,000 scale. Right?
Chaos.
Scale it down and show me the.
Guys, seriously. You got to learn how to have a conversation. Like, this is not fair on us having to actually try and control the conversation. You've got to let each other talk. All right. So, hold on. I've forgotten who was talking first.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is sometimes you guys don't realize when you do the interruptions is that when you do, we can't hear anything. So like your point isn't being heard and their point isn't being heard. You might think that you're like bowling through and getting your point heard, but the reality is that most people, we can't even make sense of either of it to even follow. I mean, sometimes you might try to follow what one person's saying, but I'm just saying it doesn't really work. So just if you speak one at a time, then we can hear what you're saying.
Exclusively in the theaters,
and if your mic is hot.
That girl.
His mic is very hot.
Yeah, wasn't it? So,
Data, do you remember what you were saying, or should we move on to something else?
There's really no point discussing until we can discuss about it, but I'm asking for physical demonstration of it, and Ruhif's really into modeling.
You're the one that's got the model. You're the one that's got the model. That is, show us your model.
I just sent you a picture of it, right? So I sent a little bit of evidence that I have for my argument. The thing is, I'm not going to reveal all. It's written in my book. All the math is there, and the demonstration's there. The point is whether or not you will do it, and the fact is that you won't. And there's only one person who's done it, and he failed horribly at it. He even asked after he asked me, he goes, how high is your IQ? And then he deleted all of his comments and then wouldn't engage with me after that. So at the end of the day, you guys know what you're doing. That's why you won't model it. So if you're genuine, you'll model it. And that's why I've left this open for a couple of years. I'm just waiting for some genuine people to model it. They won't. And there's a reason why they won't.
Hold on. Rory's YouTube account, he didn't delete his comments. Rory's YouTube account was deleted.
Oh. Yeah, he deleted it all, dude. What I did is when I engaged with him,
he didn't delete his account.
Bro, when I engaged with him, we were talking right back and forth, and I asked them, through the process of what he's doing, to ask for the numbers and math, and he wouldn't provide it. He did a demonstration, but wouldn't provide the math, right? And he's just showing images because people who are watching. He's just for mocking flat earthers at the end of the day. Nobody's really going to get the math, right? So the point is that he deleted it all, disappeared. Nobody's taking up the challenge since. Ruhev's really into modeling. He loves it.
He didn't delete
I don't care. Listen, I don't care if
that's another lie on your part, though. He wasn't the one who deleted it.
Hey,
I don't care if he deleted it. It doesn't matter whether he deleted it or not. It's irrelevant to me. I don't care who deleted his channel.
Shut up, man.
Why somebody stopped conversing with you. I understand. However, the reason he stopped conversing with you is not because he was ashamed and deleted all of his stuff. It's because his stuff got deleted.
Okay. And that means what?
That means your bullshit stamping around saying, "Oh, look, I won," is complete bullshit.
Here's the thing. He's gone. He didn't do the model correctly, and he got embarrassed, and his channel's gone. So the point is, I've been asking for this model.
Oh my God!
Danik won't do it. Ruhif do it. This guy left lane won't do it. You guys won't have.
Hold on.
You know why you guys won't do the model?
Dara, I've got a question for you. All right, I've got a question. Right? Why won't you reveal the maths so we all can see it? I'd be interested to see it. Like if your math,
I just told you
if your
I've just told you the math. I told you the math. It's 1/100,000 scale. It's over 8 feet, and there's a 2.4 centimeter drop. So if you have one, so listen.
Hold on. No, listen. 2 seconds. You said you've got all the maths and you're not going to reveal it. You did.
I just
say
told
that.
you.
Okay, then cool.
The point is, I'm not going to reveal the process because if you just give you the numbers, you can reveal the process yourself and find the numbers are the same. And here's the math: 1/100,000 scale. Whatever number base you start, whether it's 3963 or 3959 or whatever you end up choosing, you're going to be stuck with a parameter, a boundary. And if you scale it down, then you have to have curvature at that rate. Anything else that you add to it is based on your feelings about it at this point, because when you scale something down,
that's not telling anything.
When you scale something down, 1/100,000 scale, it's irrelevant of what you see about it. You're taking the model's math and scaling it down. In other words, the mountain is X height at real dimensions. We're going to scale it at this height at 1/100,000 scale, which is 7 centimeters. So this is the idea behind it. Is it's not based on perspective. It's just based on actual distance and vertical information, right?
You're not saying anything, Data. You're not saying anything.
And you have no argument left, Lane, at all. Scale down anything. Scale down your model 1/100,000 scale. Work with a section of 8 feet. Put it against the wall, draw a line, if you will, and then take any high mountain over a longer distance, and you tell me at 110 miles what rate of curvature you find yourself at to be able to see a mountain. You show me that. You show me the math, guys. I'd love to see it.
The process that you're talking about that you won't reveal, like you'll reveal the maths, but so then
there's no process. It's scaling down 1/100,000 scale.
Seriously.
In other words,
Data, hold on. You've got to stop being so abrasive. All right. First, I asked you about the maths that you said you wouldn't reveal, and you said, no, I'll reveal the maths. Then you turned around and said the process. So I'm not going to reveal the process. What aren't you revealing then? Is my question.
In other words, I'm not going to write it down for you. I'm not going to write it down for you. I'm going to give you the base numbers, but I'm not going to write down the calculation for you to figure out 2.4 centimeters. Okay. Point is I can tell you the 1/100,000 scale. If you want to take it and times it by 2 and 2 pi r, whatever, over the distance of 0.00395, you can get the.
Fuck does that mean?
You're scaling down 1/100,000 scale, right? So you're taking the model base 3959 and you're making it 1/100,000 scale. In other words, you're not dealing with a 7,000 meter mountain. You're dealing with a 7 centimeter mountain, right? Something like that, anyway.
So yeah, it's not a bad idea the way to do it. Yeah, if you have a long distance observation and you know the distance and the heights of things to scale it down like that, yeah.
Here's the most important thing, Gio. Here's the most important thing is that you have to stick to dimensions of Earth, regardless of the optics. Why? Is because it has nothing to do with actual optics. It has to do with modeling the shape of the Earth. That's the height of the mountains and the distance.
That lie over and over again.
The height of the mountains and the distance to it. That's all you're interested in. When you put your, oddly enough, in real world, oddly enough, in the real world, when you put your camera up, you can take a nice little panoramic and have the same effect, which is in the panoramic that I put in the chat. So it looks exactly like the panoramic. But when you scale it down and you model it and you put all those mountains along that one section, you will see that 3-finger jack will not be visible over a distance of 8 feet, scaled 1/100,000 scale, and you have a 7 centimeter mountain.
I don't think you modeled
curving 2.4 centimeters, right? You're not going to see all of that mountain like that.
Yeah, I don't think
you have to include the observer's altitude.
A bunch of numbers.
So again, you do when you finally go to make the observation. Again, the shape of the Earth, it doesn't care about your optics, according to you guys. That's why you have a circumference size and a radius size.
Unless definitely matters where you are.
Are you telling me that the radius and the circumference size is based on optics? It's not based on physical Earth curve? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm telling you, data is specifically that your altitude over a surface tells you what you should be able to see.
Wait a sec.
If you neglect the altitude of the observer,
what dimensions am I using? What dimensions am I using?
What dimensions am I using? You can keep talking over me as if I'm not making it.
All right. You guys were talking at the same time, so I just muted you both for a second. Go ahead, Doofus.
Okay. You can neglect the observer's altitude, but you're doing it wrong. If you have to model how a surface and things that are on it appears to an observer, you need to know where that observer is.
Again, if you're going to model things on optics, sure. In this case, you're telling me.
Stop doing that.
You're telling me.
Now, Doofus, you're interrupting him. Please don't. Go ahead.
You're telling me that your model is based on optical dimensions then? Like the 3959 is not based on physical feet and inches value?
Observer height. Observer height.
Observer height has nothing to do with the radius, does it? Are you trying to tell me the radius value has to do with the observer's height? Is that correct?
It has to do with what you can see.
Listen, buddy. The radius value of Earth has nothing to do with your optics, correct?
Observer height has to do with what you can see.
Dependent upon your
listen, boys. The size and the shape of the Earth is irrelevant. According to your model, it has circumference and radius values, not based on optics. Correct?
This is just bizarre.
I'm just looking for clarity.
You can see that
bizarre. There's no clarity here. Left lane, you're in the right lane.
You are data.
When you realize you're wrong, right? So again.
No.
What dimensions do I use?
Continuing to say the same bullshit over and over again.
Again, you're projecting. That's exactly what
down, Doofus. Turn him down.
I'm asking for clarification on what dimensions I would model the Earth, because the dimensions of the model of the Earth have nothing to do with my optics. Nothing. Zero.
You're not asking though, because you're not listening.
So what do I don't use the 3959? What do I use? If I'm going to scale it down 1/100, if I'm going to scale it down 1/100, I'm going to scale it down.
What the observer can see, you need to know where the observer is.
Yes, and when you model something down, you can put the height above the observer of that surface that's curved. Okay, so in other words, when you model things down, you model the height as well. So any vertical height observation, you can scale to 1/100,000 scale. So if I make a 7-centimeter mountain, I can take my camera 7 centimeters off the ground, and I can visually see exactly what it is. Which in this case. This case, I can see everything in a panoramic format, just as the 7,000, 8,000 meters or height wherever it's at. Okay. So if I'm at, okay. So you can think about that, but here's the best part about it: show me the model, then, and show me the refraction in it. Because I'm telling you, I even challenged Rumpus to do it, and he's the model guy.
There's a bunch of fucking complicated equations that go into it to model it.
Yeah, give me a break.
Complicated.
What radius do I use? Tell me right now. What radius do I use?
You don't use the radius to model the refraction.
What circumference do I use? Oh no, you don't, do you? Okay, so I'm not looking for refraction at this fact. We're looking for physical feet and inches values for the circumference of or radius of your Earth.
Instead of talking over me, to model the refraction, you need to put some kind of material on whatever model you're building that has some kind of optical gradient in it that is similar to that as what we have on Earth.
You know, it's really awesome. You can mathematically add it. You'll notice that the higher you go up,
but you couldn't do it. Right?
There's not as much as that refraction that you're wanting to save. The point is, the challenge is there for you, Rufus. The challenge is there for Rumpus. The challenge is there for Danik, and I can guarantee you're all cowards and you won't do it.
Have you done it?
Have you
done a video? I challenged Roy. Everybody knows that I did it. It was online. We challenged. Nobody did it. I brought it in many debates. I was on Brandon's panel. I was on Rumpus.
Have you done it?
Are you listening? I brought it to Brandon's show.
Have you done it?
I brought it to.
Asking a simple question.
Are you going?
Asking a simple question.
Are you listening? Are you hard of hearing? I brought it to.
I asked you a simple question.
I brought it to. Yes, I brought. Have you done it? Yes, I brought the model to Brandon's show. I brought the model to. What's this fucking the guy that
I've not seen it.
Well, I don't care if you haven't seen it or not. I'm telling you that it's there for you. The Mount St. Helens image is there. You can go online. You can figure out the height of Three Finger Jack. You can figure out the height of Mount St. Helens. You can scale it you can scale it down 1/100,000 scale. You can take a board, an 8-foot flexible board, put it along a wall surface, and curve it whatever you want. You can curve it at 1 centimeter over a distance.
It's actually a really good idea what he's saying, you guys. I know it's like a little hectic because of the.
I don't disagree with that, Gio.
Awesome, dude. Like okay, this Mount St. Helens. I'm looking at the
He's doing it
360
wrong.
panorama.
This is why I'm here for this, bro.
Crazy, yeah. If you map this all out in a small scale on like a maybe 30-foot square section, or even bigger, like 100-foot square. But if you scaled this down and then started taking camera shots and see how it fits planar, or if you want to try to curve it and then see if it actually fits that. If it actually does.
Is this dating?
No, Geo, that's
that
right.
Is as simple as it is.
I agree.
That's as simple as it is, and nobody has done it yet. The math is there. I didn't create it. All I'm using is the base model number, which is 3959. It's not my number. I'm not adding in refraction, being personal. I'm looking at the basic information that I'm given. And you know what's even awesome? You go to Google Earth, and it's got all that linear information for me. So it not only matches the linear information in the panoramic visual when you scale it 1/100,000 scale, it's the fact that Ruhif won't do it, Rumpus won't do it, Vanek won't do it. Nobody will do it.
I'll tell you what, Data.
And it's just
I've
sweet,
turned you
and
off.
it's in my book. It's going to be
Stop
there
talking,
for
Data.
history.
You fucking
You
monologue
won't do
all the
it.
time.
No, you won't do it, Ruhif. We've already.
All right, so
I'm
that
about to do
that's-
it, right?
That's past the limit.
My
of
challenge,
the monologue.
right?
Yeah, that's the monologue. I got to mute you for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Ruben.
I will do it, Data, right? If I get a result that is consistent with the globe, will you leave the server?
First of all, I know you're a known liar. You won't be able to model it in a model program. I want you to model it in reality, empirical reality. Model. Well, I'm not going to do it because I know how Blender works, and I know how you can be fraudulent in it. Bye-bye. Listen, buddy, I know.
Wait,
I
Ruhif,
use MS4D. I use Blender.
What did you say about?
You're lying.
You're saying would he leave like discussing this or something? If you prove him,
leave this server. Just leave the server, so we don't have to put up with him.
Yeah, Discord, right click,
yeah.
server.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just wondering why that matters to you. I thought if you were trying to okay, what was your actual response to the model?
I'm not making a physical model. Physical models are inexact. Like he's got this 1 to 100,000 model, right? How are you meant to align your camera to within 100,000th of a fucking centimeter or whatever? Bullshit.
So again, it's just based on the height and linear distances. So if you scale it down in the linear distances, if you scale it down,
yeah, even your 2 millimeter lens camera,
because I know the Earth doesn't have curvature.
Millimeters, right?
Again, because
this has to be done mathematically
you're just
modeling
talking
program.
over people again, Ruhif. All right, so okay. Let's just take this idea. If you had like one of these incredible panoramas that shows all these, long distance, etc. If you were to scale that down, of course, there could be discussion of the size of that, because 5 foot by 5 foot is different than 20 feet by 20 feet, is different by 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet, how much you scaled it down. But if you scale it down with the actual distances, so you got to scale down the distances, 100 miles, scale it down, et cetera, and then make the mountains the right height above the surface of a huge piece of plastic or whatever it would be, make those mountains. Then you could have it laid out like water level, planar, flat. You could have it completely flat and then do various observations on it. Now, I know like the idea of getting an exact replication will be hard because a camera lens is large and that thing is small. However, depending on how you modeled it exactly, there are pretty tiny cameras that you could use as well. But that would be very interesting. And then have it on a flat planar type surface that water levels. I mean, we could get into how we'd want to level that. But as levels we can possibly do it. Use auto levels, all the tools we can. And then take the observations with the miniature camera and all of that. And you could also do different altitudes as well. You could have drones that could, So you could do different altitudes as well. And then curve it to the 8 inches per mile squared and then see if which ones the observations fit.
Right. The physical model is going to be inexact, right? And I'm going to check the physical model against a mathematical model. That's how I will validate a physical model, by using the math. So why not just use the math?
Because I would like to see an actual physical real, not just in mathematical calculations, because I'm aware of how maths can be used to deceive and how they have like logical deception qualities to them that don't actually lead to something definitive, but just can lead to certain narratives that someone's trying to push.
If you see the math and you understand the math, you can't possibly be deceived by it.
Yeah. That's pretty
it's
much
not the math itself. That's the deception. The math is logical. The math does make sense. It's what they would link the math to that becomes the deception. They trick people into thinking that math is the physical reality without actually verifying it.
No, math isn't
the math
reality.
is using these details of the model that we're
suggesting that the Earth is, for instance, the radius of the Earth, the amount of refraction that we say are under standard conditions. That math is present, and you can see it. There's no deception available to us.
I mean, if you choose that as your reality, I hear you. From my perspective, it absolutely has. The model and the calculations have not proven the globe. So at all, not definitively. To some, they may have convinced and so on. So those just aren't doing it. So what we're talking about here in terms of scaling
using
down,
logic for your position,
scaling down, basically making like a diorama, you know, like a small scale model of the massive Earth, and then take these observations. And then if you were to add the curve versus have it be flat or planar in its geometry, it seems like you guys really don't want to do that. You just want to stick to the calculations. But in terms of this idea, because Data brought it up, or it came up in this conversation as well. So would that not be a cool thing to do?
No. Physical
Gio,
models
we have
are
a picture.
inaccurate.
We have a picture of all these mountains lined up with their respective positions in our field of view.
But if we model it, it would take refraction.
They comport with a round Earth, and nobody can let me talk, even you, Gio.
Dude, they're cowards. They won't do it. It's so simple. Take a 8-foot board, put it against the walls, make it straight, drop it 2.4 centimeters, put the finger jack at the distance of it, put your camera 7 centimeters above the board, and see if you can see it. It's just that simple, dude.
I think it's a great idea because it takes out refraction. And if you can recreate, like, for example, this Mount St. Helens at this very high
it's basic
scale.
It's basic trigonometry. It's not that difficult.
If we did the
You're
model
making
of
more
it,
complicated.
like, let's say make a big one, like 2,000 feet by 2,000 feet, like a really big one. But you could also go smaller, like 500 foot by 500 foot, et cetera. But if we made huge scale down, the geometry will be present. It'll be clear which one matches, because we have the reality ones and we'd have a small scale model. And if you added the curvature and it fit all the photographs we have, then okay, that would be strong for a globe. But if it fits the planar one and the curvature one is all wonky and everything disappears because it's curving around a ball, which is obviously what we know would happen, no globe.
Sorry, how do you take a refraction?
Why would an 8,000-foot mountain disappear at 125 miles? It doesn't. You see it clear as day. In fact, everything in a distance, if you were looking at an 8,000-foot peak and you're at 8,000 feet, which is roughly where the observer is, everything should be eye level. Yet it's not. It's below eye level, showing that the Earth is round.
To a planar Earth there, Zenek. It's all as plain as the eye can see.
That's a fallacy that you're living with right now. It's okay. You're confused and you don't understand anything.
Tell somebody else who hasn't flown planes, Zenek.
This is an informed claim. Do you not agree that everything at eye level will stay at eye level regardless of the distance if the Earth is flat?
Model this example for me, please, bud. Show me you understand math at 1/100th
I have everything we need to model it.
Do a practical example.
To your satisfaction. We have the three-finger jack in the distance below eye level. It's 8,000 foot. It should be at eye level, yet it's not. And you're talking over me. I can tell right now.
Can we just not engage data?
Seriously. I don't know why
because you guys will be proven wrong. That's why you don't engage. That's why you don't do the model.
Wrong. You're an idiot.
No, you're cowards, dude.
Well,
I've asked you many times.
I already gave you the most simple example.
I've asked you many times to do it. I've asked you many times.
You still couldn't understand what he explained to you.
Drew has squawked off and said refraction. He's all this model guy, but he won't actually do a practical demonstration.
No, refraction is not a part of that observation at all.
He knows.
You can see three-finger jack. No problem.
You're fighting so hard because you know. That's why you're here. You know.
I'm not fighting. I'm fighting because you're.
Again, you know the Earth's not a ball. Both of you, all of you here fighting, know the Earth's not a ball. Like it's just obvious.
Be quiet, buddy.
You all know it's not a ball. That's why you're fighting here.
All right, Data. It's just monologue.
Yeah, man. He just keeps on.
All right, Ruhif. I was going to ask.
The thing is,
in terms of the scaling it down idea, I was just going to ask real quick. If it was happening on a large scale, like a large scale project with multiple people involved and so on, would you be interested? I'm not asking you to be on the team right now. I'm just sort of saying, like, would it be something that you would actually want to see done? And do you think it has value?
I think it has zero value. I would use a mathematical model to check the accuracy of a physical model. I think it's pointless.
What data is asking you to do, Rui? Is that easily done by you?
A mathematical model? Yeah, of course.
So you want to stick with the mathematical one that trumps all the others, just a a theoretical construct, like an immaterial construct of a model, you would go that over the physical.
Absolutely.
The precision
100%.
wouldn't be there.
Well,
in
then
the
I
physical
think that really that shows where you're at. Then I mean, if
Yeah,
you're not interested in the
The
physical
precision
world,
isn't
you're
there
only
because
interested in
he's
a
told
mathematical
you.
model.
It doesn't.
If you don't
it's
want
not,
to know what the physical
how-
world is. You
that's
just
not
want to
how-
keep applying this model to it. That is just an assumed structure.
That's
Data,
not.
let me ask you,
That's
why do you?
how it appears to be, or where people's mindsets are, or whatever. The precision in a physical representation won't be available to give you the kind of result you're looking for to the precision that it should be expected.
Okay, so your issue would be precision. Well, I mean, it depends on the size. Like if it was 3 feet by 3 feet, obviously that's a different situation than 3,000 feet by 3,000 feet in terms of the size of it. If it was on a huge, warehouse floor, like 5 Costco's all linked together. So I mean, there's different sort of like the size of 5 Costco's. But anyway,
Gio,
so
we have the actual
size
picture.
of it,
Gio,
even more than that. But
we
anyway,
have
the
the
size
actual
of
picture.
it would make a difference. But if it's modeled down and scaled down
Why is everybody
consistently
the
at
elephant in the room
different
is we have the-
scales and always shows the planar geometry, that's a direct representation, small scale model of what we actually see. And if those match, and if that's planar and proven to be planar, because we can measure that a lot easier than we can the huge Earth, that's huge.
So let's say we have this thing that's 5 times bigger than a Costco, right? And I don't know. You make whatever observation on that model, and it says flat Earth, right? That's the result.
Yeah,
I'm going to go.
Matches
Yeah,
what we see, and that we can prove to be planar.
Right, but I'm going to go over these 5 Costco's. How are you showing that the floor is flat in reality?
That's a good start. But I mean, we'd have to make it to where it can go from being flat to having the 8 inches per mile squared. So it would have to be like an adjustable floor. You have to create 2 of them, or it would have to be like an adjustable floor. Adjustable floor would be much more expensive and complicated. Of course, just having 2, one that has the curvature built into it, one that has, and yes, how to get a flat level. That's a good question. We get water levels. I mean, that's a valid question, especially if it's the size of 5 Costco's. However, if you would be able to measure what it is because it's a much smaller. So, I mean, it would be measurable with a lot of equipment like auto levels and laser levels and water levels to verify that. Because when we build,
do you know a free method though? What's a free method you can think of?
Plumb bobs. I mean, there's a lot of options, but we can get it
free
to
method
that level.
Which one's free and precise?
What your
water level?
Yes.
I know exactly where you were going.
Water.
Like I said, I would check. I would check the physical model by reference to a mathematical model. Yes. That's how I would tell them the physical model is correct.
And that's fine, but isn't the whole thing about science? It's fine to do things on paper, really, absolutely fine. But then now you have all these calculations and predictions, right? Then scientifically, you want to put that to the test. So now you've got to take it to the next step. You do your calculations and then step out away from your pen and paper and get into the real world and actually prove it or test it.
The real world is the photo.
Gather
Right.
gather the physical evidence on top of that as well.
Do I call this?
Yeah, keep in mind that you want to move from the more precise to the less precise. In addition, we're talking about what's modeled mathematically on the computer. We have things called 3D renderers. We do know that what the images they produce matches what we can, like if you're going to have an architect model a house before somebody comes by and builds the thing, they can model what it looks like before it's built. We know how to do that with precision. And it's accurate.
Yes. Okay then. So then when architects back in the day also too used to build their little models and still do to this day, right?
No, they don't. I got a 3D rendered model of my house.
Some do still, right? Some do because they actually enjoy it, right? Do you actually think that when they do these things that they actually put in double glazed windows and carpet and all that sort of stuff? Because that would be an exact model. doing these sorts of things, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they
Okay.
do that in the computer model. That all the materials used to build that building are in the computer model.
Yeah,
I mean, the
I've got
best
a
way to
3D
do
render
it
of my
would be
house.
to scale it down into whatever your scale is, and then basically compute it mathematically and in software 3D rendering as much as you can while you're doing it, because you have the distances and the heights. Of course, that would all have to be verified. And then you actually can compare that in addition to the actual physical model, the small scale physical model. So small scale physical model, 3D rendered model digitally, as many of those options and ways of doing it to see the different ways. And then the actual Earth itself on the large scale, the observations.
But what-
I think all three.
But what you're doing is the model that was in the computer and the small scale physical model, you'll find out that the model in the computer is more precise than that small scale physical thing that you spent so much time doing, and it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it does make all the sense in the world, because you're creating a physical
That's your opinion.
representation. If you're going only off digital, that it can be problematic, because there's certain distortions when you're using pixels on a flat screen and so on. You're not getting a direct representation. So
We're not looking at it.
Rendered in
Gio.
3D, dude. It's not
Yeah,
about
we're not
pixels.
looking at it. We're doing maths.
It's also to your opinion that it's not worthwhile, doofus.
Right, making the physical model is less precise. It has less work.
Okay, then
I would
I'll
think
ask
a
you a
3.
question, doofus. I'll ask you a quick question.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean,
When you used to do all your calculations, when you used to work out where to hit your target back in the day, right? Did you hit it millimeter perfect?
What do you mean? If the metadata was good, yeah, the target was. You
Millimeter
wouldn't
perfect.
say. Well, you wouldn't say over the course of 13 or 12 or 11 clicks that it's to the millimeter, because nobody says that. But if your metadata is good, you will be hit your first round will have a kill radius of where it was intended.
No, I'm not talking about a kill radius. I'm talking about where it was actually supposed to hit. So I'm not talking within a radius of 10 meters or 20 meters or 50 meters. You want to hit it there, right? So it hits there. So your So what I'm saying is you can do all your mathematics, right? But then in reality, when you apply those mathematics to reality, it's not actually spot on. You're not going to be millimeter perfect in reality with your mathematics.
As I have already mentioned, if your metadata is good, your shots are good.
Well, how do I know that all your metadata is good in your 3D rendering that you're doing?
You're not doing. Okay, metadata is meteorological data. Dude, come on.
Whatever data you're using, right? You're just putting in data into a model, right? Are you putting in absolutely every piece of data into that model to get it exactly precise?
To match reality as best as possible, yeah. All the building materials are just.
As possible, right?
Yeah,
So
all the building materials will be in the model. So when you look at it in the computer model, you will see it in more precision and better, closer to the real thing that will be built than a small scale physical model will ever show you.
It's close
So why
enough.
do the small scale thing?
It is close enough.
Nope, the precision is better on the computer than it is on the small scale physical model.
You claim that. You claim that. So
It's not just a claim. The building will be built and it will look closer to the model than, or not, it'll look closer to the computer generated images than it will look to the small scale physical object. The small scale physical object will look less like the final product than the computer model.
Demonstrate that your computer model, right, is going to be better than the physical model challenge that has been put out there. Demonstrate it. Don't just say it. Don't just come with words and say it's better, it's better, it's better. It's your opinion, it's your opinion, it's your opinion. Demonstrate it, and then you can shut everyone down.
Think about it for just a second, Bandy. If I have the precision of building the full-sized final product of, say, an eighth of an inch, we'll give it that amount of slack, which is a lot. And then I'm going to have my, say, 1 in 50 scale object what would I have to have for precision in that small scale object in order to match that really slack 1/8 of an inch precision on the final product?
Getting your phone.
It'd be-
I'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to say to that, Doofus, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all scaling it down. So if we're taking like a mountain range or land or whatever it is, and we're going to scale it down, the first thing is we'd have to verify ourselves. Like I'm not just going to go off some government given number. I would want to verify the actual distance. So that would have to be done. I think the best way to do that, instead of doing it on the ground, if we could do it in the air, perhaps with like drones, some way to correlate, not just in the air like in an airplane, but with some kind of drone system to where you can have close sections that are close enough that you can get accurate and then link those. Anyway, so get the right distance as close as we can first. And then, of course, measure the altitude ourselves as well. Again, not just depending on other models or coordinate systems, but actually get the real altitude. And once you do that, you start to have multiple, especially like in this Mount St. Helen one, it's a 360 degree, and there's mountains all around at different, distances and heights and so on. So once you have that, at that point, it's a matter of scaling it down. And if you scale it down into a physical model, then you do kind of like what Data was saying before, where you take certain, distances and then scale that, whether it's 1/100th, 1/10,000th, 1/100,000th, etc. And that was what I was saying about the different sizes. You scale that down, and you're scaling it down into a physical size. So you're just taking a distance and scaling that. On a computer, you have to take those distances and put them into something, a program that renders some kind of pixels that correlate with 100 miles or 50 miles or whatever it is. So now you're in a whole system, and that has to do with the way that the 3D is rendered. I'm not saying it's not useful. It is, but to say that it's just over the charts more accurate or anything like that compared to physical, I don't think is accurate, because anytime you're in a computer, to scale that into a computer, you have to put it through all kinds of different rendering because it's trying to make pixels equal an inch or equal a mile. And it can be good, but I'm just saying it's not necessarily the same as physical.
None of that was a coherent counter argument. I mean,
you did say you had to
come on,
3D
man.
render it. I mean, I wouldn't do a 3D render. I would just do the maths for it. And maths is as precise as we want it to be. How many decimal
Right,
places
and
would you like?
The physical model
And
is
to answer the
mathematically
question that I had
correct.
put to Bandsaw because
It's
he had to
converted
go,
from meters
if
to
you had a
centimeters
1/8 inch,
at
1/8 inch of
1/1000th
a
scale,
slack
so you
on the
can't really
final product,
make the
and the
calculations
small
incorrect, can
scale
you?
was 1/50th in size, you'd have to build that small scale demonstration of that house to tolerances of 1/400th of an inch. You can't really do that. The computer can.
Yes.
But the small scale physical object cannot.
You can take physical feet and inches and turn it into the same thing in reality as you can in the modeling, because you're trying to model reality, correct? So if I take a model and I have the dimensions in physical reality measured to 1/100,000th scale, it's arbitrary in your model. Whatever numbers you use, you can make it 0.03959 or 3959, or you know what I mean. So it doesn't matter. You still have the same ratio value I would at small scale. And the real world is what your model is supposed to do. The problem is you guys won't model in the real world because you'll see the flaws right away with the modeling. And it doesn't matter what you do to correct it. You can only fake it with your refraction and your 3D graphics. Your model,
dude, exactly. I think it's a fucking awesome idea. It's spot on. We'll have to do it. And the thing is that people can all come to their own conclusions. So as these discussions, measurements, everything continues to, move into the future, to have models like this and for people to see that, at the end of the day, people are going to make up their own mind. So, I mean, if Doofus or Ruhif wants to think that they don't like that because they just want to stick with mathematical models and stick in their belief, that's fine. Obviously, they're free to do that. But the thing is the people of the world who actually see it with their own eyes and seeing a small scale model, if it fits the planar observations, I mean, that is just as straightforward as it gets.
Well, Gio, I've already done it with Blender. So my practical demonstration matches my Blender observation. Now, the Blender information is strictly topography information from satellite images, right from NASA, which is distance and elevation, exactly how you would scale at 1/100,000th scale on a planar surface. I've already presented all this stuff already. It's there. It's not that it doesn't exist. So you have a map that matches Blender. Then your practical small scale 1/100,000 scale matches an element of the map and Blender. Obviously, you're not going to have a convergence of the sky and ground because you're not actually seeing a distance of 110 miles. So obviously, there's some limitations to how you can scale the model down. The point is when you do that, it's showing the separation between a physical geometrical boundary and an optical argument, and that's the whole point of it.
Exactly.
And so when you address the model, you're addressing physical boundaries. But when you're addressing optics, you're trying to conflate optics as those physical boundaries due to Earth curve. And that's the argument that they're going to continue on, is that the Earth curve is causing it. And if that's the case, then it has boundaries, feats, and instant value, regardless of your refraction. Let's figure out what that is.
Yeah, it should have that geometry, though, the curved geometry. I mean, if you had a model like that and you were able to see on the model, make observations that fit exactly what we see in reality, and if you were able to verify that that model is planar, like a complete flat plane in terms of the actual leveling that and getting that to be level, like you can verify that. And like I said, make another one that's 8 inches per mile squared.
They've already done it. They've already done it, Gio.
Let me just say, if you were to look at the flat planar one and it fits exactly what we see on the actual Earth with photographs and with our naked eye as well. And then if you looked at it on a globe one and it totally doesn't match at all, like mountain peaks can't be seen and it just looks completely different, at that point, in order to still believe in a globe, the only thing you could do is somehow just believe in a fabricated concept of refraction that's bending and warping light to make the Earth look exactly like the planar Earth model.
I like your logic, Gio. You got it right.
Which is reality incredibly, in my viewpoint, very far from a strategy that gets you to the truth.
How can it be refraction making it look flat when flying an airplane doesn't relate to that refraction? So in other words, you're asking an individual that is a tiny observer on the ground to equate refraction as effective curve, but somebody above him, not experiencing that particular viewpoint of view, doesn't have to equate or even perceive that calculation zero. It's because it's not evident. So you're saying somebody on the surface can measure something somebody above can't. It's absurd. It means it's individual and it's not based on Earth curve. It's based on perspective, optics, and that's what the whole argument is about, right? It's just taking that one individual observer and telling him that he lives on a sphere when it's his field of view. It's just absurd.
Yeah, so Gio, if you got two models and reality matches one of those, which model do you think is more likely true?
Well, I want to ask Lemon too, because Lemon just came in. I'm gonna answer your question and say this to Lemon as well. So Lemon, we're talking about the idea of making a scaled down model of the Earth. So take one of these observations where we see, mountains, like this is this panoramic from the top of Mount St. Helens, and basically scale it down and make it onto an actual model. Could be 10 feet by 10 feet, could be 100 feet by 100 feet, could even make a huge one, 5,000, let's say 2,000 feet by 2,000 feet, or like multiple Costco's, size-wise. So you could make different ones and then do the observations on that. You can make that with an absolute provably flat planar floor. Then you do the elevations of the mountains, the elevations of the observer, etc., and see what you see. And then you could make probably a second one that would match it. So you'd have to make two. The second one would have 8 inches per mile squared built into it. Then do the observations on that and see which one actually fits the real life observation, the flat planar one or the curved one.
It's more important realize that the higher observation you have, and the fact that all you have to do is translate linear distances and vertical heights. So, and that's all you're reducing is the point. It's not whether or not you make models huge. It's the idea of reducing the image down to that scale for the intention that it's translatable with one function, which is linear functions. Well, and that's Euclidean and whatever. So that's what I mean is you're reducing something from that observation, and all you're doing is making Euclidean smaller. And it does. You don't have to change curve, and oddly enough, you will see everything you're supposed to see in that image on a planar surface. That's the point.
Yeah. So I want to hear Lemon's thoughts. Lemon, if you're there, or what I'm curious to hear your thoughts. And then Ruhif, because you're asking. I mean, would that be preferable over a mathematical model? Is that your question?
No, just your logic is correct. If you have two competing hypotheses or ideas, and one of them makes predictions that match reality, right? That's the one that's most or more likely to be true. That's it.
Okay, so that would be the scaled down model with the 8 inches per mile squared built into it. That would match what we actually see if the Earth's a globe. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, whatever model it is, but in general, right? If you have a model and it makes a prediction and another model that makes a prediction, the one that makes the correct prediction is more likely to be true.
Right.
Completely
So if
generalized.
we scale this down and we have two huge setups, one of them's completely flat and planar, the other one has 8 inches per mile squared. And if the observations we make on the small scale one, on the flat and planar one, match reality, then that would then be very strong evidence for you, or however you would define that, that the Earth is planar and flat.
Yeah, if your model was accurate, which I'm saying physical ones just won't be.
So now you're just writing off all physical ones for some reason.
Yeah, because I would use a mathematical model to verify that a physical model was correct.
So you use a presumed globe Earth model to just see if
No.
Okay, so hold on. If that is true, if you're going to measure the distance to an object, you're going to lay a straight line, and then to the height of the object, you're going to have a vertical, which is perpendicular to that straight line. You're going to model that, right?
Well, math
and then
is
when you model
secondary.
when you model that, you're going to reduce that, right? So if you have a rate of curvature according to your model, it may appear straight at a distance, larger scale, but as you reduce it, it will highlight more curve, correct?
Correct. But the thing about math is secondary to reality. If you're counting out 12 dozen eggs, you need eggs that are there in reality to count. Vision is not quite mathematical because things converge, merge, and disappear even though they still exist, and like those dozen eggs you're counting. So trying to use mathematical abstractions to figure out what's happening without checking with reality is a little unjustified. You need a laser going straight and true over the surface, and either it's going to hit your eye if there's no hump of Earth curve in the way, or it's not.
Yeah, because Ruhif, I mean, we're talking about scaling something down in a physical form, and then you're just saying you would compare the spherical model to it. But how is that a value?
No. Not the spherical model to it. I would compare a mathematical model to a physical model.
Okay,
I would
what
use that to
mathematical
verify
model?
the geometry of it. I would use geometry to check that your physical model is correct. Nothing to do with sphere or globe. This is mathematics versus physical.
Well, I mean, what we would have if we did this is you'd have like, because let's say we're doing just mountain peaks, realistically, you can't really do something that's 10 feet off the ground. It would have, so if you're scaling it down, you've got these mountain peaks. So you have the distance between the mountains, which, like I said, we'd have to verify that independently. Like, I'm not just going to I wouldn't want to just go off what the GPS says kind of thing. So I think we could do it with drones. There's a couple of ways that we could do it, but measure that distance. So we have that verified independently. And then on the scale, have the raised up elevation of the mountains. So if it's like 100 miles between them, and then, the mountain's 5,000 foot tall, whatever it is, you now have a ratio that can be scaled. Yeah. So we scale that and put onto a small thing. Now, what mathematical quote unquote model would you need to apply and that would be valuable? Because you were just going off what it is. There's no real model to it yet. So what are you referring to?
You're trying to scale down real life into a scale physical model. Right?
Yeah.
To check the accuracy of your scaled down physical model, I would use a mathematical model.
But what mathematical model if we just have elevations and distances?
Yeah, trigonometry, geometry.
He would be constrained. He would have to use a formula that would be the distance square rooted divided by 2 times the radius plus 1. That's the formula you would have to use, right? Just like in the globe model where it's the same calculation, except for this is just reduced. So that's the boundaries you're going to be working in. Ruhif, do you have another formula that you would use? Because that's what, I seem that you would use in your model, correct?
Is that the one you're using, Ruhif?
I've got data turned down, so I've got no idea what he's saying to me.
All right. Well, that really doesn't make for a good conversation if you're going to do that.
Neither does data. So.
All right. Well, maybe he was asking a very good question, and he was chill. So,
all right, hold on.
Just unmute him. He can ask it again because he gave a specific.
All right. There you go.
Calculation with a radius value and ask. So, okay, go ahead, Data.
So if you're going to scale down the in your model, it's arbitrary the numbers you use. Even if you use a base 3959, you could just make it 3.959, correct? Meaning that it's arbitrary the numbers you use. But in real life, you would use the distance, which was reduced 1 in 100,000 scale, multiplied by 2 times the radius plus 1, and that would give you the drop distance over the distance. That's the formula you would use, right?
What formula?
Is this the one you're using?
So the distance, so let's say we're scaling down 1 100,000 scale, and you have a known distance scaled down. So if you had 3959, it would end up to be 209 feet. That would be the radius. So you would take the distance, square it, divide it by 2 times the radius plus 1, and that you would get the drop distance over, let's say.
I have no idea what that formula is, Data. I'd have to see it written down and derived.
Well, I'm giving it to you. It's the distance squared divided by parentheses 2 multiplied by 209 feet plus 1. It'll give you 2.4 centimeters. If you're using a 6-foot distance or 5.8 feet
I'm
distance.
not interested in the scaling down.
Hold on. Listen, it doesn't matter. That formula will work at the scale at 3959. It's arbitrary. Whether it's 1-to-1 ratio or 1 to 100,000, that formula is irrelevant. You can apply that formula to your model right now. And it will still
applying any scale. I'm doing it to scale.
You can make it 209. You can make it 209-foot radius ball and not a 3959 ball. It's the same thing because it's just 1 100,000 scale. Because your model is arbitrary, it doesn't matter what numbers you put in. If you have a 1-to-1 ratio, 1 100,000, you're just adding decimal points. So again, if you're going to do this, what's wrong with this formula that I just given you?
I have no idea how you got it or derived it. So if you could do that, that'd be great.
It's your ball mathematics, dude.
So Ruben, is this your? He's bringing up something. It may or may not be. It sounds like it's not what you're using because you said you've never heard of it. So, so what is the one you're using? So let's say we've got our distances. You're scaling it down. What is the one you're using?
To do what?
I don't know. You kept saying you want to apply a mathematical model to it. I'm just talking about scaling down reality, scaling down the distances and heights. Now, what are you doing to it?
Yeah, scaling it, not scaling it down, but just representing it mathematically. Like what?
Yes, correct. And I just gave you a formula. Like? I gave you a formula that's arbitrary in your model. It's not arbitrary in reality, but it's arbitrary in your model because it represents the same 3959 just from numbers to represent it.
I've never seen that formula before. If you could show me what it is, how it was derived, then maybe I'll understand.
Use your curvature calculator, okay, and figure it out yourself, dude. Over a distance of 100. You want it like math so much. I'm giving you a challenge that's math written all over it, but you won't bite. Why?
Because 8 inches per mile squared isn't fucking something over 2D plus 1.
I don't give a fuck what it is. Show me your model, bitch. I don't give a fuck what 8 inches is. Show me something.
I've made an offer. If I model this and it matches the globe, right, and I'll model it mathematically and it matches the globe, you will leave the server. That's my offer.
Again, you're going to have arbitrary mathematics in your model. The point is whether or not you understand what my point is, and I don't think you have registered it yet. In reality, the math works at that level, and it's the same, just the same math. It's just scaled down. So
you're saying that math works at a 1 to 100,000 scale, and only that scale.
I'm saying if you're going to have an observation dictate your reality, which is at an observer's point, there's an Earth curving away from him. Then there must be some evidence to show that there's something hidden, or you can't see, or whatever. Must be, right? If you're going to prove a ball wrong, you got to be able to see something that you're not supposed to see. Well, in this case, I'm not biased to the ball or to the flat. All I'm doing is reducing your numbers and reducing the planar numbers. In other words, I have 2 models to reduce: a planar Earth or a curved Earth. And what reality is there's no flaw in the reduced planar Earth model, is my point. Meanwhile, you're red-herring, you're distracting. All your BS is towards this mathematical model that requires no actual numbers to be precise mathematically. That's why you want to use it, as I just stated.
Did you just say the mathematical model does not require the numbers to be precise? from someone that wants to build a physical
what
model.
I'm saying, it'll
They're
never be
fucking
precise,
joke
dude.
data.
You were
You're
a joke
joke.
because you're lying about the
All right.
57.3 or the, even the 1 to 60 rule you don't know about. You think that angle ratios are exact? You're lying. You're either dumb about it or you're lying. There are errors in angle ratios, dude. So quit with that shit. And when you're modeling things, you're going to have errors. Bottom line. The point is that whether or not you understand the argument. And it looks like you're avoiding it intentionally, continuously, and there's a reason. It's because you know the Earth's flat, and you're doing this because whatever, man. You know the Earth's flat. What you're doing.
The main thing that we need to determine flat Earth data is if these visual units of angle that we're trying to measure are preserved throughout the visual process of observation from beginning to end of the observation, or if, like, bacteria or some sort of small thing that disappears due to angular resolution, they disappear, especially when looking out over a flat surface. At that point, the math is immaterial. It's the theory about what, if anything, will be visible over a flat plane that needs to be examined. What is still visible and or what merges, converges, and disappears, math or not.
Yeah, see, here's the point. You missed it as well. If I take an observation in reality and I reduce it to 1/100,000 scale and I just use linear Euclidean straight lines, and horizontal and zenith reductions, then or distance and vertical reductions, that's all I do. And I translate it and I take a panoramic and it matches observed reality. And I can see something if I use your curvature calculator. I know that I can see something that doesn't match even in your own curvature calculator. So if I reduce that model, it also shows that there's an error there as well, even at small scale.
Well, this is why I think it'd be valuable to scale it down with multiple different tools. Like once you get the original heights and distances of what you're scaling down, mountain peaks, whatever it may be, then you have that core data, basically just altitudes, elevation angles, and distances. And then you have many options to scale it from there. If you scale it down into a physical model, then you'd be actually scaling it down into something at a particular size. And then if you scale it down with an 8 inches per mile curvature, which you'd also have to scale down, or you have it like flat planar type geometry. So once you have both of those done in physical form, you then have those. Then doing it on computers as well, I think would be valuable. But of course, computers get tricky because you have to use 3D rendering algorithms and technologies that basically plot pixels into some kind of a virtual environment. And there's always going to be some limitations to that. I mean, in terms of it not being reality, there's always potential for distortions. Now, I think that can be done pretty well these days with AutoCAD and a lot of things. Obviously,
There's no way that they can see 110 miles, though. There's no way they can model 110 miles.
There's value in all of them.
Well, then modeling reality at 110 miles in a computer program, no, you have to make no, it doesn't work, man. It's just the numbers are arbitrary in the program.
Yeah, but I mean, you can still do it. I mean, the way like in like a computer game or Google Earth, something. I mean, where you actually do have a surface that like Minecraft, all of that, where they actually are mapping coordinates into a system. So I mean, you can definitely create a world that is pretty realistic and actually fits what we see, like flying in an airplane or whatever.
Well,
pretty well.
You can emulate. You can emulate that for sure. But the egocentric distance that's involved is the apparent junction of that light, right? And the way to get that is all a planar existence. Because without that planar existence, how do you get a convergence? It's not automatically convergence.
That's why it'd be cool to do the physical model with both with a curve that we know is curved and with a flat that we know is flat. Because once those two are done, then you can basically compare those. And if the observations are all fitting the model that's flat, the only way a globe earther could hang on to it still being a globe would be to literally believe in a type of refraction that somehow just bends and warps everything to make it look like the flat planar model. Which is already pretty much what they're saying, but it's like it literally matches the planar.
It's not.
Oh no, it's actually a globe, but there's a refraction that just makes it look planar.
No,
exactly. In
Refraction doesn't make things
1944,
look flat. Right, 7/6R does not make things look flat. It makes them look very, very slightly less curved, very slightly.
In 1944, Russian
it's
and
more
Japanese.
than slight, though, Ruif. It's huge.
No.
It's massively significant.
No,
in some cases, miles, thousands of feet, miles. In some cases,
right?
many,
Over
many
what
miles
distance?
of curvature.
Over what
All kinds
distance?
of distances.
Yeah, hundreds of miles, and you're talking about a couple of thousand feet.
Well, it depends on what, but I'm just saying it's not just like, okay, the difference between the Earth appearing to have planar geometry or spherical geometry is not slight. Like it's not just a little bit. Yeah, the planar nature of it is profoundly relevant, especially at the incredibly long distances we're able to see.
Yeah, I agree. There's a big difference. It should be obvious, and it is. I can fold that one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would say to me, it's obvious that it's planar geometry because that's exactly what we see.
Oh, I'm happy to do the geometry with you, Gio.
Like nothing needs to be added. Like no theories of anything need to be added. It just is what it is.
I would love to see some of your geometry showing that the Earth is flat. Love to see it. Anyway, I got to go and pick up my daughter. Maybe I'll be back. Maybe. We'll see. I'll finish this hand.
If you want evidence of a planar Earth, take any long distance observation and reduce it. See if it matches. That's what you can do.
Yeah, dude, you should be able to scale it down and it fit a globe. It's pretty straightforward.
You know what's sad, Gio, as I presented this again, and here's another thing. I don't know if you found this interesting. So that square root of the observer's height multiplied by 1.22. It's quite interesting that all of the navigation manuals that I've come across, they use the square root calculation, which is a hypotenuse distance to an apparent junction. It's quite interesting how I've drawn the parallel of the 1.22 with the Rayleigh criterion plus the de facto 1 mile height, 1.22 mile horizon, also which has been falsified. It's interesting how it really is just this argument of refraction and claiming that it's a ball over a plane surface. It's crazy.
It's actually one of the worst claims of refraction also. For instance, in the black swan, you would then need a refractive model that explains not just the looming up of objects over the horizon as to appear to be habitats that are now completely made of light that you're not actually seeing, or should be obstructed, should I say. And those things are being loomed up toward the observer, okay? And then we're talking about a form of refraction, terrestrial refraction, where the actual terra firma, or should I say the horizon, right, is being pushed behind these objects that are being loomed up over, right? And then also people often talk about the distortion in the black swan. Well, that's another problem because now we have light doing another thing. So what model of refraction is explaining different directionalities of refraction in the same field of view? I don't know.
What do you mean by the horizon being pushed back behind the oil rig?
Where's the horizon? I'm not talking about what I'm saying. I'm not claiming that's what's happening, by the way.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
it's not that it's pushing the horizon back behind the oil rig. It's that it's looming the water around the oil rig up with it, and it creates a different horizon.
Right, but he's right in what he's saying. I mean, I've thought about this too. It's like, yeah, you have to have. There's like two vectors that you guys are claiming is going on. I think of it. I've often thought like when you have this, like a way to explain it, when the sun's like 93 million miles away, and then you have some mountain that's just on the other side of the globe. There's like two things that have to happen for that. This is actually a slightly different thing, but it's the way that the sun hits and then the way that the thing that's actually around the curve. You have to bend that thing that's around the curve and line it up with the sun, but you don't have to bend the sun. But anyways, it's a little bit similar, but in the black swan one, like, yeah, you have to take that horizon that's in front of the rig. You have to move it back behind it. So there's like two vectors in order to do that. It's like taking a blanket or like a rug and kind of putting it in two directions.
Yeah, but it's not moving. It's not actually moving the geometric or horizon behind the oil rig. It's just looming up the water that's around the oil rig and creating a different horizon.
It's not a geometric horizon, then, is it?
No.
So then boats being cut off from the bottom up is not the geometric Earth curve.
That's a whole different thing. Yes, it is.
You could throw
That's
that
a different thing.
But that for years has been the claim of globers, and I can literally show videos that show this, that was apparently a geometric horizon.
Well, technically speaking, you can't actually see the geometric horizon because you're always going to get refractive effects, right? I mean, the refractive effects might be minuscule, and it could make a difference of a few feet. So technically speaking, it's still the geometric horizon, but technically speaking, you can't.
All right, so if the geometric horizon, okay, if the geometric horizon isn't there and you're just always seeing a refracted horizon, then it's never Earth curve cutting things off from the bottom up, because it's always a refracted thing, right? It's so if the thing can go from being in front of those oil rigs to all the way behind them, that dramatic of a difference, then you can never claim that it's Earth curve cutting something off from the bottom up. But now it's just this magically moving horizon thing you're talking about.
But it's not always a dramatic difference though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can get in some circumstances, you can get some very dramatic differences. Absolutely, but it's not always the case. You need to get some. Well, you don't with your naked eye. No, you don't.
So you can't declare that there are differences if you don't have anything to compare said differences to.
Well, okay, fair enough then. But you are going to need to make some assumptions. But based on what we already know, I see your point there. That's fair enough. But I'm just making a point that you, technically speaking, on a clear day, when you know there's not any strong refractive effects, you can use the geometric horizon, because it's really not going to make any difference, because of the distance you're actually looking at, or the distances you're actually looking at that time. If that makes sense.
Anyone that's being honest with themselves, right? Listen, I'm just gonna say it how it is. It doesn't matter what type of day it is, right? Whatso fucking ever. On the southwest coast of England, right? When Lundy Island, being, let's say, 18.7 miles or 19.7 miles off the coast, right? If I lay down on my belly, my eyes are roughly about 1 foot to 2 foot off of the ground, okay? Pretty much in line with a lap in water, okay? We've got the Oldenburg boat docked up with a mast, which is about 20 feet high, and it's docked on the side of this island, okay, 19.7 miles away. And the mast itself never goes anything over 25 feet, even with the let's say water level and slight changes in the water level. We know this because of in reference to other things next to it, right? And the point is that if I'm sat on that beach, even if my eyes are at 5 feet off the ground, 2 feet off the ground, let's say they're 6 feet off the ground, right? 6 feet off the water. The fact of the matter is the horizon should be 3.48 miles away, right? Problem is, never in winter, never in summer, never every day of my single life have I ever not observed Lundy Island. And the whole thing should be behind the Earth's curvature. The geometric horizon and the idea of it doesn't exist. Not to the extent in which the calculations are at all. It doesn't exist. Anyone being honest with themselves know that they have seen horizons that far exceed 3.48 miles away if they're about 6 feet high. When they're stood at the beach, everyone knows they've observed things much further away than that.
Yeah, I can't comment. I'm not going to say that you're lying, correctly. I'm not going to say that. Okay, but in order to sort of comment on that, we're going to need to see exactly where you were. Oh shit! Are you still there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I just lost my screen for a second because I just put my foot on my fucking power cord.
Yo, I'm so fucking grateful to be here. I learned so much.
Sorry, can I just finish? Yeah, great. But yeah, so dude, why don't you do like a video and the observations on it, and then show on Google Maps where you were, like your observer heights and the distances and all that kind of stuff.
I've got all that.
I know we can look at it, can't we? We can talk about it.
I'll post it now. I'll post it now.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Give me a second, I'm seeing something. But and what I'm talking about really is about self-honesty. Really, is I'm just saying that calculation of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I just don't think anyone who is being honest with themselves could turn around and say that fits reality. And I don't care the atmospheric conditions of the day either. I've many times observed things that are way further away than the confines of that calculation.
Well, I mean, you still got to take some refractive effects into account. That's still going to happen depending on the distances you're talking about.
Mhm.
You know, you got to accept that. You can't just say, "Oh, there's no. I don't care about the refractive effects." You can't do that. You've got to take that into account.
I'm
You have
talking
to.
about in relation to. I'm not talking about. I don't care about him like that altogether. I'm not throwing out the baby with the bathwater, bro. I'm not saying that.
All right.
I'm talking about when it just comes to the idea of that singular calculation, right? And reality as we know it. Okay, you and I, you and many other people. With your head 6 feet off of the ground, right? It just isn't true, right? You can see France from the south of England, right, all year round.
Yeah, on a good day you can. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I've seen it myself. Yeah.
I've seen it on a bad day, bro.
Yeah, but what you're looking at? I'm gonna try and word this properly without it sounding absolute gibberish. But what you got to understand is what you're actually looking at, what you can actually see. Do you know what I mean? You say, okay, I could see France, but there could be all kinds of different elevations. What you're actually looking at, so you need to know exactly what you're going to be looking at.
Yeah,
in other words, you're going to need.
You need to know the height of the part of the coast that you're currently looking at. You need to know the exact altitude that you're at. Of course, we've all broken this all down.
Yeah, of course. So so it wouldn't be that unusual whether you're looking at a flat Earth model or a globe model that you could probably see France from what do you call it? Where's that port that's near? Fucking
Calais.
No, the one in
Dover
England.
to Calais.
Huh?
Or Dover to Calais.
Dover. Yeah. On a good day, if you look on the white cliffs of Dover, you can see France on a good day. But again, we're going to need to look at topography and stuff.
You can do it on the water's edge as well. You don't need to be on the top of the cliffs or anything like
That's
that.
True. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
But I guess my point, bro, is that realistically, you shouldn't be able to see. Right. So you shouldn't be able to watch a ferry, okay, go all the way from Dover and get to Calais without any of the bottom of it at any point being obstructed. Geometrically impossible. Well, right. So.
Are you saying you shouldn't see the bottom disappear? Is that what you're saying?
You should see it disappear on a globe. You should.
But we do though, and that I've seen videos of that happening myself. So it does.
Well, it should happen every time, correct? But then you'll say refraction. I get that, but that's where I'm saying that effectively this idea of I'm only talking about the individual calculation of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height feet. Right. That calculation does not conform to what we see, refraction or otherwise. I genuinely believe that.
It doesn't. It can be falsified. But the most important thing is that it's used in sextant manuals, but they don't use the 1.22. I've seen the 1.17, and then I've seen 0.96. So I've seen various calculations, but they have hijacked the square root of the observer's height multiplied by that nautical mile or refraction constant, whatever you want to call it, horizon constant. But whatever it is, the 1.22 is also very important when it comes to diffraction, which is obviously the maximum point at which the first minimum of light hits the eye that can be resolved. That happens to be in the outer part of your eyeball. So as light enters in, it's the bottom and top part of your eye. When light enters it, you have this apparent 1.22 because as light passes through your aperture, the point at which it, from the center to the outer rim, apparently, there's a Bezel equation actually. There's one more equation prior to this, which is the first order calculation. I haven't done it, but they derived the 1.22 from it, which is basically the top and bottom part of your vision that cones in. So in other words, when you look at anything, doesn't matter where it is, doesn't matter where you place your eyes, as the object moves in towards you or away from you, it will converge into a point. And we have a geometrical constant with the shape of the Earth being planar, that we have this apparent rising of the ground and setting of the ceiling in the same manner that this 1.22 has been derived from. What's really interesting about it is that if I take the Rayleigh criterion and the standard nanometers of 500 nanometers and the aperture of the eye of 0.5 centimeters, I'll end up with this maximum theoretical angle of 0.06069. So 0.0069. or 0.07 degrees kind of thing. That's a maximum theoretical perfect vision. And with that number, if I divide it by the tangent of the distance to the horizon, I end up with the circumference of the Earth of 24,911 miles. So it's quite interesting how even the Rayleigh criterion, I can derive this circumference manner. And what's really interesting about these constants is that it doesn't matter if it's a 360 degrees circle or an elliptical path. It's definitely in nature spherical, right? So our vision has been totally used to represent the outer world when it's just our vision, right? So.
Well, yeah, of course. This goes all the way to, like, I know you're talking about the Rayleigh criterion. There's also something called I can't remember if it's Anderson criterion as well. Anderson, which is just a more simplified version. Well, it's not necessarily simplified, but it talks of, basically a 6 foot high observer based on how far away another 6 foot man would be and how far away he would need to walk away from this other 6 foot man. And basically the coning of the vision, right? The ability for the eye to continue to resolve it. And then obviously you have the incidence of the angle of the floor in relation to and how acute that angle is, right? So like it basically predicts this formula. I don't know off the back of my head right now. I used to have it memorized, but I don't right now. Is that it basically states that a 6 foot man walking away from another 6 foot man would start to disappear at 3.48 miles away. Or that's the maximal distance, should I say, that you would be able to observe that man, and you would start to see the feet disappear. And when you work that out, 6 foot off the ground, right, and then you change the numbers around, meaning you take the 6 foot mathematics and apply it to 1 foot, it comes back out as about 1.22. Times the square root of the height in feet again, because obviously. It's basically stating that things should start to disappear from a 6 foot observer. So meaning idea of a geometric horizon at 3.48 miles away, right? When it's not, it's it's actually the extinct, it's the point in which our vision no longer is capable to resolve the image. And that's another one that's been backward engineered, personally. That's what I think it is. Like, that's what I genuinely think it was based on. But then in reality, it doesn't really work. And that's why I think it isn't conforming to what they're saying, because it was based upon objects, not necessarily the whole Earth, right? So they backward engineered something that actually in the future they would just basically be really easy to disprove. Because obviously objects are going to end up disappearing from your vision. Small excerpts of space or small excerpts of objects that are a certain width or height and going a certain distance away is different to observing the whole of something, meaning the actual thing that those objects are on the Earth. Bit different. And that's why it's failing massively.
Interesting. Anyway, I need to get some sleep. I haven't gone to bed yet. Nice chatting to you. I'll see you tomorrow.
No worries, mate.
Catch you later, Matt.
Yeah, have a good one.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, see you, Benny.
I realise I don't even have those images on this phone anyway. But Gio, you got to admit that, like, I think and that's what I say about honesty. I'm not talking I'm not even trying to argue that point, right? I'm saying if someone's being honest with themselves, you have to admit that you've never has anything you've ever looked at distance, like correlated with 1.225 times the square root of the Earth's height feet. I think everyone's seen horizons that are much further away than that. I think everyone's seen that.
Yep.
So just be honest with yourself.
It's like all we see, but somehow they just apply it. Like they still do.
Cut out there for me. A bit weird.
No, I was just saying that like we don't even see the 1.22 anywhere, but they still apply it.
Yeah.
So just add it on there.
You think they want to try and refute it, but
it's a relationship with angular distance. That's why. And
well, yeah, of course.
if you look at nautical miles and the definition that's in Wiki regarding the angular resolution of, let's say, 1 arc minute, and the relationship to a nautical mile, it's all angular related. So they want to talk about the Earth being curved. It's nautical mile is an angular relationship over the surface of the Earth. But here's the issue with our maths is when we have small angle approximations like 57.3 or whatever, you have errors in the math. So you can have like 5% errors in the calculation, which in other words, even though you're deriving a nautical mile or a measurement on the surface of the Earth, when you're using angular relationships to it, you can have an error percentage up to 5%. That's mathematical. So, and that's basic navigation.
That's pretty much what they do. Yeah. I mean, they pretty much use that to explain away curvature. They just use like a parabolic function.
Well, there's a 60 to 1 rule. Okay. So basically every 60 nautical miles, there's a 1 degree error, right? So when you look at that principle and you research that, you understand there's a correlation from, 6,000 feet, angular measurement for 6,000 feet and 1 nautical mile. There's a relationship there when it's 60, right? 60 by 60 by 60. So everything's a 60 relationship. So it's first of all, it's a convention that we use because it's divisible by multiple processes, and apparently there's hidden sacred geometry within the ratios to devise these numbers, like 60 by 360 is 2160, which is apparently the diameter of the moon. So there's all these in 108 ratios. There's all these geometrical sacred geometry relationships to these as well. So there's a little bit of religion in it too, right?
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Well, yeah.
Well, I was just saying you can find the radius of the Earth, for instance, and also like the radius and circumference of the moon in nearly every single planet. If you you have to break it down in a certain way, but like effectively nearly every planet in our solar system, for instance, and even far beyond that. I've seen a few people do that where they break down the different numbers, take the radius, circumference, right? Even the mass, and then when you I can't remember if it's you divide it by pi, I can't remember, but you end up getting back the same numbers over and over again, and it's like ridiculous for everyone. Religion, definitely.
You guys ever take the velocity of the ISS and work it out to where it works out to be the distance to the sun? There's a correlation with the velocity of the ISS and the distance to the sun. Did you guys know that?
I've heard of this before, yeah.
I figured this out a while back. I wrote it down. I'm still trying to look for where I wrote it down because I want to enter it. It's because I was basically trying to use frame rates to calculate, objects flying between 2 points, and so I was looking at frame rate calculations, and it was interesting how I ended up deriving 93 million miles, and I can't exactly remember how I did it, but I was just wondering if anybody's ever found a correlation between the velocity of the ISS and the distance to the sun. Because the numbers, basically, why I'm saying this is because Newton apparently predicted the speed of the ISS, or let me rephrase that. He predicted that for objects to remain in orbit, they needed to be at that velocity. And
exactly,
so I broke that down. I can't remember what I did, but when you get fucking with numbers and things and ratios and shit, you come across patterns, right?
Definitely.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, the speed of the ISS somehow works as a relationship to 93 million miles, and I don't know what number I had to do that.
You need to ask that guy, the Gold Goth Swan. He showed me that before as well, I think.
I've never heard of anybody coming up with it, but I swear I have it written down, and I'm going to find it. And
you should maybe talk to him. You should probably talk to that guy. I could DM you his username or whatever. He's pretty good with mathematics. He really knows what he's talking about when it comes to that. Yeah, some of the stuff he's shown me before, so it was like, whoa. Similar to some of the shit you're saying, basically. You two would have a good conversation, definitely.
Well, I'm not. See, I understand platonic solids and sacred geometry and stuff and the correlation, but I think more of anything, I'm not learning to learn for practice. It's more of being like recognizing, like if I see a pattern, I'm like, well, I know that pattern because I studied this, and it's not because I'm studying this to use that pattern. It's kind of just be aware of it.
That's kind of the way he is. It's like kind of just like not for the sake of it, however, but like, you know, kind of just pattern
there's guys
recognition.
like, I don't know if you follow, like there's this guy, he's a crypto guy. He has a channel called Waters Above Crypto. And so he's a Hebrew cosmologist, and he's a crypto guy. Like he has a major channel on YouTube. So he does he talks about the Shemitah that we're going through right now, and uses words and phrases that are in the media and in correlation to names of coins and associations with that. And there's this other guy who practiced moon cycle. So it's crazy how the crypto boys in the world of 2022 are sort of up to the flat Earth level, and some are indifferent.
Right, so I've got a good friend who's called Crypto. We all know him, right? But people often mistake me for him. I don't know how. It probably winds him up because he's like, Chelsea boy, right, from London, and I'm like fucking crack villain over here. What's on, right? We sound completely different. He's a slight bit more posh than me, but yeah. So that word crypto, it kind of like worries me a little bit. If you look into the definition of that word, it sort of means it's like it's a moniker for someone that's like part of a group like the Freemasonry or something, right? It means a secret attachment to a secret group or party. It often was used to describe people that were secretly communists in the past, and like, I keep fucking seeing it everywhere, and I'm like, and then now you're saying about someone called Crypto, to do also with the Waters Above, and basically pointing out exactly the thing that's in his name in a sense, like not necessarily, but you know what I mean, those sort of relationships, should I say. So that's interesting. I'm gonna have to check him out.
No, I do hear you on that, like that definition of crypto. Yeah, but like, like they say like a crypto politician or like a crypto group. Like in that sense, it does mean like, it can mean like almost like a seedy, like underground kind of secretive thing.
Well,
and
just to be obvious,
crypto in that way. But I think the word, when it comes to cryptocurrencies, that's actually coming from a different definition of crypto, which is because it's connected to cryptography, and cryptography is the way that they encrypt. So in that sense, it's coming from encryption. So it's basically because it's like cryptography. My understanding, it's like a specific form of encryption.
But let me just etymologically speaking. Wait there a second. Etymologically speaking, where does the word encryption come from? So what one predates the other?
Oh, that's a good question.
Right. So the etymological timeline of the word crypto. Again, remember, secret. Okay. Hidden. Right. You got to think about that in essence, right? So the reason they even use the word to encrypt something, right, was to play n. What does n mean? To be placed in, right? Like even Hebrew would explain this pretty easily as well, and it doesn't even. It goes to Latin. It goes to Hebrew also. Placed in, right? So to be placed in to secrecy, encryption, right? Like so it's like if one thing was created off the back of the other. I'm really more or less joking when I said that anyway. I don't think that people that have come up with their names crypto now necessarily mean they're part of a secret societal group. I'm not saying that at all. I was just sort of saying it's a little bit worrying, isn't it, when you hear about a guy who's called Crypto and he's pointing out the relationships of deviants of words and their relation to different groups, and it's sort of like, you know what I mean, it just seems a little bit ironic.
Well, he's trying to make money off of the markets by apparently translating the words that he's being presented from the market. So the idea is that he's using gematria, which is interesting, right? Gematria is gematria is geometry,
this
right?
YouTuber you're talking about is a YouTuber.
Yes, waters above crypto. Yeah,
that guy's doing that. That's pretty. So that's interesting.
Did you say he's a Hebrew biblical cosmologist as well?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Because
His name
went
now, Waters
I went on
Above
his-
Crypto. Okay, that's awesome. Sorry.
So yeah, he just basically is trying to help people make money by using gematria and picking days, and he's helping people trade and learn crypto. Right? That's it. I'm not promoting that. I'm just saying that's what he does.
Has he found a correlation between gematria and charts, trading charts?
Probably.
Well, I mean, I listen. As far as I've used the limited
That's
experience
like cracking
using
a code right there.
Well, there you go. So there's many. So here's the thing. As of the last 6 months, I've been researching the crypto channels, and the odd relationship between the New World Order and the awareness that these guys have, and what they speak about is above any. It would be like watching conspiracy channels, right? But yet, what they're doing is they're trying to make money off of crypto. And some of them are using moon cycles, gematria, all kinds of shit. And the weird part is, and what I've noticed just through observation, not through practice, is that there is some correlation towards the language that the crypto elite use, if you will, because he's right, the crypto is a part of a party or a group or allegiance. So there is hidden meaning and secrecy with it as well. And this is why you have these guys using the tool. Well, that's the whole point. It's to counteract the method.
Well, they're using a secret language in exactly, they're using a secret language, and it's interesting that it comes from a guy who's called the Waters Above Crypto, right? Like he's into Hebrew cosmology, like you just said, right? Like that's awesome straight away. Like his name in meaning is to like sort of like when we're born again, right? Born of a new ruach, of a new spirit, right? Like when I say ruach, I mean breath, right? Meaning spirit. Like the idea of placing himself above that of the secret groups, and then he's using their own language against them. I think that's awesome. That's the way I look at it. Like him putting himself into a new water and birthing himself above that, and using it to his advantage. I think it's cool. I think it's awesome.
So, Crack, what do you think of crypto in general? Like just overall, and I guess like the question being like, do you think it came from a more positive, light sort of angelic source, or do you think it came from a darker source? And then how much of it now do you think? Like how is it being used in those ways in your mind, and what's your kind of breakdown on it?
Well, again, like as it is right now and as it stands now, are you talking about the word, or are you talking about the actual use of these cryptocurrencies, right?
Yeah,
like,
I'm actually talking about like blockchain technologies, cryptocurrencies,
right.
Yeah, that whole field. Yeah,
I thought you was. But so to me, I think again, I think as well, there's transitional hands of wealth that needs to happen, right? So what we have at the moment is a younger generation, effectively ones that are going to be much more. There is going to be more subtle to, let's say, this new form of exchange of currency, right? I think cryptocurrencies, some of them are great, right? Because again, they have like the original meaning behind value, right? So in a sense, meaning that they're finite, right? Like why gold has value, because it's hard to get it, and then it's also there's a certain amount of it that can be gathered. Cryptocurrencies, they can be birthed out of anywhere, right? Ultimately, the issue is that I think it's not money that's a problem. It's the love of money, right? That's the root to evil. It's the love of money, not necessarily money itself. This can be used for good reasons and for bad reasons, right? I would say it's how we look at it. It's how we use it. I can't necessarily say it's benevolent or malevolent in any way, shape, or form. I see that it's helping the younger generation who, like I said, their ears are a little bit more opened up to the understanding of how this stuff works, how blockchain works, all of that, right? Which is a good thing, because we do need a transition of wealth from the elderly to the younger people, right? We do need that, and it's serving that function in a somewhat way, but how much of it really is accessible to us, right? So then when you start to hear things about like, basically sacred language and stuff like that being used, it just sounds very similar to that which was going on in the stock markets. It just sounds like a play on the idea of like these figments of assets that don't really exist, and just transactional wealth, right? So transitions of one currency to the next, and it. How do I put it? It seems like for the people that are in the know, it's very beneficial. It sounds to me like it's a very evil thing in general, but is open to be picked up and used by people with good hearts. That's one thing I can say, right? So it's good and it's bad, right? Is it better than the fiat currency system, which is just a promissory note that's supposed to represent some form of wealth that we once gave into the banks that probably isn't even there anymore if we tried to reclaim back the gold in which we handed over for it? I don't know. It might be better than that because, like, at least we're understanding that, right, that old system probably sold all of the gold or kept it all for themselves or put it into assets in other ways, right? And we're being honest and going, well, might as well just leave all that. I don't know. Is it based on that? Someone being honest about that and go, fuck it, we'll just completely come off the old system and go on to a new one? Or is it the same powers before going, right, we're wiping the board clean, we're keeping all the gold from yesteryear from the fiat currency system, and we're going to make you forget that we took all your gold for the fiat currency system, and we're going to make that irrelevant, and eventually you fuckers will forget about it, and the new generation that pick it up will be happy to just have something, but they'll forget about all of the everything they lost in the past. So it's like, is it benevolent or is it malevolent? I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you on all that, dude. Well said, man. That was awesome, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Like I think of it as similarly, and it's to me, it's interesting how like it's a technology, like the blockchain technology itself, and the cryptography, like the encryption part of it, it has like its own kind of it's like an invention. It's almost like a new way of writing code, basically, and the blockchain is a new way of linking these nodes. And so, if that was like an invention of sorts, now wherever the source came from, either way, now that it's in the world, my sense of it is that there's positives and there's like the light side and the dark side, because like the evil, as it were, the really dark, they've definitely taken it. I mean, I think like they own Ethereum and, a lot, because that came right after Bitcoin started becoming popular. Instantly, Ethereum came, building all these whole networks for everyone else to build their coins on and to build their networks on. So I think Ethereum is kind of at the head of a lot of it, and then really a ton of them are owned by them, because I mean they have basically infinite fiat currency, so they can buy as much crypto as they want. So they can own like huge majority share, amounts of certain coins, and then they run like all the big exchanges. And then a lot of the networks that they're trying to integrate into the big banks seem to be coming from those as well. But what's interesting about it though is I also see like this positive side, where a lot of these blockchains are actually truly transparent and honest. They're actually built on integrity and honesty. So it's like, that's the interesting thing about blockchain, is it can actually build like something that's actually very transparent, honest, and like within integrity. But it also can be used to even like control people more by, limiting their, like you said, they're going to take all the gold. At some point, it's just all going to go to digital. So where did all that gold go? They basically got it all, and they just made away with it. Now they're just selling us their crypto.
Like, and the problem, like, again, with the evaluation of people being like, well, yeah, well, it's honest and it's at least transparent in some ways. And it's like, I get that, but it's like, that's by like the necessity of the design of blockchain, right? It's like, it has to be that way. It's a tangible system that is immaterial, meaning it's physical numbers on a computer screen. And you have to trace what happened in the past in order for it to calculate what's going on now, for there to be transactions, right? So
it's like this like rolling ledger. Yeah, it's like an indefinitely rolling ledger.
Exactly. And it's like, I just don't want to attribute, because of its attributes as it exists, right? Like, it has to have these attributes, so like it's hard to attribute the person that started it with those attributes. Yeah, their product and what they're doing has those attributes, but if those attributes are a way of like hoodwinking people into believing that the very system itself comes from a place of love, right, when actually the position itself is that, oh, I'm going to appear like I'm coming from a position of love, when actually my system to actually work, it necessitates that it's see-through and transparent, and that it is this rolling ledger that is kept true. And what that does is help people, I guess, not stare at what I'm trying to hide over here, which is, again, I believe, the massive seizure of assets off the back of the fiat currency. I'll be honest, it's a really like messed up thing in my head, and I'm a little bit how do I put it? Like,
well, the thing that's intense
broken-hearted when it comes to Bitcoin. I'm broken-hearted because when I was like 10 years old, I told all my family I had savings in my own bank account, and I said I want to put every bit of my savings and I want to buy all Bitcoin. They were like $20 each at the time, right?
Oh, dude, that's awesome. Nice.
But it didn't happen. That's the point. Now you're a kid, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you know
they shot you down. They shot you down.
You can't spend 48 grand on Bitcoin. What are you fucking on about?
Oh man, if you had done that, what is that? Is that
Right.
It's like, is that probably beyond beyond
it's
a billion?
hundreds of millions. Yeah, it's hundreds of millions. It's $20 a piece at the time, mate. £48,000. So, and at the time it was like what? There was 1.7 pounds to a dollar. So we're talking like, yeah, round about like $75,000 worth of Bitcoin at $20 a piece.
I wonder if that was long enough ago to where, because have you heard the idea that basically like the controllers, the powers that be, they basically hijacked Bitcoin. So like the Bitcoin that people are trading now is not actually the original one. Like they forked a version of it. Yeah. So the one that people know of now is actually a forked version that's controlled by them.
That would be even worse, actually, wouldn't it? If I spent all my money on it and it's just like a figment of my imagination.
No, but you might have gotten the real one back then. That's what I was saying, because before they forked it, that's what I'm saying. It actually might be even more valuable. Like if you held on to it through all of this, like if you held on to it for like a couple more, it's like $1 trillion.
Oh, mate, don't. Yeah, I've often wanted to punch my mother in the face over this, which most people can't say.
No, but I mean, it's still epic that you had the thought to do it, though. Like, just that it was in your spirit. I mean, if it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be. Because I think we all have our but the fact that you did it is just brilliant, man. It's awesome. Just that
yeah. Yeah, I was fully up for it, bro.
You
I'm
just
like,
knew where the energy was flowing. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that it would eventually be like the next thing, right? And then at one point I ended up with 60 of them, right? And like about 60 Bitcoins in total, when they were worth loads less, obviously, right? And like had them in a wallet or whatever. I got my money back for them, but my brother just like used them all, right? On the dark web, right? And then I'm like, what? And he's like, well, I've got the money for them. I'm like, no, I wanted to keep them, right? Like for the future. And it was like a couple of years later and they were worth so much more, right? Like they'd gone up to like quite a few thousand a piece, right? Like, well, I think at that point they were like 12 grand a piece each one. And I was just like, oh mate, like, was keeping that for a rainy day. Like,
oh man,
they were bought a load cheaper at a different time, and there was two different wallets, one that was being used for the dark web and one that was like a thing. And he was just like, well, they were there, and instead of like buying them in dodgy places or trying to get hold of it and the exchange rate, he said, I just thought I'd use them and I'll just give you your money back. I'm like, all right, great, but they're worth loads more now. Like, oh mate. So yeah, I've got a bit of a bad past when it comes to cryptocurrency,
Well, what do you think about XRP? Because apparently what's happening is XRP is being adopted as a let's say a currency, in a sense that it's going to be flowing assets between banks. Apparently their Bank of Japan is going to be using it by 2025. And it's just basically getting
XRP is gonna be one of the ISO 20022 tokens that is gonna be used for the language of transferring money, but that's just one of the utilities of it. So yeah, Japan they're gonna even accept like mortgage payments and debt settlement payments from the XRP ledger.
Yeah, so apparently
XRP is not gonna. I'm sorry. I just want to say last thing, bro. XRP is gonna be part of a system, multiple ledgers that are gonna work together. XRP is one of probably I don't want to say a number, but it's gonna be multiple they're gonna work together to flow all of the money by these digital systems, and they're gonna add connect. They saying right these ledgers and systems into like resources and precious metals and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's tokenization of precious metals, tokenization of everything, right? Your ID, your driver's license. It's basically the digital ID setup. There's a company called Sologenics, and there's a coin called Corium that you get through Sologenics. And apparently, Solo has 400 million shares, and Corium has 500 million or 500 billion, I think. I can't remember how many. But there's a good chance that that's the platform that you'll end up having, not now, but I think the generation 10 years from now will probably have their ID loaded up to these tokens, right? And
yeah, I mean, my thought of it all
these,
from the. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say you'll have these trust lines. So what it is that what Sologenics is doing is you make it trust lines to, you get NFTs or whatever, you're purchasing things, or you have assets. You make trust lines between the person who's providing you the asset and to where it's delivered, and they call it a trust line. So I imagine the government will be using these trust line tokenizations when they go to send you taxes or whatever. The scary part about it is whether they can turn it off and on, and whether 3.0 web will allow you to have autonomy or at least the privacy. Because
my sense of it, the directions it's headed is in a way that in my sense, it's all going towards blockchain in terms of these cryptocurrencies and blockchains. Like the future is headed towards there for all of us. And I think that as everything's going more and more digital, like you're saying exactly, like these networks of the kind of control matrix are going to be implemented in terms of the banking, the tax system, even having all of your title for your house or your title for a car, all that stuff will all be digital. At some point, it's all going to be on these blockchains, these sort of government based. But what's interesting, I find about it, and that does have like a very dark potential. 1984. I mean, there's all kinds of potential. I don't doubt yeah, right. And I don't doubt that they have that as a plan. But what's interesting about it, though, is that if this technology also allows for like a positive type platform, like one that actually is transparent and honest in that sense, in terms of it being stable, then will we actually have an option of which ones we use? And then people will actually have a choice, essentially. Now, I'm sure the NWO people are going to want everyone to be on theirs, so they're going to do everything they can to do that. But if there's other ones that are actually sort of like, and yeah, I mean, there obviously could be a spectrum, like maybe not all of those are perfect and whatnot. So that it's going to, but if there's options, then there can actually be something that could be an alternative to whatever the new thing that the big system is going to roll out.
Well, they did a study, and apparently the richer you are, the less of a polluter you are, ironically. Apparently, when you're poorer, you tend to be less, you care less about the environment.
Yeah, they're going to link it all in, your social credit score with your...
well, hold on. According to Klaus Schwab, he says that they have to make crypto appealing, and they have to make it work and beneficial for people. This is what he says. Because if they want to get you to not... pacify you to a certain degree, they have to give you a lot of money. And so how they're going to introduce part of it is because it's going to be about AI and robotics. First of all, this is really what the crypto system is designed for. And the blockchain is actually to run artificial intelligence. So we're a byproduct chain of that artificial intelligence. So we're going to be injected into it. And so the artificial intelligence will rule us, essentially. And that's when it becomes scary. You talk about the NWO, it's really AI that's the scary one.
Hey, you used the word injected. You used the word injected there. Klaus Schwab also say he's going to tie the vaccine to it.
Yeah, they're linking they're linking their blockchain technologies with all of those networks. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, right? But the thing is they have to make it beneficial. So what they keep saying is a narrative, and I've watched all these, not all of them, but I've watched a lot of these World Economic Forum videos and all the shit. They talk about a level playing field. Okay. So they want to have a transfer. So there's you got it. It's part of that. It's a bit more of neo-fascist feudalism, or neo. It's like a postmodernism, neo-fascism, feudalism kind of thing. It's just a combination. At the end of the day, communism sums it up. The point is that you have no choice. You have no choice in the system because they want to have a transference of wealth between the elderly. So all the people, COVID was an example. They have all that wealth transfer from all the elder pensions that died, plus what's coming up the next 10 years. So they have all of these people who have all this wealth sitting there, and they need to disperse it. So this is the transfer of wealth they're talking about, right? And that's going to come through the population control, and then they're going to give it to all the young. But it's not the young in North America; it's the young in Africa, Brazil. It's all southern. It's not North America. North America is going to be bled dry. Yep. So the idea is that if anyway,
they'll make everything more expensive, more controlled, and more doled out in the way that they want it doled out. Yeah.
Right, so this is what I started with.
You can still escape though, because you still have opportunities to use different currencies. And if you do invest, you can live in other places. Because ideally, George Soros wants to have open borders. So, if it is true and the transfer happens in the beginning, it might be pretty sweet for a lot of people who get in early and invest, because you might actually be able to get still things in a sense that. In the sense that the money that you have is very useful. Because imagine the idea of being wealthy financially, but not being able to do anything with it. And
well, they also talk about
I heard the irony is that when you are rich, apparently that money can't buy you things you actually need. So that's the irony. So they're going to give you a shit ton of money. You either have to use it in a short period of time, or you can't use it all, which you really want. And so
I think when they make a transition from the current fiat dollar, you're going to get more if you're willing to turn in your fiat for their currency. You know what I mean? And that's where there's going to be a choice, but they're going to it's going to be that kind of thing, I think, where they'll give you like a, whatever bonus amount. And so that's how it's going to get a lot of people to do it. And
right. So I just want to say one thing very quickly, and I'll shut up again, but remember what I said at the beginning of this: crypto. The idea of someone having a secret affiliation to a group, mainly that term was used for communism. And that's been like my fear from the beginning. Like I've known that since I was like a little boy. Like crypto, like that term in England, right? Like people would say it all the time, like you Bolshevik prick, you crypto, whatever it would be, right? Like you'd hear these terms and then you'd ask, like, your granddad or whatever, like, why are you calling that Russian guy a crypto, or that Ukrainian guy? Oh, because he's a secret communist. I know he is, that bastard, right? And you grow up and then you hear this crypto, and then you start talking about social accreditational scores and all this stuff, and it's like, fuck yeah, it really is that. Great, brilliant.
Well, like one thing that the way it could work out, like let's say into the future, if the government, as it were, that whole if they roll out their thing, their currency, but if enough people don't go with it, just enough, like we just have to be like just a little over 50%, like if enough people don't go with it, and if there are other options that they can't control, because that's actually one of the interesting things. Like a lot of the blockchain, if you want to use it for evil, it actually gives them more control capabilities. But ironically, it's like, it also opened up the potential for something that is essentially decentralized, like ultimately decentralized to where it truly can't be hacked or altered, from them. So like whoever these controllers are, behind the governments, NASA, all that kind of shit, whoever they are, like if they actually can't control these other networks, the only way they could do it is to shut down all the power, shut down all the internet. It's the only way to do it, meaning they can't actually control them. And if those other networks have strength to them, and if people are using them, then it might be a situation where when you go to buy food, they might accept several currencies. They'll accept the government one, they'll accept a couple others. And then if there's a network that can make it, or multiple that can make it that are actually positive ones, then we can actually have that where there's actually a limited amount. So there's no inflation. And if it's a very secure network that's built on a solid structure, then it actually would give, those of us that don't want to be in whatever the new blockchain NWO thing is, that we'll actually have an option that they can't control. And if places will take both currencies, then we could still buy things, live, pay for everything we need, and not be on their actual system. And that could be part of breaking free eventually.
Just to back up what you were saying, very, very brief part of it, which you said that, there would be, there's basically more control comes in when it's used in
I guess, in a damaging or wrong way, right? And we actually did see that with Bitcoin. We ended up giving power and control to the government, but then it's because they're the overseers of law, right? But they ended up having powers to basically change the way that crypto was even sold, and they made it more traceable because of the way it was used to do with drugs, right? So like when it's used in a way that they determine, that's what I'd like to say. When they determine its use as being wrong, however, it seems that they can change the parameters outside of crypto to fit what they want so that it's not used. And do you get what I'm trying to say? So it's like, yeah, we could end up with a system that's completely separate to all of it that they can't control. But like, that was what Bitcoin was supposed to be originally, right?
Well, I think it still is. There's still the original Bitcoin blockchain that exists, but it's the major one now. If they forked it, then they forked it. So it's kind of their version of it. I mean, I think it still kind of holds the spirit of it though in an interesting way. But yeah, if they have ultimate control. But I don't really think it's about Bitcoin at this point. I mean, I think Bitcoin is kind of a placeholder. I think they probably did that to it, but I mean, because it is kind of the on and off ramp for all the other coins and all that. But I mean, I'm talking more about like in the future, like if certain ones actually start rising to the top, because a lot of them are going to fall off. A lot of these are just going to be, are going to go to either go to zero. Some of them will, or they'll just be ended. And then there's only certain ones that are going to actually be. So that's kind of what I was thinking about.
No, yeah, that makes sense. I definitely
just
think
to remind you guys,
may have
it's a
been pulled off.
taxation model too, right? It's a taxation model.
Crack was in the middle of talking, bro. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Well, no, I just think it was forked off because some of the people that I knew that had, even myself, right, the people that had Bitcoin at the beginning, and it was used for nefarious purposes, for instance, right, by some of the people I know. Not me, obviously. I'm a good guy, but so how do I put it? Those people never got in trouble for any of it, but when it started getting to the point where people started purchasing their own Bitcoin, and they didn't buy it like in the past, right? They didn't buy like a lump amount of it to be used for the future, for instance, right? And they didn't put a load of wealth into it at the beginning. They all got locked up. They all got found out. Like everything they were doing got found out. But the people that had it, the older, like the Bitcoins, the older ones, none of those people got caught, bro. And I'm being serious. None of them got caught for anything.
Yeah, it's because when Bitcoin first came out, it was a truly decentralized blockchain. So, like, if you're talking about in those early days, to the point to where even the most like quote unquote powerful, controlling whatever, family or Rockefeller, any of that, like they can't control it either. Like it's actually, so yeah, I mean, and they couldn't track it either. But you're right, they kind of it seems like they co-opted basically all of blockchain and crypto technology, and they co-opted Bitcoin as well. So yeah, but I mean, that's why you're saying those people didn't get caught. But I mean, the thing is, the majority of money that's used for crime and illegal stuff is actually the fiat currency. So it's like way more than Bitcoin. But you're right, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been probably used for that stuff as well. Because yeah, people they use pretty much any currency for that. But I mean, fiat is the most that's used for that. It's like 90-something%.
Well, it's like if you're buying kilos of cocaine, what's easier to send from one part of the world to another, right? Like it's already hard enough to send. The money often weighs more than the drug, right? Like, like the fiat currency. So like, not saying that's what I was involved in, but everyone out there knows people that have been involved in that shit, right? And yeah, like it was definitely used quite a lot. I'll put it that way. Like by the people I know, the people that were smart anyway, they were. It became that was like the game, the crypto in the drug business became very apparent and started happening a lot. But I don't know about the rest of the world. In England, definitely.
Yeah, although not everyone knows how to use it as well, though. So this, but I do know. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, what percentage of all crime is done with cryptocurrencies versus fiat? And the thing is, like, we could only try to just like psychically channel this from the ether, because any number they give is not necessarily going to be the case. We'd have to get this from some high level channeling action.
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be like, let me just think. Yeah, I reckon 95% fiat, and then it was probably about 5%, fiat. No, not 5% crypto, then the rest fiat, probably. It was like the big purchases are done in crypto, and then from there on, it's to buy fiat currency. That's all it is.
If you take into account lives and war and resources spent to acquire a currency and commit crimes to do that, you could say I would say gold. When you look at the wars and what they do to actually physically obtain gold from other nations, they massacre nations just for the gold.
Yeah, they've demolished whole mountain ranges in Africa, the Chinese, in the Ashanti Belt in Africa, mate. Like, literally, we're talking, like, I've seen, like, a mountain disappear. Like, a mountain.
Yeah. Talking about
the
gold
Chinese
in
took it
Africa,
over. Go ahead.
I think there's I think it was Uganda that they announced they have like 20 something million tons of gold or something like that. I think I'm wrong in the number, but it's like a huge amount of gold that was digged out, and that is apparently, nations that hold gold, they have a lot of a monetary power, and I guess that's gonna benefit those nations that have this access to gold now or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how these guys currently in power got in power, was the gold. Like, if there was some kind of great reset and all of that as well. But the main thing I was going to say is that if they have access, like, let's say there's these other lands, other continents, whoever is selling us the globe model of Earth, that obviously eliminates that other land.
Yeah,
obviously they're totally the ones in power and all that stuff with the space agencies, the money, the Federal Reserve, the whole 9 yards. Especially now after World War I, World War II. All of that. So
that's like I always say this to people. I'm like, you got to remember that on Columbus's ship, right? He had effectively like an axial pole, right? And like, people dispute this and they'll say, "Oh, that's not true." But I've been on old ships, right? Old ships that predate apparently the finding of America. British ships, very old ones, right? With old brass axial posts in them, and they're basically in the map charting room, right? And on it, you have like two attachments. You have like a barrel, right, and then you have a globe, right? And they used to paper mache maps to these globes, and it was so lots of men could stand around and chart out paths, right? They could chart out routes in the sea. And they could do this with the thing rocking without having their paper maps with paperweights on the table and all this shit, right? And I think it's pretty safe to say, based on like some of the stuff I've been told versus what I've seen with my own eyes, that I reckon that Columbus was probably navigating using cylindrical objects, right? And I think this is why I think the globe ended up becoming in existence. It became a very good way of locking off land, right? Like, I think they realized that pretty early on. Would Columbus's map on his globe that he was using in his map room, would it have had the Americas on it before they were apparently discovered? It was obviously the Phoenicians that discovered America. I think that's proven beyond belief now. Beyond the shadow of a doubt now. But like, yeah, I think that just became like a very obvious method, like to lock land off.
Yeah, I've heard that theory before. You can just almost imagine the scene, like where like the idea, the spark of the idea came from. Like a Swabi comes down and looks at the wall and is like, "Is that where we live?" And they're like, yeah, that's where we live, right? And laughing about it. So they're like, "Hey, if he believes it, maybe everyone else will."
Well, I just wanted to, like, to what I was saying before about the gold and the other land. I was just going to say that to complete all that, because I was talking about these people that have access to the other land. Well, if they have access to the other land and they're selling us the globe and they're controlling us through it, then however much gold was on all that land, all those resources, they would have had. So then they would have had a huge leg up with just literally more gold by hiding the land and doing however they. sort of, I think there was a reset involved and probably some genocides, some crazy stuff along the way to even get it to that. But to get that land hidden from everyone else within the current time stream we're in, to the point where they took all that gold, came into this land, started pushing the globe, pushing all their science and everything, and then literally just co-opting and taking over all of the world's economies, all the systems, the governments, one by one, because they had more gold. And they could literally just buy out all of our gold and buy us all out. And then that gave them the position of being the banker. And now it's all in there, you know, Federal Reserve, the establishment of the Federal Reserve. And at this point, it's all literally just in their digital. But it's like, if they actually had all that other gold from that other land and came here, that would be one way that would explain how they're in this position.
That other land as well, people need to realize, could just be the continent of Antarctica, right? It's a great reason why all of these different nations would agree that it's probably not a good idea to let a large amount of people onto this land other than us. We can then control the resources on it. It's a very big place. It's also ice. Remember, you know, where were all the good gold rushes? Yukon, Alaska, always large amounts of gold found near very cold places, right? And also hot places, don't get me wrong. But just that alone, right? Just that piece of land alone. Like I don't even know if they need to hide land. They can say, "Fuck it, here's a piece of land, and you ain't going on it." You know, like, and they can control resources that way. So, like, the idea of hidden land even is like, yeah, like that's massive, right? At the same time, I ain't saying that. Not at all. But yeah, like they didn't even really need the hidden land. Like, they got that much control, and how did they get there? Right, is the point, you know? Probably from some other land.
Can I just do is my audio okay or not?
It's a little echoey, but I think we can hear you. What's up, Effie?
Oh, okay. Can I just, before we get too far off it, a couple of comments about the crypto side of things?
Yeah. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Okay. Just really quickly. So, number one, I mean, I got no proof of this, but I honestly think the whole crypto universe, I don't think in and of itself they're particularly bothered by it until such time as it touches. I mean, it ultimately, everywhere it touches on fiat, because, you know, I can sell you a ton of anything with Bitcoin, but I can't buy really anything. I can't go and buy a house with Bitcoin. You know, for the most part, you might find the odd person around who'll do you a deal on Bitcoin, but it's not a tradable commodity day to day for the masses. So I don't think they're too fussed about crypto in general. What I think they're worried about is that they've got a tiger by the tail, and they have to get control of crypto before we figure out how to use crypto on a day-to-day basis, because at that point, their fiat control on everything vaporizes. So now they've got to create this boogeyman. Oh, it's used by drug dealers. Okay, let's take a step back from that. Who is the biggest industrial scale drug dealer on the planet?
The government.
The CIA probably.
Big Pharma.
They are the drug dealer. So you know, they create this. I mean, ultimately, they're the industrial drug dealers who then farm it down to the wholesale, the retail, and the end user. But as far as trying to limit the drug dealers or be worried about them, God, they are the upstream of the drug dealers. But they have to create this crypto boogeyman in order for the masses to say, yeah, it needs to be regulated. Yeah, it's got to come under a more transparent. Do you see what I'm saying? Like they've crypto's harmless, but it impinges on their fiat world, and we can all fiddle around and we can trade Doge and Bitcoin and whatever, you know, Binance.
That's why I think,
They don't care until it touches their fiat world, and then they care.
I think that's why. Well, no, I agree with that in some ways, because I think that's why there are so many coins that have all of a sudden come out as well. I believe they probably help flood the market, because ultimately, if there are so many to fiddle around with, it's hard to then start to, let's say, cement in a concrete and fortified way for people to start, like you said, working out how to use it, right? The more they introduce, the less tangible the other ones become. Or should I say, the less tangible in your own mind is it to which one you would start to say, let's do something concrete with, right?
But you've got to off ramp it back to fiat at some point, and that's where they catch you in the taxation net, because that's when they can, because everything's KYC. As soon as you touch fiat, everything's KYC. They know who you are, they know where the money's come from, they know where it's going to. If we could figure out how to bypass fiat and actually trade with one another, with no matter what the cryptocurrency is, it's all got some kind of interoperability, then they're screwed, and that's what they're worried
Do you
about.
know how easy it is, right? All you have to do is create a cryptocurrency, tell everyone in the world, basically everyone just needs to then agree that we don't care about fiat currency anymore. Okay, we're willing to basically make it to where everyone has a representative value of what current fiat amount of money they have right now in their bank account. We'll give you an equivalent value in crypto. Then we just have to agree.
Right.
And
that's what they're
basically
going to do.
the way
And
to
they're
do
going to
it.
call it a CBDC. That's exactly what they are going to do. But unfortunately, we're not coordinated enough to do it on our own. But they will. Because you're right. If we could do that through DEXs, through decentralized exchanges, we're home and hosed at that point. If you'd have to go through a centralized exchange to trade, we could all ping around, and I could trade my FIBO, for a meat pie, and you could trade your Dogecoin for a new car. That would all be fantastic. But we can't do that, and the whole world, 7 billion of us, aren't coordinated enough to get that off the ground. That's our problem.
Well, but isn't that where blockchains and cryptos are headed? I mean, there's all of these different networks and different blockchains that are all competing. I mean, there's like thousands of them, but of course, a lot of those are just tokens that are on other chains. So, I mean, there's obviously less chains than there are coins, because there's a ton of coins that are just on someone else's chain. Like the difference between a token and an actual coin, where the token is just built on another chain. But I'm just saying, like, isn't that what they're all doing right now, is trying to build, networks for smart contracts and data storage and everything from video sharing and social networking? I mean, all of these companies and groups, some of them might only be 5 or 10 guys sitting in an office somewhere. Other ones might are larger. But I mean, they're all kind of competing for the market space. And if there is some kind of like a reset moment where the fiat money thing really is being transferred over, then it's like everyone on earth is going to be focused on their options at that point. And so if some of these other ones that are possibly positive ones can be built up enough that, like I was saying before, that just enough percentage of people will, go with, then that then creates a divide that they can't control.
Hey, Gio, did you ever watch that video I sent that I just sent to pretty much everybody in the room with my friend Jazz and his guest that calls himself Murphy? Did you ever watch that? Because that's pretty much like the 4 pillars of security that creates the digital value is the big thing that the original vision, the Satoshi vision of Bitcoin was based on. And it's supposed to be all about the privacy and making sure that you can't be looked in on, but transparency at the same time. And it has to have those 4 pillars of security. And the first one he mentions is that it has a limited amount and that it's set and it can't be hacked and it can't be tampered with. And when they did the fork, that's when they tampered with it. And that's why all the ledgers are still attached to the original Satoshi vision Bitcoin. And that one's pure, and supposedly, according to this guy. So that would be the coin that if everyone figured that out and used that, then it would be, and it's at a low price still because they've blackballed it this whole time. But
yeah,
that's
but I
what was
mean,
the
that'll be
original
interesting
ledger.
if that one's like a competitor or not, because it is interesting. I mean, like if we view that all of our money now, all of our currency that we use for everything, if that's all going into some cryptocurrency, whether it's like a, essentially a government, central bank based one, or whether it's a different network, if everything's going that direction, then yeah, like which ones of these cryptocurrencies are going to actually be, the ones that people are using. That's what's interesting.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, take a look at what he says, at least about the 4 pillars of what makes the value in the digital currency, because that would, whatever coin it is, should have those qualities to it, or it doesn't even have value. Because if they can tamper with it, then it doesn't have value.
It also has to do with the Internet of Value, because information and data are also a currency. And the thing is that some of the ledgers are gonna work with, you know, money and resources, or companies that are providing a service and backed by that. But there's also data and information and paperwork in the digital sense that other ledgers are gonna. It's gonna be like it's not gonna be one ledger that is gonna run everything. It's multiple technologies that work together like a machine to flow information, money, and all that put together.
Yeah, the privacy part of it, and the actual, if it ever got out that this is what creates a value in the digital data, then they would have to base it at any coin that would have any apparent value. If people knew this to be the case and they were able to check the ledger and see that it either has it or it doesn't, because privacy is becoming such a big worry for people. And if companies that are, you know, have big money in this are worried about their privacy, they're going to hook onto it and want only that type of 4-pillar structure to any coin that they invest in, or any kind of coin that they use. It should be based on that, and then everything else should be using that same protocol, so that you don't have, like, you know, all your data missing, you know, or data taken, or any hijacking, or any of that kind of stuff.
Well, they're all unique, which is what's interesting. I mean, some of them share certain qualities, but yeah, there's a lot of different technologies being developed. I mean, I even though I do think that blockchains are going to be used for certain dark purposes, for sure, to control people and all that, but I actually think that the light side of it, the positive side, is going to win out in the end, as it were, in terms of rising to the top. And because I think the NWO thing, I don't think they're going to really get it. Ultimately, they're going to try to get there, and they're going to probably cause a lot of ruckus at the time. But I mean, the idea that they're going to have us all locked down on some totally 1984 blockchain crypto network. I mean, I think they're going to do that in the smart cities. Like, they're going to be building these smart cities. So I think they will try to do that there. But thankfully, we won't have to be there. So as long as we don't have to be in those places, because that's probably where the worst of it's going to play out. But I actually think that a lot of the blockchain technologies, if it's all what's coming in the future, I think that it has much more potential to, like, help in a positive way, to, like, set us free and have us be more independent from the centralized power structures by having actual options that are of a decentralized nature.
I hope you're right. It's just like Fe was just saying that, yeah, it's one of those things that if they don't want that they can, the propaganda is pretty strong with these people. You know what I mean? To get people all on the same page, that we're going to refuse to go to the smart cities even, or we're going to, you know, just do this and not do that, or not give up our fiat currency. They'll make it so it almost, like, I mean, we have to, like, figure out how they're thinking, what their
yeah, they're going to
strategy
be
is.
coercing people big time. That's what I think that's what I think the Great Reset's going to be. It's going to be like another,
I think,
huge event.
Yeah,
I think it's part of the up-to-date monetary system that they want to bring to connect the world in a monetary sense. Because remember, in the past, people used to use resources to trade gold, silver, that are currency. You know, gold, energy can be transferred with gold and silver, so they had value for many reasons. And now under this system, if I had physical gold and I wanted to do a trade with you in the past, we were able to do that for services or resources and that kind of stuff. But now in this world economy, where the movement of energy and resources has to be more effective than a physical coin or anything like that. So this social system, internet, information, and all sorts of things has to be connected into this multi-layer system to be able to flow everything, including, the value of things, information, and all kind of stuff. So it's an upgraded monetary system from the old one that we've been using for a long time.
Yeah, and the VR land, like
Necessary,
the
and
virtual world.
it's necessary to have it to be able to move forward to whatever
Because
they've been
the
planning
currency
for.
is moving that much faster, right? It's moving faster,
Yeah.
so we can physical coin doesn't really work in the sped up environment, and they're going to use the virtual environments, pretty much to transition that. And I think that's part of the big reason, like I said from the very start with the lockdown, like they were getting people to use the system they had in place with the internet and forcing people to go inside their homes and use the internet because that's where everything's going. I think that was a big part of the reason they did it.
That's 100% the reason. To just consolidate the systems in which they created. Of course.
Yeah, to Gio's point, also under these systems that take away from a centralized control of certain people, these ledgers and blockchains can be orientated towards communities and let's say a productive community or nation that wants to do something. They could definitely use the blockchain to reward people for being productive. It could be utilized in a good way, because this is the modern times, right? We use technology and all that kind of stuff, so I guess it has to be part of it. But content creators and people that provide services to receive a payment, I mean, it could be used in a very good way, but it could be dangerous as well. Very dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. And my understanding of it, like the way that the actual blockchains are developed with like the mathematical code and the cryptography, basically defines how that particular chain works. And there's ways that it can validate throughout the nodes, like certain data and information. It can actually validate it in a way that is like securely verifying each input and keeping it truly on a decentralized sort of brain, if you will, or like a decentralized network, to where no one on the network can actually alter it. And if it's built in the right way, like actually designed and built and like locked into place in the right way, then it actually has a way of like verifying in terms of like honesty and integrity, in terms of like the processes, rather than having some kind of like a decentralized control system that's actually controlling that. So that's where I think it can have the potential, like to have data that actually would be secure and finances that would be secured, and where it's like a system that's built to where, yeah, like especially if there's a limited amount of them and so on. So there's not just some centralized party that's able to, just keep adding amounts or removing or printing more money, all that kind of stuff. Like, and also just in the way like the smart contracts work, like having a certain like integrity of the actual system to where if you had your title for your car on it, it actually would be truly secure. But I know that's a big task, but to be able to do that, to accomplish that.
Yeah, it opens a lot of windows to many things of administrative capabilities in many fields, and it could be good. It could be used to productive things. I'm pretty sure. And
what do you think? What do you think about this one? Have you heard of those systems that they basically, it's not a limited amount of units, like of cryptocurrency units, as it were, or just of secret code, secret keys and all that, like that it's not a limited number, but they're actually created and given, like you were saying, as a reward. So as people, contribute and do things, they just literally get these tokens. So, but it's always printing off new ones every time it rewards. What do you think that would work, or how do you think that would work? Like if it was decentralized and it was continually printing off more, but instead of it going into the pockets of, these elite people, but it would actually go into the people's pockets. What do you think about it? Do you think that would work?
I think it could work. It has to be based on a productive society that people are producing and, doing things that are favorable to keeping a coherent society and, food, work. It, it has to be attached to something of value. It can't just be like this. I don't know. Productivity has to be rewarded somehow if it's gonna be used in these systems.
I mean, I think ideally, in my mind, it would be to have no currency at all, like no currency exchange. In a way that there's basically just abundance, like everybody chips in what they want to, and we all just work together, and we don't actually have to like have any type of currency that we have to trade back and forth. Like we could just build things and just enjoy life, like just build cool structures on the land, live within the land, and not have to like necessarily even have currency at all. If everybody just contributed, I think we could all get along and make a lot of
But
cool things.
currency is attached to people getting things done, to the energy that we input into a system or a society or a community. So the currency of the energy that we put into doing something, we put it in a monetary value, and that's why people call it currency. It's rewarding someone for being productive. But I agree with you on what you're saying. But there'll be no currency without people putting input into the system.
I guess what I'm saying, I hear you on that. And I'm just like, do you think it's needed in human systems? Do you think we have to have a currency, or could we live together in a way where we don't even have to have that, where just everybody can have a certain level of abundance? I mean,
I think
we can live off the land. The problem is that somebody came in and with all the gold and said, "Hey, now we own all your land, and you have to pay us taxes." If they weren't doing that, and we could just live on the land, I think we could do everything. We could grow all the food we need and build all the.
How many acres of land do you think you need? So in England, there are 3 billion acres of land. There are 74 million people.
Yeah, that's a pretty concentrated area.
Yeah, but like 74 million people. It's a tiny place, right? About the size of Texas. 74 million people, but 3 billion acres of land. How many acres is that per person? Quite a lot. More than enough to live off of.
Yeah, what is that number? Like if we broke up even the population numbers they give us, I forget what the exact number is. Like if we all got a certain number of acres, like I forget the number, but it's like we all would have like multiple acres.
Oh yeah, I think it's over 100 acres actually each. Just saying. Yeah, so 3 billion acres in England, dude. Think about it. 3 billion in England. That's enough for everyone, half of the world's population, to have an acre each. In England, Texas is bigger than England.
Yeah.
Wisconsin's bigger than England. So 3 states in America would be an acre each for every person in the world. That's 3 states, not 50. That's without including Canada, without including China. We're talking hundreds of acres each, dude.
Yeah, and then if there's more land that they're hiding from us as well, then oh my gosh, it could be even more. That's what I'm saying. Like if we didn't have to answer to anyone else, I just think we'd work it out. Like people would grow certain things they want to grow and they'd sell them and they'd transfer them to places if they want to. But I mean, everything would be done off the local land as well. But I don't ultimately feel like humanity requires currency to live together. Seems like kind of like an artificial added in thing that's been like added in.
Well, it's just for ease of use, right? Instead of like, only finding someone that might have the product you need once a year, then you'd get loads of it in one go where you would trade the thing of commerce that you have, the skill, or the product, right? It's just that they might not need it, but then like you would create advanced, I guess, forms of markets, right? You create very advanced markets that basically it would be that you would have an algorithm that detects when one person needs one thing and another needs another. And you have an agreed upon amount that's equal to effort or energy put into to, let's say, collect that crop or to get that one thing or whatever it is, right? You would start to figure out how much each individual thing's innately worth, you'd have to start agreeing upon that, right? Like, well, 2 units of this are equal to 5 of this, right? And you could put a fake value over it almost, right? Like an almost, I guess, imaginary value, which is what they're trying to do with cryptocurrency. That's the only thing with fiat currency and currency. Why it exists is because it's a great way of us having trade. It's that simple. It makes it so much easier. It makes less steps. But again, we don't necessarily need the powers that be to be the ones that are in control of it. We could just turn around tomorrow and just go, no, we're starting again. But it takes everyone to agree to do it. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Yeah, everyone's got to, or at least enough, have to kind of jump off that ship.
Yep. Because otherwise, the old currency will still buy armies, which will steal your land back off of you in the very area you're using to bring up the new form of way of living, right? It will be taken back off of you. And at the end of the day, like now that we have armies in existence and we have weapons of mass destruction and all of that crap, right? And the military doctrine that we have, while that exists, you're always going to need a municipality, because all it takes is for your world to be shattered is some incoming army. You know, that's all it takes.
Right. So that's the thing too. They have the control of the military. So like all this talk about the blockchains and where it's all going and all that. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it does kind of come down to the military and how much they can like brainwash people to accept, and some kind of martial law thing. I mean, what they did with the whole pandemic, scamdemic thing. I mean, they could pull off something that would probably get a lot of people begging for a National Guard, you know, with some bullshit in the news. So it's like, that's the sheeple, I guess, are kind of the humanity's Achilles heel.
Exactly. It's exactly that, bro. Like, it doesn't really matter how, you know, how big of a savant comes up next and figures out the next new way to create a brilliant Earth for us to live on. As long as there are sheeple out there, we're all screwed. Even the cryptocurrency stuff, when it ultimately comes down to it, even if we was to get a decentralized version of it, we learn how to use it really, really well, and we start running things, right? Like, we would still have to invest in murder. And what I mean by that is we'd have to start getting our own armies, right? And then it's like, how valuable is your own army? Not very much. Look at what happened when ISIS took over Baghdad in like 10 hours. How did they do that? Because, well, under Saddam Hussein, right, this Abu Bakr Baghdadi guy who named himself this after the first caliph of Islam, right? He used to be the right-hand man of Saddam Hussein. He used to be one of the military generals as well. Well, not military general, but he was high up in the cabinet. And he was his right-hand man and also his Secretary of Defense, right, and his personal bodyguard. And this guy had the military doctrine needed to invade Baghdad. Baghdad had never been under the control of the Shias before. Only ever been Sunni controlled, right? So the whole of Iraq, in fact. And because they had the military doctrine, they were able to do it in these, basically in these Toyotas, right? We call these things like specials, right? And they were able to do it in those because it didn't matter that the new Shia Fat Cat government had M1 Abrams tanks and Hummers and Mardus machine guns on the top of those Hummers. It didn't matter. Why didn't it matter? Well, they had the military doctrine. This Abu Bakr Baghdadi guy had the military doctrine of how to defend Iraq and also how to take it back off of someone if it ever got conquered, because they have thousands of years of military doctrine that was recorded under the Sunni leadership. So installing that Shia Fat Cat government meant nothing. So like, even if we ended up with enough money to where we could go, right, we'll protect our new form of rule with this new cryptocurrency that's decentralized, it's like, well, shit, those are the ones that have controlled the armies and the lands that those armies live on for how long? So they've got all the military doctrine also. So no matter how well trained your army is, even, you aren't going to have all of the well thought out battle plans and defensive routes and all of that shit to hold it all together. This takes compiling of data and information and tactics over thousands of years, hundreds even.
Would it be done with no army though? Can we transition? Because what if the people right now that are in the army, a lot of them, what if enough of them, like the kind of people on the ground level, what if enough of them kind of, like if some shit's going down, like some great reset shit or some fake alien invasion, whatever's going on, what if enough of them are like, you know, fuck this, like we're not going to go after our own people? Then these people in power, then they don't even have that. Now they still probably have they have enough of the clandestine level of it though, that they still have like their directed energy weapons and all that. So yeah, I mean, they still obviously would like.
And it's never going to be the Americans that are directed to shoot the Americans. It's always going to be that a big event happens before the American people are asked to shoot their own people. It will always be that those men will be in a different country fighting a different group of people that have, you know, uprised against their government that the Americans will be happy to shoot, and they'll switch around armies. The Polish will be in your country, the Americans will be in the Middle East, and the Russians will be in England, yada, yada, right? They will switch armies. It's simple. That's the problem with it. You know? The status quo at the moment is so in line with their plan that even if we were to decentralize like crypto right now, it would probably be against our best interest to do it as we stand. There would need to be some massive geopolitical events that happened in between here and the decentralization idea of like having a good, you know, route of us using Bitcoin. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say anyway.
No, that's interesting. Like they almost have too much of a grip right now that if we did it now, they might like get us. So we almost have to like be very aware of the timing.
Yep. Because then we'll show our hand and then effectively force them to do a board wipe, right? And then they'll use all forms of types of politics as well to do so, like what what happened in the Soviet Union, right? They started calling anyone that had any form of power the 1%, as it were. Like, you know, people often say this, like the 1%, and it's like that's the whole of North America and England. We're the 1%. We are the 1%. Anyone that makes over $25,000 a year is the 1% of the world. And it's not hard to mobilize the rest of the world against that. We know that. You know?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like we're going to end up getting liquidized, is how I see it. And that's why identity politics are happening the way they are. You know, they're trying to dehumanize certain individuals right now. You know, that's what I believe Darwinism was about, was dehumanizing black people. It was a so-called scientific thing that they could use at the time, and it just so happened that Darwin's dad and Darwin's dad before Darwin's dad, they all held the same belief of evolution, but it never hit the mainstream. But around the time of the cotton picking industry, right, when it became needed for slaves or, you know, other men to be in fields for prolonged periods of time and to sort of be controlled, right? Darwinism then became a thing that was a book that ended up in every person's cabinet at home. And, you know, his Galapagos Island trip was like his coronation for a queen type thing, right? That interesting story that the aristocrats could talk about around a table that legitimizes the idea of evolution. And then I guess off the back of Darwinism, there's the idea of phrenology, eugenics, but also the idea that black people, for instance, weren't even the same race as humans, right? So that made it very easy for the people that were controlling the black people, right? It made it easy for them to look at them as something different. And I don't know if we're seeing something similar to that at the moment in politics. There's definitely a dehumanizational politics type thing going on with people in the West. And the minorities against white people. I definitely can see it starting up.
Yeah, do everything they can to divide and conquer. So yeah, the more they can try to divide people and make us feel alien to each other and trying to fight each other or be at odds with each other, yeah, they seem to definitely try to capitalize on that.
I think I think that's why flat Earth is like a really good one. And it's like, if flat Earth wasn't a real thing, I know for a fact that like anarcho-communists and stuff like that would have already taken it up, you know, because it's like one of the best ways to sow discontent with the government and mistrust in government, right? If they're lying about where you live, you definitely ain't going to trust them, right? I'm surprised there's not been like a co-opted effort, like a really big effort with like a big country like coming out and going, we're flat earthers, right? And putting a lot of money into really sharpening all the arguments and starting to produce, you know, accredited papers and all of that stuff. But yeah, man, like, I think flat Earth is a big one, and I think that's why it's suppressed. I think because if people were to see that on for what it is, right, even if you don't see it in the pigeonhole term of being the flat Earth, right, and you see it for what it is, which is a genuine and proper criticization of the globe model as it stands, you know, it's definitely dangerous. It's dangerous to the underpinnings of what they have going on.
Exactly. Yep. I kind of think of it, it's like they took such a leap with this, you know, to do the whole globe. I mean, to really try to convince everyone of a complete false structure model of where we live that has limited land. Like, it's such a bold move that they did. But at this point, I mean, maybe they did it because they felt like that was the only thing to do to get this level of control. And perhaps it was. I mean, they did get quite a level of control through all of it, and the globe being the root of it. But the thing that they're not, it's kind of the way evil works, I feel. This is why they always trip up and end up, you know, the light always wins in the end, like in an archetypal way, because eventually they kind of start to show their hand, or they trip up in various ways. And I think that's been happening these last couple of years. But ultimately, once people come to the realization that the Earth isn't a globe and that isn't the case, like that one lie, once enough people realize that, then their whole power structure essentially dissolves. So like their whole power structure is built on it, but it also will all be dissolved when people realize that it is not true.
Yep. And like, I guess like the problem with lab and groups like NASA and stuff like this, right? And I think that's why SpaceX came about as well. You know, NASA were delegitimized and called into question enough that, like, you know, they needed to create I think a public market, a private market, should I say, that goes a little bit further away from home, like, you know, government, meaning government with NASA, because it's like, if this shit does get found out, it's like we don't want it hitting too close to home. Government can be like, well, we were lied to by the scientists, and they will be sacrificed, right? That's sort of the way I see it. Almost, it's like they're going to be their one way out of it, right? Would be like, you know, well, the scientists lied to us, so, you know.
Yeah, they're going to do a lot of throwing under the bus. They're going to throw different groups under the bus, and they're going to try to rise as if they're the, you know, the good guys that are. There's a lot of ways it could go down, but yeah, like just throwing certain, because they're going to have to throw certain things under the bus, and then they're, you know, once all that like bifurcation is happening and separation, like that's going to be interesting. It's going to be like a scramble for them to see if they can like get, you know, put the cat back on the bottle.
Yeah.
Put the genie back in the bottle or whatever. At that point.
It's like, right. How do we control this one, guys? Like, I don't know. Maybe we should burn Brian Cox alive and Neil deGrasse Tyson and call them the new witches, you know? For real though, like that's probably like what would need to happen, right? Or at least there'd need to be some big public trial, and, you know, all the people from NASA would be like found out, and it would all be public, and like, these people lied to us, and all their imagery's fake, and they would just use our arguments basically. That's sort of the way I see it. It's like, you know, and that's why I think the people who are at the highest level of power stay hidden, you know.
Yeah. So how will they still stay hidden when this all goes down? Because of course they would want to keep it a secret forever, but I don't think that can be the case. So if it's going to come out eventually, whether it's, whatever, however many years or months it is from today, how are they going to be able to have something like NASA that was directly linked in with the government? They're going to have to build a new government. Like they're going to have to build that whole thing is going to have to be thrown under. And I mean,
But it's like,
and then if there's
maybe that's what they want.
Media, if they're still
know?
the media at that time, yeah.
Like we could end up handing that to them at the perfect time, right? Where all governments are no longer trusted, so it calls for a new form of government, and like, you know what I mean? And like, it all happens at the exact right time, and like, because they're bloody bastards, bro. Like, I'm in England, like you're in America, right? Like a much younger country. We've got a deeper, longer history of these board wipes, right? And the same people end up in power at the end of it all, and you're like, fucking hell.
Yeah.
I've noticed the Americans are like way more optimistic than the English when it comes to this stuff, right? And I hope you guys are more right than us.
I mean, they're basically headquartered there. I mean, that's, Europe and all of that. I mean, that's where these guys are really ultimately headquartered. I mean, the United States, they definitely have a lot going on here, but I mean, I would say the center of power really is over on that side in terms of the actual power structures, because that's where all the old money and the old lineage, and Queen and all that stuff. Yeah, it all comes from there. The Vatican.
You know, the Queen will probably she's like, how old is the Queen now? Does anyone know? Yeah, I think she's in her late 90s, isn't she? I was saying this the other day that they might make her a martyr to COVID, if they need her to be one, like if she passed away, because no one's seen her in a little while since her husband died. And I was saying this to someone yesterday. I was like, so no one's seen her since her husband's died. What if she had died, right? And it's like, well, we'll just keep that one in the hopper for when we need it, right? Just in case something big comes out about a vaccine or something, right? They could make her a martyr to like COVID, and then be like another big push for another vaccine, right?
It's possible, yeah. It's a possible narrative. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, what happens when she passes? Does somebody else in her family take her place, I assume?
Yep. It's supposed to be Prince Charles, who is I guess, I can't remember. He's a Prince of Wales, right? So, and he's like he's the Admiral of the Navy as well, like the Vice Admiral or whatever you call it.
God, I just see all that as such a charade, it's like a soap opera that they just made up, and then we're supposed to be like, oh, he's the queen of whatever. Get out of here, dude. You're not the fucking king of anything, man. That's funny.
Yeah, man. They claim like direct lineage to Yahusha, to Jesus, bro.
Yep.
Like they legit claim it as well. It's funny how they're all related to like the Rockefellers, and it's just like all the worst people in the world seem to all be related, and they claim relation to deities and all that crap. And it's like, the princes of India are related to Vishnu and Shiva, and the same goes for here, but to the people we care about, well, they say that it was God himself that decreed that they should rule. And it's like, you can't just say, just because you ended up with the ability to rule a country by taking the power to do it, that God therefore ordained it because we managed to do it. Yeah, we did it in an evil way, but like this affirms and reifies the idea that God ordained it because we did it, and everything's under his will, so therefore it must have been him who ordained it. It's ridiculous.
Wow. And how many do you think like most people believe that? Like that, or like,
bro, in England, the sentiment, they don't realize that's the claim, but like their sentiment equals that claim, meaning
they treat them like a higher being or whatever. Like they
exactly.
Yeah. Wow. They treat them as that like higher. So it's almost like in their bloodline, like in their, like in the ether over there. Like, actually seeing those people. Because in America, like I guess some people look up to presidents, like but for the most part, presidents are like a joke over here.
That's why Trump's very dangerous over there. If he gets back into power, bro, they could really create some form. Like over here, prime ministers in our government system is a massive joke. Like we never like our prime ministers ever. They get into power, we make big signs that say the prime minister's a wanker. You know, I noticed that us having a queen and royal family allows us to have a lot more disrespect for our politicians. America has a lot more respect for its politicians than we have for ours, but we have a lot more respect for our royal family than you do of your politicians. You see what I mean? It's like a sick twisted
Right. Or
switch
that
and
we
change.
do like of the elite family or whatever you call it. Yeah, like that kind of top family. Like we have much less focus on that overall, I would say.
Yep. But like Trump is a real potential, because like he was like told to be the worst person in the world. They tried to impeach him, all of the allegations against him couldn't be founded. Even the stuff of like the connotations of him being a pedophile with people like Epstein, but like no, if there was information there, everyone in their mind knows that if they found anything to do with Epstein and Trump, they would have brought it out, and it didn't come out, so therefore it must not have existed. Which means that he's definitely a really good guy, because he was once accused to be the worst of the worst, but couldn't be founded. So it does that like anti-polar sort of like, you know what I mean? Like like a polar opposite effect, right? Like how many times can you suggest someone's the worst and then they end up not being it? It ends up pushing them to like the being the best, right? He's a potential King Cyrus type, I think, right? Where he comes in.
Bring him back? Do you think they're going to bring him back?
I think the people think they're going to bring him back, meaning if he gets back, the people will believe it was their will that done it. I reckon it will still be a fixed election type thing. I think Biden
that would definitely throw shit. Shit would hit the fan, I think, to a degree. I mean, the whole Trump thing, I didn't follow that much of it and all that, but I mean, I do have a sense of it all. It is very like dividing in a fundamental way. Like people really, especially with the whole pandemic bullshit as well, but like with that, people got really polarized with it, and then the whole like what was that insurrection thing, that ridiculous fake event where they tried to pretend like that whole thing. So you get like that whole deal going on. Like, so there's people that have like actual like gun carrying like concern probably that if Trump did come back into power, they're going to freak out. Like they're going to think. So, anyways, I mean, obviously, I would hope it would not, but I'm just saying like. If they did play the Trump card again, I could see it being very polarizing. Like I
personally think it could be very uniting, because I speak to a lot of Americans, right, and even minority Americans, the blacks seem to love him now. All of the Hispanic people love him, right? It's only like the crazy white liberal people that have a problem with him, right? And now we've got Biden as this worst example as a president ever, right? He definitely, did something wrong with, what? I won't mention it because you're live streaming. With the erection, to rhyme a word similar to it. So most people in America believe the erection was caused by Viagra, if that makes any fucking sense. Fake erection, you get it, guys. So I think a lot more people are pro-Trump than what people realize. I think people just aren't willing to admit it. And
yeah, or more people kind of intrigued on a deeper level than they might kind of put off.
Yeah,
I see what you mean. Yeah, he does have like kind of intrigue to him. But I mean, do you think he's really gonna like come back fully as president, or like what's your prediction on that? Like if you had to make one.
So my prediction on the election was that Biden would get in, and it would be like obvious that he shouldn't have, right?
Okay, so you got that one right.
Yeah. When it came to Trump against Hillary, I knew Trump was going to win. I knew he was, right? And my prediction on this one is that he's either going to get in, and if he doesn't, it's going to be someone that's very close to him, and it's going to be a dynasty deal, meaning Trump will be like a big advisor of the next president, it will basically be like, because at the minute it feels like Obama's just in the era of Biden and the Obama regime continued, right? So I think we'll get Roger Stone type, Roger Stone got Trump into power. So it'll be someone in close cahoots with Trump, and it will be like, because we've had so much destruction, it's like the dark side's taken over for a little while, right? The light side needs to take back over for a bit, because this is the way they do it, right? The checkered board on the floor type thing, Masons, this is the way they do it. I feel like it's either going to be Trump's going to somehow get back into power, right? Or someone who is closely related to him, or someone who's got Trump's got their ear. I feel like it's going to be like that type of situation, and he's going to be involved in some way. And I feel like there might be some fundamental changes of government, all in all. And the electoral system in and of itself might even change a little bit and go back to paper ballots and stuff like that. I don't know.
I mean, I think they've been shamming the voting numbers from the beginning, or maybe not from the very, very beginning, but like I'll just say, let's say from World War II on, I mean, all those voting systems have been rigged.
Oh, definitely.
Even before that, but I'm just sort of going from World War II just to seem like they had 100% manipulation at that point, or after.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
But it's weird that this one was made into such a thing. I mean, it's interesting to think like maybe how much they had to fudge it, because Biden was so unpopular. So that might be why it stuck out a bit more. It was like they might have had to pull a couple extra strings in the systems.
There's a really good documentary you should watch. It's called 3,000 Mules, MULES. I won't go into too much detail on it on your stream, but you should watch it. And mules, like drug mules, think about those being used in a different way, like handing out Viagra for a fake erection, right? And these people are just like, yeah, man, just stuffing things. And they only showed the people that were like showing up to more than 10 Viagra releasing or Viagra input depots, as it were, right? And yeah, like they only showed the people in this documentary that were showing up to multiple locations with multiple Viagras to give for erections, right? So yeah, I'm only being like that, Gio, because other, and I'm talking small videos with only a few views, they're removing them, and the YouTube channels are getting strikes. Like in big videos, like 12-hour long videos, they're managing to find anything spoken about the erection.
Yeah, I mean, we usually use code words, or sometimes people still say them, but yeah, we try to ask people not to and stuff. We've been pretty good at it. I mean, I think a couple months ago it was worse. I kind of think maybe the censorship has loosened up a little bit since it's kind of shifted a little bit. That's my sense of it, is like they've put less of their focus on that on YouTube. But yeah,
I know it happened the other day.
You can use the code words; it's the best, because then there's no stress, as long as we've had some funny ones, like funny different spaghetti shit, whatever. Like, what was one? I don't know. We had some funny ones, but if everyone knows what they are, then you can actually just freely talk about it. It's actually more like
it's kind of funny, right?
Right.
That one I just come up with there and then, because I'm like, what do I say? I'm like, a fake erection, Viagra. Okay, like that. I hope that makes some sense. Not exactly, maybe not family friendly, but is any of this shit.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, that was a big move. I mean, for sure, just to try to get everyone. Let me ask you this in terms of that, from 2020, 21, 22, all of the unfolding of how things went down. Do you think that people, we the people kind of thing, do you think that people actually pushed back enough to get them to back off? Or do you think they purposely backed off? because it does seem like they've backed out. Now, maybe they're going to fire some things up again. I'm sure they are. They're already probably starting to, but it seemed like for a while there, they were about to do a full move, like get everyone on the mandates, get everyone, schools and businesses, and like they were going for the whole thing. And then it seems like, yeah. So my question is, do you think people standing up like against it, either resisting or whatever it may be, that whole like truck strike? I mean, there's probably a lot of factors, but do you think people actually did push back enough for them to step back and kind of lay off and maybe even try, like they're trying to do something else now or thinking of what they're going to do next? Do you think people authentically did that, or do you think they just kind of started to pull back, as part of their larger plan?
I don't know. I don't know. Like I always said that, like,
it could be both. Maybe people did push back, and
yeah.
maybe also we're like, all right, that's going to be just one cycle for now, and then maybe they're.
I think people can only take so much. I don't think it was resistance that did it, right? I personally think that it's more likely the opposite, right? That like that it's more like they realize they can only push so far before people do start to fortify and can join up to toward one another and all that. And I think the moment they push it too far, people will start to resist. I think they go up to the point of resistance and then stop, and back off. And I think they've got a lot of ways of predicting and basically showing how far people are down the road, right? Like there are certain types of like groups and different YouTube channels, even people like Steven Crowder are great ways of them knowing this, right? Like when it gets to the point where someone like Steven Crowder is willing to risk his 5 million subscriber YouTube channel to start talking about things they're clearly censoring, they know then that roughly the public psyche is at the point of nearly boiling over, and then they start to back off, and like they have all these little ways of testing and knowing whether or not they need to back off, I think. And I think it's more that,
Yeah.
I'd like to think it was resistance.
It seemed like they were just pushing, like all the narrative was to get like just the mandates to be absolutely standard. It seemed like that's what they were going for. And
well, it did seem that way, didn't it? That like, it was going to be like the world would be on lockdown. You need a vaccine passport to do anything and go anywhere. I reckon we might see another surge of it, maybe, right? Like they might bring out another variant that's like extremely worrying. Like, it's going to be like killing lots of people. But the problem is, as I said this from the very beginning, that it's more like I've seen it as more like a faith test, right? They know the people that didn't, right? So think about it like this way, like what a mask represents hiding your identity, right? So like what did people do before? Rebels, right? They would just hide their face. And it's like, right, so now we're going to tell people, reverse type psychology deal, you've got to wear a mask. So the rebels go, no, I'm showing my face, right? I think they would have used lots of data at this moment as well, like for advanced like facial recognition and all that sort of stuff. They would have built lots of technologies off the back of that. Like they can use these different scenarios, but like for like different reasons. But I think it comes down to how obedient are people going to be at the same time as like, how much can we get away with? How can we sort of measure what we can get away with to use for future data, right? And then I guess like from the beginning, I sort of thought that like they would try and roll out these vaccine passports, but like it would never come to full fruition, right? Because it's too on the nose. It's too obvious. Like I reckon if public opinion was slightly different and they didn't measure public opinion, because like by the time they started toying with the idea, right, they have to look at everyone's response to the idea. And regardless, this is why the censorship, I believe, was so big, was because they don't want everyone to realize they've all got the same opinion on the matter, but they want to know everyone's opinion on the matter. So that's why I think the censorship happened. It's like, right, we know everyone knows that what we're doing. If we take it full whack, we know everyone's in agreement that we're fucking out of order, right? And they may act. But we can't let everyone know that they may act, because then they could do it now. So it's like, how far can they take the narrative before people act? And also, would people act? And is their opinion that what we're doing is wrong? And I think it's all about gauging how big of a sheep group we are.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, there's also the idea that they kind of rolled this out as like a test, basically, you know, as like it's like a whole, it's got all the media, all of the phrases, you know, the energy of it, the whole thing, like just rolled it out, and what was actually going on too. Because I mean, I think I'm not denying there are toxins, bioweapons in the environment that are purposely being put there to have various negative impacts on people's health in various ways. So I mean, but what they were telling us was not the case. So yeah. Anyways, it's like a whole complex thing. The way but it's almost like they played it out as a test in a way. It's kind of sick. But it's like the way. Yeah, it's kind of. I was just gonna say it's kind of sick, but like the way psychopaths work, it's like they're trying to groom people to be a certain way, you know, trying to control people. It's like a form of like grooming all. So yeah, this was like a test to like play it out and like run it through everyone's psyche. And then I'm sure they were analyzing all the results, because that'll probably come into play with like the timing that they do things in the future.
Right. So I also think this comes into the idea of Trump, right? Trump ultimately represents like this patriarchal figure, right? For a lot of people, even the Christians got on board with Trump, right? So if they can end up putting him in power again, they can end up with a lot of allegiancy that they didn't have previously, right? And if they can make Biden look that shit to the left, that eventually Trump looks okay-ish, and just because on an economic basis, right, he's 10 times better than Biden, the left will even be happy to have him if Biden cocks us up even more, right? Again, it goes back to the whole thing with like the faith thing as well. It's like, remember, like when you push people and you put into the fear, remember, either way, even if you believe that this Holocaust thing was fake, right, the whole COVID thing, or you believe it was real, the same thought process is going through your head. The government is either trying to kill me or a virus is. So there's danger in the air, right? Meaning everyone had this fear response going on, right? And that fear response and that living in that sort of grimy way of living, of like being like, you know, the world's against us in some way, be it an invisible virus or be it the government perpetuating a myth and a lie about it so they can jab you up, right? Either way, it's the same, I guess, way of living. It's under that same banner and bracket of fear. So in doing that, people will pretty much do anything to get reprieve from that. And what are people willing to do to get reprieve? Well, they're willing to take the jab, right? Well, how does the other group get reprieve from it? Well, they don't have to take the jab, right? And by not taking the jab, eventually all we have to do is give them back the things that they would have lost from it and sort of fade back into the background again, right? And like there's all sorts of, you know, things talking about this mRNA vaccine, right, and what that really means for people's genetics even going forward and all of that, right, and all that great stuff. But like I said, with the Trump thing, right, like, or even the next politicians to come in, it's like if we had a group of politicians worldwide now come out who are like anti that sort of message, right, the vaccination shit and all of that, and they bring a whole new big manifesto forward, which could be the next stage of the New World Order that they need, right? And it could be very cloak and dagger, and we wouldn't even realize that it represents the next stage of the New World Order. And they could bring it in under the guard, like they could bring it in very easily under a new group of politicians worldwide that basically are that form of reprieve. They're the form of reprieve against the fear of COVID. They're the next group of politicians that come in and go, COVID's done. We've got rid of it. It's no longer about, you don't need to worry about mandates, vaccines, none of that, you know? These people would be brilliant for them because they'll be trustworthy to everyone. Everyone will be happy. The legislation they pass under them, people will be happy. If the economy is going well when these politicians will come in, that will come as like a form of backing up that these people are trustworthy. So all the legislation that passes underneath them will basically be disregarded. People won't see it. It'll be right underneath our eyes.
It's a good point. A very good point.
And that's the main worry, is that, and that's kind of my theory on, like, either not Trump coming back in power, but someone like Trump, you know, someone who comes with like this idea of like a patriarchal figure who's a protector, who makes you feel safe, and you know, and ends all of the current woes, and you know what I mean, like that type of figure. And they could do a lot under someone like that. In the bad way as well, right? Like, in, you know, it could seem very good, but it could be very bad. Could include crypto.
Yep. No, definitely. Yeah, there could be some big moves that they could make with that. And I think, yeah, that's what they've been testing people these last years to see what they can get away with. And isn't that kind of the fine line they're playing though? Like if they're testing by like flexing, you know, it's like aren't they in a way revealing what they're doing so that maybe not everyone is completely aware of it, but that there's more people that are, you know, the more and more they kind of encroach and do their thing, the more they're revealing, to where somebody who maybe a couple of years ago, they might've been like, oh no, you know, I trust the government, whatever. Now there might be like, I don't know, you know, there's some shit going down. Like what, you know, it's a level of coercion that you kind of just can't deny. It's like, oh, the schools, the businesses, the airlines, like everything is just on board at once. I mean, it's a pretty big like coordination. And I think there's people, even if they don't like fully logically think of it, even just on an intuitive level, they're more aware.
Definitely. Because like that's kind of been my thing for a while. People are like, well, you know, they won't get the new world order in, and I'm kind of sat here like, well, haven't they already got it in? You know, and that's why I'm like incredibly worried about crypto. Like I'm pretty negative when it comes to crypto, because I'm like, I feel like even the people that started up the original blockchains could just be agents, right? And and they are basically trying to usher in like the new society. They're going to pretend that they've done away with all the old crooked system, and we're supposed to believe that all those people are either dead or they've been put in prison. I reckon that will happen soon. We'll get lots of people being put in prison. We'll get people from pharmaceutical companies being put into jail, all of that. But really, it's just representatives that are holding these positions as CEO and all that crap. It's not the real families behind it that we see. And it will all come into this new light type world. It's like it's all benevolent, and we've finally got a transparent way of trading. But everyone's forgot that all of the gold, that all of the system of the fiat currency that we've just come off of, has all just gone into the coffers of someone, and it's now been fully accepted that it's missing, you know? And then it's like we're signing a social contract at that point that we're never going to go after it again, right? These people, they pissed it all up the wall and they got away with doing it almost, right? These evil people that we've now brought to justice. And that's why we've got this new system and a new way of trading and all of that, right? And it's like, that's pretty worrying if you ask me, when it could be the same fucking people from the very beginning in the new one. We have no way of knowing.
Right. No, you make a very good point. Yeah, that is a very good like breakdown of it, of the potentials of that. Yep. No, that's a huge factor. Like that could be part of their great reset plan, you know, to throw some of these things under the bus, and then like who's going to kind of rise up, as it were. Like even if a lot of that corruption, you know, they're claiming that it's being uprooted or whatever, but it's like if it's a wolf in sheep's clothing now, then who's kind of going to be the savior once a lot of this truth comes out and a lot of the realization of what's going on? Like who's going to try to push to come to a rise as like the kind of the savior, or just as like the replacement basically for
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So like, what if the real new world order is the effort of everyone on earth trying to stop the one that we're currently under? You know, like we're all invested in it. We finally uprooted the new world order and we're all fucking stopping it, right? And we're all together doing this, right? And, you know, the powers that be, we're putting them in prison. We're getting rid of the old old chessboard completely, and we're completely involved in doing it. And it's like now they've got the highest level ever of committed individuals, right? All of the sins of the past are completely wiped away, the weapons of mass destruction, 9/11, all of that, right? All of those players that caused all the grief, you know, the I guess the proverbial bottle that's about to pop, you know, it gets popped. But like, you know, we're gonna be like happy to try and I guess hold who was responsible for that responsible, and we'll help them do it. But like, who, we can't know that it's not the same plan from the beginning. The new world order could be us admitting there was an old world order and us effectively shutting it down, and then we're like, yes, like we've come into a new world order that's like not the bad one, we're the good one, you know, because people want to believe the best about themselves. And if they make you feel like you're involved in it in even a small amount or way, you might trust it because you knew you weren't involved with the old world order. So, and the new world order was supposed to be the people of old that did it. So if they allow you to think you're involved in it, and that's what crypto does, I think it allows people to think they have some sort of control over it, that they have some sort of say, and
like a freedom, yeah, within it.
Exactly. And really, you're just now a sheep again. Like they've managed to get even the conspiracy theorists involved in being sheep again. You know, like, that's the biggest worry for me.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of nuances. There's a lot of factors and components. I mean, I'm down to have like, it's tough because I think like the thing is, what if we're like forced into it? You know, in a way, meaning that if the future is going towards blockchains in cryptocurrencies in general, it's kind of like we have no choice. I mean, I'd be fine to just not use any of that, and like I was saying before, just live off the land and grow food and just enjoy life. You know, as long as we don't have some ruler that's trying to demand stuff of us, I think we can build our own lives as we want. But if we have to be in some system the way that we are, like owning cars and owning things and land and the way that it is, if the whole future is headed towards some kind of a shift, then I guess the word I was thinking of when you were saying all that is like the level of discernment that will be needed is just going to be like off the chart.
The roof. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's going to be intense. Yeah. I mean,
I think that is the way it's going to be, though. I think that is going to be the way it is. I think the jab even was that, right? Like, you know, all the people that ended up getting 4 or 5 jabs, right? My wife, right? She ended up losing her job. She ended up being paid for the whole year that she lost her job in the end, right? She didn't get a jab. She doesn't wear a mask at work, and guess what? She's working in the same place she was working before. They asked for her to come back to work. A year later, she got a year off for free. And all of her colleagues have all been double, triple jabbed. She didn't get jabbed. And she doesn't wear a mask at all. And she got a sabbatical year, bro, because she trusted that God would provide, right? That basically she stuck to her convictions, to our convictions, right? And it's that simple. And I think that's what it comes down to. I think the way is narrow. When the Bible sort of says that the way is narrow, right? And you know, I think you have to trust in God to see you through some of this. I genuinely think it's a faith test in the spiritual sense also. And now we're set apart, the people that haven't been jabbed, right? What if everyone else has got corrupted DNA? You ever heard of the 444,000 or whatever it is, right? That of in a biblical term or sense. 440,000, is it? I can't remember the exact number. But I think it's the same number as of gene variation. And the people under the mRNA now don't have the normal amount of genes. And the genes that we've got, which are the real and normal amount of a human, effectively match that number. Now we're set apart with only like pure-blooded people left, as it were. All the people that are jabbed have got a They're mud-blooded, to put a Harry Potter term to it. If it does truly affect your DNA.
Yeah, that's a whole thing in and of itself. Like, are they trying to like copyright humans? Patent humans? Yeah, I mean, I think part of this whole thing, they've rolled out this new program now that people are willing to just get jabs, you know, just fucking get them as just a regular thing now. Like, oh, you know, and like just a higher frequency, and so yeah, there's like an idea that they're basically kind of rolling out like a new medicine, and God only knows what level of what they may go to. I mean, like the nanobot technology is pretty far along at this point. I mean, they can. There's probably so much they haven't even told us of what they can do with nanobots themselves. So, yeah, like, are they trying to control people's health now remotely? They've already been doing it with GMOs and pharmaceuticals and chemotherapy, all kinds of shit. It's like I call it the controlled death matrix. It's like they have this whole matrix where they're trying to control the death of people. So if they can do it remotely now and give you a disease from afar, and I mean, wow. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
man. They want a full monopoly on health, don't they? They need it. Like, think about how weak we are compared to like communist China, for instance, or like the North Koreans even. Like, these soy boys like wouldn't stand a chance against 1 million Korean soldiers in a war today, bro. Right? Like, we'd be screwed. Right? And I saw this really scary thing from the Chinese Communist Party. And it was like a video that was done, and I guess it might have been a fear tactic type video, but it was meant to be the idea of the Chinese Communist Party, right? And it was a little clip, and it showed like you know, where you can do those reface apps where someone gets like the face of someone and they control it.
Yeah.
But they did it with the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, and he was like, what if COVID was a complete lie? And what if the vaccine we just gave you was a poison? And if you don't continue getting them every 6 months, you will all die. Or if you want out of that system, maybe now you need to ask us, the Chinese Communist Party, for the vaccine of the vaccine, right? And you're like, well, yeah, shit. Like, yeah, what if that is the case, right? And now they're talking about every 6 months, they're talking about a new strain, a new variant, and a new jab, right? And it's like, okay, that's going to be the norm, is it? Like, again, like, everyone would then be subsistent on Big Pharma. And it talks about in the Bible that everyone will be deceived by pharmakeia. Not just that there will be a big deception, but there will be, everyone will be deceived by pharmakeia. Not that everyone will be on drugs. Everyone will be deceived by drugs.
Yeah, wow. That's pretty deep. Yeah. Whew.
And even if you don't believe in the Bible, you have to take the route that it's the elites that wrote the Bible, which then means, well, is that the elites in the past telling everyone what they were going to do now? Even if you don't take it as a word of Yah. Right? Like, well, then what is it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's what they're headed towards, especially now. I mean, that's like one of the major new kind of additions to human life now that people, it's like these new jabs. So yeah, it does seem like they have like a straight line into people's bloodstreams now in a way that they didn't quite have before. So, and yeah, pharmakeia, there's so many deep rooted like occult. I mean, it's all Rockefeller medicine ultimately. And I mean, this is like the original people that were called quacks were people that were using all kinds of like toxic chemicals and snake oil salesman type, you know, things. And like basically things that were claimed to be medicine, but they were actually just toxins. And those were the quacks. And ironically, after like Rockefeller medicine, and, you know, they took over with this whole like petroleum based big pharma thing, they actually are the quacks. Like they're actually the ones that were like giving massive amounts of mercury to people and like all kinds. Like they are the actual quacks. Somehow they've just made it into the mainstream where now they're just doing their quack medicine with all these chemicals and surgeries and all this shit that's not like in line with the human body or not in line with nature. And ironically, they somehow convinced people that they're not the quacks. They're actually the legit, you know, top level shit, probably because they had a lot of money and it makes them look more official. And that people that are using natural things are the quacks. Somehow, like they were able to like reverse it and convince people of that. But I mean, they really are. So yeah, there's so many deep roots to that, like just pharmakia and like how they're using chemicals to control people on many levels. Yeah, it's like a whole cluster of that whole field.
Exactly, like that's a good summary of it, bro. Like, you know, the quacks have become the real doctors, and the herbalists and anyone that's really promoting anything good for your health. Like these people go missing, bro. There's that whole molecular hydrogen treatment. I don't know if you've heard of it. And it atomizes hydrogen. So it breaks hydrogen down to a very, I guess, consumable, or should I say absorbable way. It's got a very good absorbability into the body, right? And hydrogen bonds to everything, so it can clear out heavy metals. It's really good at radiation, sickness control and treatment, and all of that great stuff, right? And anyone that sort of has started using it as a treatment for like cancers or poisoning of the body or autoimmune diseases, they've just been like, they've gone missing. Their businesses have been closed, whatever, right? So like now people are trying to market it as like a beauty treatment instead. Like this will make you feel good, you know, and hopefully people can read between the lines.
Yeah.
But alternative medicine or whatever, right? Even that as a name, alternative medicine, when it's like, well, you mean like ancient medicine, like the stuff that was used way before, you know, you guys ever did the tobacco industry with cannabis even, right? They were the ones that started all of that, like, propaganda against cannabis, right? That like it would send you nuts and it's got no therapeutic whatever, because like imagine the tobacco industry would have been destroyed by cannabis, because cannabis grows like second fastest growing plant in the world, and it tastes a lot better than tobacco. It does a lot more than tobacco, right? So like tobacco would have been completely wiped out, wouldn't it? And I guess a lot of the treatments that, I guess, off the back of tobacco being smoked that are needed, you know, for cancers and lung problems, COPD, emphysemas, all of that. Like cannabis would have destroyed that industry.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think cannabis was a pretty big threat to them, which is why they went so hardcore to make it illegal. But yeah, like hemp, all their soy, GMO soy shit would totally be different if hemp was really utilized. Like all of that, they would just be taken like there would just be no reason to have all these fields of GMO corn and grains and stuff. Hemp is like so much more useful. Like you said, it grows faster. It's better for the environment. It actually does more. Like what you can get out of hemp. Now, granted, they've got some pretty weird shit they're making from corn these days. So yeah, they've definitely made some crazy weird shit from it. But we don't really need that chemicalized stuff, anyways. Like a lot of that artificial stuff. But they do make some weird shit with corn. But yeah, I mean, hemp alone would have replaced so much of a lot of these government subsidized like textile plants and just the whole control they've had over like the genetic growing of a lot of these like industrial plants that are like the foundation of a lot of the materials that we use.
Yeah, like it's mad what they've done with corn. Like Monsanto, I don't think a lot of people understand really what Monsanto was about, right? But like they basically, I think my understanding of it's even quite crap, you know. I'm pretty sure they patented, didn't they, like a certain seed or something, and then they were paying people not to grow corn, and then I think fields were getting cross-germinated with their corn. And then they were like suing people for growing their corn because they had patented it and all this crap, and or like they were paying people to grow their corn for a period of time, and then it all got contaminated or whatever. I really don't know the story, but they got a monopoly on it, didn't they? And you guys have high fructose corn syrup in everything, right? Even in your Coca-Cola, you guys have it. In England, we don't have it in our Coca-Cola. We don't have aspartame in it either. That's illegal in the UK. Yeah, it's like used a lot. I've noticed that high fructose corn syrup, and we don't really have it in anything, but you guys have got it everywhere.
Yeah, that's like a mainstream kind of big pharma, big agriculture thing right there, like a test where they basically gave the Americans like massive amounts of high fructose corn syrup. And that's why Americans are so grossly obese and have so much like heart disease. That classic like picture, you know, you've seen of like people lined up to go into Disneyland, and it's like, wow, some big people, some big Americans. Yeah. They just went crazy on it. Like they just put it in everything.
Legit, like I can't even imagine what Coca-Cola would taste like with that shit in it, you know? Like, I don't know, bro. Like, surely it would just taste weird. Like, because obviously ours has got cane sugar in it, right? And it sounds like our Coca-Cola is like better for you, than like, I don't know, like your water. Like the stuff they put in your food, bro. Like the E numbers, the what do you call it? Like what's that? What's that? I don't even know what it means. Trans fats. I've heard this a lot. Trans fats. What's that?
Oh, yeah, that's a big one too. Yeah, it's like the high fructose corn syrup along with the trans fats is like the double whammy.
They're male fats that think they're female.
They're basically like these damaged hydrogenization, which is like this process by they put it through extreme heat. They basically melt like chemicals at extremely high heat, and it creates these like bizarre fats that are just disgusting, and they're completely unnatural for the body. They usually make them from like genetically modified things like cotton and corn and soy and all of this stuff. So they'll make them from that, and yeah, they're basically just fake, highly damaged fats that they just like clog in your body. Like your body can't even get rid of them. So when you do this like high fructose corn syrup, so you're just jacking up your insulin, and your insulin hormones are going off the charts. So it makes your body want to store fat. And then they're pumping people with trans fats. Now your body is actually storing disgusting fats that are, it's not even natural animal fat at that point. It's like an actual, like more or less a synthetic type fat. And so that's how people get like the cellulite and like the really, you know, kind of almost grotesque looking like body growths going on, you know, that are like, it's like beyond obese. It's like unbelievable levels of almost like, yeah, something that's not even possible if you're only eating regular food. So yeah, the trans fats are bad, and they cause heart disease and heart attacks and clog your arteries. I mean, that's the real thing, is clogging the arteries. It's a big, yeah, it's one of the big factors.
Yeah, because like no one ever seems to be able to tell me what these trans fats are. I should probably just fucking look it up, but I've been lazy on that one. I'll be honest. Because like everyone that's a flat earther now knows that like you can't just look things up directly, right? You've got to actually look into it a bit. Like I can't remember what it was that recently I looked something up, right? And it was like just something that was like widely held and regarded as like truth, right? In the past, it was just known, and like there was like a whole like fact checker website saying that like, you know, well, this ain't quite right, you know, and it's been misrepresented, and I'm like looking into how they're saying it's been misrepresented, and they're not even saying that it's untrue. They're just like, when you go into the breakdown of their fact checking of these things, a lot of the time it says like, oh well, the post was out of context. But like the way they make it sound, these fact checkers, is like, well, we fact checked that and therefore it's false, because the original claim was that like this thing is doing this, and then they'll just put false at the bottom. Fact checker, look into it. You look into it, and they're like, it's out of context. Not that it's untrue, it's just out of context. It's like, for fuck's sake, they've really fucked things up. Algorithms too.
Oh yeah,
like
dude, it's out of control what they've done with that shit. They've just gone
balls to the wall. Yeah,
pretty much.
Have you seen that Wayback Machine? It's quite a good website actually. And you know Flat Smacker's playlist, right? Have you seen his like playlist, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of the videos have been removed from YouTube, right? But on that Wayback Machine and the archive, is it .org? I can't remember. if you put in that link off a Flat Smacker's playlist for like a YouTube video, put it into the Wayback Machine, most of them are on there. So like you won't find it on YouTube, but you just take that YouTube link, the old one that's been removed, and just put it into the Wayback Machine, and it's on there.
Nice. Yep. Yeah, I do remember that. I've seen that website. Yeah, that is good. I mean, as long as it's like maintaining it accurately. Is it still? Because I kind of thought that some of that way back, like I remember back in the earlier years, you could really go back to stuff, but I feel like a lot of stuff now, like it's been removed. Probably has.
Yeah, a lot of stuff has been. There was this like really brilliant video that do you know Sean Atwood? You ever heard of him? He was in American jail in Arizona for a big number of years. He was like selling a lot of ecstasy over there. He became a millionaire in the stock market when he was really young over there. He's from England. Went to America.
I've heard his name, but I just don't know too much about him.
He hosted that debate with Durf, with Weiss. Is it Weiss?
Okay, maybe I remember him through that. Yeah, because he's like he's got a YouTube.
Yeah, he's bold. Anyway, he hosted that flat Earth debate between Professor Dave and what is his fucking Durf?
Oh right. Yeah, I remember those guys. Yeah.
Do you know his full name was Durf?
David
Weiss? Yeah. Mate, do you know how much that debate wound me up? Did you watch it?
I did, yeah. Oh, I skimmed through it. I think I probably did see the whole thing. I remember I watched part of it, and then later I watched it a little more. So yeah, I think I pretty much saw the whole thing. It was pretty cringy.
Mate, Professor Dave knows how to pick his opponents, doesn't he? Mate, like, I don't care who likes David Weiss. He cannot fucking debate, okay? He made us look like a bunch of fucking idiots. At this point, he's controlled opposition as far as I'm concerned. Or you're an idiot. It's like, if you know you're that crap at debating and you're not that intelligent and you can't retain information well enough and your points are that, I guess, one-dimensional, right? Don't go and debate someone. Don't represent like what flat Earth is, right? If you can't, to the best of your knowledge, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There are some of us that really know our shit, Gio, right? And even we aren't as big-headed that if we got an opportunity to like debate someone like Brian Cox or whatever, we wouldn't just go into it willy-nilly, would we? Or Neil deGrasse Tyson even. We would really make sure we destroyed them, you know?
Well, I think David Weiss, like he's so used to doing it, what he does kind of like presentation style, where he's like a new guest on some show. And so he's kind of just presenting stuff. And so he doesn't often like get to the actual like full completion of certain points, you know, he kind of just like bullet points, kind of going over things and, you know, kind of like things to think about, you know, oh yeah, it's, you know, so when it was in a debate scenario, yeah, I mean, I don't even know, I'm not even sure that could even be categorized as a debate. It was kind of, they were kind of just talking over each other and just just tons of insults and just condescending and just belittling. It was like mostly that. And I feel like most of the points they didn't even really be able to get to. Like the Professor Dave guy, he would just say his points, you know, the stuff that he knows or has read and with all this confidence and condescending. And then David Weiss would try to come back with sort of one of his points, but it's like they weren't really connecting on any of the points. And then there was so much like, basically, the Professor Dave guy was just trying to trigger David Weiss into going into a dumpster fire of insults, and he kind of did get him in a way. But I feel like David Weiss at least kind of held his cool. You know,
he did hold his cool, but mate, I wasn't very happy with him. He should have known better. I think that against someone like Professor Dave, he knows that he strawmans our position as it is, and it's like. But then I feel like a lot of David Weiss's points are like not clear what he's saying. He's like, how do you know that the moon isn't a solid object. And it's like, well, David, you're making it sound like you're claiming it isn't a solid object now, you know, just by saying that. You have to be very clear what you're saying, you know. You got to make sure you're not making positive claims along the way, right? And then he just wasn't able to go into much depth. Like you said, he's probably more used to the presentation type thing. I think he's a real flat earther, don't you? I don't think he's controlled opposition. I just think he was a bit out of his depth in that position. I don't think he knew what was going to happen at all. And yeah, Professor Dave knew what he was doing, I guess. That's why, because he refuses to debate anyone else, right? He won't debate. I don't think he would debate any high caliber flat earthers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been interesting if, I mean, that with this, from what I remember from it, there were definitely points that were brought up. So I remember when I was listening to it, I was almost thinking in my head, I was like, oh yeah, there's definitely ways to respond to what he's bringing up, you know, like to actually break some of it down in terms of when he was going into outer space and all this stuff. And yeah, it just wasn't really like an environment where they could have had like an actual intellectual back and forth, because the Professor Dave guy just had such a severe condescending attitude that, because remember at one point he's like, oh, look at the little like retard, little David, you know, he was like doing so much like weird condescending shit. That's like, it's even like, it's like sociopathic level of that, to where
he did
trying to get in his mind and fucking fuck with him. And it's like, it wasn't even really about the points. And so, oh man, it was kind of brutal.
He was like, yeah, because you're a fucking idiot. And he's just like Professor Dave or whatever, you know, he acts like he's taking what us flat earthers are doing personally. He's like, well, what you've done is insulting to us, you know, like that type of thing, right? And I'm like, what? Like, you know, like acting like, well, yeah, you know, you're insulting everything because of what was that? No video permission. I didn't try and do my video. What did I just do? Share your screen. No.
Well, I can give you perms. There's a role for it if you want the role, but yeah, you might have just clicked it by mistake or something.
Yeah, no, I can't post pictures or anything in here. Yeah, if that's all right.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. That one's the live stream verified. Do you want the screen share one too? Oh, he just popped out.
I accidentally clicked on the room above.
Yeah, because I was about to, there, I just gave you the live stream verified role. So yeah, now you'll be able to post everything. Do you want the screen share one? That one allows you to like share your video or screen. It's a role.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Why not?
Cool. Yeah, you good now?
That's weird to see like a grey thing turn white. It's like grey and then it just all of a sudden white. As you gave me the firm, like. Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. I was like, yeah, I'll post this image, and like I said, I'd do something, and I couldn't do it. I was like, oh shit, that's no good. Yup. Yeah, the image perms are working now. Do you see this one?
Like, there's the voice verified, then live stream verified. It's just two separate roles, yeah, that allow for, the posting and some other stuff that it adds. But yeah, dude, I mean, that debate could have been interesting, actually. I mean, I think if because I don't necessarily put that Professor Dave guy at some like high level of globe stuff. Like, in fact, not even that high up there. You know, if we want to like rank some of these guys, just in terms of like what they've memorized about the globe model, basically.
Where do you put me, Gio? Come on. Where am
I? Where are you, Ruif? What's our scale? 0 to 100?
Yeah, I'm the top, surely.
Are you a top 10 Glober?
Yeah, easy.
Do you go with Glober or Baller?
I think usually Glober. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, you're not a baller. We know that.
Yeah.
Kosho one time.
Brilliant. Yeah, but Ruif, the problem is I actually kind of like you, and I kind of like Kosho as well. which makes you
Kosher's good.
instantly like, I don't know. Like, I don't even like to debate against kosher because I've just done it that many times that it becomes like, what's the point? I don't even know how kosher's got the energy to continue anymore doing this shit, you know?
Yeah. Fills the time. Fills the time.
Well, you motherfuckers actually believe you probably could kill time, since you think you can, like, you know, warp and distort this this conceptual idea. But you know, that's no wonder you're trying to kill time. Not taking the bait on that one.
I don't know enough about Einstein shit, so no idea.
Ruhif, who would be the first? Who would be the top 5 people that you would want to debate? And I'm talking not like a shit show thing. I'm talking about a real, actual information where you get your side to speak, they get their side to speak. You know that setup. Not just one of these things where it's just sort of open and everyone talking over each other and screaming. I'm talking about that.
Yeah,
Who would
give
be
me a
your,
minute.
like,
I've flopped a full house, so I need to decide what to do here. Hold on.
He's playing cards.
Yeah. No, I've got a pair of
actual
aces,
money.
and the flop was ace 6-6. So I flopped a full house, and now there's a flush on the board, which I like.
Quantum
I'll try and
Eraser
take it
will be
down
back in a minute. Is that actually Quantum?
No, it's me.
Oh, you
I'm gonna
your name's
fold. I'm gonna
Quantum in
fold.
there.
Don't fold. Don't fold. Don't fold. Come on. Oh, yes, good rub.
QE banned Ruhif today, and then Ruhif is now doing some black magic back on him by calling himself Quantum Eraser.
No, this was like weeks ago. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for your cash. Thank you.
Where did he ban you from?
Betty's server, his server, QE, Nathan Oakley, that server.
They put me on there as like a panel member or whatever, right? Where I was going to basically be on there every day with them. Like, you know,
I've heard your
not
voice.
with
Like, what's your
not with
usual?
Quantum.
What's your usual handler? Like, I've heard your voice before.
Crackvillain. It
Yeah, that
literally
doesn't ring a bell though.
Well, I was on Nathan's for a few episodes, right?
Okay.
Like he got me in basically because he's like, you seem to be able to keep conversations going forever. You know what you're talking about as well, right? But then I got really badly doxxed, and then I've been away for the last 6 months as well. So that's another thing. Depends, like, you know, I've literally not been on Discord for like legit 6 months in a row.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. I've heard your voice like before. I know of you.
Everyone knows me, Crackville. Come on. Oh, yeah. What was the question, Gio? Sorry. Question was, who would be my top 5 to debate against? Oh, hang on, I've got top 2 pair here on a rainbow flop. So rainbow flop. I'm gonna raise you.
Are you paying for actual money here, or?
Yeah, it's Milli Bitcoin. Oh, got a call. Shit. What's the go? What? Oh, shit. What do I do? 8-10. That's not good. That's not a good card. It's not a good card at all.
So a mill of Bitcoin is 0.001 Bitcoins?
Yeah.
So you've got 1.799 of...
Yeah. Fuck.
Which
2 pair can't be good here, right? He's got to have a straight.
You're not really playing with very much then, eh?
No, it's like no, it's like $60, $50-$60 here. Oh, you called me a 3 of a kind. You got a straight. Fair enough. Okay.
Are you addicted to gambling then?
I don't consider this gambling.
Why not?
Because it's a game of skill.
Yeah, that's what every gambler would say.
No.
Are you addicted to this game of skill then? Sorry.
Oh, I love playing poker, yes. Yeah. I wouldn't say addicted.
Okay.
Yeah. I went 2 years without playing, so, you know.
Oh, fair enough. All right then. That's all good then. What were you doing in those 2 years? Debating flat earthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so something else that induces dopamine-esque reactions. Okay.
Ruhif's
Isn't that what it's all about?
Bruhif's been very busy making calculations and models and all kinds of. He's been hard at work on the flat Earth.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Who do I want to debate against? Was the question, who do I want to debate against?
I don't know. We were talking about that Professor David Weiss debate and stuff. We were just talking about how they never really got into the actual information. They were both just kind of shouting at each other. So anyways, we were talking about like, be interesting to actually hear like a debate, where to actually get into some of this stuff. So anyways, it just made me think like who would be the top 3 people that you would want to do like a one-on-one actual discussion that you feel like you could
10th man would be at the top. He claims to be an expert on celestial navigation, but yet hasn't actually ever done it. Who else? I don't know. Jay Tolan Media, does he debate? Like Adam Meakin, like people that are reasonable. It's hard to find someone without getting back to the ultimate sort of thing, which is got a lighter fluff. So probably 10th man would be the top one at the moment.
10th man knows his stuff as well a little bit. He knows what we're talking about.
Does he?
In some regards, yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna say about celestial navigation thing.
But I mean, would you put him as the celestial navigation expert from the panel? Like, who would be the top celestial navigation person on the panel?
Yeah, I think he knows more than everyone else, right?
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'll debate him.
There you go.
Let him know. Next time you see him, let him know. Not that he hasn't been told 1,000 times, but anyway.
Gio, I've got something funny to send you. This is it's a complete clusterfuck. Wait there. How do I get onto this? Grid. What they did something on the phone app version of Discord where they completely fucked up.
Yeah, I've noticed something where when I go to maybe it's not the same thing you're talking about, or maybe it is, but like when you go to see everyone in the voice channel, it pulls up like all the squares, instead of like the all in a lid. You have to switch it now every time. You got to switch into that other mode manually.
Mate, and it takes forever to move people from one channel to another, then to like unmute and remute. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then they get stuck almost like if someone's streaming like he is right now, it becomes even more weird.
That was a nice hand. Full house.
So, Rue, if you had a packed audience of people that were, let's just say, on the fence, people that are all just looking into the topic, maybe questioning the globe a bit, questioning, everything. And so, but they're, intelligent level, like, not just like young kids that are just trolling, but I'm talking about people that are actually listening and so on. Do you feel like you could lay down a case for celestial navigation on a globe that you think would be compelling?
Given the fact that it only works on a globe and can't work on flat Earth, yes. Yeah, like the obvious debate would be, show us how it works on a flat Earth, and they will fail. I mean, have you watched the debate with me and refracted curvature?
No.
You should. Like, it's pretty embarrassing for him.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. I mean, I saw like a second of it, like I flashed it up, but yeah, I didn't end up watching it.
Yeah. Basically, it was a challenge to show that it works on your model. So, like, refracted curvature put out a challenge a couple of months ago saying, I will debate anyone, anywhere, anytime. Boom. You choose the topic, you choose the moderator, blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, let's do it on Cats or Toons channel or whatever. The topic is show that celestial navigation works on your model. Okay. And obviously he can't. So he gets there. Like, I demonstrate how it works and get the position fix. MC Toon gave us individual sets of elevation angles to work a position fix from. So obviously I presented my solution, like a worked example, and then it was his turn, and he just goes, "No, can't do it." Like, it was pretty bad. So he had accepted a debate, knowing the topic, and done everything he could to possibly avoid, keeping to the topic of the debate, like demonstrating that it works, even though they claim that it only works on flat Earth. So anyway, that's the end of rant.
Okay, so he couldn't get,
Bluesy.
that's just it's a particular part of it, the idea of a fix. So you're going off coordinates that you were given.
Angles.
And you're getting
shit, my thing cut out. It cut out for me.
Straight, people. You got a straight.
Sorry, Gia.
Oh, it's all good.
You mean like
I basically missed everything Ruhif just said. I was trying to send you a picture message, Gio, and like it cut out the audio for some reason.
Do you want me to repeat?
If you could, like, what did Gio say? What did he ask you? And then you said something back.
Right. The debate was to show that celestial navigation works on your model. And, MC2 each gave us a set of elevation angles to do a worked example. I obviously presented my position fix and, got it close enough. And refracted curvature couldn't. Didn't even attempt.
But is that what he was claiming he was going to do, is to get a fix?
I clarified with him at least half a dozen times, this is the topic of the debate. Do you accept it? And he kept sort of dancing around it and saying, set it up, I'll be there, blah, 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 but not actually explicitly saying, I accept this is what the debate is, right? He had to dance around it.
Mm-hmm.
These are the lengths that he had to go to because he knows that it doesn't work on flat Earth.
Well, but okay, did he have a model that he was presenting? Because it sounds like you were assuming that he had some model that he had to make it fit on.
Whatever model he thinks works, whatever flat Earth model, whatever.
I mean, I can't speak for him in any way. I didn't even see the debate, so I'm not going to even, but I'm just asking in general, like, were you just, because the fix that you're getting, you're using coordinates to do that based on a model you want to use that for.
Right.
And I would imagine he was talking, I don't know for sure, but I mean more about the actual principles of how celestial navigation works on a planar surface, the way it has since the beginning of time.
But if you know all the principles, what is stopping you from actually demonstrating it?
Nothing other than going out and doing it.
Exactly.
All right. So you're saying you went out and did it because you put a theodolite in your front yard and did one. I mean, that's fair.
Oh, no,
I'm not trying to.
that.
I'm not trying. You did something, but I'm just saying, is that what you're going off?
You got two things mixed up there. So yes, I have taken angles with a theodolite and given them to someone else to find out where I've taken them from. And in reverse, I have, someone has given me angles and I've worked out where they were taken from. So we've done both ends of the challenge, right? So, I've done the whole process. John and pretty much everyone on that panel claims that it only works on flat Earth. They claim to know how the whole thing works. No one has been able to turn a set of elevation angles into a position fix, which is the whole point of it, right? You're out in the ocean, take angles to some stars, find out where you are. None of them have done it.
But that wouldn't change anything based on the fact that if you've done it, all you've done is, you haven't proven that it's been done on a globe, however, have you?
I use the globe, all right?
But
There are many,
That's what I was saying. You're using coordinates given to you.
No, I'm giving angles. Angles were given to me. So I'm, someone's out in the ocean and they take some angles to some stars. That's what were given to me. And I've got to figure out where they were taken from. And I use the globe to get it. I must use the globe to get it. Hey?
Yeah, but a globe is just a map, right? Like, the globe, for navigation, like, the Navy don't use a globe for navigation.
Anytime you need to navigate, you will be using a globe. Anytime. It only works on a globe. If you think otherwise, show it working on a flat Earth. That's the challenge. It's been the challenge for 18 months.
So just celestial navigate then. Thus it works.
Yeah. Yes. Celestial navigation needs a globe.
'Cause they are
Celestial
flat.
navigation works, therefore the Earth's a globe. You probably should watch my my presentation, and it'll actually go into detail about why it needs a globe.
Send it to me. DM it to me.
Yeah,
I will
I'll do
watch it. I'm not like all the other people, flat earthers, who, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
You're
not
not
saying.
like
too much.
We'll see.
Well, I'm
We'll
not
see.
like a lot of other flat earthers, yeah, bro. Like half of what I do is have a go at flat earthers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, hang on. You messaged me like. Oh no, sorry. I messaged you in July last year. Wow. All right. There you go.
There you go.
Anyway, I have damned it.
Dope. I do. No, I just mean I will actually watch the presentation.
Okay.
You know.
So all you verified,
literally-
you've just, the only thing you've done is verified that those particular angles are connecting to a latitude and longitude system that you're given, and therefore that aligns with this city, that city, whatever your location is. But that doesn't mean that that actually is verifying that all of the star system is mapping to a spherical system.
The killer blow, Geo, is when you draw a circle of equal altitude. You must have some kind of map and some kind of formula, right? So you've got a circle of equal altitude, right? Is a circle around the GP of a star. So the GP is where it's overhead, right?
Yeah.
You have to draw a circle where all of the points are a certain distance over the surface from that GP.
Right. And then you take angles to other stars, build GPs from those. All of those circle of equal altitudes will overlap either on a planar surface or spherical. And you're just assuming from the model that they're doing so in a spherical way, but you have not validated that in the physical world either. So whatever you're saying he didn't validate, you haven't done it on the sphere system. You've just used the coordinates given to you to align those to latitude, longitudes, and found it to correlate. You found it to correlate at least once, and then you go with it.
Geo.
No coordinates were given, Geo.
Yeah. This is where you need to understand
The latitude,
what celestial navigation is and how to do it.
The latitude,
before you
longitude,
just talk.
the latitude and longitude is what you're using to say you got the fix. That's the position.
Right. Yeah, that's where I am. It identifies a place on Earth, right? But I was given angles, okay? The killer blow is what I was referring to. You have a GP for the star. That is where the star is overhead. It doesn't matter where I am, right? But when I get an angle to that star, I need to draw a circle on some map, and each of those points has to be the same distance from that GP center point. Okay? So therefore there has to be some formula that you use on a flat Earth where you have the GP, and let's say you want to make 360 points on that circle that are 1,000 nautical miles away, right? You want to make a circle. What formula will you use that gets you from the GP and you go 1,000 nautical miles at 36 degrees azimuth? What is that formula? How will you do it? What map will you use? We're drawing a circle, right? We're trying to get 360 points that are all equidistant from that center point. What are the latitude and longitudes of those points?
And there's no flat map you can do that on.
Correct.
You can't take a compass on a flat map and draw a circle and think that's actually a circle. It isn't. That on a flat map, it doesn't look like a circle at all.
And if you actually draw an actual circle on a flat map, it won't intersect. It won't give you a position fix. And like I said, the only way you're going to get to understand this, Geo, is to try it. Just like Vaxi said he was going to try it. Try and do it on
That's what I've been saying all along needs to be done. I mean, what needs to be, we could talk about GPS, you could use other equipment, but theodolites and stuff. But the real way to do it ultimately would be if you were to take a sextant, take angles manually, do it very rigorously, don't use any almanacs, don't use anything that is from a third party. Do it all yourself directly. Take the angle.
It's all been done.
Map the actual GPs to the actual physical place on Earth, not just going off another almanac. Map those GPs and then build circles of equal altitudes from them. and continue building those. And it's almost like, you know, that game like Minesweeper, as you kind of move through. So as you're moving through, you're building GP, circle of equal altitude, GP. And the thing is, each circle of equal altitude, you can have one that's 30 feet from the GP, 300 feet, 3,000 feet, etc. So you can have multiple circles going out. Those circles going out from each GP are going to then line up with the other circles of GPs, and they're going to intersect. The way that those intersect will give the answer as to the surface, whether it's planar or spherical. There definitely is a difference if those circle of equal altitudes are matching on a sphere. I understand the concept of them working on a sphere, like in that idea, but if they are in a sphere, then the points at which they intersect will show that versus if they're planar. And that would need to be done rigorously and validated, and I have not seen that done.
Okay, we've already mapped the stars, Geo. Like these angles I gave to Bacon to dox me, basically. The angles I took with my theodolite were a couple of arc seconds off what Stellarium says. Okay, Stellarium is super accurate. It matches reality. We know where the stars are. It's been done. The end.
It's how they correlate with the Earth that's important. And the difference of 8 inches per mile squared that you need to prove a globe can easily be hidden in the larger coordinate systems that they've done with GPS and all of that, because that's the difference. It's just that 8 inches per mile squared and how the land actually correlates with those GPs and with the circles. That's what you need to validate. I don't think you've done it definitively. You've done something. I'm not saying you haven't done something, but if you think it's definitive for you, I hear you, but I don't think it's definitive.
Okay, if I go out and measure a star and Stellarium says it's at 37 degrees and 6 seconds, and I go and measure 37 degrees and 8 seconds, is Stellarium accurate? Does it match reality?
Well, Stellarium being accurate doesn't even come into what Geo just said.
Right. You live in a populated area. You're not out in the boondocks. So the area you live in is even more so. These areas are controlled locally in terms of the GPS and how it's working. So yeah, there's a grid system. But anyways, that's a separate factor. But yeah, but also, yeah, I mean, what you said didn't really respond to what I was bringing up. You got one reading that you thought was accurate in one highly populated area.
No, I've done stacks of readings. Right, Stellarium is accurate, and everyone around the world can do the same things. Okay, so we don't need to map the stars; they're already mapped. We've done it.
Well, he's on about how the stars correlate with the ground, and then the intersection of the different circles once drawn on the ground.
Yeah,
right?
go and draw them.
He's on about creating multiple of them and then layering them across, like doing it for yourself and not using a third party, and then using that as a piece of evidence, right? I don't know if it tells us anything about the actual surface of the ground, whether it's curving or not. I don't know enough about it.
Okay. I would encourage you to learn about it. Watch my video. Watch my video.
No,
I will.
I will, mate. 100%.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I mean, Ruhif, if you could validate that, what I'm saying, and you could validate that those GPs and circle of equal altitude, I mean, you'd have to be very good at what you're doing, though. You have to be quite accurate with it. I mean, you can't, and do a large enough area.
What do you mean by validate it? What the altitude and azimuths of the stars in Stellarium are accurate. They're already done. Like, what are you asking to validate?
But yeah, that's not in question. I mean, they can't hide the sky. Yeah. They can't hide the sky. We can all look up and see it. So that thing they can't hide. They can hide curvature with some bullshit theories and refraction and Andrew Thomas Young. I mean, they can do various things, but they can't hide the sky. So yes, the sky is there and the positions of the stars and so on, and that does map over the Earth. But the question is the actual shape of the Earth and the way all of the angles of the stars are actually hitting the Earth. That's and how they actually correlate with the Earth. That's the important part. You're going off like a half. You're going off like a half system that you're given, and then linking it to that and thinking that you concluded something or thinking that you found something definitive. It sounds like.
Yeah, I went through the proof a minute ago. You have the GP of a star, and I'm not sure you understand what a circle of equal altitude is exactly.
Well, it seems to me that a circle of equal altitude has equal. Basically, it's like an equilateral circle in the sense that the ground position would be in the center of it, and then there would be the GP would be effectively in the center, and then the longitude and latitude along the line being that of the circle itself. That there's equal distance and an equidistant reading between the longitude and latitudes of the circle itself.
Yeah, the key question is, what are the coordinates of all the points of that circle, and how did you get it?
Once you have a GP established, like let's say you have the actual GP, you're on the piece of land right there at your feet. You put a stake in the ground. There's ways to validate that, but once you get that, any circle, a radius of circle from that is a circle of equal altitude, and you can do them on literally going out indefinitely. You can continue making larger ones, and you can measure the distance between them to validate them.
Right, and that's just validating 60 nautical miles per degree, which I think we all agree with. Do we not? Oh, fuck, it's 6 o'clock. I've got to go. Fuck. Anyway, I'll jump on my phone. I'll play this last hand. Why can't I sit out?
Where have you got to go? Or to work?
I've got to get dinner for the kids. I'll join on my phone in a second. Hold on.
I get what he's trying to say, that like, I just don't think he understands that even globes themselves not really meant for educational purposes. Again,
all right, there we go.
Celestial navigation was done before the globe idea was even conceived of. So
Yeah, not this method.
Yeah, don't you think, Ruhif, in all ancient times when they were doing, because celestial navigation is such a basic thing. GP of star, circle of equal altitude, it's literally the most basic thing ever, because you're just taking, like if you freeze frame the sky, let's say at 3 a.m, you take a freeze frame. You can adjust your time every day. You have to account for the 23 hours, 56 minutes. So there's a 4-minute difference each day where the stars are. But if you account for that, night after night, you're going to get the exact same snapshot of the sky of how it relates to the ground. So obviously building those GP, circle of equal altitudes. So they would have found out the Earth is a globe in the very dawn of humanity by realizing the circle of equal altitudes are fitting onto a spherical surface, but they did not at all. It was always planar, and that's the absolute foundations of how it was done. And so they would have found that out back then. It would have been known from the very beginning. Because that isn't very difficult to do.
Okay.
You can do it with a coconut. You literally can take a coconut, put holes in it, and use it as a sextant. Like you don't even need anything that fancy. And once you build them out, they get more and more accurate, because if you have multiple circles of equal altitudes, you're shooting at different stars, and all those lines are intersecting. And if you're really good, and this is how you make maps ultimately, a real map maker will map it this way. You're mapping the land, the GPs, the circles with the actual physical land. So you're able to get every little part like focused in. And if you're a really good map maker and you're plotting all of that, then you can, with landmarks and points and so on, you can build out a very accurate map. Because you're using the circle of equal altitude distances from each other to cross-validate the actual land and how that land is intersecting, northeast, southwest as you're moving, because you're going to be moving all these different directions.
All right. A circle of equal altitude didn't really exist until 300 or 400 years ago. That's not how they navigated anciently. Circle of equal altitude, 60 nautical miles per degree. You know what that gives you? A sphere.
The celestial sphere.
A circle.
I know.
It's just the dome it's the dome of your vision. That's all that is. You're just reversing that radius of the ground to the sky and calling it a globe.
That's why I'm not commenting.
They just reversed it. They just reversed the radius value.
Reverse the geometry. The geometry for mine's in the video.
Oh, I didn't see a video you posted.
Yeah. It would be really nice if you could understand how it works and then have a crack at trying to do it on FE.
But like just doing it would be on FE. Like you've already done it on a flat Earth. Like, do you know what I mean?
Are you sure? Maybe watch the video.
But that's kind of my point, bro. I'll watch it. But,
I don't even
Yeah,
see a
mate.
video. Did you post? I don't know where you posted it.
DM'd it.
DM'd it.
Can you post it?
I
Yeah?
can send it. Yeah,
So
I'll send
I'm
it to
getting
him.
dinner. Yeah.
Is it one of the ones you posted before though? Like years ago? Like is it
Probably.
the same one?
No, not years ago. I presented it. It was my presentation on MC Toon's debate. Hello, beautiful. Hi.
Okay. He was actually he was in here today. MC Toon was here, and Sonley.
Really?
Yeah, Sonley's been coming in the last
Nice.
couple days.
Yeah, I spoke to Stanley. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Pony. What's up? We have 3 people in the house with COVID. Stay away. I haven't had it yet. I haven't got symptoms either.
Did you say you got COVID in your house?
No, in the house, yeah, but I haven't got it. So my wife's got it, my son has it, and my daughter has it. And then my other daughter did have it.
Are you all back?
But she's back at school.
Yeah, it seems like everyone that's got the jab is getting it.
Except my
Everyone in
daughter.
my life that I know who's been getting it has all had the jab.
I don't know. Everyone that I know that hasn't got the jab has never had it.
Maybe Rob Stever. Did Rob Stever have it?
But the news is saying the opposite. The news is like, oh, it's all the unjabbed people that are the problem. And it's like, it's the opposite.
Well, no, like Justin Trudeau and
They're still
Biden.
massively overrepresented.
Dude, you guys are all getting sick. I mean, it's like a timed thing. Like after you get it, it's like a little time bomb, and you all just get it, then you get it again.
You understand that, like, 95% of people are vaccinated, right? Do you understand the overrepresentation of the unvaccinated in hospital?
That is a complete lie.
That?
That's a big lie.
Oh, Jesus.
95?
It's about 75%.
95%.
What do you count, US?
Whatever the number is. Yeah, whatever the number is. But you understand what overrepresentation means, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say it's 90 then, right? 90% are vaccinated and 10%
overrepresented.
No, they're
Well,
not.
the people that are
The unvaccinated.
Yeah.
People that are unvaccinated are way overrepresented. Like it's roughly 50-50 in the hospital. Whereas it should be, 90-10 or whatever the numbers are.
Well, that's based upon a number that you don't have, though. So you don't have the number of how many people have actually been vaccinated at all, but you assume you have it, so thus all of it's completely bunk.
I also consider that a lot of people lie.
The government publishes vaccinations.
How many people lie?
What do you think they gave a survey? Are you vaccinated?
I reckon they may have said that more people got vaccinated than what they did in order to promote the people that haven't had
all the
it
stats
to get it.
Okay, so we just
were all the
throw out
stats accurate? Were all the stats accurate on the tests?
What do you mean?
Well, they've admitted now that a lot of the COVID tests were giving false positives. Correct?
False positives? I wasn't aware of false positives. A lot of false negatives.
What?
I think false positives is pretty rare.
False positives and false negatives. This is
there's stacks of false negatives.
This isn't controversial, by the way. What I'm saying, this has been admitted.
False positives? How much false positives?
Let me look it up 1 second.
Say again, Paddy? No, I haven't. I will. My son wants you guys to know we have a cat.
Oh, really? Oh, cool, bro.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Yeah, pretty adorable. Tess. We now have 4 dogs and a cat. Tess, Tess. Yeah, she's actually friendly with 2 of the dogs, which is handy.
Yeah, that's always good. Yeah, I got a cat called Fury. Killed a pigeon the other day. Well, it's not really my cat. It's my mum's cat at her house, but I went round there and in the morning, right, and I hear my mum screaming from her bedroom, right, and I'm like, what? I got the cat for her because there's like a lot of rats around the area and all that sort of stuff, right? To like keep them away from the house, right? And so I go around hers and then hear this like screaming, and then I go into her bedroom, and the cat, who's like not even a fully grown cat, he's killed a whole pigeon, not even half a pigeon, a whole pigeon. And it's like, yeah, he's like killing it on top of her chest while she's in bed, like a fully grown pigeon. I'm like, wow.
Hang on, I got to show you something. Actually, I've got to show you something. 1 second. Hang on, let's. I always flick the thing around. Camera.
Right, but one thought, just in terms of the back to the celestial navigation for a second. I had one other thought about that.
Hang on,
what I was saying
Hang on,
is not that difficult to do.
Hang on, can you see my video?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
That's pretty cool.
Is this your house?
Yeah.
Did you put nice, dude? Did you put that up?
Yeah. No, we got dudes come in and put it on. Yeah, pretty nuts.
For early
Christmas, yeah, is it?
Yeah, say early
Yeah,
Christmas.
it was. Oh no, it's on a timer now to just turn on at 5:30 and turn off at 8:30, I think. But yeah, pretty cool.
Nice.
Timer to turn on Christmas, so it's off most of the year.
Every. No, we got to make use of it, right?
Does your family know you're talking to flat earthers all day?
Does my what?
Does your family know you're talking to flat earthers all day?
Hey, Pony.
Yeah, they know.
Oh, Della and Godric, can you? Sorry, Della and Pony, can you tell Godric who I'm talking to? Who do you think I'm talking to?
Me?
No. Who do you think I'm talking to on the phone here?
Say Godric.
Yeah, but what do you think he believes about the? Say the words.
So you say that you believe that the Earth has a giant teleportation ring around it.
There you go.
There you go. See, the kids know what's up. What do you say? A big teleportation ring around the Earth?
It's scary, man.
The Pac-Man Earth. Oh shit! I gotta make tacos for dinner for Mummy and Daddy.
And you, Ruby.
Where's the Pac-Man theory going around? Yeah, going one side, come out the other.
Does your wife still get upset with you, Ruhif, for talking about?
She doesn't like it. It's not her favorite thing, but I don't like some of the shit she watches. Like she watches bullshit shows. So.
Does she question your globe Earth belief because you're so into talking about the Earth not being a globe? Like, does she sit there and go, this guy might be a flat earther here?
She thinks I want to appear better than other people. She thinks I want to appear better and smarter than other people.
So you're just using these people that you're talking to as a narcissistic supply.
No, I'm just saying what she said.
But are you doing that?
No, I already know that I'm better.
Like you're trying to feel like you're in the right in a way to be better than other people. Is that what you're saying?
It's fun. Flat Earth is fun. And I've learned a lot over the last few years.
Yeah. I don't doubt it. The truth attracts a lot of high energy.
You're a funny cunt. Sorry, yeah. You're a funny fucker. Because like it's funny because like I was muted then, right, and I didn't realize because I was not muted on Discord, but I lent on the control. But yeah, that was kind of funny. The kid, the Pac-Man thing, and everything. But like this has been my theory throughout. When people say that like Kosho and that are like paid shills, I'm like, they're not. No, they're not. They're addicted to the dopamine hits that they receive from their endo pleasure system through argumentation. It's that simple. You're a bunch of crackheads.
Yeah.
And
everyone's a crackhead for dopamine, right? Surely.
Yeah, of course, right? And I'm the crack villain. Like I understand that concept, right? But yeah, man, like I'm glad you kind of admit it, I guess, because like the 2 years you weren't playing poker or whatever, you were debating flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Or against flat
Oh,
Earth.
and the 2 years before that, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
who did I say I was arguing with flat earthers, and someone took it as in arguing with to mean agreeing. Yeah, I was like, oh shit, dude.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, dude. If you
Okay,
go
yeah,
around
yeah,
and
yeah.
tell everyone in your life, you're like, yeah, man, I have a YouTube channel. I'll talk about flat Earth all day. I'm super into it. Like, if you tell enough people that, a lot of those people are going to start to be like question your commitment to the globe. Yeah, it's like, what's going on here?
No, it can't possibly be. He's like, no.
It's just a no, because people know that I'm,
I mean, you basically end up, I mean, whatever like flat earther that comment, that term is, to them, who maybe are not very familiar with a lot of the discussions and all the rest of it, they kind of put you in that category.
I don't think so. No.
You end up being a part of that thing, because everyone does a thing. Some people are into football, some people are into golf, some people are into whatever, gambling, all kinds of different shit. So, I mean, this is so it's like one of your things on your list. So in that way, people just see you as being an enthusiast within that particular topic.
Yeah.
But it's not like globe enthusiasm. Like, you're not part of some NASA group that you're just like geeking out about outer space all day. You're here talking to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get, you would put it in a debunking category. Yeah, I suppose, but it's a little bit beyond just making like a video on it. Like, this is like a commitment.
Sure.
Like, you've got a whole channel based on it and the whole thing. I mean, I think it's cool because it's the truth. So you are attracted to the truth. You're actually like many steps in vibration with the truth, beyond a lot of people that won't even think about it, won't talk about it, or just, so in that sense, like, you're attracted to something about it.
Yeah. Pony.
I decided to that for a. But you still took it. I got it.
Yeah. What did you do? Myth flat Earth. What's your presentation as you do? That's right. I am.
So does the guy want to hear it?
Probably not. Probably not.
Oh, here it is. What is it?
He did a presentation at school about myths. Guess what he did it on?
Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Cool,
I can't
man.
stand still for 4 minutes to do it though, Pony.
Well,
some dinner for mum and daddy.
It's nice to know your dad's indoctrinating you as well. That's
Was
good.
he pro or con flat Earth?
Yeah, fuck, he's getting double fucking indoctrinated, that kid is.
Indoctrinated.
Was he pro or con flat Earth?
What do you think, Cody?
You tell me.
Oh, what's your guess?
I heard the Amish are still teaching flat Earth.
What was that, Rick? What did you just say?
The Amish. I heard the Amish are teaching flat Earth. You heard about that?
No, I hope they're not.
Yeah,
I wouldn't exactly take them as people that are gonna push our movement forward in any fucking way.
Not on the internet, anyway.
They're just old school.
These new great representatives for our flat Earth, it's going to be like, we'll get Professor Dave debating the fucking Amish next, right?
They'll beat him on beard styling.
Mm-hmm.
Look, if your life doesn't turn out that well, you can always dump your electronics and go join the Amish community. See if they'll take you.
Could. No, beautiful.
So, Ruif, you gave all the information to him for his project?
No, actually, he's got the internet.
So he did all the research on his own.
Yeah.
He's getting into Eric Dubay. He's watching all the videos. ODD.
Oh, no.
I'm sure you directed him to the best ODD videos, right?
No, the other daughter you heard a minute ago, right? She found it was Dan the Waterman. Who were the other people in that video?
Which one?
Great.
Shelley Lewis and Wendell, and there was like it was three scientists or whatever.
Was that the Flatlanders?
No, it was a what was the channel? Genius or something? Boo? What was the channel called? Jubilee? Jubilee, yeah. The channel was called Jubilee, and they had 3 flat earthers against 3 scientists.
Oh yeah, I remember when that came out. Yeah, I remember that. It's not really a very fair representation. I mean, they talk about a couple things, but I mean, that's not really like a.
Oh yeah, there was Wendell was clearly a a flat Earth religious person. Dan the Waterman. I've spoken to him a couple of times before. He was all right.
I just think all of the people that I've personally seen on the side of the flat Earth that have ever done any presentations on any form of media that's big. Like Eric Debate, like he's a friend of mine and everything, right? But like, bro, he hasn't half pushed some positive claims down our throats, right? That are just fucking ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
And like a lot of people slag me off, obviously, because I'm against a lot of flat earthers. Like I'll say a lot of flat earthers are just full of shit.
No comment from me.
Well, no, because it's like, and I only mean the very hyper-specific and advanced claims that have been made. And I get it, like people like Eric Debate were needed to like get our movement up and running, like without a doubt, right? But it did more damage than good, in my opinion. Some of it, I don't know. I think the globe itself is like.
Well, it was dead. It was dead. Long live the globe.
The globe is dead.
Yeah, I mean, Eric Dubay is definitely a controversial guy in a lot of ways, but I mean, like, what was that? The one History of Flat Earth. That one's pretty good. It's like kind of documentary style. He sticks to a lot of the basics. Like, he's pretty good at.
He's a good narrator.
Yeah.
It's not his own work. That's what people always forget. Like 200 proofs. That's not Eric's.
Yeah, he's kind of like a compiler. Like he does have his own thoughts too, but he definitely compiles a lot of other people's work, which is still useful and valuable. Like I have his book, his which one is it? The Atlantean Conspiracy, or no, maybe it's I forget. Maybe it's the Flat Earth Conspiracy. I forget the name of it, but what's that main one? I always wondered why he put a picture of a boat falling off a cliff.
Like caricature kind of thing.
On the cover,
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is.
I asked him that, and I said, "Why did you do that? And why wouldn't you come into like any of my Discord servers or anything, right?" Like he wouldn't come into 24/7, and I'm like, and he's like, "Well, I don't really like Discord as a platform," and I'm like, oh, "What? Like if it's to help out the flat Earth like movement, right? Like it would drum up a lot of yeah."
But he'd get hammered though, right?
Huh?
He'd get hammered, right?
In a debate.
Like he'd be a big fish kind of thing to take down. Oh yeah, yes, he would get hammered in a debate, but I mean, people would jump on him.
Yeah, like I don't know if he'd get hammered in a debate or not, right? It depends what points he's stuck to, right? If he's stuck to all the points that he's made in every one of his videos, then yeah, because a lot of them are very specific and advanced claims that you can't exactly back up, right? But yeah, he could shine a light though, couldn't he, on people that are probably I guess, putting in a lot of energy into debating the flat Earth and debating for it and against the globe. I just think he could shine a light on what's going on in Discord and all of that, and drum up some, attention for it. That's all.
So I think was it in here yesterday? There was a discussion about
he just won't do
someone
it.
making a whole bunch of good points. Right? They make a whole bunch of good points, and then there's one point which is crazy, and the only thing that the opponent remembers or the media remembers is the crazy thing. Hey, George. Beautiful. Was that in here yesterday?
I wasn't here for that, but
okay, I think it was here anyway. I mean, I'm trying to think of an example. Yeah, flat earthers, they'll have flat earth something, and then, for example, there might be an auto hoaxer with school shootings or whatever, right? The fact they have that opinion, I think I'm rightly able to dismiss their opinions on pretty much anything. Right?
What,
Is there something?
What opinion are you talking about?
If they have some absolutely batshit insane crazy theory about something unrelated to flat Earth, I think I'm within my rights to dismiss anything they say about flat Earth, right? Even though they're not related. Right? Is there something?
That's retarded, but yeah,
no, it's a time-saving feature.
Your son comes home. He says, "Dad, I'm a flat earther." So what do you do now?
Yeah.
He comes out.
He won't be. That's not going to
Dad,
happen.
I'm a flat earther. Science is a lie. What do you do now?
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
What's not going to happen?
Godric,
say it again. I can't understand Godric at all.
Yeah.
What did you say,
Your son
Godric?
comes home from school one day and he says, "Dad, I'm a flat earther. Science is a lie." What do you do?
He's not going to do that. I know that he's not going to do that. Anyway, there was a question at the end.
Is it like coming out as the other thing? Is it the same kind of thing or no, different?
Hang on. There was a question at the end of that little intro. Do you as flat earthers look at globers and say, oh, they have this thing about the globe, but they believe this other crazy shit? What do you think globers think that you think is crazy?
Quite a few things I don't disregard.
They're just asleep. They embrace math thinking it's true, but it's a deception. It's a world deception. I'm saying global. It's a world deception. So it's not that they're slow or anything. They're just asleep. The card trick, the hand is faster than the eye. It's like a card trick. They were tricked. It's not anything bad against that person. It's just that they just got fooled, man, and they can't see it.
Do you subscribe to the Black Swan modus tolerance?
I don't personally like the Black Swan. I know that's a big deal, but I just don't like that. I don't think it proves.
The logic of it, you like the logic argument.
Hang on, you have to go down there and do like 100 observations, and then get the best ones, and do
the logical argument
with both sides, and then you could get a result. But for one
not the observation though. Not the observation itself, the logic argument.
I think you've missed the logic argument a little bit, because that is the logic behind it. Is that if it can happen just one time, that's all you need, right? That's why it's called the Black Swan.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you accept the math in that, right?
I don't like it. I don't think it's a good proof.
Okay, but you accept that there's mathematics in that. Do you think that mathematics is correct?
Like refraction and globe?
No. Just the fact that it has 1.22 times the square root of the observer height.
What about it?
Like, you're okay with that, right? Well, do you accept that that's the correct? Like, ignore refraction for now, but do you accept that's the correct formula without refraction?
I accept the globe or calculator, which is the basic one.
Right.
8 inches per mile squared to the observer height. I mean, at the observer height. Yeah, I think that's legit. Now, I say it's 99.9% correct.
You accept some math about a hypothetical globe.
Yes.
I'm wondering where do you draw the line?
What it should be. What it should be.
Yeah,
but it's not.
What it should be.
But it doesn't match
Well,
up to
that's the argument. That's the argument we have. But You know, you're talking about sort of rejecting mathematics, but you do accept some, and I'm wondering where the line is for what you accept and what you reject.
Yeah, math is real, but you guys are inserting math to try to prove your theories, right? But the observation's wrong. You know, it's like I was telling you, like there's no way you can determine what the what the refraction is. You know, and you think you can. You can take balloons and iPhones and tell you what. It's ridiculous. It just makes no common sense. And for you to say that, it's just like you're just like on another planet or something. You know, it's ridiculous.
I don't want to get off on a tangent to refraction itself and how we do that, but kind of want to concentrate on the math part of it. So you accept that the math that you seem to accept, like 8 inches per mile squared, 1.22 times observer height. Hey, monkey.
Yes, that should be. That's what it would be if it was a globe. Yes.
Right. There's lots of other things that we can do mathematically to, you know, make predictions of what we should see in a globe. Why do you reject those things? Yes,
I'm open. I would say I'm open to all things.
Okay. Even if we include refraction?
I like different examples and different observations and different methods.
Okay. All right. Do you want to talk about refraction?
You have to embrace everything and then just see what works better.
Okay. Do you want to talk about refraction for a minute?
If you want to.
Yeah. I've got 10 minutes or so.
I'll be here for 10 minutes.
Cool. All right. So let me post something in the chat. 1 second. My world famous graphs.
Can you tell me about it? I'm not looking at my phone right now. Just listening.
Okay. It's those red and blue graphs. Okay. And
yeah, the bars. Yeah, I was telling you,
yeah.
you wouldn't be able to determine. Was you determining the air pressure or temperature or refraction? Which one was it?
It takes the air balloons measure the temperature, pressure, humidity, and with those variables, you can work out the index of refraction.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Cool.
That's not even a thing in your science.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is. I'll give you the paper for that.
Especially, it's not a thing if you're trying to make an observation from 1 mile to 10 miles, for example. It was never a thing. You can have a balloon that measure like refraction or pressure, but it's not related to Earth's curving or light bending. It has nothing to do with that. So you're basically mixing two different things and trying to come up with a result, and you can't.
You're saying that you can't get the refractive index of air?
No, not even. No way you can do that. I don't think
it's been done for at least 100 years.
It hasn't. Name one reason why someone wanted to do that.
It's been done.
Name one reason someone would want to do that.
Doofus is listening.
Just give me one reason, like a practical application to that.
Why they would do it?
Yeah.
Surveying, to incorporate into surveying. One reason.
Doofus
just wrote index of refraction is not a thing. You're saying they haven't. Say again?
The surveys are all flat.
The surveys are all flat.
They don't need to. Why? They don't need to have curvature on a survey. It's just a flat plane. Everything's a flat plane on a survey, right?
You need to take into account refraction in surveying.
Euclidean geometry.
Euclidean geometry doesn't mean the Earth's flat, Godric. All right.
No, but they use flat planes when they make surveys. Am I right?
Depends what you mean. I mean, if you're talking about like differential leveling, that negates curvature. Yeah, you can do differential leveling on a globe.
I don't see how
you mean by the word flat plane.
That they would know how to determine refraction, and I know you guys came up with those numbers to try to prove the globe, but it doesn't happen in reality.
Like I said, you're going to have to get past this first step, Godric. Like it's literally been a study, a category of study for at least 100 years. The index of refraction of air. I mean, there's an enormous amount of scientific.
For what purpose? Why would they do that? I'm just asking. I don't know.
Radio towers, surveying. Who else can name a use
towers,
for refraction?
Hang on. Do radio waves bend because of refraction?
Yeah.
All right, Ruhiv, give us the breakdown of what those graphs show. I mean, I know you've done it before. I'm not really saying for me because I've seen it before, but I would like a refresher. So what? Just walk. All right,
so this is the refractive gradient per kilometer graphed, but I've split the graph up into two parts, and it's a frequency graph, like a frequency histogram. So the more often a certain value falls into a bucket, that makes it a taller peak in the graph. Okay, so that if you look at that graph now that I've posted, obviously that blue line in the middle is the most common and typical occurrence. All right, that's what I mean by frequency graph. Anyway, the red lines or the red bars, x-axis first. The x-axis is the refractivity gradient. Left of zero, so a negative gradient, means light will bend downwards. A positive gradient, so it gets more dense as you go up, means light will bend upwards. All right? The red bars are all over the place. All right? They can bend up, bend down. All right? That red bars are the gradient below 100 meters above the surface. So it's between the surface and say 50, 60 meters, whatever. That's the gradient close to the surface. When you get above the surface, so 100 meters and above, the blue bars, that's the blue bars. And you'll see that they're really tightly bunched. Really tightly bunched around about minus 2.3 or so. And if you incorporate that minus 2.3 into a curve calculator, that's where 7/6R comes from.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not a thing.
Well,
that's ridiculous. You think that.
You've just denied an entire section of research over 100 years. The refractive index of air.
That is, and then there's no reason for you to do that research.
Okay, I'm sure there are many people that would disagree with you. So
let's just say I give you. Let's just say I give you the research, right? How do you know that this blue bar is up to 100? And this first red bar is between 20 and let's say 18. How do you know that? How can you confirm
This is the number of So this frequency thing, right? They send up 2 balloons every day. So I've got like 700, or maybe not for this one, 700. Maybe this one's only 8-9 months, whatever. But every time they send a balloon up, I turn the temperature, pressure, humidity into a refractive index. And then I measure the gradient between 2 of those measurements. Okay, so I have a gradient, and I have a gradient below 100 meters. And then as soon as the balloon goes through that 100-meter arbitrary line, I take the next gradient. And whatever those gradients are, I put them into little buckets, right? And I count
when you say,
how many.
What do you mean buckets? Yeah. Can you explain?
Yeah, so that tallest blue line is the number of times that the refractive gradient has been between minus 2.2 and minus 2.4. Every time it falls in between those values, I add 1 to the bucket.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean by adding 1 to the bucket. What is the bucket?
I just count how many times the gradient falls between minus 2.2 and minus 2.4. And it's at least 100 times. Right? It's the most common one.
How often do you count?
Every balloon that goes up.
So this graph is made by several balloons.
Yeah, this is probably, I don't know, maybe 600-700 balloons thereabouts.
Okay,
I try to do a year's worth of data.
Do you do 2 balloons at the same time?
No, there's balloons twice a day, and they're generally
how many feet apart are they?
How many what?
How many feet apart are they?
What do you mean? How many feet? That they're hours apart, not feet apart.
hours apart. So you're saying that you did one in New York and one in Pennsylvania? What are you saying?
No. This one, the one I've got on screen, is the location. Let me have a look. Oops. It is Hilo International Airport in Hawaii. So the one I've got on screen is Hawaii, on the island of Hilo.
So you're
yeah,
saying
there are hundreds.
Okay. You're saying you did the balloons that you let them go up from the same location?
Yes.
Okay, so that would never be able to determine an observation from A to B, let's say 1 mile to 10 miles, and give you a refraction. There's no way you can determine that.
Okay, this is the key point you're not getting.
Hang on,
This is the key point.
Let me finish. What you would want to do if you were, I'm not gonna say, what you'd want to do is put up. Let's say you're doing the Black Swan. Okay, so you want to have a balloon that's at the observer camera. Okay, one at the rig. Okay, and since it's 10 miles, you want to have 20 more balloons in between, 2 per mile, all the way through. And what you'll find out, guess what? Here's the catch. You'll find they have different variables all along the way. So you can never know which way that light's refracting.
Okay, here's the key
never
point.
confirm that it's actually doing that, because you want to have a consistent measurement. And I don't want you to do it hours apart. You do it all at the same time during the observation. That's how you would know if your pressure, temperature, and gradient is consistent. If you're not doing that, you're just wasting your time.
Hey Gio, can you describe the graphs that I'm posting in the chat? Or can anyone describe the graph?
The location where you sent your balloon up in Hawaii, okay, I would accept that for that one location, that one area. But when you do observations, you're looking at 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles. So that wouldn't apply to a long distance. It wouldn't apply to a long area, because that area is not tested.
Godric,
you can't test a
please
10-mile
listen.
area with one balloon, can you?
Please listen. Please listen. Can anyone describe the graphs that I've posted? What do they all look like? Please describe them.
I think you'll have to do that.
Okay, I will describe them because no one else will. They all have a very
high a second.
peak.
Wait. No, hang on, wait. Can anybody describe the graphs that he's posting?
What is the general shape?
They're not going to give you a consistent reading. Okay, go.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Can I try?
Can anyone describe the graph? Yeah. Yes, please.
So I'm not sure which one I clicked on, but anyway. Oh, it's the KPIA one.
I don't know. Describe all of them. What is the general shape of all the graphs?
Oh, let me look.
Yeah. I've posted like 5 in the last 2 minutes.
Is that how long you last with your wife? Just a quick little shot.
Yeah, he don't fuck his wife at all. He just debates like
No, my best call ever. Rumpus was talking to Rakia, and fuck, what did he say? Fuck, I fucking forgot it now. Fuck was a good call. Anyway, I'll describe the graphs. All of the graphs have a very noticeable, unique peak around that minus 2.2 to minus 2.4 mark. Would everyone agree with that?
Yes, it looks like it's a very high coincidence of them all landing there. All the samples.
Thank you. All right. What that means, Godric, is that above 100 meters, the gradient, the density gradient is very consistent. And it always bends down. If you look at all those graphs, you won't see any blue marks to the right of 0. Meaning that once you get above 100 meters,
hang on, one second.
It's always bending down.
Above
and it
100
is
meters. How many feet is
at
that?
about 7/6R.
How many feet is 100 meters?
300.
Above 300 feet, the density gradient is consistent. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, but it's only consistent in that area that you set the balloon up. I'm trying to tell you.
Right. And how many graphs do you think I have? How many graphs do you think I have, Godric?
One balloon at a time from the same
I've got
location.
right. But if all the graphs look the same and they're all spread out over the United States and Canada and wherever else, I could get them all over the world, right? They all look the same when you're above 100 meters. They all have that general shape, right? So I know that wherever I am in the world, I can assume something relatively close to 7/6R because these graphs are consistent.
Okay, you made a big leap of faith there. Let's back up a little bit.
I don't think so.
All right.
I don't think so.
100 meters is completely irrelevant because we're doing observations at 5 feet observer height.
Yeah, that's why you get the black swan, right? Have a look at the red.
Hang on a second.
Have a look at the red bars.
Hang on a second. All of our observations are 5 feet observer height. Yes or no?
Have a look at the red bars.
So you're 100. I haven't seen one observation from how many feet? 300 feet?
Yeah.
I haven't seen one observation from 300 feet. Have you?
Yeah, I've made them.
Well,
yeah, so is Jesse. Yeah, I've analyzed Jesse's observation as well.
We can look at those if you like to. That's fine.
I will show you my video.
You know, we're doing, 5 feet observer height for most of all the
stop doing it. Stop doing that. That's where you get the red bars. See how the red bars are all up?
Instead of trying to run away from the topic, you'd want to address the topic. How would you rectify your temperature, gradient, pressure, and refraction at 5 feet observer height with one balloon over 10 miles?
No, you don't. You don't do observations close to the surface. That's the point. Don't bother with observations close to the surface.
Okay, I'm gonna give you your experiment, but here's the thing: we do the experiment, we do the observations on the ground level.
Yeah, don't.
You can
Stop doing
claim
that.
we're doing it. You can claim we're doing it wrong.
Yeah,
but meanwhile, we're they're being done. They're being done by Globers and flat earthers both.
I'll post my observation. So I was up at on the Californian aqueduct and looking across the mountains, 30 k's away, and the vast majority of that was over 100 meters, like between 100 and 200 meters over top.
Now, how is it that you're saying they're consistent? The blue bars are consistent because looking at these charts and the blue bars are all different. So how do you mean they're consistent? They're literally all different.
There's a very noticeable peak. There's a very noticeable peak around minus 2.2 or 2.4.
Why does it say West Palm Beach from 1977 to 1995?
That's just the station and when they started taking measurements. So I've just taken a year's worth, but that doesn't look like a year's worth either, that one. That looks like 6 to 9 months.
Where are your year's worth of measurements?
What do you mean?
You said you've taken a year's worth. Where are those?
The next one, Peoria Regional, looks like a year's worth. And the next one looks like a year's worth. Victoria Regiona.
Does it have Does it have a date on it?
Oh, if that one would be 1988, Victoria Regiona.
Hang on a second.
The next one would be 2020.
Stop for a second. 88 is 22 years ago?
A bit more than that, champ.
And why would that be relevant today?
They took weather measurements for 23 years. They stopped in 1989, right? The last full year would have been 1988. Are you a global warming advocate?
Wait. They stopped in... why did they stop in 88?
I don't fucking know.
Probably because they're wasting time doing nothing. That's what I'm telling you. There's no point to this experiment. But let's say you can find... Let's say we can use this experiment, right?
Ruhib didn't do these measurements. He just pulled this data off the internet.
Yeah.
I thought you told me you're doing this yourself. Wait a minute. You're doing this yourself.
I made the graphs myself. These are my graphs, right, from weather balloon data. They launch... Pretty much every major airport launches 2 weather balloons a day, every day.
Yeah,
okay, but you can't confirm this data though. You're
oh, come on, Godric.
You just make it assume you're an honest guy.
This is a massive appeal to authority.
You have to take your word that you're an honest guy. Like, how does that work?
It doesn't matter. If science is repeatable, demonstratable, provable, you can't prove any of this data.
If you deny the data, go and get your own weather balloon data.
Look. People lie. I think history is a lie. Okay, history is his story. Whoever told it, that's what it is. Okay. So you're taking data from
Bullshit
decades
denial,
ago,
Roderick.
and you're trying to use it to prove the Earth is flat today in 2022. See, here's the thing: we have current observations of flatness today, this year, last year, and you're using 88, 46. One was 46.
No, I'll do one tonight. Yeah.
I'm gonna just guess in 46 that the atmosphere is much different. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I'm not a global warming advocate, but I know the atmosphere changes.
Nice one, Doofus.
Well,
You're getting laughed at in the chat.
I mean, he did think that you were saying that you took these measurements. So you got to, so it seems like a little bit of a shock because he didn't know that you just pulled these off somewhere that you didn't validate.
I thought that he was like a real scientist. He's taking data from somebody else.
That's fine.
I've got some fresh data.
So
okay,
we need fresh data, and unless you're doing observations 100 feet in the air,
100 meters,
it's going to be completely useless.
Whoa, wait there, Godric. Jesse, go ahead.
So I just posted a picture showing that
you're a robot.
I beg your pardon?
No, you're going right.
Go ahead, mate.
Okay, so I posted a picture called Black Swan 2, and it's my own observation of a transient condition when sighting close to water that can allow the horizon to vanish or nearly vanish and can allow one to see way beyond the curve. And in fact, it caused an entire ship and horizon to appear 3 arc seconds above eye level, which would mean concave. 7 days later, I went back to the same spot and the conditions were gone. So when you say, oh, we've been measuring close to water and it works, I'm saying, no, it doesn't always work. You can't just trust it blindly. You've got to realize that there's situations where it just isn't working. It's lying to you because you know very well that that ship isn't 40 feet above eye level.
Okay, wait. Are you saying
that's what the red lines are, champ?
Hang on. Is this Jesse 6/3/2022? Calm, warm, sunny. 1 week later, cold, windy, cloudy. You have 2 pictures when it's calm, warm, sunny. You have 1 picture when it's cold, windy, cloudy. You did this yourself?
Yeah, and I have literally a year's worth of data for almost every weather balloon station in the United States and Canada, right? It's consistently 7/6R or thereabouts above 100 meters. That's what the graphs tell you.
Hang on a second. What is this little figure 8 in the air that you have an arrow pointing to?
That's just in the total station telescope. It's the infinity symbol. It tells you if you turn the focus ring that way, it will focus to infinity. That's all. It's just in the telescope.
Well, I don't know how that works, but okay. Okay, so you're saying that you took some observations. How many miles away is this, by the way?
Oh, probably like 8 miles.
Well, let's be more exact because I want to put it in a global calculator.
No, it's impossible on a globe unless you've got refraction.
All I want to do is confirm it. What's the distance and what's the observer height, please?
Dude, the ship is 40 feet above eye level. It's looking concave. It doesn't matter how far it is, you're still going to see it.
How do you know it's 40 feet above eye level?
Well, because it's 3 arc seconds and 3 arc minutes and 18 arc seconds above eye level. That's what my instrument measures.
Is this the green Nikon numbers in green? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. The VA, the vertical angle.
Where's the arc minutes?
The arc minutes are first there's VA. So bottom left of the picture, you see VA : 0 degrees symbol, 0.3 arc minutes. That's the half quote. 18 arc seconds. That's the full quote. Do you see it there?
I see VA. There's a 2 on the top one, and there's a 3.18 on the bottom one.
No, that's not 3.18. That's 3'18 quote. That means 3 arc minutes and 18 arc seconds.
Yeah, the single quote is an arc minute, and the double quote is an arc second.
An arc
And
minute
this is 8 miles. And what's the observer height?
The observer height is like 2 or 3 feet, whatever.
That's not okay, bro. If you took the time to do this, you should have an observer height and very clear. Not maybe, not part, not whatever.
But you're missing the point. The ship is 40 feet above eye level. It doesn't.
Yes, I can't even. I before I want to imagine that, I need to get the height and the distance first. What were you looking at the ship for? What was the point of this whole thing?
Back
This
to you.
is the point.
You have to have
Explain it to you.
a height and a distance. This is just basic.
Just the pure denialism is hilarious.
You don't agree. You don't agree that you have to have an observer height and a distance. You're like guessing. You should have that in the. You should have that written down somewhere, or at least in the pictures.
No, it's in the picture. That tripod was as low as I could get it, and stable, and it was a few feet, about 2.5, maybe 3 feet. But it's irrelevant because the ship appeared above. It doesn't matter how high the tripod is. The tripod is above water level, and the ship and the horizon are above the tripod. They appear above the tripod. You can't even have that on a flat Earth. It doesn't even work on a flat Earth. You're the one that's in trouble. Unless you're willing.
It could work on a flat Earth with refraction.
Oh yeah,
that's the point.
But
with refraction.
the amount of refraction that it takes to raise a ship 40 feet at 8 miles just happens to be almost 8 inches per mile squared. So even if the Earth is flat, this is proof that refraction is enough to produce 8 inches per mile squared curve of raising something up.
In fact, that's extreme. That's an extreme refraction event.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Above eye level.
Yeah, it's like, if the Earth is curved, then it's double the Earth curve, actually.
I want to say something. I'm looking at here. By the way, I'm glad you took pictures, and that's great. But I think you're getting fooled by your data. Okay. This is why, like basic stuff, like I want to.
Can everyone just imagine what would happen if a globe pulled this shit?
That you need to measure the exact feet off the ground and the distance to the object. Okay, that's the first thing. Now, if you're gonna say it's 8, you're gonna say it's 2.5 feet and 8 miles. Cool. Okay, but we need to have the exact amount, and then we can. Because I want to test it on the global calculator. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Now, if you look at the left side, the top left, calm, warm, sunny, top right, cold, windy, cloudy. You can tell from here that the calm, warm, sunny is higher than the cold, windy, cloudy. So this is another problem you're having. You're not being exact with your observations. Obviously, the camera is lower on the top right, and look, you didn't see the boat. Okay.
Well,
there was definitely a direct effect on what you're looking at by the height of the camera.
No, but look at the angle to the horizon.
Point, Godric.
Just confirm that you have different heights on the observation. That would be great.
So would raising, let's say I raised the camera in the right-hand picture.
Confirm that you have different heights.
Let him say what he's about to say. He already has. His silence does that. Continue.
No. I want to be, I want to be clear. Your camera has different heights, top left, top right.
Sure, it's different, but this hurts your argument. I wouldn't push that if I were you.
Hang on. And the height of the camera is going to determine how far you can see, yes or no.
I'm going to puke in a minute.
In this case, the camera that was higher
saw more.
Was still looking up towards the ship.
Robot. Fucking Muppets.
The camera that was lower didn't see the boat.
Well, there was no boat. It was a different day.
There was no boat? What are we looking at then?
The horizon. Look at the very bottom
where
of the
picture. Horizon is. Holy shit,
okay, so here's the thing. I thought you were looking at the boat at the same distance. That's what I thought you were doing. There's no boat on the right side?
No, it's a week later. The boat was gone.
So
look
you're
at the
looking
horizon, Godric.
You're looking at the horizon.
I'm measuring the angle to the horizon. It just was happy coincidence that there was a boat there so that no one could tell me that wasn't the actual water horizon.
I have a question for you. I want you to answer honestly. How many observations have you done like this?
Like what in particular?
Like the picture you're showing me. How many times have we done this?
Exactly like this? Just
Yes.
these are the only ones that are exactly like this. I'm not sure what the.
No,
I
no.
mean,
How many times have you been down there to take observations?
You have the equipment. You're doing observations. You're obviously a global, right? And you're in this debate, right?
Look, you're sidestepping the question, the issue. You said
trying to find out. You've done this one time.
Done what one time?
Made observations like this at boats at 8 miles with 2.5 feet observer height, which is on the right side is 2 feet, on the left side is 3 feet. Okay, so not consistent.
So, but why would it matter? If you raise the camera up, would you expect
to see more? Yes, you can see farther. Yes.
Okay, but would you
where
still?
the horizon is.
Would you still if you raise the camera up, would you expect the horizon to appear to move up or down in your view?
The horizon would be farther out the higher you raised up your camera.
So you're looking up at the horizon. The higher the camera, the further up you look at the horizon above you.
Did I say it wrong? With the higher you're observing from, the farther out your horizon is going to be.
So will the horizon be
angularly?
Will the horizon be angled further below you if you're higher, or angled farther above you if you're higher?
The horizon would be angled. I would say down from the observer height, angled downward.
Okay. So the higher you are, the further down the horizon appears. Is that what you're saying?
The farther away, and the further down. Yes.
Okay. Then
In
how?
general, yeah.
Then how come the higher camera has a higher horizon?
Because this is why. Because you're obviously on a slant at the beach, and your
No.
readings are false.
No,
That's why.
the theodolite has leveling built into it. It measures with reference to absolute level.
That's what it does.
I'm going to say that your readings are off. Period.
They're not off.
Oh, Jesus.
And the boat is not 40 feet
bullshit
above the
denial.
water. That's silly. This is like the guy who said what you're seeing is a mirage, right?
The level of denial, Godric, is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you, honestly.
Yeah. And can I make a suggestion? Is this Jesse? Jesse, to make a suggestion. Like if you're gonna get in this debate and show stuff, you want it to be consistent and very easy to understand. Okay, you want to break it down as much as you can to layman's terms. If you're gonna have a boat on the left side, you gotta have a boat on the right side. Okay, you didn't do that. If you have a camera that's 3 feet on the left, it needs to be 3 feet on the right. Exactly. Okay, because if you don't have exact measurements, your observations is gonna be off.
I can go redo the part on the right. But
now, hang
it's
on,
not going to change the fact that the horizon is still above eye level.
Listen. I appreciate you. I think you're doing great. But yes, I would do that. I would have you do that, and be honest, and let's see what you get next time. And you need to look at it like we look at the black swan. I thought we were looking at like a black swan issue here. Now you're saying it's the horizon, right? I see the lines across the horizon that are different heights. I don't know how to explain that. I'm going to guess your readings are off. I don't know, but there could be refraction. I'm not saying it's not refraction.
No, I checked the instrument. The instrument is good. I checked it.
Well, I mean,
you know instruments can have. Hang on. Do instruments can have a chance of error? Do you know that?
Yeah, and mine is specified in the manual, plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
What if they lied to sell you the product?
I tested it. It was within like plus or minus 3 arc seconds.
I'd like to see how you tested that. That would be very interesting to me, how you can test it, confirm it. And that's what I was telling Ruhif. You can't take data from years ago and determine what the refraction is going to be in 2022. That's ridiculous. That would never pass a science experiment. Like I said, if you're going to look at this refraction index, and you need to look at the temperature, the pressure, you need to have a balloon every 2 miles or more, even more than that, all the way to the object from 1 to 10 miles, and then you can get. And here's the thing: you won't get consistent readings. So one balloon to the next balloon is going to have different readings, and then you're going to know that you get a consistent.
What you need to do.
So it's not
going to
bend down like you want to because you don't have a consistent anything. So just throw that out, okay? You'd be better
The
off.
graphs have shown that it is consistent, Godric. It is consistent. That's what the graph shows.
Yeah, from 1988. Not okay.
Yeah, but most of them are from 2020, right? Most of those graphs are 2020.
No, as the one's from 46.
Yeah.
Yes, you have 2020. I would only
I've
look
got
at
200 of them, Godric. I've got 200 of them. They all look the same. Most of them are from 2020.
Okay, but look, here's the thing I want you to understand. You're testing a balloon that's sent off from one location. Okay?
Yeah.
We're looking at Mother Nature. Mother Nature changes every mile.
Right.
And the only way you can confirm that is
200 locations all give you the same looking graph.
No, they don't, because all
They
your
all
bars are
look the
different
same.
sizes. They don't. Just based on your data, they're all different.
They're all peaking around minus 2.2 or 2.4.
The bars in the middle are all different. They're not consistent. Science
Where
is
is the
exact.
peak?
Listen, are you a math guy? Math is exact. 1 + 1 is 2. It's not 2.3.
Oh, man.
It's not 4.1. All your graphs are all different
You're
sizes.
a caricature.
You cannot get a consistent anything from your graphs. Even if I did accept them that they were done today, that you did them, they're all different sizes.
You're a
So how do you
caricature
know
of a flat earther, Godric.
Hang on. How do you know which way the light's bending? What if it's bending upwards? What if the light's bending
Okay,
upwards?
show me, Godric, show me some blue dots to the right of 0 in any of those graphs.
What would that prove?
That's what upwardly bending light. That would be upwardly bending light above 100 meters.
How can you prove your light is okay? Forget the data for a second. How can you prove your light is bending down into a density the way you want it?
Gradient.
And pour it to a globe. How do you prove that?
The density gradient is more dense at the surface, less dense at altitude. Bends down. That's the way Snell's law works.
I think the whole point of Snell's law is you're going to use two different mediums, like a fish tank and atmosphere. So that wouldn't apply.
Yeah, but it bends towards the more dense medium, right?
Yes, but it bends in a straight line, doesn't it?
Well, when you're talking Snell's law
the-
and you have two distinct mediums, yes. But when you're in the atmosphere, you treat it as a continuous gradient.
No.
And therefore it bends in a curve.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that's happening?
Can I show something?
No, hang on a second. Can you prove
the denialism is I didn't think you were this bad.
I'm asking you, how do you prove that's happening?
How do I prove Snell's law or Fermat's theorem?
No.
Fermat's principle?
How do you prove that your light is bending downward and pointing to a globe?
Because the density gradient goes that way. It's more dense at the surface.
Yeah, are you doubting that it's more dense towards the surface, or are you doubting that the light bends towards the more dense region?
I'm doubting that that it would bend. It would curve. I'm doubting it would curve.
Okay, have you
It's
seen
a
the laser?
continuous gradient, therefore it's a curve.
Now I saw a fish tank with sugar water, and I did see a bend.
Yeah.
Now hang on. Now we can agree that there's no sugar water and there's no fish tank in the observation, so that's thrown out. What else you got?
Hey, I just posted the iron for you. You can clearly see that even in air, light bends towards the more dense region.
Correct.
Well, I look at that. Somebody else had a question for me.
Just show me the proof. Show me the curve. This is how ridiculous flat Earth is, right?
Somebody wanted to ask me a question.
Was it me?
No, it's the other guy.
You're as bad as Jin, by the way, Godric, I have to say.
No, he's worse.
That's saying something.
Nobody's that bad.
That's
Jesse
a denialism, right? It's pretty embarrassing.
Jesse Gordon, what is the point of your light on the square?
Well, see, he's got a laser pointer, he's got a hot iron, and he's using the hot iron to create a density gradient, because the hot air near the surface of the iron will be less dense. That's why hot air balloons rise, because they're less dense. And you can see when he moves the iron towards the laser beam steers away from the hot, less dense air towards the more dense air. So this is a demonstration that light bends towards the more dense air in an air density gradient.
Okay, here's the thing. Two problems with this. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
One, there is no iron in reality. Okay, so this is not going to happen in reality. That's the
Fuck's
first thing.
sake, Godric.
Hang on a second. So right there, I'm gonna object. Second objection, you can manipulate light. Okay,
you can or cannot.
You can, as you can see, doing it here. I believe this is real. Okay,
it's not my video.
It doesn't mean it's gonna bend. You're manipulating you're manipulating the light with heat. Okay, that's I believe that's can happen. But there's no way you can tell that that's happening in a real observation, like from A to B at 10 miles, which is all we need. We need 10 miles. We'll see flatness. We'll see no curvature, and that's like a good flat earth. You can do it with a P900. It's a good flat earth proof. So no iron would happen in reality. So that's thrown out. You'd have to
demonstrating a principle, Godric. For fuck's sake.
You'd have to prove that heat would be happening to make the thing bend down.
So, are you saying that air is not more dense at a lower elevation?
I think it probably is more dense. I'm going to give that to you. Okay.
So,
have you seen an observation that goes against it, Godric?
It doesn't mean it's not bending a curve.
Well, if it's gradually bending, why wouldn't it curve? I mean, it's.
You know what? The truth is, I don't know. I want to prove that. But these examples you have are ridiculous. You know. I think, obviously, you can't have an iron in reality. If there was iron in the observation, I would do its observation on the other side of the beach. But there's no iron, so there's nothing. And by the way, just so you guys know, when you do an observation, you have to do it with the right conditions, right? You want to get refraction down to a minimum, which means you want to get the temperature of the water and the air basically the same before the sun comes up, for example, early in the morning, not at noon. Not when there's heat coming from irons. This is going to warp the experiment. So using ridiculous examples to try to prove your point, but they're ridiculous, so we have to throw them out because they would never happen in reality.
But how come the light bends towards the more dense region near an iron, but not due to the atmosphere being more dense at lower elevations due to pressure?
How do you really know just from that the light's bending? I mean, if you're adding heat in front of it, just like if you're like in a bonfire and you see somebody on the other side of the bonfire, the heat is going to cause a little bit of wiggling and warping. So how are you really, like, the fact that little laser beam is wiggling a little bit, how are you taking that wiggle just from the heat waves that are distorting it and calling that it's completely bending?
How do they distort it from its original path without changing that original path? If the original path wasn't changed, it would still hit the original target and it wouldn't appear to move, right?
But there's a difference between there's a difference between heat causing a wavering of the light rather than the idea that there's some density thing that's pulling it and actually warping the light. That's not really shown in that.
Thank you,
Gio. Is light affected by heat?
Globers, it's a false analogy. Thank you, Gio. We're not having a massive heat in our observation in reality, so you can't say that it's going to move it to the left or down.
Well, we do have heat sometimes, and it causes wavering and warping.
And sometimes it causes the entire ship in the horizon to appear 40 feet up above eye level.
That's where you're making a huge leap that doesn't seem to be logically consistent.
I measured the angle.
Well, it can. I don't know about your measurement, but I'll say that you can have some refraction either up or down. I'll give you that.
How much?
I don't know. You know, this is what I think. We have to go down to the observation. We have to take like 100 of them, different times, ideally to control refraction to a minimum, where I say it's negligible. I say refraction is negligible as long as you control it down to a minimum, get the same temperature above the water and the water before the sun comes up. Why? Because if you wait till 12 noon, you can't see nothing past 4 miles. It's all blurry, right? So you got to come in the early morning or when it's very cold, when the temperatures are equal, and you'll see what you'll see is, as far as my research, is you'll see 8 miles, 10 miles observations of flatness of no curvature for the most part. There are exceptions if you see mist can block the observation, but regardless of that, as long as you stay away from the heat, you'll see observations of flatness at 8-10 miles. And guess what? Anybody can do this, and anybody can confirm it. Okay, you don't need any fancy equipment. You don't need balloons going up 100 meters. This is layman stuff. Okay, go.
So let's say you saw a picture, and in that picture was an oil platform, and on that oil platform was a crane, but the crane boom was not straight in the picture. It was like all bent and curved and warped. And would you say that refraction is at a minimum in that picture?
You make a good point. So the bendy crane, right? So that maybe there's like a heat wave there. And this is why Ruhit's balloon idea will never work, because there may be between 1 mile and 10 miles, there may be like a little heat patch that came in there. Maybe the wind blew it. You know, there's some light that's shining on the water. There's some heat came in, and it makes the crane bendy. But here's the thing. Because the crane is bendy, okay, the crane is, let's say, refracted. Okay, I'm going to say that. It could be other things, but let's just say the crane is refracted. That doesn't mean we expect the whole rig to lift up 40 feet out of the water, which would have to be if we're a globe.
Oh, Jesus.
To get to that result, no. I mean, to make that leap of faith, I don't see how you can do that.
So
the
how
crane is bendy. That doesn't mean the bottom of the rig is bendy or refracted.
How can you literally see that the whole platform is vertically stretched at all sorts of different angles and stretch amounts?
There is
say that you don't know that the bottom isn't raised up.
I said I don't expect that the bendy crane means the bottom is raised up. That's what I said. So let's be clear. You can have a stretched platform. It can be taller, longer, shorter. So this is like, I guess you can say refraction. We can agree on that. Let's say it's different kind of refraction, but let's say refraction. So yes. So what you have to do is take many observations, different times, and use your best judgment on what's happening. What I would say is that when you control refraction to a minimum, you'll see, for the most part, flat Earth, no curvature observations.
Okay, so let's say you saw another picture of the same oil platform on a different day. The booms were perfectly straight. Everything was proportioned just like the crane and the platform really are. Which picture would you say was more accurately representing reality?
I would guess that if the platforms are not bendy and straight, I see that was a better observation.
Yes, and that's the one that shows the horizon right at 9 miles where it should be.
When you say where it should be, did you mark up how many? Just for argument's sake, did you mark up how many feet should be hidden in that observation?
I think one of the platforms was right at where the horizon would have been.
It's 46 feet of hidden curvature that you're looking for. Let me help you out. And the fact that you don't know that makes me think that you're just trying to improve your globe and ignoring what the flat Earth is looking at.
No, there's a bunch of different pictures, but you said we need to make a bunch of measurements, and I've been making them for 3 years now, and I'm going to post a graph for you.
Listen, and by the way, I want to give you credit, okay, because you're doing more than I'm doing, okay, and I really appreciate that. And I do want to look at more of your observations, but I need you to be consistent, because if you have like different heights and showing different observations, that makes no sense to me. You totally lost me.
Well, I'll explain what I did, since it's all, if you understood the math, I wouldn't have to explain it, but you don't, so I'll explain it. I measured the deviation between light, the path of light, and the surface of water over a range from 3 miles to 105 miles.
Okay, stop right there. How do you know which way the light's deviating?
I just measured the... What's that?
How do you determine what is deviating between 3, 50, 75, and 100 miles? How do you determine that?
I use my theodolite or my total station to measure the angle to an object.
The angle to the object.
Yes,
okay,
that is.
So you're saying because you're measuring the angle to the object differently, you're saying light's bending.
Well, no, I'm saying Earth is curving is what it looks like.
Because
Because
you're saying Earth is curving.
Because for light to be causing, if you're saying light is consistently bending over this 3-year period, over all these different measurements, is consistently curving at 7 inches per mile squared, then it's bending the wrong way.
Isn't it 8 inches per mile?
That's the globe model.
With refraction, it's about 7, yeah.
Yeah, but if you don't account for refraction, then the difference between the path of light and the surface of water is 7 inches per mile squared, roughly. Pretty close, actually.
So it's 8 inches with refraction?
If I correct for refraction, then it's 8 inches per mile squared.
So
I think Godric
refraction
took
makes
that the
it...
other way. The other
What?
way. I think Godric took that the other way.
I'm just trying to make sense of it. It's clear you know more of the math than me. I'm just trying to make sense of it. And I'm not saying that I'm right and you're wrong. I'm saying I don't get it, that what you're doing. And I don't get that you're getting concise results, which doesn't make sense to me that would work.
Okay, I put one that shows the Earth curve as a blue line for you, a chart. And then there's no refraction corrections whatsoever to my red dot readings. These are just plain missing height measurements.
Okay, good. So now 0. So 0, you put a camera at 0 height?
No, I put it at 58 feet height.
What does it show that on here?
Well, the scale goes all the way up to minus 70 or down to minus 7,500 feet, and 58 feet is pretty small compared to that. And it's showing, and the scale is showing the missing height.
I see observer height here.
Not the observer height.
Target height 64. Delta height 6. And then, so what is it? What are the red dots? What do the red dots signify?
Those are my measurements of the missing height of targets at different distances.
Are you inserting globe math?
No, just plain rectangular coordinate system.
Well, like, for example, like, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You have 11 red dots here, right?
Basically, the fourth one in from the right is actually 2 dots right on top of each other, because I redid that measurement a different year.
No, I have a crack for a second.
One second. Hang on 1 second. So am I to assume that these red dots are like buildings or ships or objects on the horizon?
Well, one's a lighthouse. Most of them are, a bunch of them are mountain peaks. One of them is an observatory. And
Okay, this is great. Okay, but let me just make a suggestion. I'm not saying you can take my advice, but wouldn't it make sense? It's to say a lighthouse. Let's use the same lighthouse. Let's use the same observation. Let's keep hitting that observation, do it different times and different distances. Okay, because it's the same object. When you're using different objects, how would that even be concise? Different heights and stuff?
Because I know the observer height, and I know the target height, and I measure the angle between them. It's simple math. It works.
Yeah. Very simple trigonometry, Godric. You guys need to learn some basic trig.
I'm seeing below that you have 2022 split buff, 2021 Mount Scott, Oregon. Is that a mountain?
Yes, and most of those you can put into Google, and it'll actually find the location.
Observer height, target height. Where's the distance? Where's the distance in here?
It's the first yellow column.
14, 22. 105. You got 105 mile observation.
Isn't that something?
Let me.
Oh, look at that one. Oh, wow.
Observer height 8934. Target height 14,000. Measured angle. Corrected angle. 105. Okay, now,
There.
have you considered that? Have you considered that these objects would vanish?
I put
bottom up into the horizon on a flat plane. Have you considered that?
I put a picture of the 105-mile shot one. What was your question?
I'll look at that picture. Thank you. Have you considered that these distant objects will vanish from the bottom up
On a flat plane? Why?
plane?
Why?
Have you considered that?
I'm not sure. Are you just changing the subject?
No, this is I'm responding to your data.
Yeah, why? Explain why they would disappear from the bottom up on a flat plane.
It's curved. I'm telling you, it happened on a flat plane.
Yeah, why would objects disappear from the bottom up on a flat plane? Please provide some geometry or anything. Please
I don't
provide
have
anything.
geometry. I just have common sense.
Well, you
can observe objects getting smaller at a distance. We don't think they're actually smaller. We just think that they're angular resolution.
We're not talking about getting smaller. We're talking about disappearing from bottom up. Why does that happen on a flat Earth?
They vanish.
Okay.
Why does that happen on a flat Earth?
Have you ever seen street lights? Let me ask you.
Yeah, they don't.
Hang on, let me ask you for a second.
They don't disappear from the bottom up unless they're curving, right? Unless the ground's curving.
Have you seen street lights, Jesse?
What's that? Yeah, but see, that is the biggest fallacy, and I keep hearing it because the observer is below the line of street lights. So that's a totally bogus argument.
Below Mount Split Bus.
I beg your pardon?
Aren't you below Mount Split Bus?
Yeah, but if you were to set up a level, the street lights would never actually be below eye level.
Okay, let me ask a different way. Look at the street lights. Okay, which way are they angling down? The tops.
They are the row is converging towards eye level, but not below. That which is below eye level shrinks up towards eye level, and that which is above eye level shrinks down towards eye level, all meeting at eye level.
Okay, I didn't ask you that. What's the logic? Look at the tops of the street lamps. Look at the angle they're heading down. Okay, what's the logical conclusion? Are they going to go up into the air, or are they going to vanish into the ground?
They do not go down into the ground.
Okay, so this is where we're going to disagree. Okay, they're going to vanish in the ground because you're going to lose your angular resolution because of the distance. Your naked eye happens faster. Peanut Humber will see farther, but that will also vanish.
You don't even know what. You don't even know what limited angular resolution means.
Are we playing word games? Just Google it.
No, I know what it means. You don't.
Tell us what it means then. Tell us what it means.
It means the limit of angular resolution. It doesn't cause the displacement of angular objects. Here, I put another.
The object will vanish after a while. The farther away it is,
vanish.
It
doesn't vanish.
It'll vanish.
It just
doesn't vanish.
It'll mesh. The object will become small and mesh with the horizon. You get to the point where
that doesn't mean it vanishes.
On the horizon, and that will make it vanish. Yes.
Here, Rick.
No, it becomes unresolvable. It doesn't vanish.
Yes, it becomes unresolvable. I don't think it really disappears. I think you can't resolve it. I'm going to use your word, unresolvable. For example,
Rick, I just posted a view tower's what path.
You can't see a brick 3 blocks away. Why? Is it not there? Or did
yes, you can see it. You can't resolve it.
Hey, listen, I put a little LED on my drone, and I flew it way up, and I could still see the light, even though the size of the light was way smaller than the angular limit of resolution of my eye. But did you see the view tower's what path I posted for you?
240 feet. What path does the light take to start at the top of the building, then pass through the B, then reach the observation height?
Yes.
Are you looking through a little hole?
No, I'm sighting across a water tube level, which you can't dare say is not level. Can't question this instrument.
I think it probably is level. I think it probably doesn't curve. I think it probably is level.
Okay, so there's a 187-foot tall building, and I sighted across this water tube level, and the entire building was below eye level. How is that possible?
distant objects will vanish into the horizon at a distance because they become unresolvable.
Okay, and what? Well, no, I could resolve the building. I could actually see the top of the building. I could actually see the floors when I focused it. I had to unfocus
Well,
it.
if it's gonna, okay, remember we talked about we talked about it's going to be unresolvable, right? Why? Because the bottom of it is going to mesh into the horizon.
But
not because the Earth is bending, because that would happen on a flat plane.
But how did the top of it appear below eye level? What path did the light take to start at the top, get blocked by the bee, and then reach the observer's eye? Did the path of the light curve, or was it a straight path of light?
That's a good
I don't know why you think that's meaningful. I mean, the top has more light, right? So you can see it better.
Oh,
that makes
damn,
sense.
you just talk so much shit, Godric.
So, but
unbelievable.
Can we agree that if I were to place a silver dollar where the bee is shown in the right bottom corner of the picture, right by that red tube there, because you can see the red tube blocks the view of the building. So if I were to place a silver dollar, that would block my, if it's at the bee, that would block my view of the top of the building, right?
Where do you put the silver dollar exactly?
Right where the bee is, in the right bottom corner.
Doesn't the red water block that?
Yeah, it does.
So the
silver dollar
would be erroneous. It would be the same as the red tube.
Well, can we agree that that would block, that the silver dollar in the place of the bee would block the view to the top of the building?
No, it blocked the bottom, wouldn't it?
Well, look at the picture. That's the top where the bee shows.
No, the bee's on the bottom, A's on the top.
No, look at the right bottom corner of the picture. Do you see the building behind the?
Oh, okay. Now I'm seeing what you're saying.
The entire building appears below eye level in this case. So, can we agree that if I were to place in real life, if I were to place a silver dollar where the bee is, it would block?
It's 21 miles. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah. So, can we agree that the silver dollar would block the view of the top of the building?
The silver dollar would block the whole building.
Okay. Even though the silver dollar was entirely below eye level.
Yes.
Okay. But we agree that the path of light from the top of the building to the observer is entirely above eye level, right?
Yes, I think so, if you do it right.
So how can a silver dollar, which is below eye level, block the view of something that's above eye level? How can the silver dollar block light that doesn't even pass through where the silver dollar is?
I think that's how things disappear in the distance.
Yeah, but what path would the light take?
I don't know. It could be bending.
I don't know.
See, you're basically saying that you can place a silver dollar and block a laser beam without even putting it in line with that laser beam. Could I hold my hand?
Yes, at a distance, yes.
So you're making a claim which is very fantastic, and you cannot and have not demonstrated it. And it's absurd, frankly, that you could block light without intercepting it. Can I hold my hand up and put a shadow on in your yard? No, not unless I'm in your yard or above your yard, between the sun and your yard.
That works if you're close, but not when objects are unresolvable.
But this object is resolvable. My zoom camera was able to show the building. It was completely resolving it.
You know what? You have a great experiment here. My best answer to you is I don't know. I guess you can say that could be like a globe proof that there's curvature, but I really don't know. I think all objects in the distance will vanish, not because the Earth is curving, but because they become unresolvable. And they would hang on. They would logically vanish, not from the top. They wouldn't vanish. They'd vanish from the bottom because the bottom would be sinking in the horizon.
But see, the top didn't vanish. It's still there. It just
moved.
No.
But you can see the top last. The top is the last thing you can see. And this is why I think Aristotle, if that was a real story, they saw the ships, that's what would happen on a flat plane. That the bottom would vanish first. Then the top of the ship would vanish last.
Why?
Because
explain that on a flat Earth.
It's meshing into the horizon. You can't distinguish the horizon from the object.
You're talking about the incidence of the angle basically how acute the angle is relevant to the floor, right? It's relative.
It's a very simple thing.
That's what he's talking about. It's like the same if I put your head closer to the ceiling in a corridor and I rolled a basketball along that ceiling, you start to see that basketball disappear from the top down first, as opposed to from bottom up first. I'm just telling you what Godric is trying to fucking say.
But it's bullshit, right? Does the light from the bottom of the boat reach your eye? Yes or no?
No.
No. What's blocking it?
It doesn't make it.
Why? What's stopping the light from reaching you?
At a distance, it's vanishing into the horizon. It's meshing with the horizon.
No. There's light, right, coming from the bottom of the boat. What is blocking it? What is stopping it from getting to you?
The horizon.
So the horizon blocks boats. Welcome to the globe, Godric.
That will blocks all different objects in the horizon, whether it's globe or flat. That's what blocks all this stuff. We're just have a different explanation.
Godric, you shouldn't argue because you don't know what you're doing. I'm just going to be honest, right? I don't care. Godric, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, right? You really don't. You carry on if you want, mate, but like you don't have a fucking clue how to argue for this.
What side are you on, sir?
It doesn't matter.
You're talking to crack villain, mate. It doesn't matter either what side I'm on. You just, yeah. What are you doing? Go and look, research what us guys are actually saying. If you're trying to fucking talk about this shit,
Yeah,
you know what you're fucking saying.
Yeah, toe the party line, man.
Pretty much.
No, I appreciate Rick, but it is bedtime for me, so I am going to take off. Thank you all. It was a pleasure.
Good night, Jesse. Good to see you.
Thank you, Jesse. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
All right, I'm about to go to bed shortly as well.
Well, this was interesting. I actually do have to do some more work on my end, but you know, I don't know.
You just fall in for a trap, though. Like they're saying, how is the light being? You don't need to go into that at all. You don't even need to talk about that.
He does.
He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to, though, does he? That's the point, right?
But he's saying that objects get blocked from the bottom up on a flat Earth, and we're asking why. What explains that?
How about the density of the atmosphere?
You're talking about the path of light, right? Right?
Yeah.
From the object to his eye, right? Okay.
Yep.
He's talking about the restrictions of the eye. And then he's basically going into why the light's not being received at the eye.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. You're not refuting whether or not there's light coming from the object to the eye, right? It's that the eye itself isn't able to see said light. The light itself isn't being blocked.
Right. So why can't you see it? Isn't that how we see as light reaches our eyes?
What are you on about? You either can see something or you can't, right? It's that simple, right? Okay.
Yeah, if light reaches your eyes, you can see it.
If you can't see it, right? Just by saying that you're not able to resolve an image, right? It's not the same as saying that the light therefore does not exist. That's a straw man. That's what I'm saying.
No, but there's a question of something being unresolvable versus does that light reach your eye, and therefore can you see it? Can you see it? Excuse me.
Like I just said, you can either see something or you can't.
Yeah, and that is determined by whether the light reaches your eyes or not. Is it not? Isn't that determining whether we see something or not?
Somewhat, yeah. But at the same time, right? Light can be received at a lens, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And also light itself can also be something that blocks vision. A different I guess luminosity of light can in fact block the ability to see something, right? That also occurs. There's lots of different reasons why something could be.
Yeah, but the light is still reaching your eye. You're talking about like sort of lens flare, that sort of idea, I guess.
Well, that's just one example, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Ruhif?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you know that you can put your eye very low to the corner of a checkerboard. You can see the two squares, and you can put it really low to the point where you can see the first two squares, but not the end of the board. Do we
No,
try
you
that?
can still see the end of the board. They might merge in between black and
You
white.
can't.
Yes, you can.
You can't see the checker.
They merge into each other, right? But they are still
so
visible.
In the same way, objects are going to merge, and you're not going to be able to distinguish them from the horizon. And
we have mathematics to describe. We have mathematics to describe the resolution limit. We know what it is. It has nothing to do with boats going over boats being unresolvable. Have you ever applied
I thought that
the resolution limit?
Glovers say that you can see infinity. Can you see infinity?
Yeah, there's no distance limit on light coming to your eye.
So you want me to show the math? Can you show the math that you can see infinity?
Yeah, what's stopping light coming from an infinite distance? Well, not an infinite distance away, but billions of light years.
I don't know.
What is wrong with that?
Sea mist.
Say again?
Let's say sea mist.
Sea mist. As in looking through. Are you talking about starlight or looking over through the atmosphere?
Looking over the ocean.
Yeah. Well, then obviously, it's going to get refracted away and scattered away. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait. So you can see an infinity on the Earth's floor.
That's right. Atmosphere scatters and refracts. Yes.
Let's keep it on the stars for a second. Let's not talk about the stars. We don't even do that. But okay, so things do become unresolvable on the floor. It could be sea mist, could be density, whatever.
Now you're talking about resolution.
Huh?
Now you're talking about resolution.
Yes. Resolution.
So are we talking about the distance light can travel? There's nothing stopping light from traveling.
That would happen on a flat plane, just like the checkerboard is unresolvable.
What would?
No?
As in, like the checkerboard marks will merge into each other.
You can't see this again. See, here's the thing. I don't want to play a word game. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying the first two squares you can see clearly. You can't see the squares at the back of the board when you put your eye all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
This is a resolution.
It'll happen very slightly differently to flat Earth. Yeah.
You can't see the squares at the back of the board.
Right.
This is possible. Okay. You can get it to do that. I've done it. I mean.
Yeah, but what does this have to do with a ship that is like perpendicular to your line of sight?
Squares, you're not going to see distant objects. The building, these objects are going to vanish because they're unresolvable.
The reason that happens is because you are looking parallel to it, right? The way we look at things to determine whether they're hidden, we're looking at things that are perpendicular to our line of sight. We're looking at buildings and boats and mountains, things that are upright rather than looking horizontally.
No, because
yes, we do. Those are the things we look at to determine curvature.
And here's a misconception: you're thinking that a distant building is higher than your eye, higher than your height, so then you're always going to be looking up at it. Okay, that's an obvious fallacy. Okay, a distant building, let's say that's 10 stories tall, will appear below your eyes when it vanishes into the horizon because it's too small. You can't resolve it. It's not going to go up in the sky. It's going to go like I asked Jesse. Look at the angle. Look at the angle of the streetlights. It's going downward. The logical destination for these angles is to vanish into the ground. And
let's ignore refraction for a minute. Let's ignore refraction for a minute. You just said that a 10-story building can appear, like if I'm on the ground, a 10-story building can appear below my eye level. Is that what you said?
Well, it will look like it's it will look like it's below your eye level.
What is the geometry that describes that? How does that happen?
I don't know. I'm just going by the
let's
real life experiences. That's all I'm going by. I know buildings are behind the curve of the Earth.
Okay.
And it's not even
assume, Godric, you and I.
Buildings vanish like in 5 or 6 miles. Just saying. So not enough for curvature there.
Okay, let's assume you and I are standing on opposite sides of the room, right? And we're both the same height, right? And we're looking lovingly into each other's eyes. Okay? Are we looking at eye level?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say you are now 20 meters away down a hallway, down a flat hallway, right? Are we still looking into each other's
You would
eyes
have
at
become
eye level?
shorter. You would have become shorter. You're going to start vanishing in the horizon.
What? You think I'm going to appear below eye level?
Go farther away. You will begin to vanish into the horizon, feet first.
No, my eyes, am I still at eye level with you? Like, if I look perfectly horizontal, will I be looking into your eyes 20
I know
meters
what
away?
you're getting at. In reality, we're the same height. Okay. In reality, we're the same height, but it will appear that you would vanish into the floor, and your head would be the last thing I'll see.
Will I ever appear below eye level?
Let's say at 3 miles.
No,
and
we're just 20 meters away. 20 meters away on a down a flat hallway.
At 3
Are we
miles,
still at eye level with each other?
You'll be beneath me at 3 miles.
No, we're just talking 20 meters, right? Am I going to still be at eye level with you on a flat hallway?
At 20 meters, yes.
Okay, 100 meters.
Then you're going to start dropping.
Why? Please describe how that happens.
Stuff gets shorter, just like the street lights, they go down.
If you are at my eye level, right? If we are like, if our eyes are like 5'6" off the floor, at what point is that ever not eye level?
Which way does stuff vanish? From the bottom or from the top?
That's because the Earth's a globe, Kotrick. Okay.
Is the Earth a globe in 2 miles? Do 50 feet street lights?
I'm going to go and feed the dogs. I'm going to go feed the dogs
because they do.
All right.
In reality.
Later. Yeah.
So that's why you know it's not the Earth curve. Yeah. I guess I just disagree. I don't know why he thinks that. I mean, if you took a light and moved it to the horizon, it would appear to shine up at you. Okay. You take that light and put it over your head. Now it's shining down on your head from the top. But then take that light and move back. That light will eventually appear to shine up at your eyes and then vanish in the horizon. Not because the Earth is bending. It'll happen a lot sooner than the 706 or 8 inches per mile square. And that's how you know the globe model doesn't work out. Why it happens, I'm not really sure. I just know from experience that happens. Anybody? And we killed the chat.
No, you're good, man. I'm enjoying listening. That was pretty heated.
Yeah, I think they want to see objects at their true height, though they're seeing them from, distant observations. That's just not going to happen. The objects are never going to be their true height. They're going to shrink and vanish in the horizon. Am I right here?
Yeah, that's part of what happens. Yeah.
Even a tall building will shrink into the horizon. And I'm not saying you can see the top of the roof. I'm not saying that of the building, but it will become unresolvable and it will just vanish into the horizon. You can say sea mist. You can say atmosphere. Also, there's one more thing that doesn't come up that often, but I think that is a thing when you're looking at distant objects, especially like over the ocean. Notice that there's sometimes swells of water. Okay. Now, normally, close up 3 miles, 5 miles, a swell of water, if it's below your eyes, right, it's not going to block an object behind the swell of water because you're looking over it, looking down, correct? But if it's a building, for example, that's above your eyes, right, and a swell of water is happening between you and the building, the swell of water can lift up and block a building. A 2 feet swell of water can block a 20-foot building that's farther away. I think that's happening. And that happens also in the ocean, and that's part of the problem. Globalists can never accept that. They think that, the building is taller than the swell of water, so it won't be blocked by it. But no, a small swell of water can raise up and block a much taller building if it's closer up to the observation. So that's another thing that you got to consider. So it could be swells of water that's blocking parts or bottoms of the building. And since these buildings are so tiny, they're unresolvable, what little is left to see to be blocked by these swells of water. Am I right?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. The swells of water. I don't think that's the whole reason why things are visually obscured from the bottom, but yeah, that can be part of it, depending on the distance and the conditions.
You're having a much busier chat, Gio. I know this has been getting pretty busy in here. Is everything going live stream?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like the activity's been active, especially the last couple of days.
Got a lot of Globers in here. I think it's good that you're fair with them. You don't ban them. Like they ban them like in 24/7, but then they don't have anybody to argue with. So I'm glad you don't ban the Globers because obviously if you ban them, they can't argue they can't debate.
Yeah, I've never been much of a fan of banning. Really at all. I mean, if someone's really being disruptive, and yeah, there's certain things that people do, but
Hey Gio, do you have documents? There's one document going around from the Globers that's 120 years old, and it's a supposed surveying taken over a continent, and it shows like a spherical excess. You know what I'm talking about? And they're claiming this is proof that the Earth curves. It's an old document, and it has a bunch of numbers on it. And it's dated 1890. Do you have a copy of that? I need to get that for my debate.
I don't have a copy on him, but I will say probably MC Toon's website is the quickest. You could probably search for it too, but I know he has it
Does
on
he
there.
have Discord?
He has like a website that I know he has it. I mean, you could probably find it other, searching for it as well. It's pretty easy to find, but
What's his website? Can you put it for me in Livestream?
I'm not even sure what the link is. I could probably get it.
You're not talking about his YouTube.
It's just mctoon.net.
Oh.
You need that? You want that one in particular?
Well, I want to get that document. MC Toon.
Yeah, you're talking about the spherical excess one from like 1890 that they use like those old school theodolites, and they claim to.
Yes. I need that.
Yeah, I just know that I don't know exactly what page it is on his site, but You could probably just find it elsewhere as well, but I know that he kind of like basically he kind of compiled the ones that are out there, you know, like the ones that are claimed for like something like spherical excess.
I found his website. Hey, look, $10,000 flat Earth challenge, sextant challenge.
Here it is. I think I found it.
Oh, cool. Can you post it?
Well, this is one of them.
Yeah, this
I
is
don't
not.
think this is quite the one you were looking for, though. This is this Wolfram. Wolfram.
No, the one I'm looking for is a document that's 120 years old. It's dated on the page, and there's a lot of numbers on it.
Yeah, here it is.
Just give me the picture if you can.
There, it's that one. I just replaced the link for it.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the one.
Yeah, this is it. Thank you.
George Airy. You know,
Okay.
Airy's failure.
Yeah. So like, so my point about this is obviously it's from 1897. So we're making flat Earth. We're making current flat Earth observation in 2022. So this can be thrown out just based on the date. Second thing, unfortunately, these people that did this are all dead. So you can't have tea and coffee with them. What you have to do is take the word for it that they did measurements and they comport to a globe. And all I'm asking is that you need to be able to confirm it and repeat it. If you can't do that, it's not real science, it's not real proof. Is that fair? It's a basic appeal to authority. Yeah, I was looking for this.
Yeah, it is a bit odd that they often refer to these spherical excess claims from over 100 years ago. Instead of something, yeah, actually recent.
Also, in his little test thing there, what's the amount of drop that building is showing at that distance? It was about 21 miles, and the drop was whatever it was. But I mean, none of this conforms to their model. That's the thing.
The funny thing was, is Jesse, like, he's doing all these experiments, but he can't even give me an observer height or a distance, like, not exactly, anyways. On this one experiment, he did say it was 21 miles, and I think the observer height was on his picture.
Yeah, it's very disingenuous, especially I called him out on that before where he's got his little telescope higher and lower. And he's saying, well, what difference does it make? And it's like, you know, it's not that whether it makes a difference or not. It's about if you're trying to test something, you have to keep those parameters the same. Because otherwise, whatever you're looking out at is going to be different. But also it comes down to honesty as well. So, yeah, it's a bit slimy. I mean, that building I mean, yeah, 21 miles still doesn't conform to their nonsense. Or their fictitious model.
I have 58 feet observer height at 21.2 miles. Let me see. Hang on a second.
What was his observer height? Because he's
Wait a
got
minute.
himself on a mountain there.
Wait a minute. Is he saying he was higher than the building?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Because the observer height needs to be equal to the building.
Oh no, he said that he was at 58 feet. So the ground is at 53, he was at 58, and the building height was 240 foot from sea level, I believe.
Let me tell you why I have a problem right away. Just a common sense problem. Can I tell you?
Go ahead.
There's a sea ravine in between him and the building. Okay. How is it that the mountain he's on is exactly the level that the building's on? Does that make any sense?
No.
He's saying that. He's saying that he oh wait, hang on. 53 feet.
Okay, let's
53
check.
feet above what? Above sea level? What does it mean 53 feet? What does that mean? Are you
53
saying
feet above sea level?
and then the building is also 53 feet above sea level?
Supposedly, yeah. Well, let's check it because he's written it down there. Let's have a quick look.
He's saying that his mountain is exactly the same size as the building's level, which makes no sense to me. And that would be exactly the same size to the foot.
Right, hold on. That's Kleinspitz, so that's Washington.
His observation is only 5 feet above the building.
And that's Victoria Viewtown.
Let me copy this. If we go 5 feet observer height, 21.2 miles. Let's see. So we're gonna go observer height 5 feet, miles 21.2. Horizon should be at 2.73 miles, and there should be 227 feet of hidden curvature. You are correct. The curvature shown, it is curvature, it's way more than 227 feet. Because he's showing that the building is below his eye level. So
you've also got the water, which is the medium change.
That's a Bunks Globe mile right there. I'm looking at this picture. Is there mountains behind that building? But if it is 53 feet, if it's 58 feet though, in the air. Let me just put eye level, 58 feet eye level. I'm not sure what this is showing you. Then it's only 94 feet of hidden curvature. And the horizon's at 9 miles. Yeah. Not sure what he's trying to show. But he's trying to show 94 feet of curvature or 227. It doesn't comport to the globe. Either way.
Yeah, none of it works because this is what they're trying to do. In one area, they're trying to win the argument but then they're ignoring all of these other factors. This is always the annoying thing. Got to find exact location, but the elevation of Sequim in Washington is 180 odd feet, and the elevation of Victoria is 130 feet. I'm trying to find more specific from the actual places, but that's just like a general for that whole state. Because yeah, a lot of it is it's that typically speaking they're like these ideologically possessed, and this is why they're lying. They don't know that they're lying. They think everything they say is honest and truthful because that's their program. It aligns with their program, and it's so difficult to kind of pick it apart so that they can see it because of that possession, that indoctrination.
Geo put a document that was a survey done 120 years ago, supposedly showing spherical excess. And my response to that is that we can throw those out by date alone because we have current observations of flatness today in 2022. Secondly, these spherical excess surveying documents cannot be confirmed You have to be able to get this measurements today. If you trust in somebody from 120 years old, you can't sit down and have tea and coffee with them. So it's a basic appeal to authority.
I'm looking at this Klein spit, and it does not look 53 feet above sea level. It looks, it's literally on the ocean. It's a spit, so it's sea level. So I don't know why he's marking 53 feet in his thing, unless there's a hill or somewhere he climbed up round here. But yeah, this place is like beachy and everything else. I'm trying to figure out where he was.
Logris.
Yeah.
Do you have any progress observations, like of distant objects that show no curvature, or any pictures, or
No,
any
exactly.
experiments?
I never found it through. Well, back in 2015, the thing for me was the visual. So it was when you saw videos of the sun sped up, you could see that it was following the laws of perspective. It was moving towards and away. So that was kind of the thing that convinced me. And then I've obviously looked at other things since I got back into it a few years later. But yeah, I've always wanted to kind of get my own camera to kind of do some observations. Could be a bit of fun. I will do eventually. I'd like to actually.
I saw one a good one from Flat Earth Core. It was they had an 8.1 mile observation of the Rampion windmills off of England, off Sussex, south of New England. And the Rampion windmills are these big windmills, like 200 feet tall. So we're able to get a video and also pictures of 8.1 miles at 5 feet observer height. Should be 19 feet of curvature. And you're seeing the very bottoms of those windmills. We're seeing the water line. We're seeing everything, and the horizon's farther away. So observation of flatness. Look out for that. It's a good one. I don't have it handy, but I saw it and I took some pictures. It's down on my computer. At 8.1 miles, 5 feet observer height, we should be looking at 19 feet of curvature, and we're looking at the very bottom of those windmills, so no curvature, and the horizon's farther back.
That's awesome. Yeah. Hopefully, I can get a camera, get out and about a bit more, see what I can see. I'm just trying to figure out where he was because Yeah, this isn't making a lot of sense.
Laddie, what's up?
Who that?
Oh, crack. What's up, man? It's Napalm.
Sticky explosives right there. Napalm.
Very sticky.
Sticky.
Everything's sticky in Florida in the summertime, man.
Especially napalm.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Extra.
you're from Florida, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
I forget about that.
Not originally, but yeah, I live in Florida.
Why is your name Napalm anyway?
Because that's what I chose.
But why, bro? Just why?
I'd get into it further with you, but
It's a regal.
there's one person on Discord that understands fully.
Okay.
Did you ever listen to the band Napalm Death?
Yeah. Old school, like 80s metal.
Yeah, Napalm Death. I can't name one of their songs, but I kind of like their music, bro. Not bad.
Yeah, it's like shit, I can't even remember. Would that be considered death metal or thrash metal or whatever?
Yeah, death thrash, early death metal.
I was about to say like Death Thrash.
Yeah. No, Witsit's probably the only one that understands why I chose that name. But anywho,
I can imagine why.
Yep. Oh, a lot of chat skanks this morning, man. Chat skanks.
Yeah.
People that can only use their thumbs to argue.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm just checking out Livestream 2 posts. Right there. Is that guy still in Livestream? What's his name? Yeah, that doofus Manfred guy. I don't even know if he's listening to. He must be listening to the live stream and then doesn't sit in here. So like, I've never understood that why someone would be in the live stream chat on here, but listening on the fucking YouTube. Because he ends up saying shit that's going on in here, in there. So he's got to be listening to the live stream at the same time as typing in there.
Yeah, he's been chat skanking a lot recently.
Yeah, man. That doofus guy and that Paulie guy, and there's another one of them as well.
I don't know if I'm familiar with the Paulie guy, but I'm familiar with Doofus. Doofus, he's a just one of those repugnant people to have to deal with. Resorts to just personal attacks and shit like that all the time.
You ever heard him speak before?
Yeah. Very quick to try to tell somebody that they're stupid and blah, 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 blah. Custom ad hom and put forth no information that he hasn't just garnered from his globe earth fucking priests, his YouTube globe earth priests.
God, love them globe earth priests, bro.
Yeah.
It's from his agent dossier that he's handed.
Oh yeah, you know Flatty, earlier, right? Well, just robots, right? Okay, without exposing too much. So apparently in 24/7 at one point there actually was a AI robot that came in, and I think Helio, of all people, was fucking speaking to it for like 2 hours, apparently.
I could see that.
Yeah, I think I caught some of that. There's been a few like text ones that we've thought like in the lobby, and there's been a couple of people that seem like there was one guy, and you'd speak to him, and his replies wouldn't be like to the point you were saying. They'd be like you would take some words out of your kind of sentence and reply to that. It's like a really strange and then it was weird, man.
Was that in the lobby or was that like audibly? So
audibly. I might go back and find the copy of that because I found that quite interesting. That guy.
Yeah, I really want to like hear one of these like fucking robots. Like I've not heard one yet. There's been like like a voice robot. Like I'm yet to hear one.
Well, Kosho was in here one time, kind of live streaming, just like a little AI program where you can have a like conversation with it or whatever. So all you could do is take that and just have a text to voice thing, speak it, right? So you could have what somebody's saying be voice to text, put that into the AI machine, and then reply back. It's
text to speech.
Yeah.
So yeah,
like
voice
Alexa.
to text, then text to speech after the fact. Yeah. No, yeah, I'm just saying I haven't seen anyone like script something like that yet and then put it into like a flat Earth like room. I've heard of them going around, but like yeah, I'm yet to hear any of the conversations yet. I just find it funny that someone even went to the effort of doing it. That's all. And they're quite intriguing.
Well, I think that's going to be something that's more commonplace in the future, even when, I mean, it's been around for a little while with, automated phone things, right? So it doesn't surprise me. And
I'm not surprised, but like, you know what I mean? It's just I'm interested almost, like, yeah, I find it quite intriguing. Sorry, I cut you off there, mate.
Yeah, no, it's going to be something that's going to be harder and harder in the future to discern the differences. With deep fakes and AI programs that can do text to voice, yeah.
I would like to think I would always be able to tell the difference, right? Otherwise, I'd feel like a complete knobhead idiot if I did. If you know what I mean, you'd feel pretty dumb if you ended up talking to one for a couple of hours and then like someone else had to tell you, like, by the way, that's a robot. You'd be like, what?
Yeah, I think there's probably specific lines of questioning that you'd be able to utilize to better discern that. I think the more inquisitive why type questions can trip those things up, at least now, because they generally don't have a good backstory.
You'd have to be like a Blade Runner.
Yeah, I guess you just have to ask them questions like, why were you born? And like, again, like what a normal person's answer would be to why you were born. They'd probably say because my parents ended up having sex, right? A robot would probably try and like overcompensate on that one, I reckon, and be like, I'm a twink.
Yeah, or even simple things, right? Like you ask it what its favorite color is, it's probably going to just tell you a color. But if you inquire more about why that's their favorite color, it might not have coherent responses.
Yeah, because my dad told me that was my favorite color.
Yeah, or my favorite sports team growing up was this color, and this is where I grew up, and I've always had an affinity for that color, or whatever, you know?
Yeah, man. What about like a white nationalist robot?
I think there's a lot of those online. I think white nationalists really only exist in the AI world.
I don't know about that.
For the most part.
What do you reckon, Flay?
What about the white nationalist thing, or about the robots?
Yeah, the white nationalists only being robots.
No, I reckon there's a few. I've met a few real ones. But I was thinking though, they'd be clever. Like it'd be better to give the robot flaws, you know, like being a bit racist or being a bit, you know, to make it more realistic.
Yeah, man. Like make one like a granddad almost, like as well. Like that'd be a good one because like if it's like an old man, you know, like the old man accent, right? Like old men can get away with quite a lot of shit as well, right? You know, some dumbness along the way. Fran, a few racist comments. Do you know Alf Garnett is Flay?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, you told me how old you were earlier, I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense. You would know who he is. Mate, Alf Garnett's brilliant. Some funny shit, like.
So if you put his mannerisms, his voice into a
yeah,
into an AI, that'd be perfect. Like, because yeah, no one would suspect it at all.
Mate, he's hilarious, right? Like, you know that it's illegal for them to like show that on the BBC and that, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Crazy.
not even that racist either, but you know, like it's just funny. It's more like it's not racism. It's more like ignorancism, isn't it? It's like
Yeah, he could be any of our uncles or something.
yeah,
You know,
definitely.
Just a standard UK fucking guy who was born in like the 40s or something like that, 50s.
Yeah, loves the Queen and that. Yeah, fucking Queen. Love the Queen. Wait, hey, you drink my pint? Fucking hands off my pint, mate.
Whenever anyone mentions that the beer Stella Artois and they say, "Oh, put the wife beater on," I just picture Alf Garnett with a can of Stella in his hand, you know,
acting a twat like. Stella Artois. Like it's got quite like a I guess like a classy name to some people, Stella Artois. But like in England, like Stella doesn't sound too posh to us English people anymore, does it? Stella Artois.
Nah.
Stella Artois, je ne sais quoi.
Oh yeah, Logra's just sent me a gif of Rab C. Nesbitt. He could be another classic AI, couldn't
he? Yes, mate. Rab C. Nesbitt would be brilliant as AI. Yes, mate. I was watching some of that the other day. Some Rab C. Nesbitt, I think.
Panto.
Panto. Where is Panto Math? Actually, where is he gone?
He came back while you were away. He's been back. He pops in now and again.
Yeah.
He calls himself Spake or.
Oh, Spake Face.
Yeah.
Bit of a weird tongue twister, that one, isn't it? Spake Face or Fake Space. I don't know why he did that. I was like, mate, I hate that name. He's like, what? I like it, me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know why Alf Garnett could be Russian, don't you?
What?
Why Alf Garnett was a bit racist, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's one of the hats, bro.
Eh?
He's one of the hats.
Loves the Queen. Loves the Queen, definitely. I think he is one of the hats, mate. Yeah. I think it ends up being, he talks out against the hats, though, doesn't he? At one point, and then he finds out. I think he actually finds out in the show that he is one, doesn't he? Or am I just spinning
He
out?
is one anyway, bro. His real surname was Mizzle.
Yeah. I'm not talking about a guy in real life. Obviously, he looks a bit Persian almost, doesn't he? In a weird way.
No, but it just it shows you why they can do it. You think rules are for thee and not for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they're not even the real Jews anyway.
It's what they identify as. It doesn't matter about real or fake, and that gives them all the power and victimization and hiding behind that they need.
Well, yeah, it's a victim. It's like they're not like the blacks though with their victimhood status. Like that's been put onto black people, and they believe it, and they live in it, and they believe that victimhood status. Whereas the Jews, they've used it as like a form of currency, I think.
Well, this is what people don't understand. At the end of the day, all of these disparate groups are just being used, and the victim status has been built up on purpose to cause more infighting and stuff. But yeah, it's why the Jews brought the blacks to America under slavery. Most people don't know that was a Jewish operation. They've been in charge of slavery for 2,000 years since Roman times, but you know.
Yeah, man. Have you ever read the Talmud, mate? Well, not just the Talmud, but some of the other, the people that were working with the people that wrote the Talmud and stuff like that, and obviously going into the businesses and that were started after. Like the people and their business models were extremely diabolical. Sort of like, don't care who we are, don't care how we get there, but we will. And yeah. The Talmudiddin, kind of like the Mujahideen.
You know, Americans don't really see a lot of British humor. They're Benny Hill and they have Monty Python. I wonder what they'd think of stuff like Rab C. Nesbitt and Alf Garnett and some of that older British humor stuff like that. Well, I know, yeah, well, not.
I reckon it'd go right over their head, mate, wouldn't it? Like,
I don't think we enjoy British humor quite as much as you Brits do.
it's because you don't know what real humor is in America. Like, it's quite weird, actually.
Nah, we have a decent sense of humor. People that don't get humor very well are, at least from my experience, are Germans. Germans don't get humor the way that the Americans or the English get humor.
Well, they got a cracking sense of humor in Germany, mate. Cracking sense of humor. They're just extremely like they're like ultimate sarcasm, you know, like even darker sarcastic sort of jokes than English people, I guess. I think with Americans, it's like some of our jokes. I think when I say go right over their head, it's like literally it goes right over their head. Like they don't even register some of our jokes as jokes because they don't understand the context of where it comes from. It comes from like a deep, rooted and seated pain that you guys haven't experienced because you haven't been under oppression for the same amount of time as us. You know?
Yeah, well, I'm sure we probably don't understand contextually some of the jokes, right? Because of the culture. It seems like a lot of people that aren't from America tend to at least experience a lot of American culture through television, so they have a better understanding of American culture than Americans do of other cultures. So sometimes some of the stuff is lost on us just because we have no reference.
It could be as well that your culture is built up of various other cultures in which all these other cultures are originally already from already. So like we have a insight to the American culture based upon the fact that we're a part of the original culture, if you know what I mean.
To an extent, but there are some things that are, distinctly American when it comes to culture and subculture.
Like hot dogs and pizza. What else? I'm just being a prick, sorry.
I'm saying like subculture, like gangster rap, for instance, right? That
We
kind
got that
of
too.
Yeah, but it's not like the U.S. Got that from the U.K.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh,
Blood. Yeah, of course, mate. And Bloods and
oh,
Crips.
yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah,
Red versus blue, you know. Yeah, man.
yeah, gangbanging with guns.
Yeah. With guns, yeah. We had guns before you guys had guns. In fact, we're the ones that brought you guns.
I just want to let
Hey,
everyone.
when you say we, I am related to people from your country. So I'm actually a direct descendant of somebody who signed the Declaration of Independence here in the United States. So don't leave me out.
I won't say any, tell you any of my secrets then. Fuck.
Just to let you guys know, I've been digging into what Jesse posted earlier.
Yeah.
At 21.2 miles, he would have been in the water. So he's got his distances slightly wrong. I don't know where he was standing to get his elevation because the place he named is a flat place. It's sea level. So I'm not understanding why he said his elevation was 58 feet and why the other place, I don't know where he's getting this from. So I think this is where the error in the building drop is coming from. He's not done things correctly.
Are people still using optical effects to try to prove something?
Yeah, he had a water level and he saw a building in the distance and the building wasn't raised up, which is usually what would happen with perspective. It was lower than. So he's like, wow, that's obviously Earth curve. Well, and obviously it doesn't fit with his model or anything else. But I was looking into it, where he was and where this elevation was, but it didn't seem that it was elevated. It's all sea level. And when I looked up the elevations of the two places, not just the kind of states, one was 180 and one was 120. So there was a 50 feet difference there, but not the exact points and spots that it was. But yeah, I managed to find a distance tool. I pinned it on the building because I knew where that was. And 21.2 miles, there's almost one place where it kind of hits, but it's in the water. So I don't know how he was 58 feet in the air when it's sea level. So yeah, I'm still trying to figure this one out. I'm going to put it to him and see what he says and see if he can give the actual coordinates for where he was because it's not lining up.
Well, yeah, you can see the thing he took the observation from, right? His little fucking camera thing he's got, right? His little lens. What do you call that type of lens again? It's not a theodolite, is it? Is that one a theodolite? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's probably through theodolite if it looks like a circular picture with like a crosshair in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing about these is at very long distances, like even the slightest movement to that will put something above or below that line. And I'm under the impression, or at least the more I make observations myself personally and look at more things, that the idea that the horizon rises to eye level is a very generalized idea, because I don't think the horizon is ever really actually at your eye level. It can appear to be very close at small distances, but I don't see that over long distances, that the horizon is exactly at eye level. So the further you go out and the higher you go up, the more this is exaggerated.
I don't really know about how anyone could ever even confirm the horizon was at eye level anyway. Unless you put your eye up to the horizon, manage to get to it, which you wouldn't be able to do because then it would go further away the further you got closer to it. Closer you got to it.
Yeah, and when you think about and when you think about the longer observations, right? The further you're trying to look, the less that you can actually see, meaning you have a limit to what you're able to see, right? You're seeing through a bunch of atmosphere. So you're limited in what you can visually see through the atmosphere to begin with, which is going to cause your horizon to be below where it technically should be if you had absolutely no atmosphere. So, yeah, if that makes sense.
I've got the calculations somewhere, like, because obviously Glovers sometimes, I don't know why, they sort of say, why can't you see forever on a flat earth? And I'm like, what? How does that make any fucking sense?
The best is when they try to claim that there would be no horizon at all whatsoever if the earth was flat.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I'm like, but like, you're telling me that that horizon isn't a geometric one, correct? And like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, because the Earth basically appears flat on a local level because of Ron Jeremy fallacy, Earth too big to detect curve. So it's not the curve that causes the horizon, no. So what is it then? Well, you know, it's an apparent location. So you're saying on something that's too big, so it appears like a flat Earth, you have an horizon that's not caused by a leading edge of the sphere, the sagittar. Yeah. So then you're saying on a flat Earth we could have a horizon. But yeah, but because we're on an Earth that appears flat locally, but you know, because it. But is the horizon geometric or not? No, it's not. It's optical, yeah. So you can have a horizon on a flat Earth then because it could be optical, right? Like on a globe, the way you believe it to be. Yeah. So what the fuck are you saying then? That's sort of how that one goes.
Yeah, I mean, literally by definition, the horizon is an apparent place, meaning it's where the ground appears to meet the sky. It's by definition apparent.
Apparently, that's what I heard anyway. Yeah.
Apparently, people don't understand that, though. I mean, people can sit there and cherry pick visual effects all day long and try to claim it's this, that, or the other. But all it is optical effects. There's so many things going on. visually, especially when you're looking at long distances. So much distortion, refraction, miraging, so many different things to take into account that most people just want to take one specific image and say, look, this is X, Y, or Z.
Well, the death by 1,000 cuts technique, or like death by 1,000 wins of different things that don't really connect.
Yeah, I wish Travis was in here right now. You guys know Travis. It goes by I Am Your Copernicus. He's been doing a whole bunch of stuff, research into optics and visual effects. I may be incorrect fully in this statement, but he was, I think he had submitted a paper that may have gotten approved and published and then was taken down because, anti-flat earthers like to do these kinds of things. Writing into the university, letting them know that the paper was written by a flat earther and blah, blah, blah. So they got the paper taken down.
Whoa. Huh? Flatty, what was that? You sounded like you're underwater at the minute.
The paper was transphobic. That's why they took it down.
I don't think that's the case. But as soon as they found out that the author had was a part of the flat Earth community, that's when all of a sudden the paper became something that could not be published. So
all he needs though is some form of, I guess, documentation that it was published at one time, and then that's it. It was published.
Yeah, I think he has that information. He obviously probably still has the paper itself, but yeah, I wish he was in here so we could discuss it with him. But he was dealing a lot with optical effects and has some theories and hypotheses, which nobody necessarily disputed until, these people that lurk around online that decide that it's their life's mission to ensure that they have to combat anything that comes out of the flat earth community, whether fact or fiction. It's their life's work to ensure that none of that information is put forth.
Yeah, they love doing that. Jeremy's in here now. All right, Jeremy. Nah.
Yo, what up?
What up, G? You good?
I'm good. Travis is awesome. The things he does though is I don't think it's gonna really lead to anything. I never read his paper, so it might have been awesome, but what's gonna end this is we need to get an actual position on something in the distance. Then we can see if it's higher or lower, and that'll solve that whole optic thing, right?
Yeah, that's my thing.
Until you can give me an actual position, hear about if it's higher or lower. You can't even tell me where it actually is, let alone if it's higher or lower than that actual spot.
Missionary position. That's what you're saying then. You need to get on that mission, bro.
Get on that one, yeah.
Stop doggy styling and start missionary positioning, Forgive my crude analogy. Or should I say my Catholic analogy? You get it because Catholics only have sex in the missionary position. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just fucking around. That sort of works in context with me saying a minute ago all jokes go over Americans' heads because they have no sense of humor. Yeah, man.
We get it sometimes.
Sometimes. Only yeah. Yeah, man.
Either that or the English just aren't that funny.
Touche.
Who's called Shay?
I said touche.
No, you didn't get a joke again.
Son of a bitch.
But it is kind of weird that your sense of humor is like it's not very different, but it is a little bit different. We're very sarcastic, right? Like that then was me being like a little bit sarcastic, right? Like an English person would never have fell for that, you know? They'd be like, "Oh, shut up, you twat," you know? That's what I would have got back from Flatty or Logress. But it's just funny. I just find it interesting. Our sense of humor is just a little bit different. It's like we're dialed into the sarcastic sense of humor a bit more, you know? Like, do you remember The Office, right? The American one is so fucking different to the English one, I think. The only reason your one worked at all was because of the main guy you had for it. Was he's funny, that Evan Almighty cunt.
Steve Carell.
Well,
the Steve Carell, yeah, the Evan Almighty guy. I think that was him. But
yeah, him.
But I think there was good writing for that for the American. It was fucking hilarious, man.
Well, yeah, we wrote it. Us British guys.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. It came out in England first, and then you guys. Same with Shameless, right? We wrote Shameless too. That whole deal.
Yeah,
I
but
thought it was brilliant. I thought it was brilliant. Did a good job with it.
The American version of The Office wasn't written by Brits, though.
Ricky Gervais.
Yeah, I think the first few seasons were Ricky Gervais said because he took it over, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did you see that award ceremony where Ricky Gervais, Steve Carell was laughing? He said, "What are you laughing at? You can't. I made your whole career."
Yeah, mate. Ricky Gervais when he was like pulling them all apart for being pedos and that was brilliant.
Yeah, what do you think that was? What do you think that was? That whole spiel that he gave, that time frame.
Calling them out for being pedos. That's what that was.
Right. Do you think he's suffered any consequences since then, or?
Nah, probably not. You know, they probably won't invite him to do it again. And if they do, it's because the elite are, I guess, they like actually they like stuff being pointed out. I think Ricky Gervais is extremely adept to the tonality and the undertones of Hollywood. Like he knows exactly what they want to hear. He knows that he knows for a fact they don't mind being called pedos as long as it's not in like a legal case, you know.
Yeah, kind of like he's playing the part of the jester, exposing the king in a way that's so funny that it just deflects it away from him, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. But like to us English, it was like an outright thing. Like he outright was saying that shit. They took it as like a joke over there a little bit. But to all the English people that watched it, they're like, "Holy shit, he's just calling them out."
Yeah, we interpreted that way too here.
Yeah, no, I know you guys do. I'm just saying the elite. They interpret it like because they're big headed, right? They interpret it almost like, yeah, he's calling us out for it, but like no one else will really notice that, you know? Like they'll just think he's just how do I put it? They'll think he's just sort of like, you know, playing the conspiracy theorist type position, you know? Like he's laughing as a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Not that he actually believes what he's saying. Which he definitely does believe it. Because he was so spot on. Yeah, I thought that was funny when he did that, man. I really did.
Just the reactions in the crowd, I think, was the funniest part as well. Just Tom Hanks and that, and he's like, Epstein you're all mates with him. What are you on about?
Was Epstein sat there or not?
No, I think it was when he was originally arrested. Was it around that time?
That was
He's arrested. Yeah. But it was almost like their look on their faces was like, "Oh, is he allowed to say that?" Like there wasn't any like real shock. It was more just like, "Oh shit, he's saying it."
I like Ricky at the same time as I dislike him. You know, love-hate relationship with that guy. Flatty, do you see the invention of lying?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I watched all his stuff, but I think I'm a bit the same as you. Kind of like him as much as I dislike him. Can't really put my finger on why though.
Yeah,
that was a good one. That was a good one. He's like, I got $800 in my account or something. He's like, oh, okay, must have been a mistake. Just gave him the money. He's like, oh shit. And what was he in charge of writing the 12th century or something, the history of it, and then he just started making up wild shit that happened.
Brilliant.
That was good.
That was a history truth drop, that wasn't it? Just make it all up.
That probably had some underlying truth tones to it, yeah. Because I don't think history is really.
Yeah, I don't think we should let Goldrick argue for the flat Earth anymore.
We should do what?
I don't think we should let Goldrick argue for the flat Earth anymore.
No, why not?
I just think he should be muted as soon as he comes into any flat Earth channel. Yeah, I'm on about censoring one of our own, alright?
What did he do?
Nothing, he just sounds like a fucking idiot. Sorry I said it.
Yeah,
there
we
you go.
got those guys though, but
I sound like a bit of a prick saying it, but I really don't care.
no, it's fine. I feel that way about some of our own dudes too.
Yeah. I'm just like, you're doing more damage than good. Just
I know, yeah. I hear you.
Like, I know when to keep my mouth shut, right? When stuff's like above my pay grade, I keep my mouth shut, mate, you know? Dunno.
That's why I'm fucking quiet most of the
time. That's brilliant. Stop lying, Flatty. You're the best flat earth debater out there, probably. You're just too modest. That's the problem with Brits as well. Like, they're so modest, they never say shit. Not me. I watch American TV. You gotta like take a bit of the American ego. That's the other thing with Americans. Like, Americans are very positive about themselves, aren't they? They're like, yeah, I'm a good guy. I'm brilliant. And I'm like, wow, like you believe that too, don't you?
A lot
and
of
they do.
ego, bro. Yeah.
Like, I find it very intriguing that yeah, you guys genuinely believe that you're good people, and wow.
Should we incorporate more self-loathing into our culture?
Yeah, definitely. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas should have done that for you. Just like, I don't know, like that amount of self-loathing. Just
what
everywhere.
it is Britain is like, we're part of this amazing empire, and we've got this royal family that we're super proud of, and that we're rich and they own most of the world, but at the same time we've got to live in fucking shitty poverty. It's like mixed message. That's what makes us weird, like.
Yeah. And like, how do I put it? Like when your mum tells you that she loves you, you don't really know whether to believe it or not, you know? But when your dad hits you, you definitely know he loves you.
Yeah.
Right, and when
Tough
your
love's the
uncle
only love.
oh, I didn't say that bit. And when your uncle touches you, you definitely know he loves you. Brilliant. Did your uncle not touch you? Nah. Oh fuck! What was wrong with you? I remember a girl that I knew, right? And she found out all her sisters like got molested by her uncle, and she hadn't been. And she just turned around to me. She was like, "What was wrong with me?" And I'm like, "You fucking psycho
Yeah.
bitch."
You got to be wondering though, why do they get molested?
Yeah, man, definitely.
Do you think you Brits are self-conscious about the fact that it seems that you guys create everything, right? Have these empires where you've established these countries, and you create a sport like football, but then what you really find out is that everybody else can perfect it and do all this shit much better. Is that where some of your self-loathing comes from?
No, we leave that for you monkeys to play around with while we're inventing the next shit.
Yeah, we just create the next phenomenon, and then, like, for instance, you guys build the F-22 Raptor, and what we do is we build a camera that if we sold it to the Russians, it would make the F-22 Raptor pointless, right? So then you have to sell us F-18 Super Hornets and F-22 Raptors and F-35s for basically fuck all, because if you didn't have the cameras and the sensors in it that we created, they would be obsolete. That's what we do.
See, I don't know. I don't know if we sell them to you for fuck all. I can ask my best friend who works for Boeing and he sells F-18s to countries. I can ask him.
In fact, you do give them to us for fuck all, literally. And that's not a joke. That's just because obviously NATO, America, we do pay our GDP share for NATO, and because we're the only country that do it, and because we do develop advanced sensor systems and sensor suites and cameras, they do repay that with, like, it's like, fucking hell, you guys paid your GDP into the NATO, thank you. Everyone else doesn't. We have to make up their end, and because we do it, right? America are extremely like, thank you very much, pat us on the back. We get
Plus,
some
we
free
hook
F-18s.
our allies up. We hook our allies up too, but that GDP for the NATO thing, yeah, don't we cover that whole bill almost?
Yeah, well, us and you do, yeah. We do pay our GDP amount, like we pay our percentage,
Yeah.
and then you cover the people that don't pay it,
Fucking bullshit, man. We're getting jerked over here. We're paying for fucking everything.
Definitely. That's what I mean by, like, we do basically get the F-18s for free, right? Because we only pay what they cost to make them, because we're a NATO ally. Like, you guys don't charge us any extra money on top of, like, the factory cost. But all the other countries in NATO, like, you're technically giving them to them for cheaper than you give them to us, because we actually have to fucking pay full whack for ours. But, like, the countries that don't pay their GDP, you fucking give them to them for free. Ridiculous.
That's how we run shit. That's how we run shit over here. If you have the money, if you have the money for it, you get them for free.
Yeah, don't worry. The U.S. is still making money because you realize the final cost of those things is about 1 million times greater than it would be if they were trying to make these things and sell them outside of government contracts on some sort of free market. Every nut and bolt is 10 times more expensive than it has to be.
Oh, they're fucking crazy with the spending, the way they spend all this money over here. No.
I've noticed in America, like, stuff in England that you can buy, like, at the tip for like 50 quid, right? Or, like, I could go to, like, I don't know. Like you guys just place value in everything. Like I've seen like cabinets and like cutlery sets. What else? Sofas that are second hand even, and they sell for like half the price of what they were when they were first like made. And I'm like, and it's second hand. And in England, like anything that's second hand isn't like half price. It's like 1/15 of the price, I've noticed that in America.
Yeah, but we be selling some crazy stuff though.
Yeah, but like vintage stuff that seems to be desirable, especially like mid-century type furniture, goes for more than it actually cost originally.
I mean, if we go buy, let's say I go buy a $5,000
really
couch. Say you go buy like a $5,000 couch from Rainbow Flanagan. I use it for like a year or two. That shit's worth like $25 still if you didn't fuck it up.
But that's what I mean. In England, we would never be able to sell it for that price. You know what I mean? Like we just have no value in anything. We're just like, nah, fuck it. It's only worth 1/15 of when it came out. It's mental. Like stuff doesn't hold value in the UK like it does in America. Basically, is my point.
What do you guys make shit cheap, even cheaper than we do? Like our shit's made to break over here, so.
Same over here, bro. Yep.
Like,
our
real
shit's
bad.
made in Germany. IKEA shit, mate.
That's Swedish, bro.
Yeah, IKEA is. But it's either like German or IKEA is where like mainly our furniture comes from.
Germans make decent stuff. The problem is all the stuff we have here in the States, most of it's made in China or Taiwan or Vietnam.
Singapore, shit like that, yeah.
Yeah,
Mexico,
Singapore.
We get a lot of Mexico shit. Wherever the cheapest people are that can put it together.
And that's the funny joke
Sometimes.
about American-made cars, American manufacturers. Most of the quote-unquote American-made cars that are sold in the United States are actually manufactured in Canada or Mexico.
A lot of that is about getting you to be reliant on other nations so you can't support yourselves.
Yeah, and most of the Hondas are actually manufactured in the United States. Many Volkswagens are manufactured in the United States. It's kind of funny.
I mean, logistically, it only makes sense. If you're going to put a car together, you don't want to, you got to ship parts and materials and shit from different places on Earth. There's no point in shipping them shits to Japan, making them, and then shipping the car to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're just shipping shit all over the place.
Yep.
The American car brands that we have here are just rebadged like Korean-made cars, and they like
yeah.
Chevy is Daewoo and stuff like that.
How did we lose every single British car manufacturer? Why have we got none left?
I don't know.
Have you ever driven a Jaguar?
Yeah, my next door neighbour's got a V8 Jag, and he let me drive it for a
not
bit.
just Jags, it's all of them. Rolls Royce.
It's everyone, yeah.
Yeah, Aston Martin. We don't have any anymore.
Yeah, Aston Martin's part of Ford.
No.
Also, that poor build quality, that was all pushed anyway because they started British Leyland, and what they did under British Leyland, they brought in the smaller car manufacturers, and then they imposed regulation. You will use this rubber, you will use this type of steel, and then they all became rubbish. And it was
I'll tell you what, old school Jags, man, they were definitely built well as far as like the fit and finish. Most of it handmade, hand stitched leather, all that kind of stuff. You guys did some stuff well back in the day.
Yeah, it was handcrafted. It was the Mark II. I mean, we've got some tiny little spattering things, but no major car industries now. Land Rover, Range Rover, Rover, everything. It's all gone.
The only one. What about Bentley? I think Bentleys are still made here, aren't they?
I don't know. It's just, but people have to kind of look at the bigger picture. and you can see the same things being done everywhere, which is how you know it's the agenda. But they do it to kind of make you weak, because back in the day, people were loyal to their nation, so people would buy bicycles. It would be Raleigh. If it was cars, it would be Rover, and therefore you kept your money within your economy, and it kept you going, right, and you could move forward. But if all your money's going abroad and China and all these other places, it weakens the economy. So yeah, that was something.
Yeah, you're just sucking the money
you sound like
out
a
of
bit of a
the.
racist, mate. You sound racist if you ask me, mate.
Fuck yeah, everyone
is. Yeah, it sucks the money right out of your economy, and that shit hurt don't leave you with nothing.
Yep.
It's all part of the agenda's plans, but yeah, you just got to pick all these little datum points up and piece it together. Crazy.
And that's
Yeah,
why
it's-
racism exists now, to sort of like try and make anyone to basically just stop people from sticking said data points together. You're racist. Am I? All right.
Well,
'Cause I think
racism.
Aston
and all of
Martin
these
should be made in England.
all of these phobes and ism words are designed to control people. It's 1984. It's about basically the same agenda that created religions to control people, create this weaponized words. And essentially what they do is they create a word and they say that this is the worst thing that you could possibly be. And then anybody who doesn't fall in line with the message gets thrown that word at them. And they don't want to be called that word. So then they bow and scrape and do whatever they have to do to not be associated with that word. It works exceptionally well. Brilliant. And you can see how people cower when these ism and phobe verbs are used on them. Not so much now, thankfully, but yeah, they're taking normal human behaviors and just kind of trying to pervert them. And that unconscious bias, if that comes in, oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, mate. Unconscious bias. Ooh,
You
a
got
ghost
no
of a ghost.
idea what is coming. If that comes in, and it is, they are pushing it and they are pushing it, and they will get that through next. And that is scary. I was telling people about it.
It's scary to think as well that they'll try and tell you that like you're being like genuinely transphobic if you won't sleep with a tranny. So like there are new laws being proposed that like if you sleep with a transgender person, right, and don't realize that they've got a penis, and then like afterwards you have like an argument with that tranny, and you're like, you should have told me you had a dick. You're a prick, right? You might go to prison for it, for being transphobic, for not finishing the deal, for not shooting your load in the proverbial bummer.
Suck the dick, bigot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
it's only going to get worse. And the thing is that we keep following delusional people. The Pied Piper's leading them up a garden path, and everyone else is following them because they're too frightened to speak out and just say no. That's all you got to do. No, that's it. Wow, that was hard, wasn't it?
You telling me you're all globe phobics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw this guy on TikTok last night. He was talking to these people. He was like, would it be okay if I identify as a woman? How about a black woman? How about a 13-year-old black woman? And then they're like, well, how about your son? I'm your son. Can I have some money? They're like, no, you're not my son, you know? He's like, but I identify as that. It was awesome.
Yeah. But then it's going to get to the point where it's like, I identify as your son, and they instantly just start trying to molest the person.
You have to. Yeah, I identify as your husband. Come here, ma'am. What the fuck? When are we gonna like, be like, listen, snap back to reality for a second, because you guys are off the deep end.
Whoop, there goes Annie up, let me up.
There's only a minority off the deep end. The problem is, though, they're so vociferous, they drag the rest along because the rest of them are just so asleep, getting through their 9 to 5, and they basically plateau. This is why I keep trying to say to people, just keep doing your own learnings and keep doing your own figurings out. The masses just, they're never going to come round. I mean, you might get a couple here and a couple there, but if you want to waste 40 years on it, go ahead. It's just the information's out there. You know, if you're ignorant at this point, then it's willful ignorance. You know, and I just think that it's better to the stuff that we know is not nice or pleasant. It's a burden in some sense, and I think if you can kind of find a place where you can deal and just, you know, not necessarily be happy every day, but just, you know, be lighter and whatever else, I think that's a win in a sense. You shouldn't grind yourself into dust over it and do yourself in, you know.
I don't know. I reckon everyone should be like afraid and frightened and, you know, like crying about it and like complaining to their friends and then like being like the world's gonna end and all that. I think that's all healthy. I think that's part of the English model. Oh shit, I'm falling for it again, isn't I? Sorry, Logris.
All right, bro. You'll learn one day.
How do you think all the anti-flat earthers like Blue, Ruhith, Kosho, Zanuck all feel about having me as their flat earther son? Because that's how I identify now. Must be killing them knowing they've got a flat earther child.
They need to start sending you child support.
Yeah.
You get to claim you on their taxes, though.
Just claim
it's like when do you draw the line?
Percentage of Xanax alleged patents that he's produced and the money that he generates from those. Allegedly.
Right.
Oh, did you know that his uncle was the lead scientist of Pioneer 7 in NASA? It was originally Voyager 1 and 2, and then he retracted that and said it was Pioneer 7. Just more, you know, just more fantastical stories.
Zanuck be telling tales. I heard him one day in here. He's like, "You gotta make 10 G's on fucking off of that GameStop stock thing." And then like he was hot micing later. He's like, "Yeah, I made like $2,000." He was talking to somebody. He's like, "I made like $2,000 off GameStop." I'm like, dude, he's exaggerating shit. His uncle probably was a janitor at NASA or something.
Yeah, his only claim to
Or
fame
his
is he was
dad
on
or
American.
whatever.
His only claim to fame is he was on American Gladiators once.
Who, Zanuck or?
Yeah, Zanuck. You haven't seen that? I
On
dig that
American
video.
Gladiator.
Yeah, he competed on there against the American Gladiators.
Mate,
I have to find it.
I used to love that show. Yeah.
Just have to listen to him, or we all know his voice.
I gotta go back and watch all of them shits now, see, because you'll be able to spot Zanuck's voice. There's no way he's not that old. That was in the 80s.
Yeah, 90s too. Went through the 90s, didn't it?
Early 90s.
Yeah.
Late 80s, early 90s, yeah.
Ask him how old he is and then just like correlate.
Well, he's my dad, so I could just ask him later.
When he tucks you in the night.
Yeah, he reads me a story. He just makes shit up off the top of his head constantly.
Let me know how much let me know if he loves you or not.
Like, what if I just get in somebody's car and say I identify, you know, you get in the back of somebody's car, you're like, I identify as your taxi cab passenger. Drive me. Like, what? Like, when's this going to end?
I'll pay you a little bit of cash. Just drop me a few streets down.
You have to drive me, though, because I identify this car. I identify it as a taxi. I identify you as a taxi cab driver. I am the passenger. Are we just going to start making up wild shit?
Well, Zanuck did once say, I am the citation.
Once. He said it about 1,000 times.
What, like, genuine? He actually said, I am the citation 1,000 times, or just, like, proverbially so?
He says that a lot.
Oh, that's because we made it like a one-liner.
That is hilarious. Yeah, it is hilarious.
It is, like, because he said it one day and we made such a big fucking deal of it in 24/7, right? Like, we recorded it and everything and then started, like, playing it everywhere. And then he was like, I kind of like it. I am the citation. All right, mate.
You can't do that.
Hilarious.
Yeah, he was on mute so long yesterday that when Geo took him off mute, you could hear the background noise, which was quite hilarious. Sounds like he was getting directives on paths of argumentation. That's weird.
Yo, Geo should have let that shit play for a minute. I didn't even pay attention to what it was. Is that what it was? That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
It's probably
There was-
Kosher telling him what to say.
Nah, it sounded like somebody else, but it was funny.
Oh, what? And Geo did the right thing and remuted him.
I didn't know that's what it was. I would have let that shit play for a second.
You got to think about it like a power of God, right? Like, are you meant to hear what's being said? No.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like if anyone like if someone pocket dials me, right? I can't listen to what's going on the other end of the call. Even if I hear my own name mentioned, I won't listen. I'm not telling you
Not
guys
meant for you,
do
yeah.
the same, but yeah, man. I just can't do it. Probably because I'm worried they'll say something that makes me need to kill them or something. But
Yeah, eavesdropping's never necessarily a good thing, at least in my opinion. Try to avoid it.
yeah, it's hard to avoid when you've got like a glass like stuck to your ear and it's against the wall. Though I've found that. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, no joke. Yeah. Like hearing aids, basically, right? Yeah. If you're not deaf, they're basically like spy tools, right? You know how good the microphone is on an iPhone, mate. That microphone on an iPhone is fucking brilliant. Like you can record people like a long distance away.
So
Yeah,
you're
the
telling
mic-
me you've got hearing aids just to eavesdrop on people?
Nah, that's my granddad. No,
My dad.
I did try one though before, right? Like I think it was like my uncle had one. Put it in. His ears are fucked from like diving for years or whatever from the pressure, and whacked it in my ear, turned it right up, and I was like, "Whoa, you can hear for like distance with these, man." Like to the point where you could sit outside someone's house probably and listen to what's going on inside, you know.
We don't want to
Yeah,
know
but-
what you do with your spare time.
But then if you got someone right up next to you and shit, it's probably like unbearably loud. No, just normal, like somebody talking at a normal tone.
If it's turned right up, it's probably too loud, yeah. But like,
Yeah.
I don't think it could damage your hearing either way because of the way it's designed. You know? Yeah. It's just pretty interesting, you know, that microphones are able to basically pick stuff up that you just wouldn't imagine that they're picking up, you know. Basically, the microphone on an iPhone is able to pick up, like, let's say you're in your upstairs bathroom taking a shit and you've got an iPhone downstairs, right? Trust me, you can hear the water plops. I'm just saying. Just something to keep in mind. Got like a Faraday cage box because of like electronics and that, right? I got it from like an old aeroplane. And it's just like a box for any radio signal device, and you put a phone in it, try and ring it, it don't ring.
But it's still going to pick up voices and stuff like that. Faraday cage doesn't stop that.
Well, it's also soundproof. The box is soundproofed as well, pretty much. Like I did do that as a test to like see if it could hear what you're saying and stuff like that. But like someone would need a signal to connect to the phone to record what you're saying as well, you know? So hopefully they can't record you unless they use like a script or whatever to record while the signal's playing outside, and then it makes it record indefinitely, and then they download it off your memory later, you know? Which I'm sure they can do all of that. Ooh, fudge.
Do you think there hasn't been any major cases of people suing for like wiretap laws in the recent past because we kind of sign those rights away with agreements when it comes to cell phones?
Yeah. It makes you wonder, mate, definitely, whether or not we just can't, you know, whether we can't sue for it anymore. Because we basically fucking agreed to it, you know?
I mean, I've even heard of instances in the recent past where, you know, cops have been dispatched to households not because the homeowner called them, but because of things that were taking place on the video feed and the microphone of their Ring doorbells.
Wow.
Meaning Amazon has dispatched law enforcement without the consent of the person who actually installed the device on their home. But it's for your safety.
Yeah. Well, you'd be alright with it if it stopped you from getting murdered, maybe, right? But, like, I guess the way that they would say it is because the Ring doorbell system is connected to a server so that you can remotely access it. And those servers would technically, by default, need some form of administration and moderation. So thus, they would be privy to certain information, and thus they're not allowed to ignore life or death situations. So legally, they're bound to report it. The administration that would have signed secret deals or whatever, secrecy acts to sort of say they won't use it for any other reason other than that.
Yeah, but it's been upheld in court that law enforcement has no obligation to protect you. They're not obliged to do so.
The people that are. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead.
I was going to say the people that are trying to control us, right? That's their ultimate goal, is control, and they know information is power. So you want to know everything that's going on. That's why all these Twitter, Facebooks, cell phones, cameras everywhere. Like, they want to know everything. They've been doing this since Project Echelon in like the fucking, I think it was the 80s or something.
Echelon, what a name. Yep. I can't remember who I used to wind up saying this, but I used to say the upper echelon of the atmosphere. And every time I would say it, I'd get either, I think it was a flat earther. I can't remember if it was a flat earther or a glober that would DM me and be like, "You can't say upper echelon of the atmosphere." I'm like, well, I wasn't gonna ever say it again. I just said it one time, like, but now I'm gonna say it every fucking time. So what are you on about when you said that it was upheld in court? They don't need to protect me.
Yeah, there's no obligation for law enforcement to protect people. Meaning it's not a requirement. So why would Amazon or whoever has this information be obliged to dispatch law enforcement. To me, it just sounds, I don't know, creepy.
I'm just giving you the legal jargon in which they would get around what they're doing, you know?
Oh yeah, it's always the excuse, right? The excuse is always for your security, right? Certain things are classified for your safety due to national security. Things are done solely for your security. If you're not doing anything wrong, what do you have to hide? You know, all of these stupid mantras.
Yep. Makes sense, actually. I don't have anything to hide, so I'm not bothered, mate. They can do what they want. Yeah, you're right. I'm just playing. But yeah, nah. It was kind of messed up, man. Like, I guess privacy is just gone now. So it's like now the only way to be safe in the future is basically to record every second of your life. It sounds messed up, but like technically the times that you're not being recorded are going to be the most dangerous in the future. Believe it or not. That one day you don't take a selfie somewhere and then it's like, you know, they try and pin a murder on you or something.
Well, they make these drones now that just follow you around and record you. Just flying drones recording you.
Yeah, someone got stabbed in my town the other day, right? And I went, well, they were raiding the house with like armed police and that, right? To where the person had run away to, the one that had stabbed someone. And I could see this big light on the way into the town, right? Up in the sky, and I was like, what is that? Like, looked like a UFO almost, right? And then couldn't hear anything. It just looked like a really high light, and it didn't make any sense. And then I realized this house is being raided. I see this house getting raided, right? And then I walked to. Yo, you sound very excitable.
My bad. That's my. It's not me. It's my,
Yeah, you're hot micing. Your kid's hot micing, Jim.
my bad.
It's alright.
Yeah, I mean, yo, with all these cameras now, I mean, if you were to commit a crime in my neighborhood, everyone's got a Ring doorbell camera. My fucking neighbor across the street has a floodlight that comes on if it's nighttime, lights the whole fucking street. It's crazy. Like I don't think you get away with it.
Nice and safe, bro.
It's super safe, yeah. Oh, I know about the streets as long as they end in a circle. Cul-de-sac shit. But yeah, no, it's super safe in my neighborhood. Everyone's got a fucking camera. Everyone on their fucking, you can just see them all on their front door.
To be honest, in England we're a bit too poor. Like, I think we were the ones that first conceived of those ring doorbells, you know, as well. And then no one
you
here's
guys
really
have.
gone.
I thought you guys had the most cameras out of everywhere. Don't you guys just
We
have
do.
street doing face recognition and shit?
No, we do have the most cameras out of everyone, but like they're owned by the government, you know, not by people.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, as far as like being on the street, yeah, you're like, you guys are gonna watch the hardest on the street.
Yeah, man. So we didn't even have access to use the cameras for our own good or safety, really. They're just there to record us, so it's even worse, you know?
Yeah.
You can use them for your own good, like, it's only if it's, they're only there to, like, basically fuck you over, to be quite honest.
Yeah, if you run through a light and it's yellow, they'll hit you, or red, and they'll hit you with this ticket. They got speeding cams, all kinds of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the ANPR camera. You guys have got it over there now. Automatic number plate recognition.
Yeah, we got a lot of those. They use them for the tolls now instead of
Yep.
You used to have to drop a quarter in a basket, and they started doing tickets. But now it's just you drive along and they just mail you a bill.
You live in New York, yeah?
Upstate New York, not the city.
If my wife was here, bro, that she would have pissed herself then. Just someone she knows, like, one day was like, well, you know, I don't live in New York. You know, I live in New York, you know, not the city. And you said it like not the same as you did, like snooty, but like, you know,
Yeah.
she was saying
Well, I
it
mean,
like
I
all
lived in New
snooty.
York. I lived in Brooklyn before. It's not. I'm not a big, huge fan of the city.
Yeah.
Too crowded. It's fucking filthy. You feel like you need a shower every time you take the subway. It's too expensive to drive. It'd be great if you were balling out of control.
Yeah, that's where my wife's from, and she has a car, luckily. But I don't like it there either.
Yeah. Upstate
Like,
is more my pace. You have room to fucking breathe, you know.
it's too expensive
I got a
for
half
land.
an acre. I got a half an acre. Yeah, I got a half an acre right now. My house is on a half an acre. You'd never
Oh,
do
well.
that. You'd be lucky to even have a fucking any yard in the city.
Yeah, even to buy an acre of land at the minute in upstate New York is quite dear, you know. Quite expensive.
Yeah, we bought this like we live in a really nice fucking area too. But we bought this like maybe 3-4 years ago. It wasn't too bad back then.
I don't know what to do. I'm thinking I'm gonna, like, because obviously I'm in England at the moment, right? But I'm obviously back and forth between there and here. But like, I think that we're gonna move to Georgia.
The move is to do what Whitsett's doing, right? Him and Kai got an RV.
Yeah, we've
And
got
then
one as
all
well.
he needs to do is all you got to do is buy some land where they don't give a fuck if you just park the RV and live in it.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, we got an RV already. Well,
And then you can
not
just start to like
not
build
Winnebago, but we've got a what do you call it? A
little
Jeep.
tiny houses.
We've got a Jeep, like a Jeep Cherokee or whatever you call it, right? And then quite a cool
trailer.
one. And then got like a long ass trailer, and like it's got a crank arm on it, right? And you crank the arm open, and it opens out whip waves as well, right?
Oh, it's called slide outs. Yeah, slide outs.
Yeah, man.
It gives you a lot of square footage added to the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's what I mean. You go buy
Mad
you buy like an acre. You go buy like an acre. You throw that on it, right, and you just start building infrastructure, little by little.
I found about 25 acres for $21,000 in Georgia, bro, and it's got its own little like lake and everything on it.
Oh, that's fire! Wow, you got water supply and shit. That's huge. Yeah.
Yep.
21 acres. You'll have enough firewood for the rest of your life forever.
Yep. It's got woods on
dope.
it. It's got woodland on
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it's a really good piece of land, mate. I'm thinking that's going to be the. But then at the same time, I'm thinking maybe move to DR, Dominican Republic, even.
Yeah, I'm weary about islands and shit, coastlines.
I am too.
Water. If you get
Yeah.
a tsunami or water levels rise and shit.
Yeah,
That's the way to go, though. Buy some land, get your RV on there so you have a place established, and then start personally building your own
build a shed,
your own
build
structures. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, this place don't need planning permission because it's got an old, like, 1910, like, not trapper shack, but like a bit better than a trapper shack almost, right? The roof's all falling in and that, but it's a big enough foundation for like a 5-bedroom house, bro. So like that means you don't need any planning permission to like technically just knock it down and like, you know what I mean? Build some sort of structure. I'm probably going to use like shipping containers or something, you know.
That's nice. I would. Yeah, those are cool houses. I would try to build an earth ship though. Those are a lot of work, but probably more expensive than shipping containers too.
Villain, if you change in the height and the main area of the structure, then you probably would need planning permission. But it just depends on what you're building. if it's
I'm not
different from the
changing
original
the height.
structure. Oh,
Are you
right,
on
okay.
about in England though?
Yeah, in England. Yeah.
Nah, I'm on about in Georgia, mate.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, mate. All right, okay, fair enough. Sorry, I
Yeah.
come in halfway through. I'll button in.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying I'm gonna do it in England. You have to stick to the same height. Like my friend's place, right? He had foundation and that on it, and we found out the height of the building, and he put 4 shipping containers on it, like opened them all up, and then dug them into the ground well, he put 4 side by side, and then put 4 on top of those, right? And then he dug the shipping containers about halfway into the ground, so that the second tier didn't exceed the height of the old building. You know,
Fucking awesome.
I read somewhere that around the world there's something like, I don't know what number it was, but it was tens and thousands of unused shipping containers. Like,
yeah,
so many, like all around the world. And so you get these companies that are changing them into sort of, housing structures. I mean, if they were actually used and given to things like charities, I mean, like, a lot of the homeless problems could be resolved.
There shouldn't be any homeless. You could put those on the. I mean, you really
Mhm.
want smaller ones, but they should be putting some kind of structures on the street, because some of these cities they got like rows in them of just like tents and cardboard boxes. It's like, yo, build them a nice little structure or something.
Yeah.
At
Just
least,
if you ship into containers, this sort of thing, they could easily be altered. Do you know what I mean? Converted easily. But
so in my town, they actually have done that a little bit, but it's through the Salvation Army that's doing it, not the government, obviously, right? And they've got 6 shipping containers, and like in winter or whatever, if there's like women that end up homeless or whatever, they will put you in there, and it's got like a little tiny toilet. Yeah, they're not bad actually. Like, they're not bad at all. The little ones that they've made, but there's only 6 of them. We've got plenty of homeless people, obviously, but yeah, just 6 little ones, and they're tiny, mate. Like, they're really, really small.
I mean,
but that's all you need, though. That's better than my bad. That's better than like a tent or a cardboard box. At least it's some kind of solid structure, right?
Yeah, it's a shelter at least, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. You don't necessarily need to convert it as long as they've got a roof over their head and they can actually get themselves warm, well-ish. I mean, cardboard's a good insulator. If you just covered it in a whole load of cardboard, you've got a good bit of insulation there. Straight away, at least you got a bit of shelter. I mean, that's what I was saying. You don't necessarily have to convert them into houses, but even if you just use them as shelter, just stick them in places where homeless people are or where they sleep. If you've got the space,
just
you could easily. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree.
You want to use the insulated ones like they use for like frozen goods or refrigerated cargo and shit, because those are already insulated and shit. Those are the ones where you don't even need to do anything, really.
Yeah, man, that's a really cheap way of killing homeless people. You just freeze them to death, and then sorry, I lost track of what I was saying there.
What the fuck?
Just fucking around. Don't give them any ideas, guys. Yeah. What was that? I'm under arrest. What did I say? Fuck off, officer. That quick.
Right, so are you living in the US now or something, or where do you live?
I'm gonna be moving there, I think, mate.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah.
What made you what forever? You gonna immigrate or?
Forever, yeah, mate. I'm gonna go. That's it. Yep. Nah, I'm married to an American, mate. So.
Was she living in England right now?
No, she's in America, mate. Right now. Yeah.
There you go. Got yourself a little shorty. Nice.
Yeah, man. She's actually is a shorty as well. She's like legit 4'9". Honestly, is as
I
well.
think my wife's like 5'1" or 5'2" or something.
Yeah, it's mental. Yeah, she's pretty cool as well.
Nice.
Rex moving here for our sense of humor. He enjoys it so much.
Definitely. coming over to teach you guys some sarcasm. I'm holding lessons, in fact. They're gonna cost an arm and a leg, but I'm just gonna come over and just slag you all off to your face, and then you'll thank me for it.
It's a good
Sorry.
idea, though. Get some land, man. Get some land.
Yeah, get some land, definitely. It's got to be the way, innit? But I don't know whether I'm going to end up like living there. That's what I said. I don't know whether to move to like South America, even. You know, like. But
there's some countries where you buy your land, and that's it. It's yours. Like you buy a land in Georgia, you'd be paying taxes forever on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true.
Or whereas, like, I think it's like Costa Rica. I don't know. There's some countries where it's just like you buy land, that shit's yours.
Yeah, and you do whatever you want on it in some countries. Yeah, whatever you want. They don't care.
That's how land should. Yeah, that's how land should be, man. Like, I mean, there's 2 billion acres in America. We should all be getting like, 4 acres or something, 5 acres at least.
I mean, like 1 acre. Not 1 acre is not a small bit of land.
No, it's a lot. I have a half an acre, and it's more. I got a half an acre, and it's more than we even use.
Bro,
so.
The Queen of England owns 3 billion acres of land. You know that? 3 billion.
Well, I think that I don't think she owns it because it belongs to the crown, which is technically the Queen, but she doesn't personally own it. It belongs to the crown. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? It's not
obviously, yeah.
It's not her personal.
It's got to be all of
personal
England.
land. Yeah,
that's more than all of England.
That includes the Commonwealth countries and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
But like technically, just like if you fit right, how many acres of land there are in the world, right? And even if we said there were like 9 million people, 8 billion, whatever they say there is, like 8 point something, right? There's more than enough land for us to have about. I reckon if you add up all the land in the world. Can't remember how many acres it was of actual land there is, but I know that we've got a large amount of acres each if we evenly split it. It's quite a large number.
So do you guys feel like our thoughts on land are kind of backwards to begin with? The idea of owning land, being able to just purchase land, right? So say, Crack, you're in England. What if you just started buying land in the United States and you just kept buying and buying and buying?
Yeah.
But you're not utilizing this land. Do you really have a claim to that? You're not utilizing it. You've just paid some money and filled out some paperwork. Whose land was that initially?
Right.
To be able to sign it over to you. Right.
So of course, buddy. So how is land first obtained is really the question. So in England, right, there's a phenomena, right? Me and my friend attempted to do this, but it didn't end up working out. But anyway, there's a thing you can do in England that if you go and look after a bit of land that's unkept, right? That's like either owned by the government or is near governmental land or whatever, right? And it's a bit of land that's not owned by any person, technically. And you look after it and you prove that you're the one looking after it. You can eventually claim it, but it takes a certain amount of time. It takes quite a while to do it. Maybe that's how people originally did it, right? Stake a claim to the bit of land, build a little structure on it, put a boundary on it, and say, this is mine, bruv. And then, I guess, look after it. I think that's it. I don't know. They say that's how they did it. I don't think that's how it was really done, but that's what they claim is how it's done.
Yeah, I feel like the Native American tribes had a better understanding than we do about land. They didn't look at the land as theirs or a territory as theirs in the sense of like a possession, but they just were passing through or
I don't know.
utilizing
I
it.
fully agree with that. And why I would say that is like some Native Americans definitely have that lived that way, right? But like, does it stand up to history and what we know? And I don't just mean like confirmed history of like bullshit, bullshit history. I'm talking about like what we know about, like some of them people definitely had bits of territory and they protected their territory, right? And fought for it. They didn't just like walk off, for instance, right? If a different tribe came in and sort of tried to take over a bit of land,
No, they usually would convene the elders of both tribes, and if they couldn't come to an agreement, then there may be possible conflict over land. Usually they were following like herds of buffalo and stuff like that. So it became more so about the source of food than the specific land territory itself.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, that's where your bits of valuable land end up being, though. They're just defined by a different system, right? So the system becomes the migrationary paths of buffalo, for instance, right? And where the best trapping's able to be done and all of that. Do you know what I mean? I just feel like they would have had different types of values over what was valuable and what they fought over, and different reasons for what they would fight over. I don't know. I just don't know that they would be that different to normal men, to normal men.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably a lot less conflict than we are led to believe regarding land disputes over tribes disputing land and things like that. I don't know if that was necessarily a huge thing that took place within the Native American tribes, but I do like their outlook that all of this was provided for everyone, and you're just a steward of it for a short period of time.
Yeah,
but you don't
that's
claim possession over it, right? Now you can claim possession over that which you create, but you didn't create the land. Now, if you take the land and let's say you harvest clay from that land and you turn it into bricks, then maybe you can say you have a claim to the bricks, right? Because you've mixed your labor, your intelligence with the land and have created something new.
Oh yeah, of course, mate. I don't know. I don't really know the answer to that one. Again, it's kind of like if you build a nice structure and you have your kids born into it, you sort of want it to be handed down to your kids, etc., etc. Again, I think it comes down to you just looking after a piece of land, like who maintains it.
Right, like
what's maintaining land, like people say you don't, like when my garden's overgrown, people go, you don't look after your garden. I'm like, well, the brambles and all the stinging nettles, they're all living perfectly fine. Like, how am I not looking after my garden? How the fuck do you live? Well, you're not cutting the grass, you're not cutting down all the bushes, right? All right, so I'm not cutting down my bushes, therefore I'm not looking after my garden. Sounds like you've got a bit of a twisted concept of what looking after a garden is. Because, like, destroying the plants is doing the opposite, technically speaking. You know what I mean? So.
No, I agree.
Bit of a weird one, that one. Bit of a weird, like, concept, isn't it? Like, you're not looking after that bit of land. Oh, what? Because I'm not destroying everything on it. Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, utilizing the lands for specific purposes, right? Whether that's you have some bit of livestock which may either graze on the land or peck around on the land. You're utilizing that land, right? I feel like that's where you could stake some sort of claim, but I don't think it, at least in my opinion, I don't think it's some sort of permanent claim. Because if you think of it holistically, you're just there for a time. So there is no permanence to that ownership.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because like my family owns, like, I don't know, 5-8 acres in the Ozarks off a river.
Nice. Okay.
But nobody in my family's been there for like 15-20 years.
Oh, I have it.
Right? So Why should we claim stake or ownership of that land? We're not
You don't need
utilizing it.
to. You can hand it over to me, and I will utilize it for you. Right? I'll look after it. No, but
Yeah.
for real, you should let me build a house on it.
I
let
have
me know
every
what-
intention of utilizing it here in the future.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Like,
you should
why?
like
why
launder
should
money for a drug cartel up there or something.
you watch
It
too
wouldn't
much
be
TV?
cliche. Nah, man, I don't know what you. I've never seen TV. Yeah, but the Ozarks are beautiful, man. Like that TV program Ozarks. Yeah, it's called Ozarks, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
literally.
Yep.
That's probably done quite a lot for the cost of land there. Even I would imagine, because it's made it quite sought after. I imagine.
Yeah, it's been sought after for a while. There's a lake there called Lake of the Ozarks, and it's a dammed river, and that has always been kind of valuable land, but it's obviously getting more and more valuable, like every piece of land. But yeah, we own property off a river that I think there's like 4 main rivers that
Robot.
that the Ozarks.
Yeah, you roboted for like the last 20 seconds or less, maybe.
Sorry, man. Yeah, we hand off one of the Ozarks.
Yeah, he's still roboting.
Sorry.
So does that mean Napalm has been a robot this whole time? Because we started the convo with Napalm about robots and them being on Discord now. Fuck. What's your name? Is it M squared?
No, it's just Matt.
I swear I read your name as like M2 or.
It's MTM. No, just ignore that. Just Matt.
Matt, whereabouts in England do you live then?
I used to live in England. I live in Northern Ireland now, but I used to live in Southampton, which is not a million miles. Yeah, it's not a million miles away from roughly where you are, I think, because you're in the West Country, aren't you?
Southwest, yeah.
Yeah, Southwest, yeah. No, I don't live there. I live in Northern Ireland now, but that's where I'm from.
How the fuck do you know where I'm from?
You mentioned it, I think, yesterday, last night, or early this morning.
Yeah, maybe I did. Yeah,
I think you did. Yeah, I can't remember where it was, to be fair, but yeah.
So yeah, well, I'm from Devon originally.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
My family, from my dad's side, come from Devon. My gran used to live in Ilfracombe.
No way. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used to go there. I used to go on holiday as a kid when I was there. Yeah.
Ilfracombe, fucking Woolacombe.
Yep. Yeah, I know all that area. Yeah. Well, I haven't been there for quite a number of years, but yeah, I know that. I know that area.
So that's near where I was talking about, where you can see Lundy Island from.
Oh, that's it, Lundy Island. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I can't remember what island you actually said. I just remember thinking, oh, I've heard of that. I know of it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool. Ilfracombe, yeah. So
Yeah,
from the town I grew up in, not really where I am now, but that's not very far away from where I grew up, Ilfracombe. Not gonna lie. Yeah, pretty close.
I think they moved around.
Now.
They moved around Devon as well. I'm not sure where other places they lived and stuff, but my dad kind of grew up in that kind of general area. And then, yeah, and my sister lived in. I'm trying to think where she is now. Fuck. I have to look at the map where she is. My sister's not a million miles away from where you are now. She owns a pub.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like a pub restaurant sort of thing, like a gastro pub sort of thing.
Gastro pub. Fucking hell.
I think where it is. That's not. I know it's not far from Bath.
Mm.
Fuck it is.
It's Bath. You got Lemon Spa. You got.
It's not there.
I think that's where Nathan Oakley's from, isn't it? Somewhere like near Lemon
Yeah,
Spa.
I think he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna look at Google Maps, see if I can locate where she is.
Him and Gem Panda sound like they're from somewhere similar, don't they? Nathan Oakley and Gem.
Yeah, because I know Gem Pandas because he went to the Globe Live tour when they went down in Bath, didn't he? Was it that one when they had the video of him going down there?
Probably, yeah.
So I think it was the Bath one, anyway. Yeah, and I know he wasn't far from there because he said he didn't have to travel very far, and that was the same
He
with
sounds like
Chemo.
he sounds like he's from that way. Chemo sounds like he's from like South London, but like not South, dirty South, but like below it, you know?
Yeah, like Essex or somewhere like that.
Yeah, like Chemo sounds like a bit like a posh Southern London type, you know? Like he's got like a bit, you know, even though he's not like not fully street sounding, is he? Chemo. He's got a bit of a posh twang to him.
Yeah, yeah.
People could say that about me and you, but you know, like anyone from the south of England, I guess I think we sound a lot better than the Northerners, mate. You know, the Northerners don't even sound English, mate. Just like, honestly, like, legit, like the Scottish people sound better than the Newcastle people. You know, like. The Geordies just sound rough, mate. And then the Manx and the Liverpudlians, mate. Whoa. Fucking chicken and a can of Coke. Fucking chicken and a can of Coke. Hey lad, what you doing, mate? You know? The Liverpudlian accent's like weird.
Right, do you know where Glastonbury is? Right, and you know where Taunton is? She's got a pub somewhere between that area. I can't pinpoint the area where she's got the pub is. I mean, I haven't been down there for quite a long time, for years actually.
You're in Northern Ireland, so
yeah, I'm in Northern Ireland now. Yeah.
So Northern Ireland, are you allowed to own pistols in Northern Ireland? Is it Northern Ireland or what part of Ireland is it?
It's Northern Ireland, which is part of politically it's part of the United Kingdom at the moment. So no, we're not allowed to own pistols.
Maybe it's the south of Ireland then.
Republic of Ireland, they might do. Yeah, they've got slightly lax gun controls, but they're still fairly tight. It's almost the same as the UK, but not so much so.
Like we are allowed to own guns in the UK. We just don't really talk about the law on it because, like, if you talk about it, it gets changed. You know, like.
Yeah, I mean we're one of the. I mean in England, I mean, it's well in the UK in general, it's the one of the strictest gun controls in the world, really. Well, not the world, but at least Europe anyway.
Yeah, in Germany and a couple of other countries in Europe, it's a lot easier, you know. Well, especially the Eastern European countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like in Poland, like if you ever been to Poland, like you can get a gun pretty easily and just like walk around with it pretty much, like if you want to. No, and even Norway, parts of Norway, like on the, I guess on the like coast of Norway to, where is it? Is it Norway to Denmark? I can't remember where it connects up to. The back part of it anyway. Not on the coast, obviously. You can get guns and that there pretty easy. But it's not hard to get like a shotgun license and that in England. Really not difficult at all. You can pay £100 to join up to a shotgun club, right?
Oh yeah, you can, yeah.
£100 a year, right? And then then
but you've got
to
I think, but any kind of fire license like in the EU, you've got to submit. I think you've got to resubmit it. I think it's every 3 years or something. And you have to do a psychological thing. You have to get something from your doctor, and then you've got to get it signed off by somebody else, and there's somebody else. There's a few hoops to jump through, but you can get it. Yeah.
That's why it's best to go to a shotgun club because they can do it all for you in like one way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
they
right.
have like
Yeah, they can do.
evaluators and
Yeah.
they'll have like GPs and that there, and then a psychologist that works there, and then like you can basically do it all through them, and then they actually will take you to like the local police station where you can register your gun and that as well.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how I did it when in the past, like when I did have a shotgun license, and that's how I did it.
Oh, you had a shotgun license, did you? Right.
Yeah, at one point, yeah. Yeah, you just can't be a criminal or anything like that. You can't. Obviously, if you've got like a criminal record, they won't let you do it. You know. But like on farms and stuff, as long if you're on like a big farm or whatever, right? Like, and you're a kid, I think you've got to be like 12 years old, and then you're allowed. They can just buy one, like a 410 for you, and then you can go on private land with it or whatever. I don't think you need a license when you're like born on a farm and your dad's already got a license or something, you know. So
Oh
like,
yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping using your dad's shotgun. I don't suppose anyway. Really, I mean, the police don't give a fuck as long as you're not going around fucking pointing it at people and threatening people with it. They pretty much leave farmers alone because they know they need shotgun for for pests and foxes and and things like that. So yeah.
What do you think about fox hunting then? Because like most people aren't very educated about it at all. I get it's like looks like a tough sport, but
well, no, I don't. You see, it's a sport. That's the thing. I don't have an issue with culling foxes because they can be a pest. They are a bit of a pain in the arse. Okay, I'm not being funny, but there's more humane ways of doing it because what fox hunting does is the dogs catch them and they just rip them to shreds. I mean, that's not a humane way of a fox to go, is it?
But is the point to be humane to one fox, or is it a utilitarian? How do I put it? I guess it's kind of like, right. So the reason it's created into a sport is because it's quite hard to get like about 400 people onto their horses dressed up with loads of dogs and everything like that for the day. So you have to make it into an event, right? And then the problem is when they stopped fox hunting, the farmers where I live, I was working on a partridge farm, and one fox got into the partridge enclosure, and it killed I think it killed over like 3,000 of them.
Oh yeah.
And it didn't even eat anything really. Like a couple of foxes got.
I can kind of see the argument on both sides, but generally speaking, I don't like the idea of fox hunting and the way they do it.
Right.
But I don't have an issue of foxes being controlled because I do know they can be a pest. That's basically my opinion on it.
Right. So this is just something that I always tell people. Right. So I was always the same opinion as what you are until I lived it. And when they stopped fox hunting, the people that I knew had to shoot so many foxes, right? And if you're shooting foxes with, shotguns, then they don't always die, right? Like, they're often they're hurt for a little while or whatever, right? Or, it's usually the dog that will find it anyway, right? And then it will be the dog that kills it anyway inside the partridge enclosure or the hen enclosure. So it ends up getting killed by dogs half the time anyway. It's just now the numbers are like far greater, right? So when you're chasing them as well, you got to remember they make the chase last longer, which is also not humane. I get it. But it's about spreading the fear pheromones of that fox that's in theory of its life all around the land, right? And all of the pheromones from the animals chasing them on the hunt and the horses, everything. It's all about the smells, right? And in doing so, you basically protect that piece of area or farmland from the foxes entering into it, right? And you do it like twice a year, and the numbers of foxes that need to be culled on each farm, they decrease by like over 95%.
Right.
So is it inhumane to do it, or is there sort of a utilitarian argument for it?
Yeah. I just think that I don't think there's enough being ways. I don't think there's enough being put into finding ways of actually, for instance, like traps and things like that. I'm sure there must be ways of doing that. There's got to be ways of actually catching foxes and then humanely putting them down if the numbers are too high in a particular area. When you're in any given area. That's the kind of way I see it. I just don't like the idea of hunting just for the sport. I don't have an issue with hunting for food. Don't have any issue with that at all.
But that's my point. If it's not for sport,
it's
though,
not.
and it's a sport's a byproduct of, let's say, trying to create a invisible force field of pheromones, and the sport becomes a byproduct of trying to create that atmosphere, right? So the sport exists because it's hard to get all of those people off their asses, right? So it ended up becoming a sport over many years.
And then like you said, it's an event. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's just a sport. It's just killing an animal for the fun of killing an animal. I don't. That for me doesn't. I don't get it.
But I mean, it's not just to kill an animal. Do you know what I mean? It's to stop you from having to kill lots more in the future.
Yeah. I understand the purpose of it. The end game of it. I get it. I understand that, and that's why I can see the argument on both sides. I can understand that, but I just don't like it. I still cannot get my head into accepting fox hunting as a means of controlling the population. I just think that there's got to be other solutions to do that, because for me,
I've looked into it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, okay, look at the people that are participating in fox hunting, right? What are they there for? They're there just to have fun. And I don't understand.
Some of them are, but the majority of the people that I've met doing it are like normal farmers, and like they basically are like, and there's the odd few wankers, don't get me wrong, but I guess those are like the people with the money, right, who don't actually run farms and stuff like that, who enjoy the sport as a blood sport, and they're a necessity to be able to fund it, I guess. Like, that's the problem. But like, I think overall, a lot of the foxes end up dying being chased by dogs anyway, but like, when you have a fox hunt in the area for 6 months, the foxes stay away, and there's plenty of land they can go on away from partridge and hen farms. I don't think people should be chasing them away from pig farms, for instance, right? What?
Right.
Sorry.
I don't know. There's no real easy answer to it, to be honest with you. That's why, like I said, I can see I do understand the arguments on both sides, to be fair. I do get it.
I'm not necessarily pro fox hunting either. Like, I don't think it's nice either. I've just seen the reality, which is that like they all end up getting killed by dogs anyway, by Jack Russells. That's what ends up happening.
Yeah,
because
true.
Trust me,
that is
the
true.
Jack Russell will always catch them before you can get a shotgun in there and get like a one lethal shot on them, right? The Jack Russells always find them first and corner them in the pens, right? Like, that's what always happens, and they get ripped to pieces by smaller dogs than what they would on the fox hunt, and it's like sometimes 30 of them in like 6 months. Like, when you have a fox hunt, that's it. Like, one of them dies every 6 months on the land, and then it keeps them all away. Like, I'm not for utilitarian-esque arguments. I don't like them at all. Like, like the whole argument of like, if you have a train, right, and it's about to run over 6 people on the tracks, but if you pull that lever, it will veer the train off and it will go onto a different track and kill one person. What do? Do you pull the lever or do you do nothing?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Because it's like, if you pull the lever, now you've caused that guy's death. If you don't pull the lever, you sort of weren't involved in any of it, like, 6 people die instead of 1, but like, it wasn't by your hand, it's like, I don't know. I don't agree with saving. I don't agree, with killing even one person to save many. Do you know what I mean? Or the vice versa. And it's the same. It should be the same with animals, but with animals, it's just a bit hard to get that. I guess, is it utilitarianism? It is, isn't it? That's my thought.
I'm not sure utilitarian. Let's have a look at the meaning of utilitarian. Utilitarian. Yeah, utilitarian. Let's have a look. Philosophy relating to adhering to the doctrine of utilitarianism, a utilitarian theorist. That doesn't really answer the question, does it?
No. So I looked up something the other day, and it was like a complete ridiculous. Like, couldn't find what I needed in the end. Like, trying to find a definition, like applied, you know, when something gets like actually in application, it just kept showing me it as like a noun and an adjective.
No,
I'm
I
like,
think
yeah, I
you. I
know.
think you used it. Yeah, I've got it now. Because I looked up utilitarianism, and you were right. It says the doctrine that that actions are right if they are useful for the benefit of the majority.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Maybe
I suppose my attitude's a bit like that. I guess I would be more for saving the majority for the
But then
for the detriment
you
of
are
the few.
a pro fox hunter, because the argument for fox hunting is a utilitarian one.
Is it? I'm not sure it is
Yeah.
though. I'm not sure
Because
it
it
is though.
saves many foxes by killing one every 6 months. Right.
But that's the thing, though. I'm not pro fox hunting. That's the thing, though. So I'm not.
I get you. I know you're not, mate. I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, I know.
But it's
I mean,
difficult one.
I'm an animal lover, and I'm the kind of person. See, my dad grew up in Kenya, right, when he was
Right.
younger. So, because his dad had some sort of job over there or something in wherever, and he became very aware of kind of like wild animals, and I've kind of he's rubbed off on me a little bit. I prefer to see majority of animals in the wild where they belong. Do you know what I mean? I like their natural environment sort of thing. Apart from maybe dogs and cats, which have been domesticated for thousands of years, I don't think other animals should be domesticated in any shape or form. I don't like that kind of thing. That's just how I think. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of like I'm an animal lover in that kind of way. I'm not a big fan of zoos, but I understand why zoos are there. They're there for conservation in the majority of cases. Totally hate circuses.
Yeah, I get that. Like, it's like, even like, like have you ever looked into trophy hunting? I'd probably guess you're dead against it, right?
Oh, completely, yeah, 100%.
Do you know what's really disgusting though is that conservation, right, in Africa, the big trophy hunting, is the biggest. It's the biggest budget that they have for it. So like they have to have that utilitarianist argument over there, where they're like, right, we let a rich guy come in and pay $100,000 to kill a tiger, right? And we do it once a year, okay? In this certain area, right? And if we do it, we can stop poachers coming in at all times of the year, right? But if we don't have the one rich guy come in for his trophy hunt, yeah, we haven't got the money to pay the rangers that stop the poaching. And it's like, that's horrible, that like they have to basically, they have to allow for the one rich guy to come in and kill a lion.
Just to get the money to actually carry on. Exactly. Yeah.
And like they don't want to give in to that way of being, but like they end up having to, because they don't have any other means. They're like, and these rangers often have to arrange these hunts, and if they don't do it, like more of them die.
Yeah.
It's
kind of a shame that they need money to do it that way. I've given to animal charities off and on for most of my life. Conservation charities, all kinds of different charities, and including zoos that partake in those kind of things as well. At least the ones that are one for conservation, anyway. But I just wish more people would do it, and if there was better, governments could actually fund these things a lot more as well, which they don't.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of African countries just don't have the means to do that. So it's pretty difficult. It's difficult. But
again,
I just
for the one.
I suppose you could argue, right, if you're having that rich guy to come in and actually do a hunt as a trophy hunt and all the rest of it, I suppose that's probably one step better than letting poachers going in and then just hacking off the ivory and then fucking off and leaving the corpse.
Exactly.
And nothing else. It's probably, you could argue that's probably worse than the rich trophy hunter.
Yeah, that's
No.
that's the thing, and like they end up giving like the meat or whatever to like the local poor people and that as well. They make sure it all gets harvested properly and correctly. Because I had to look into it myself, mate. Because like I'm like I ended up knowing of a man from America, and I knew he was a good bloke, and I didn't understand it. And I ended up having like a debate with him on a Discord server one day, and I'm like, bro, like what you do is disgusting. I saw that poster you pitched, right, with like a big lion and that, and he's like, well, he's like, I'm a conservationist, and I'm like, what? And he was like, yeah. He said I've been. He said that he's like, I've spent over 5 million in my whole life, put over $5 million into Africa, for conservation. And I was like, but you've got like about 25 trophies, you know, like that. And he goes, yeah. He was like, and I paid a lot of money to do it. He said, and like they make it very clear to you that it's conservation and that's what you're doing, right? And he goes, you know, he said people don't just put 50 grand down, just to, you know, for no reason. He said that's the reason I went on holiday there. And it's sick and twisted, but at the same time, you sort of are like the utilitarian part in your brain's like, yeah, I sort of get it, but like, if you got the money there, you could just give them the money, right, and go there on holiday or something and watch the animals. But not everyone's going to do that, are they? So, you know, bit of a shame. But I'll tell you what's quite good too. What's it called again? Like it's a good zoo in the sense that it's quite big, you know, and the animals have got quite a bit of Longley. Is it Longley?
Longley, yeah.
I don't mind that as zoos go. Better than like Paynton Zoo or London Zoo, I think.
Yeah, the wildlife parks rather than the zoos and stuff like that. Yeah, I think they're probably a little bit better than zoos, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. Longley's
Better
massive, isn't it?
don't get me wrong. I don't mind zoos as long as they're kept. The animals are kept well and they're treated well. I don't have an issue. There are some zoos that are just freaking awful, you know, and they have no clue what they're doing. They don't partake in any kind of conservation projects or anything like that. Yeah, those sort of places need to be shut down. Circuses, absolutely fucking hate them. You know, animals are not there for performing for human beings, as far as I'm concerned. Don't like it.
Yeah, like I've never even watched like a video of like Shamu SeaWorld. Like I won't even watch a video of it because I think it's like
it's not
participating in it.
Yeah,
like the killer whales, and they've got like their fucking fins flopped over and that, you know.
Yeah,
that Blackfish documentary's heartbreaking. If you've watched that,
is it?
Yeah,
no,
man,
I haven't.
Blackfish was that a documentary? Did you say?
Yeah, it's a guy who worked in. It wasn't SeaWorld. It was like a sister place of SeaWorld, I think, and it was about wasn't Shamu. It was about like Shamu's brother or cousin or something. But yeah, he fully exposes them. Man, it's gnarly, really gnarly. Like, I guess on Netflix.
Wait, so like it's kind of like, I guess I don't know what I'm getting from what you're saying, but it sounds like you're basically saying that they did an expose on it, right?
Yeah, fully like wrecked SeaWorld for a while as well. Steve-O got involved with it. They were trying to get SeaWorld shut down. Yeah, Steve-O was helped after the fact to do some stuff to get SeaWorld shut down. And it shows how they trade all the the fish around, and the mammals rather than fish. But
oh yeah, Blackfish. Yeah, is on Netflix.
Yeah, watch that, man. It's quite a difficult watch, but it's full on exposing those like SeaWorld type of parks. So
yeah, I might have a look at that later.
Yeah, I don't think I would have ever went to SeaWorld or anything like that. I know plenty of people that did go to it, and I'm like, not a bit of me. Definitely not.
I think I probably would have done when I was younger, but when you get older and you start looking into these things, and you sort of begin to understand, like that was developed over kind of my adult life. My opinion of animals being used as things to entertain the people. It's just no, don't like it. I just prefer the animals to be in their natural environment. But sadly, sometimes they can't be. I understand that.
I've been to
Because
Longleat a number of times. Sorry, man, cut you off. I've been to Longleat a number of times. Could we go to the centre parks with the family?
Yeah,
That's
I've
right
been there.
opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Longleat's like the enclosure's huge, and it doesn't seem like I've been to London Zoo a few times and Bristol Zoo and things, and they feel like very small like spaces for the animals. But Longleat does seem very kind of spacious, and they do look well looked after.
Yeah,
definitely. Mate, Centre Parks is quite a nice place, isn't it? Like,
yeah, man.
It kind of feels like you're in a different country a little bit when you're down that way. Like the day that you wake up in Centre Parks and go to Longleat, just that day alone, in summer, and it's really hot, it kind of feels like you're in a different country just for one day.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole idea, isn't it? It's the theme, isn't it? That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, man. Like, have you been to it? Like, I don't know when the last time you went, but like I went about in the last 10 years, like about maybe 8 years ago, and it was what's it called? Yeah, they've got like a spa bit, right? And it's like a Roman bathhouse almost.
Aqua Spa, it's called. No, Aquasana. Aquasana. That's what it's called. I went there like 2 months ago.
Oh, mate, and it's cool, isn't it? Like the bit in the middle. Did you go there at night time?
Yeah.
Oh, mate, it looks dope, doesn't it? When you go into the center and it's like the swimming pool's in the center of the building, but there's like no roof,
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's got all the different levels, hasn't it, to the different sauna parts, right? And it's like
The kids were old
different
enough this year for my 7-year-old to look after the 12-year-old, so me and the missus could go and have a few hours in there without them. It was pretty cool.
Nice, mate. Yeah, but that was pretty dope. You can, I think you can pay for extra treatments and shit while you're there, like to get massages and stuff. But it costs quite a bit of extra money.
Slide a few bucks under the table for happy ending and stuff like that. You mean?
Yeah. Nah. Nah. Yeah, the Chinese women that were working there, they all got deported apparently. I'll tell you what's the worst zoo I've ever seen is in places like Thailand, and people get to take photos and that, don't they, with like the lions and tigers, and they're just off their head on like diazepam, or like they're just like put loads of ketamine into them or something. I think
That makes me so angry. That really pisses me
mate,
off.
my brother went, right? And I was like, I tried to tell him before, I was like, you'll just be angry, mate. And he was like, nah. He's like, it'll be a good day out. And I'm like, mate, you won't enjoy it. And he was like, I will. And he got in there and he was like, he messages me and he's like, I'm already angry. And I'm like, what? Why? And he was like, the first cat I've seen is like clearly on like heroin or something. And I'm like, I did try and tell you. And he was like, yeah, but all the pictures online looked all right. And I'm like, yeah, because the cat's eyes light up when you put a big flash in their face. Like, you can't really tell they're on drugs at that moment. But when you actually go in there, like, there's no, like, the only reason a massive lion in a small room like that is not like ripping someone's head off once a year. It's because it's on drugs,
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah. Like, they proper like drug them up as well. Like, they legit, like, I don't know, like I think there has to be ketamine that they must use, right? And like, it's not even like a little bit. It's like they're fully off their head, because they can't be bothered to like even have any handling skills, Horrible. And it's definitely not a necessity. It's just for money. They don't pay into conservation or anything. I know that for a fact.
No, it's all for the personal gain.
That one definitely is, yeah. What do you think of like what's his name? The Tiger King guy.
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Tiger King. No way. What?
Would you
Carol
bum him?
Baskin? Huh?
Would you bum him?
If you're asking me if I would, that makes me think you might. That's
No, I
never
wouldn't.
even
But
a question in my mind, mate. All right.
with that, I'm out of here. I catch you later, dude, and everyone else. Nice one.
You off, are you?
Yeah. I'll see you later on.
Yeah. Fuck
Cheers,
off.
guys.
Later, play. Yeah, so Tiger King. Brief
Just
summary.
looked it up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess it's hard to say he's a complete tosser because the tigers that he's had in his custody, right? They were tigers that were like owned by like just people like Mike Tyson and like, you know what I mean? Like not even just celebrities, but just anyone who wanted a big cat, you know? And they end up getting put down or whatever. And like there's so many tigers. And he's like, they all need to be saved. So like he got his little park or whatever, right? But like it's kind of like I think it's born out of narcissism, a lot of it, with the tigers, people owning them, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm particularly fond of big cats. I love them, but but not they're not pets. They're just not.
Definitely not.
And they're not. They at some point in human history, the varieties of cats went one direction, so we ended up with domestic cats, and they're a completely different animal, completely, utterly different. They're domesticated, they're used to humans, and they used to be being dependent on humans to a certain extent, right? But wild cats, big cats are not. They are wild animals. They're killers. That's what they do. They hunt to survive, and
There's
that's
a guy,
that's where they should be, to be honest.
And there's a guy on YouTube called The Real Mowgli, and like he's got big cats or whatever, but he's got quite a big like amount of land and that, you know.
I mean,
and
the way I see it, I mean, if it's for conservation, but it's just a pity that some people have to do that. If they're looking after them well, and they're in a decent bit of land where they can roam around and move around and do things, but they're still not in the natural environment. It's just a shame that we have to conserve animals, the species through it, because majority of these animals, the reason why they're extinct is because of human nature, the way it is. And it's humans' fault. It's nobody else's fault. It's our fault that a lot of these animals are becoming extinct because they're overpoached and overhunted for whatever fucking reason, and that's what annoys me.
Did you hear what China recently have like come out with? They're recalling every one of their pandas, like every panda in the world, basically.
Really?
By next year, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Right. Why are they doing that?
They're
then?
like, who knows? Maybe they're going to war.
Well, it looks like they're about to anyway in Taiwan, aren't they? So who knows?
We'll have World War III if they do. America have
If
already
they-
agreed, haven't they, to protect them?
Yeah, I fucking hope not. I hope that's going to be resolved. I really do. Last
Yeah,
thing we need
me
is
too.
another fucking war. Jesus.
But like, we will be involved in that one.
Well,
NATO. Yeah, man, we signed an agreement a long time ago that if China ever invade Taiwan, NATO are going to be involved in it, mate. We have to.
I just hope the fucking powers that be kind of find a solution.
That's like my least favorite idea of a war is against China.
But I don't want any war, to be honest with you. Sometimes you've got to.
Me either.
Sometimes you don't have a choice. It's like, sometimes you got, I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes you've got to use violence to stand up to bullies at the end of the day. And I fucking hate bullies.
Yeah.
It's simple as that.
But China are definitely like a force to be reckoned with, I reckon.
I mean, that dispute over Taiwan has been going on since forever. It's a long-standing dispute.
I guess I'm sort of more like, fucking let them have it. I don't think we should all go to war over Taiwan.
Well, I mean, that's easy for us to say, though, isn't it? But the thing is, what about the people? The Taiwanese people. They've got to have a choice in that. So if they don't want to live the way as Chinese, then what gives us the right to decide what happens? You know what I mean? But
Well,
I
don't
do
give us the
agree
right
with you. I
to
think.
decide, but what gives them
Yeah.
the right to decide we die over
Yeah,
it? You
well,
know?
exactly. Yeah. Well, that's probably one of the reasons why I think just NATO should just keep away from it. Just let them sort it out. But it's not an easy thing either, because they could, the Taiwanese people to say, well, we need help, we want to be protected. Yeah, so there's not an easy solution, is there at all? But I don't.
I think
Nobody wants war, really. It's not horrible. It's not a nice fucking thing, is it? It's nasty, horrible fucking thing.
well, it seems all well and good if you've created like a few cool jets and and all that crap. I don't know. I feel like people think it might be a good idea, like the first week. Like, yeah, this will be a right good laugh. We'll go over there and we'll show these fuckers right up type of thing. Like, genuinely, some people think this way. I did when I was a lot younger. So I think the over fervent patriotism and sort of this like skewed opinion of what war really is, like glory days and all that, especially like, yeah, I don't know.
I haven't served myself, but I come from a family of military people, you see, and I've seen
Same.
people that have served, and I've seen people come back from Afghanistan and Iraq and the Falklands and all the rest of it, and soldiers don't come back the same.
Yeah,
The ones that survived. Yeah, it's not. And my great uncle, he was a medic during World War II, and when they started to take back Europe, Belsen concentration camp was exposed, and he was one of the medics that went there to help the people of Belsen. And he came back, as the story goes. I never knew him; he died before I was born. But he came back a very, very disturbed man, became an alcoholic, became a recluse, and basically he drunk himself to death, essentially. From just from the stuff that he saw at Belsen, that's what it was all over.
The worst of human nature, basically.
Yeah, and people just don't come back the same. So, and I'm not that. I mean, but at the same time, because I come from a military background, I do support military people, but I don't still, the soldiers are there for soldiers are there for the will of the government. If the government tells you got to go somewhere, you got to go.
I don't think you do have to go. That's the problem, though. Is like
we don't have to. No, that's true, because we're a volunteer army. You're not conscripted, so But that's
any
your job.
Big war we had, there was conscription. That's what people forget, right? Like,
yeah, true.
Like World War One and World War Two, right? Like,
So
it was kind of like at the barrel of a gun, or by, should I say, even by like if you were a war dodger back in the day, you couldn't really exist, mate. You wouldn't have a family and kids, right? Women wouldn't marry men that were war dodgers,
Yeah.
So
my granddad, he was conscripted into the Royal Marines, but he was a conscientious objector, so he was given an office job, but that kind of ruined him a little bit as well, because what happened was he was given a clerk's job back here in the UK when they invaded Europe. His unit, there's not many of his unit that came back, and that disturbed him for the rest of his life. That was my granddad.
Yeah.
So he had to serve, but he didn't. They didn't send him into combat, but a lot of his mates died, and he didn't. That disturbed
messed him up, but
yeah, he did. A bit.
My dad was in Ireland, Portland Island. And then I had a lot of friends that was like he also was in the Gulf War as well. He said that one wasn't too difficult. He said the Irish War was not very nice. He said it was more serious than what you thought. He said, and it felt like you were fighting in streets like where you grew up, and he saw quite a few of his friends get blown up, and he ended up becoming an alcoholic and eventually died, only about died when he was about 45 or something, Yeah. So like war definitely messes people up, I saw it.
Sure.
Saw it with my own two eyes, mate, and my own dad, like,
Yeah.
Definitely. Like, But at the same time, you get some men that go into war and they're fine. My uncle, he was in the Irish War, he was in Afghanistan, 2 tours of Afghanistan, was in the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War. He's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
Like,
some people deal with it, but you know, everybody's different, don't they?
he's definitely a stone cold type individual, though. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't ever see him cry. You know?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, he's not bothered about like cats being in circuses and shit like that.
Doesn't care.
No, yeah, he's like, well, it's good fun to watch. So I don't know about any of that. That animal looks like it's having a laugh.
Right, I've got to go. I'll probably catch you later on.
No worries, bro. Right,
Have a good, nice chatting to you. See you later.
You too, dude.
Yeah.